Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The Tragic Barrier Between Us. Chapter 1, The Tragic Barrier Between Us. A heavy snow fell last night, blanketing the world in a vast expanse of white. In the Konoha training grounds, an old tree, laden with snow, swayed weakly in the cold wind, a picture of bleak desolation. Byakugan. With a sharp cry, veins bulged at the corners of Neji's eyes, and his pure white pupils took on a faint, ethereal glow. His vision shifted to a monochrome world, a perfect 360-degree field of view. The falling snowflakes, the sparrows perched on withered branches, even the villagers hurrying down a street 100 meters away, every detail in the world was rendered with absolute clarity. 8 trigrams, 12 slashes. Wielding a tanto, Neji's form blurred into motion like a startled rabbit. A faint amount of chakra flowed from his tenketsu and gathered in his arms. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was sharp and constant, shredding every snowflake within a 3-foot radius of his body. Ha! He exhaled a long, white plume of breath, a wave of fatigue washing over his young body. The gentle fist was the signature taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. At the genin, chunin, and even jonin levels, its advantages were obvious. But a step beyond that, at the kage level, it was woefully inadequate. Using the gentle fist against enemies who could command the susanoo, the power of a tailed beast, or sage mode was an exercise in futility. Because of this, from the moment he had been reincarnated into this world, Neji had begun to search for a different path. Combining the Byakugan with Kenjutsu was the fruit of this past year of training. After all, cutting someone with a blade was bound to be more effective than just poking their chakra points. Neji focused his attention on the system panel in his mind, the special ability that had accompanied him since his transmigration. Name, Hyuga Neji. Innate talent, divine diligence, effort will always be rewarded. Suitable for the ordinary, and for the genius. Age, 4. Kekkai Genkai, Byakugan LV1, 241/500. Chakra level, genin. Chakra natures, Yin, fire, earth, water. Taijutsu, 8 trigrams, 12 slashes LV1, 154/500. When he was 3 years old, just as the caged bird curse seal was about to be applied, the original Neji had suddenly died. The soul from another world, his soul, had slipped in and taken his place. The moment their souls merged, Neji awakened his Byakugan, shattering the Hyuga clan's record for the earliest activation in history. Lord Hayashi had decreed that they would wait another year before attempting to place the curse seal on him again. Therefore, for now, Neji was still a free man. Neji touched his smooth forehead, a shadow of sorrow clouding his thoughts. The Neji from the original story had mastered the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven on his own and had become a jonin by 15. In terms of talent, he was in no way inferior to the likes of Kakashi, Minato, or the legendary Sannin. And he would only become stronger. The Byakugan had the potential to evolve into the Tenseigan, the Jogan, or perhaps something even greater. With enough time, Neji was confident he could reach the level of the Sage of 6 Paths, or even higher. However, Hinata's 3rd birthday was in half a month. When that day came, he would be branded with the caged bird. Once that seal was in place, no matter how much of a genius he was, he would be nothing more than a servant, a disposable pawn. Even if he were to be brought back by the reanimation jutsu after death, he would never be free from the caged bird's control. A deep worry, one that didn't belong in the eyes of a 4-year-old, settled in Neji's pale irises. If I stay with the clan, I cannot escape the fate of being caged. But if I defect from Konoha, putting aside whether I could even succeed, how would a child survive in the brutal shinobi world? The Byakugan was a priceless Kekkai Genkai, its strategic value arguably greater than even the Sharingan. A 4-year-old child wandering the world with such recognizable eyes would suffer a fate 10 times more miserable than Nagato's. He pondered for a long time but could find no solution. With a sigh, he left the training grounds. As he walked down the main street, villagers would see him and break into whispered, admiring conversations. Neji buried his anxieties deep in his heart and put on a shy smile for their benefit. To compete with the other great clan, the Uchiha, the Hyuga main family had been aggressively promoting Neji's reputation as a prodigy. Half the village had heard that the Hyuga had produced a genius on par with Uchiha Itachi. For Neji, this was a small blessing. When he began his career in Konoha, the title of genius would afford him more opportunities. Am I truly destined to be a caged bird? Perhaps if I prove myself exceptional enough, I'll be granted more privileges within the clan. Maybe. Neji let out a self-deprecating laugh. Lost in thought, he found himself approaching the Hyuga clan compound. Father-sama. Takuma-san, where are you? And where am I? Hyuga Hinata looked around, completely lost. It was her first time leaving the clan grounds by herself, and everything felt new and exciting. If only she hadn't gotten lost, it would have been perfect. Suddenly, Hinata noticed 3 older boys playing in a snowy patch nearby. On instinct, she ran toward them. Hey, look. A little kid. Why are her eyes white? She's a monster. The 3 boys quickly surrounded Hinata, staring at her with unabashed curiosity. Terrified, Hinata trembled, clutching her scarf tightly as a film of tears welled up in her eyes. Is she gonna cry? Haha, what a crybaby. Hey, what do you think would happen if we stuffed dirt in her eyes? Think they'd still be white? The boys' minds were filled with the ignorant and terrible ideas that only children could conjure. At that moment, the sounds of their taunts reached the ears of the preoccupied Neji. He froze, turning his head toward the commotion. He saw 3 boys, maybe 5 or 6 years old, and a small, adorable girl they had cornered. Hyuga Hinata. The heiress of the main family, the one the original Neji would have given his life to protect. Watching the small, helpless, and pitiful girl, Neji's brow furrowed. According to his memories of his past life, Hinata was supposed to have been bullied by these kids on the night of her 3rd birthday, after sneaking out and getting lost. This wasn't the right time. Did I remember it wrong? Neji stood rooted to the spot, deep in thought. A cold gust of wind snapped him out of his daze, and a chill ran down his spine. Hinata was the heiress of the main family. How could she possibly be without a guard watching her from the shadows? For a child not yet 3 years old to sneak out of the heavily guarded clan compound was a feat nearly as difficult as Neji himself defecting from the village. And then, for her to just happen to appear on his path back to the compound. This was no coincidence. A member of the branch family who witnessed the heiress in distress was expected to rush to her aid without a second thought, to put their life on the line. Any hesitation would have unimaginable consequences. Realizing this, Neji rubbed his eyes, feigning that he had only just noticed what was happening. His expression shifted to one of alarm as he shouted at the 3 bullies, "Let go of her." Look. Another white-eyed monster, the leader of the trio yelled, motioning for his friends to surround Neji instead. Thud. 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 Against little brats who hadn't even entered the ninja academy, Neji dispatched them with a single punch each. The 3 boys ran off, wiping tears from their eyes. Neji quickly went to Hinata, helping the sobbing girl to her feet. Still wiping away her tears, she whispered in a soft, choked voice, "Neji-Nisan, don't look. They're ugly." Neji looked at his own reflection in her pure white eyes. "Hinata-sama," he said, his tone formal and precise. "The Byakugan is our clan's Kekkei Genkai. These are eyes you should be proud of." Hearing this, Hinata blinked her large, watery eyes in confusion. Not yet 3, she couldn't grasp words like clan or pride, but she was incredibly sensitive to the emotions between people. Neji's response was perfectly in line with his station as a member of the bunk, but to her, it felt distant and alien. She sensed with a sharp clarity that a tragic and heavy barrier now stood between her and Neji. Chapter 2, Neji, a single treasonous thought, and the world opens wide. Chapter 2, Neji, a single treasonous thought, and the world opens wide. Wah. The tears in Hinata's eyes, once a small wellspring, now overflowed like a broken dam. Neji was at a loss. How did his words make her cry even harder? He had no idea how to comfort a child. "Hinata-sama." A panicked voice suddenly cut through the air. A young man wearing a Konoha forehead protector rushed over. It was Hyuga Takuma, one of Hinata's attendants. "My lady, it is time to return. Lord Hayashi will be worried." Hinata managed to stifle her sobs. She looked up at Neji, her voice timid. "Neji-Nisan, can I come and play with you tomorrow?" Neji glanced subtly at the composed expression on Takuma's face, a silent sigh of relief escaping him. He smiled warmly and gently patted Hinata's head. "I am at your service whenever you call, Hinata-sama." "Promise." "It's a promise." In the grandest mansion at the very center of the Hyuga clan compound, the cold wind howled, causing the withered branches to creak and groan like an old man in his final, painful moments. "Father-sama, why?" The veins at the corners of Hyuga Hayashi's eyes slowly receded. He turned to face the elder seated in the main hall, his voice heavy with confusion and doubt. Hyuga Genkai took a sip of tea, his expression unreadable. "That boy, Neji, is far too exceptional," he explained calmly. "We must cultivate his talent carefully, allowing him to form a bond with Hinata from a young age. Is that not a wonderful thing?" Then, the caged bird. Before Hayashi could finish, he saw his father's face grow cold and severe. The words caught in his throat. "The laws of our ancestors cannot be changed." "Hayashi," Genkai said, his tone even but his pale eyes filled with a chilling indifference that made Hayashi's skin crawl. Let go of these unrealistic fantasies. Hayashi slowly bowed his head. Long ago, in the Warring States period, the power of the Hyuga clan was second to none, not even to the Senju or the Uchiha. But over the centuries, the clan's influence had waned, its former glory a distant memory. The root of this decay was the system of the main and branch families. The children of the Soke, the main family, would forever be the Soke, tasked with leading the Hyuga. The children of the Bunk, the branch family, would forever be the Bunk, tasked with protecting the Soke. In Hayashi's view, this was completely detrimental to the clan's future. The foolish are designated as the main family, wasting resources. The talented are relegated to the branch family, their potential buried. Hayashi had a mind to reform the clan, to distinguish between main and branch based on talent and merit. A genius like Neji should be given the status of the main family, to carry the future of the clan on his shoulders. The less talented children would be designated as the branch family and given the caged bird curse seal, receiving the clan's protection in return. That's right. For the weaker members of the Hyuga, the curse seal was not a cage, but a form of protection. Its very existence deterred those with sinister intentions from coveting their Byakugan. Hayashi believed this philosophy could restore the clan's honor, that it could make the Hyuga great again. But to his astonishment, not a single member of the main family supported him. Not even his own father. The main family did not care for the clan's interests, only their own. Throughout history, individuals might betray their own interests, but a social class never would. A bitter smile touched Hayashi's lips. The clan head must obey the will of the clan, or else he will be abandoned by all. Uchiha Madara was the perfect example. He defied the will of his clan and was ultimately ostracized, forced to leave Konoha alone, an outcast. Changing a clan was not something one or two people could accomplish. If he insisted on pushing his ideals, his fate would be 100 times worse than Madara's. It probably wouldn't be long before he would commit suicide, after being stabbed in the back 8 times. Hyuga Genkai nodded, satisfied. Granting Neji one more year of freedom is the greatest tolerance the main family can show a genius. On the day of Hinata's birthday, you will place the caged bird upon him. I understand, Father-sama. Look, the Kumo delegation is here. The war. It's over. Long live the Hokage. As several Kumogakure shinobi, led by their Konoha escort, stepped through the village gates, the crowd of villagers gathered nearby erupted into cheers. Many spontaneously lined the streets, waving to show their goodwill to the Cloud Ninja. The villagers hated the Cloud Shinobi, but they hated war even more. The conflict that had raged for nearly 8 years was finally coming to an end. Every single villager's face was alight with a brilliant, heartfelt smile. Neji watched the scene, but he couldn't bring himself to smile at all. The joys and sorrows of others are not connected. To him, it was all just noise. It was a scene of vibrant celebration, but to Neji, it was like oil being poured on a raging fire, a beautiful display just before the inevitable explosion. He knew the truth. This Kumo delegation was here under the false pretense of signing a peace treaty. Their real mission was to kidnap Hinata. When the plot was exposed, the head Kumo envoy would be struck down and killed by Hayashi on the spot. And then, who could have predicted that Kumogakure would have the audacity to demand Hayashi's life in return? In the end, his father, Hizashi, would be offered up as the sacrificial lamb. Once his father was dead, his own life would become even worse. Ha! A sudden thought struck Neji, and his body began to tremble with a faint, excited shiver. What if the Kumo ninja kidnapped me instead of Hinata? When heaven closes a door, it opens a window. It opens a window. Kumogakure was a village that valued power above all else. The Reikage, while possessing the vision and courage befitting a Kage, were not above using underhanded tactics. If it would strengthen their village, they would take it. If they were strong enough, they would seize it by force. If not, they would steal it. First, it was Uzumaki Kushina. Later, it would have been Hyuga Hinata. Kumogakure was the best village in the shinobi world to live in, bar none. You never heard of the Reikage abusing or assassinating their Jinchuriki. You never heard of the Reikage students becoming international terrorists. You never heard of the Reikage suppressing clans with Kekkei Genkai through cruel policies. And you certainly never heard of any notable missing nin from Kumo. As for the Gold and Silver brothers who assassinated the second Reikage, that was just a coup d'état. A failed one is a coup, a successful one is a revolution. Ha! With a plan forming in his mind, a weight lifted from Neji's chest. If he was stolen away to Kumogakure, the worst that could happen is that they'd force him to be a stud to propagate the Byakugan. When he thought of blonde bombshells and dark-skinned beauties, Neji found that he could accept such a fate. The branch family had been so thoroughly oppressed by the main family that they had lost all their spirit. But Neji was different. He would rather be a breeding horse than a caged bird. For the sake of freedom, all else can be cast away. So this is Konoha, the most powerful of the hidden villages. Samui walked down the bustling street, her beautiful eyes wide with wonder as she took in the sights. Kumogakure was built on high mountain peaks, a vast and sparsely populated plateau where resources were incredibly scarce. Ninjutsu, secret techniques, even food and drink, everything had to be fought for. Konoha, by contrast, was nestled in a temperate, hilly region with vast tracts of fertile land and a thriving economy. It was the most resource-rich village in the world. Nominally a village, its size and population were no less than that of the Land of Fire's capital city. Beside her, a stern-faced, purple-haired man spoke slowly. The last time I was in Konoha was over 20 years ago. Samui smiled. I hope my next visit isn't another 20 years from now. The man's gaze was firm. It certainly won't be. As they turned a corner, a child in a hurry bumped squarely into Samui's leg. Oof. With a cry of surprise, the child fell backward onto the ground. Hey, you little brat. Watch where you're going, the Konoha ninja escorting them snapped, his face clouded with anger. The peace treaty was about to be signed. He couldn't afford an incident caused by some kid offending a Kumo kunoichi. Ugh, I hate sweets. Samui felt a sticky, unpleasant sensation on her leg, as if she'd been smeared with something unclean. Looking down, she saw a stick of three-colored dango on the ground. It was the sugary syrup. Chapter 3, The Ghost Who Did Not Die. Chapter 3, The Ghost Who Did Not Die. My dango. You owe me for my dango. Neji glanced at the three-colored dango lying ruined on the ground, then immediately threw himself forward, wrapping his arms around Samui's long leg and bursting into a theatrical wail. The Konoha shinobi's face darkened. Get away from her, you little brat, he snapped. The purple-haired man, however, stared at Neji's pure white eyes, and a hint of warmth softened his stern features. Samui, he said. You knocked him over. You should apologize. Take the boy to get some more dango. Understood. Samui replied with a slight nod, a glint of understanding flashing in her eyes. Seeing that the Kumo ninja weren't the least bit upset, the Konoha escort breathed a sigh of relief, chiding himself for being overly cautious. Kumogakure was clearly sincere about the peace treaty if they weren't bothered by such a trivial matter. Toroi-senpai, please follow me. Lead the way. The Konoha shinobi led Toroi away, leaving Neji and Samui standing alone. Neji looked up, but his view was completely obstructed by the snowy peaks of Samui's chest, preventing him from seeing her face. Samui crouched down, her voice a low, casual murmur. Hey, little one. How about I treat you to some dango, okay? A single snowflake drifted down, landing on one of the white peaks and trembling slightly with Samui's gentle breaths. Thank you, Wani-san. Neji's gaze followed the snowflake as it disappeared into that magnificent valley, and he nodded vigorously. As the old saying goes, a true hero loves to scale the highest mountains, no fine steed ever made its name on the flat plains. Samui thought she faintly heard the sound of Neji swallowing. But his youthful appearance was deceiving. She simply assumed he was just a boy who was incredibly hungry. How cute. Unable to resist, Samui reached out and ruffled Neji's hair. All right then, let's go. At the dango shop, a sweet aroma filled the air. Samui lifted Neji and set him down on an inner seat before taking the outer one for herself, effectively blocking the exit. As she placed their order, she asked in a conversational tone, "What's your name?" Hyuga Neji. Oh, from the Hyuga clan, Samui said, patting his head again. No wonder your eyes are different from everyone else's. I'm Samui. The waiter quickly brought over 10 skewers of three-colored dango and 2 drinks. Itadakamasu, Wani-san. Neji's eyes lit up, and he immediately grabbed a skewer and began to devour it. Slow down, no one's going to steal it from you, Samui said, sipping her drink. You have some too, Wani-san. Neji said thoughtfully, grabbing a skewer and offering it to her. I don't eat sweets. These are all for you. Samui stared into Neji's pale eyes, her curiosity piqued. Neji-kun, is there anything special about those eyes of yours? Neji paused his eating, looking at Samui with a clear, innocent expression that was completely disarming. Of course. I can see things from a kilometer away, I can see through walls, and I can see the flow of chakra and a person's tenketsu points. Normal eyes can't do that. That's amazing, Samui said, her eyes briefly flicking to Neji's smooth forehead. She smiled faintly. You must be from the main family, then. Neji shook his head. Not yet. But Lord Hayashi is going to grant me main family status soon. Oh. Samui looked surprised. Neji placed his hands on his hips, puffing out his chest with pride. My father is the head of the branch family, so by the rules, I'm from the branch family too. But I awakened my Byakugan when I was 3, which makes me the greatest genius in the history of the Hyuga clan. Lord Hayashi will definitely make an exception and give me main family status. Awakened it at 3. Samui's eyes narrowed slightly, and she couldn't help but run her tongue over her vibrant red lips. The Byakugan and the Sharingan were known as the two great dojutsu of Konoha. The Uchiha had a prodigy named Itachi who had awakened his Sharingan at 8, making a name for himself. For this little Hyuga from the branch family to awaken the Byakugan at 3 was truly remarkable. Impressive, right? I'm going to be the man who becomes Hokage one day, Wani-san. That's wonderful, Samui cooed, reaching out to pat his head again. Then she asked, Neji-kun, is there a difference between the Byakugan of the main and branch families? Neji looked at her and slowly shook his head. As long as the caged bird curse seal hadn't been applied, there was no difference. But once it was, the Byakugan's field of vision would be restricted, creating a 1-degree blind spot at the back of the neck. Of course, the 4-year-old Neji couldn't reveal such information. Good boy. Samui pinched his cheek, a smile playing in her eyes. In that short time, Neji had already devoured all the dango. He licked his lips and said, Wani-san, I want more. With a wave of her hand, Samui called out, Proprietor, 10 more skewers. That evening, in the residence assigned to the Kumogakure delegation, Toroi stood alone in the courtyard. You're here, he said, his face an emotionless mask. Did you bring what I asked for? Do you have any idea the risk I'm taking by meeting you here? A voice replied, materializing out of nowhere. It was raspy and grating, like two pieces of sheet metal scraping together. It was impossible to tell if it was male or female, or if it was even human. Toroi glanced at the snow in the courtyard, unconcerned. You don't need to worry about that. Konoha completely trusts Kumo's sincerity. They wouldn't dare place ANBU to spy on us at a time like this. The voice paused for a moment before continuing. Have you made your decision? Do not doubt my resolve, Toroi stated flatly. If you take this step, the raspy voice said, then regardless of success or failure, your life is forfeit. Toroi didn't answer. Instead, his eyes narrowed. Is what I asked for ready? There was a moment of silence. Then, a scroll dropped soundlessly onto the ground in front of him. Toroi opened it and scanned its contents. It was a map of the Hyuga clan compound. The layout of the buildings, the intersecting pathways, it was exquisitely detailed. Even the positions of the sentries, both seen and unseen, were clearly marked. The Hyuga clan compound was heavily guarded, and as a clan of dojutsu users, it was nearly impregnable. Not even Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, could have infiltrated it without being detected. The importance of this map was self-evident. Toroi expressionlessly rolled up the scroll. To be able to acquire a map this detailed. You must be a member of the Hyuga clan yourself, aren't you? The voice went silent for a moment, then spoke with a chilling coldness. I am a ghost who did not die completely. My only purpose for existing is to bring this rotten clan to ruin. To achieve this ideal, I will risk everything. Note, this ghost is not Neji. Such a pure and intense hatred. The speaker had to be from the branch family. A flicker of understanding passed through Toroi's eyes. If you ever find yourself with nowhere left to go, you can live out the rest of your days in Kumogakure. I will not leave Konoha until my clan is buried. Rest assured, Toroi said. My actions here, whether they succeed or fail, will be of great benefit to you. I wish you success. One last question. What is the difference between the Byakugan of the main and branch families? Fundamentally, there is no difference. What separates them into noble and servant is the caged bird curse seal. Late that night, Neji lay in bed, his mind heavy with worry. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It had been a week since his encounter with Samui, but the Kumo delegation had yet to make a move. Having set his plan in motion, Neji was beginning to have second thoughts. He couldn't be certain that the Kumo ninja would actually come for him. If they didn't come soon, he would have to take a desperate risk and defect to them directly. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard the faint sound of soft footsteps. Neji activated his Byakugan and detected two dark figures who had appeared in his courtyard at some unknown point. They're here. They're here. They finally came. Overjoyed, Neji quickly deactivated his Byakugan and lay perfectly still in his bed. The next moment, his vision was filled with a cascade of illusory white feathers. Temple of Nirvana technique. Neji's eyelids felt incredibly heavy. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, and his consciousness rapidly faded into darkness. Chapter 4, The Death of Toroi. Chapter 4, The Death of Toroi. Toroi handed the unconscious Neji to Samui, then turned his back to her, his gaze fixed on the distant Hyuga main family estate. His expression was resolute. Samui, I'm going for the main family's heiress. You take this boy and leave the village. Wait for me at the rendezvous point outside Konoha. If you see me before dawn, don't celebrate too soon, we'll return to Kumo together. If you don't see me, don't grieve too much. Just return to Kumo on your own. Toroi-senpai. That's an order. Yes, sir. At the Hyuga main family estate, a dark figure landed silently in the courtyard. Seeing the restless silhouette tossing and turning inside the room, Toroi formed the hand signs and used the same jutsu as before. As the cascade of white feathers drifted into Hinata's room, her heavy breathing soon settled into a peaceful, steady rhythm. Toroi slipped into the room, tucked Hinata under his arm, and moved to make his escape. But before he could even leave the estate, another shadow leaped from the front courtyard, blocking his path. Hyuga Hayashi stared at the black-clad intruder, his eyes shifting to the small form of his daughter in the man's arms. The initial shock on his face vanished, replaced by an uncontainable rage. To commit theft within the Hyuga compound, the audacity was staggering. Hayashi activated his Byakugan, the veins at his temples bulging as he charged straight for Toroi. A sharp glint flashed in Toroi's eyes. Hyuga Hayashi's reaction was a bit sluggish. Perhaps years of living a privileged life had dulled his shinobi instincts, or perhaps he had never imagined that someone would dare to break into the Hyuga compound. In either case, his guard was down. Fortunately, he had finally been discovered. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Karigakure Jonin, AO, had managed to take a Byakugan from a member of the Hyuga main family and successfully transplant it, greatly increasing his own power. This incident had revealed to the world a key difference between the Byakugan and the Sharingan. The Sharingan was a domineering dojutsu, even a successful transplant placed an immense burden on the user's body. The Byakugan, however, was far more compatible, with a higher success rate and minimal physical rejection. Now, on the black market, a single Byakugan was worth 35 million ryo. Kumogakure didn't lack for ninjutsu or secret techniques. What it lacked was a top-tier Kekkei Genkai like the Byakugan or Sharingan. The Sharingan was out of the question. Not even Kumo would dare to provoke those Uchiha madmen. The Hyuga clan, by comparison, was a much softer target. But Kumogakure's appetite was large. They didn't want a single Byakugan, they wanted the bloodline itself. To use the peace treaty as a cover to steal a Hyuga child, that was Toroi's first mission. Having successfully abducted Neji, the mission was already complete. His insistence on taking Hinata as well was for the sake of his second mission. To die at the hands of Hyuga Hayashi. The village would use his death to pressure Konoha, demanding they hand over the murderer, Hayashi. If Konoha refused, Kumo would declare war. If Konoha refused and chose war, it would be playing right into Kumogakure's hands. The fourth Hokage and his wife were dead, victims of the Nine-Tails attack. Orochimaru had defected. Tsunade and Jiraiya were nowhere to be found. The tension between the Uchiha and the village leadership was at a breaking point. The current Konoha was a sick tiger. Kumogakure had no reason to fear it. No matter the outcome, it was a huge win for Kumo. The price to be paid was not so high, merely the life of a single Kumo envoy. Toroi had volunteered for this glorious and great mission. The fourth Raikage had agreed. After all, only a battle-hardened veteran like Toroi had any chance of pulling it off. It is only death, Toroi thought with a silent, inner laugh. Swoosh. He tossed Hinata toward Hayashi, then whipped out a red scroll. With a sharp tug, two massive shuriken shot out, screaming through the air. Hayashi gently caught his daughter. By then, the two Fuma shuriken were already upon him. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Taking a deep breath, Hayashi expelled chakra from every tenketsu point on his body, instantly forming a massive, rotating sphere of chakra around himself. Clang. Clang. The shuriken struck the protective dome and were sent flying harmlessly away. Using that brief opening, Hayashi used the body flicker technique to appear directly in front of Toroi, his hand a blur. The first palm strike hit Toroi's shoulder, paralyzing half his body. The second strike hit his chest, instantly shattering his heart. Toroi coughed up a great mouthful of blood and fell backward onto the ground, unable to move. Just before he hit the snow, he whispered, "Hyuga Hayashi is nothing special." Hearing this, Hayashi's brow furrowed. He couldn't comprehend the final words of this audacious thief. The man's skills were mediocre, not even on par with an average Hyuga Chunin. To attempt to kidnap the main family heiress with such a low level of ability was sheer arrogance. Could he be some bounty hunter who overestimated himself? Just as this doubt entered Hayashi's mind, he heard a sharp clang from behind him, the sound of something metal hitting the ground. Startled, Hayashi spun around, and his eyes widened in shock. It was another Fuma shuriken, but unlike the others, this one was made of a transparent material, making it almost impossible to detect, even with the Byakugan. A look of utter disbelief crossed Hayashi's face. He threw 3 shuriken, but I only saw 2. Does that mean he had a chance to kill me? No, that's impossible. I killed him with 2 strikes. He was weak. How could he possibly possess that kind of power? And if he did have the power to kill me, how could he have been defeated so easily? A deep sense of unease washed over him, and Hayashi's brow tightened. He took 2 steps forward and knelt, pulling the black mask from Toroi's face. Hayashi froze. Beneath the mask was a face of rugged determination. His expression was peaceful, and his deep-set eyes even seemed to hold the faintest trace of a smile. In an instant, the strangely familiar face triggered a memory, and a violent shiver ran down Hayashi's spine. He felt as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss, a bone-deep chill seeping into him that he couldn't shake. Toroi. How could it be Toroi? With great effort, Neji forced his heavy eyelids open. His blurry vision slowly came into focus. He sprang to his feet with a single, fluid motion. Not far away, slumped against a tree stump, was a corpse with a long sword run through its chest. The figure wore an animal mask and a standard-issue green flak jacket. Judging by the still warm blood, he had been dead for no more than 10 minutes. So, the Kumo ninja did take me. But where am I? Veins bulged at his temples as Neji activated his Byakugan to survey the area. He was in a grove of palm trees. 2 kilometers ahead lay the vast, endless ocean. Palm trees, the ocean. Does that mean this is the northern border of the Land of Fire? As his vision expanded, dozens of bodies came into view. The area was scarred by the aftermath of explosive tags and ninjutsu. Then, at the very edge of his sight, Neji detected 2 faint chakra signatures. There were survivors. Chapter 5, Hand over the corpse of the murderer, Hyuga Hayashi. Chapter 5, Hand over the corpse of the murderer, Hyuga Hayashi. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Samui struggled to pull a senbon from her abdomen, her eyes fixed warily on the barely breathing ANBU captain a short distance away. Dawn had come, but Toroi had not returned. She and the other Kumo shinobi sent to meet them had been forced to begin their escape back to the Land of Lightning. They were ambushed by ANBU at the border. All the other Kumo ninja had been killed in the ensuing battle. She herself was covered in wounds, with no strength left to fight. Cough, cough. The ANBU captain coughed twice, a trickle of blood seeping from beneath his mask. He was in no better shape than Samui. But this was the border of the Land of Fire, reinforcements would arrive soon. Rustle. A sound suddenly came from the nearby bushes. Both Samui and the ANBU captain tensed, whipping their heads toward the noise. A panicked-looking Hyuga Neji emerged from the foliage and ran straight toward the ANBU captain. The captain let out a slow breath of relief. His mission was to either retrieve or kill Hyuga Neji. Under no circumstances could the cloud be allowed to obtain a living Byakugan bloodline. Of course, bringing the boy back unharmed was the ideal outcome. Neji's young face was a mask of fear. He looked at the ANBU captain and stammered, Are you, okay? I'll live, the captain rasped. There are some soldier pills and bandages in my ninja pouch. Help me get them out. As he spoke, the ANBU captain's eyes narrowed slightly, every muscle in his body tensing. Okay. Neji knelt in front of him, his hand reaching for the pouch. Fwish. A glint of cold steel flashed in the morning light. In that exact same instant, the ANBU captain moved, flicking a shuriken held between his fingers from an impossible angle, straight at Neji's chest. The next moment, Neji was rolling clumsily on the ground, clutching his now bloody chest and gasping for air. The ANBU captain, however, now had a single, thin senbon embedded in his throat. A life for a wound. Incredible, Neji said, his heart still pounding with fear. ANBU were the elite. An ANBU captain was the elite of the elite. The man was already severely wounded, yet he had still nearly managed to counterkill him during a surprise attack. Samui sat on the ground, completely stunned, her mind struggling to process what had just happened. She had never imagined that Neji would suddenly attack the ANBU captain, much less succeed in killing him. Kid, do you have any idea what you're doing? Neji didn't answer. Instead, he walked over to the captain's body, raised his small, pale hand, and focused the little chakra he had left into his palm. He struck the dead man's chest with a gentle fist attack. This action only deepened Samui's confusion. Wani-san, Neji explained seriously, I used the gentle fist to destroy his heart from the inside. From now on, we're on the same side. A look of surprise spread across Samui's face, followed by a bright smile. Yes, of course. We're on the same side. Neji's actions were completely beyond her expectations. But if he was willing to return to Kumogakure with her, it was far better than having to drag him back by force. This place was too dangerous to linger. More ANBU could arrive at any moment. After quickly bandaging her wounds, Samui flew through a series of hand signs for a summoning jutsu. Poof. With a burst of white smoke, a large sea turtle appeared before them. Samui picked Neji up and jumped onto its back. Let's go, Neji-kun. We're going home. When we get to Kumo, I'll still be your One-san. The turtle dove into the ocean, swimming swiftly in the direction of the land of lightning. Neji rested his head on Samui's shoulder and watched the land of fire grow smaller and smaller in the distance before finally closing his eyes. With this departure, he was like a bird taking to the sky, or a fish returning to the sea. He would never be bound again. Konoha publicly condemned Kimogakure for its despicable act of using a peace treaty as a front to steal the Byakugan. They had expected ashamed Kimogakure to remain silent. Who could have possibly predicted that the cloud would flatly deny ever having contact with Hyuga Neji or abducting Hyuga Hinata? They even had the gall to accuse Konoha of having no sincerity for peace, of brutally murdering the Kumo envoy Toroi, and then shamelessly demanded that Konoha hand over the corpse of the murderer, Hyuga Hayashi, or face open war. This outrageous reversal of blame enraged countless Konoha shinobi who still possessed a shred of warrior pride. But at the same time, public opinion within the village shifted, pushing the Hyuga clan into the eye of the storm. Are we going to war again? It's been 8 years, when will days like these ever end? This is all the Hyuga clan's fault. They caught the guy, why did they have to kill him? Peace was so hard won. We can't go to war with the cloud just for the sake of the Hyuga. A tide of public resentment washed over the Hyuga clan, threatening to drown them. Caught in the center of this vortex, Hyuga Hayashi spent his nights sleepless and his days without food or water. He couldn't help but think how similar this situation was to what had happened to Konoha's White Fang all those years ago. On this day, Hiruzen Sarutobi convened a council meeting to discuss their next move. As soon as the meeting began, Hayashi took a deep breath and spoke. Hokage-sama, this entire incident has been a conspiracy by Kimogakure from the very beginning. Their goal isn't just the Byakugan bloodline, but war itself. Hayashi, I know it's a conspiracy. Everyone in this room knows it's a conspiracy, Hiruzen said, removing his pipe and slowly shaking his head. But from the moment Toroi died, whether it was a conspiracy or not ceased to matter. There was a hint of resentment in the third Hokage's heart. He was resentful of the fourth Raikage for lacking the dignity of a Kage and resorting to such despicable means, and he was resentful of Hayashi for his heavy-handedness, for poking a hole in the sky. After a moment's pause, Hiruzen added, we have already made the truth of Toroi's death public. We have also confirmed that Hyuga Neji is currently in Kimogakure. But who is going to care about any of that? Silence fell over the council chamber. Everyone knew that when dealing with the bandits of Kimogakure, who believed only in power, reason was useless. Sigh. Mito Kato Hamura lamented, if only Hayashi hadn't killed Toroi, there might still be room to salvage this. Hayashi's face stiffened. Was it his fault? In that situation, any father would have done everything in his power to protect his child. Beside him, Nara Shikaku remained silent, his face an unreadable mask. Mito Kato Hamura was thinking too simply. What kind of shinobi was Toroi? He was a famed user of magnet release, with a record of killing several elite jonin during the Third Great War. In terms of pure skill, he was by no means inferior to Hayashi. If Toroi hadn't wanted to die, Hayashi could never have killed him. And if Toroi was determined to die at Hayashi's hands, there was nothing Hayashi could have done to stop it. There was no way around it. Konoha had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Even Shikaku hadn't expected the power-obsessed Kimogakure to suddenly resort to such a cunning scheme. At that moment, Shimura Danzo, seated to Hiruzen's far left, tapped his cane on the floor. His voice was cold. Hiruzen, what are you hesitating for? If Kimogakure wants a war, then fine. We will give them one. Do those bandits truly believe that Konoha is weak and can be bullied? Hiruzen glanced at Danzo, puffing on his pipe without a word, utterly unmoved by his old rival's predictable outrage. Chapter 6, The Will of Fire, an Utter Joke. Chapter 6, The Will of Fire, an Utter Joke. He saw the leader of the root as a man blinded by rage, but as Hokage, he had to consider the bigger picture. Kimogakure's first move had already backed Konoha into an impossible corner. As it stood, they had only two options. 1. Assemble their forces and prepare for a bloody war with the cloud. 2. Sacrifice Hyuga Hayashi to appease them. To reignite the flames of war would mean the deaths of many, many people. While Konoha had been weakened in recent years, its foundation was still strong. It was entirely possible they could win a conflict with Kumo, but the cost would be grievous. Furthermore, if the other great villages saw an opportunity and decided to attack, Konoha would be overwhelmed. But the most crucial point was that Kimogakure had given them another option. Hand over the body of Hyuga Hayashi. This choice held the Hokage hostage, and it held every clan in the village hostage with him. Human nature is to seek advantage and avoid harm, it is fundamentally selfish. As long as their own interests were not at stake, the other shinobi clans of the village would not cut off their own flesh to fight for the Hyuga. A heavy silence hung in the council room. After everyone had their fill of second-hand smoke, and as Shimura Danzo's face grew darker and darker, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke. The village needs time to heal and grow strong. We cannot afford another war. As his words fell, the expressions around the room varied. Shimura Danzo let out a cold snort, the word displeased all but written on his face. Mito Kato Hamura and Udatane Koharu could only let out resigned sighs. Nara Shikaku's face remained an impassive mask from beginning to end. He knew Hiruzen Sarutobi all too well. The third Hokage had spent his life seeking stability, to the point where he sometimes appeared weak and indecisive. This decision was exactly what Shikaku had expected. He cast a helpless, pitying glance at Hayashi, whose face was now as pale as a sheet of paper. Hiruzen continued, his voice calm. Of course, the Hyuga are our precious comrades, and the village will never allow a comrade to be sacrificed. We will set this matter aside for now. The village will enter into negotiations with the Cloud, and rest assured, we will argue our case with all our might. When the third Hokage finished speaking, the room fell into a deathly silence. Hearing this, a flash of fury broke through the pallor of Hyuga Hayashi's face. Hiruzen's words, while seemingly defending the Hyuga, had already made his choice clear. He was going to sell him out to quell Kumobakuru's anger. The Cloud Village was a place where power was supreme, they were not people who listened to reason. That was the one thing everyone in the room had already agreed upon. To hope for a resolution through negotiation was completely unrealistic. Hiruzen was just playing politics, trying to keep his own hands clean. He was the Hokage. If he actively prepared for a war with Kumo, the village would inevitably suffer heavy losses. When that time came, Hiruzen would be held responsible, and he would likely be forced to resign in disgrace once again. At the same time, he couldn't openly force the Hyuga clan to hand over Hayashi's body, as that would tarnish the honor of the Hokage. The will of fire. What a complete and utter joke. With a roar, Hyuga Hayashi slammed his hands on the table, flipping it over. He rose to his feet and stormed out of the council room without a single look back, his face a mask of cold fury. Neither Hamura, nor Koharu, nor even Danzo admonished him for his disrespect. In truth, Danzo had guessed before the meeting even began that Hiruzen would allow Hayashi to be sacrificed. But to actually hear those words come from Hiruzen's mouth still filled him with a profound sense of disappointment and sorrow. Konoha was the strongest of the hidden villages. It once was, and it still was. But now, its leader, the Hokage, was tacitly agreeing to sacrifice a comrade in exchange for peace. In his eyes, Hiruzen had grown old. He had lost his edge. He was no longer the same Hiruzen Sarutobi he once knew. As the meeting dispersed, Danzo looked at Hiruzen, his voice laced with disappointment. Hiruzen, our sensei died to protect his comrades. If he were here, he would never have made a choice like this. Hiruzen kept the pipe in his mouth, slowly closing his eyes. As he saw it, Danzo was blinded by a momentary fit of anger and humiliation, unable to see the larger strategic situation. You're right, Danzo, he said softly. Our sensei would have sacrificed himself to protect us. He would never betray a comrade. But I am forced to. Because I do not have our master's strength. Do you understand? You will regret this, Hiruzen. Do not do anything rash, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Bang. Danzo slammed the door behind him. Soon, only Hiruzen remained in the council room. He turned and looked at the Hokage rock, his gaze resting on the second face carved into the mountain. He murmured to himself, you never know how difficult it is until you've walked the path yourself. Sensei. I have spent my life walking on thin ice. Do you think I can ever reach the heights you did? Swoosh. A white-haired shinobi suddenly appeared in the room. Hokage-sama, why? Kakashi was a member of the ANBU directly under Hiruzen's command and was held in high regard. Hiruzen had specifically arranged for him to listen to the meeting from the shadows. Kakashi had thought that his years in the ANBU, carrying out the village's dirtiest missions, had made him accustomed to the darkness. But he never could have imagined that the Hokage himself, the man who spoke of the will of fire at every opportunity, would bow to the unreasonable demands of the Cloud. Kakashi. Come, sit here. Hiruzen removed the pipe from his mouth, pulled Kakashi over, and gently pushed him down into the chair he had just vacated. Kakashi's body went rigid, taken aback by the honor. This was the Hokage's chair. Hiruzen refilled his pipe with tobacco as he spoke. You are the Hokage now. You must think like a Hokage. Tell me, Kakashi, he began, his voice low. If you choose to go to war with the Cloud, and when the war is over, the old women of the village come to you asking for their sons, the women asking for their husbands, and the children asking for their fathers, what will you tell them? Kakashi was stunned into silence, unable to answer. Hiruzen pressed on. If by sacrificing one person, you can save thousands of shinobi, would you, as Hokage, refuse? Kakashi closed his eye, forcing the words out from his throat, one by one. If the one to be sacrificed were me, I would not hesitate for a moment. He spoke with the conviction of a true shinobi. And Hiruzen believed him. He knew Kakashi had the resolve to sacrifice himself for peace. But if the one to be sacrificed, Kakashi continued, his voice hardening, were my respected sensei, or my precious comrades, I would never allow it. Hearing this, Hiruzen thought of Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin, who had died in the last war, and of Minato and Kushina. Their successive deaths had plunged Kakashi into an endless darkness, one he had yet to climb out of. But if the one to be sacrificed, Kakashi finished, his voice barely a whisper, were anyone else, I cannot find a reason to refuse. Exactly, Hiruzen said softly. You see, Kakashi. This is the better choice. Kakashi was silent for a long time before finally, slowly, nodding his head. He looked as if all the life had been drained from him, leaving only a withered husk. A moment later, a thought seemed to strike him. Hokage-sama, he asked, what about the will of fire? Hiruzen's expression soured. He turned his back to Kakashi. You're tired, Kakashi. I'm giving you a month's leave. Get some rest. Kakashi's brow furrowed. He had avoided the question. Clearly, the will of fire and the sacrifice of Hyuga Hayashi could not both be right. And what could he do about it? Nothing. He could do nothing. Just like when his father had been driven to his death by those people all those years ago. And back then, what role did the Hokage play in my father's death? The thought was terrifying. Kakashi shook his head, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. Hokage-sama, during my leave, I would like to look after that boy, Naruto. Hiruzen was silent for a moment, then nodded. Very well. You may go. But remember this, he is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki first, and Minato's son second. I understand. Chapter 7, The Last Words of Hyuga Hisashi. Chapter 7, The Last Words of Hyuga Hisashi. I did not die to protect the main family. I died to protect my brother and my village. Though Neji is my son, he has betrayed his clan, his village, and his country. His crimes are unforgivable. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. The fourth Raikage, contemplated for a moment before handing the letter in his hands to his aide, Dodai. His expression was stern. Dodai, what do you make of this? Dodai took the letter and scanned it, his brow furrowing. Hyuga Hisashi was pushed forward as a scapegoat, but it seems he bears no hatred for the main family. Instead, all his hatred is directed at his son, Neji, for defecting from Konoha. For the bond between father and son to be so weak, the Hyuga clan is truly a strange one. The Raikage shook his head. Dodai, what the eye sees is not always the truth. Dodai raised an eyebrow. Raikage-sama, are you suggesting there's something wrong with Hisashi's last words? A nodded. Whether Hisashi sacrificed himself willingly is unknown. Whether these words truly came from his mouth is also unknown. But from a practical standpoint, a testament like this is of great benefit to the Hyuga clan and to Konoha. Therefore, the possibility that it was fabricated is very high. That does make sense. Dodai's expression shifted, a sharp glint in his eye. Hyuga Hisashi was the head of the branch family and held considerable prestige among its members. For such a man to be senselessly sacrificed, anyone with a shred of dignity would find it unbearable. So, to preserve the honor of the Hyuga clan, the main family likely forged his last words, tying Hisashi's death to the life of his brother, Hayashi, and the interests of the village. As for the second statement, it most likely had the hand of the Hokage's faction behind it. There were only two possible futures for Neji. One was to be rescued or eliminated by Konoha. The other was to remain in Kumogakure, either as a breeding stud or as a Kumo shinobi. While Konoha was a sick tiger, it still possessed the largest number of elite shinobi in the world. Rescuing Neji would be difficult, but not impossible. However, given the Hyuga clan's rigid moral code, even if Neji were brought back, merely keeping his life would be a luxury, let alone having any kind of future. As for dispatching elite ANBU to eliminate him, that would be a much simpler and more direct solution. If Dodai were in Konoha's position, he would definitely choose to kill Neji. For Konoha, trading a comrade for peace was a great shame. Killing Neji would be the most reliable way to wash away this dark chapter of their history with blood. The public has a short memory. In a decade or so, who would even remember this father and son? With Hisashi's purported last words, Hiruzen Sarutobi would have all the justification he needed to eliminate Hyuga Neji. Assuming both statements were forgeries, the motives were clear. But what if the words were genuine? Dodai couldn't be sure. But one thing was certain, if those words truly came from Hyuga Hisashi, then the man was beyond saving and utterly undeserving of sympathy. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Dodai looked at the Raikage. Raikage-sama, what do you intend to do with Neji? I didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, Dodai, what do you think I should do? A gleam of cunning shone in Dodai's single eye. Our objective in capturing a Hyuga child was to acquire the Byakugan bloodline. Therefore, I suggest we raise Neji and use him as a stud. In 20 years, Kumogakure will have its own large and powerful Byakugan clan. I nodded. The lowest risk for the highest reward. Your idea is sound. Then, Reikage-sama, you agree? Dodai asked. The Reikage shook his head. No. I refuse. Dodai's face showed a hint of confusion. I had always been an excellent leader who listened to the counsel of his subordinates. It was rare for him to flatly reject their advice. Why? Dodai asked, his curiosity piqued. Samui mentioned that the boy gave up a chance to return to Konoha and came to us of his own free will, A explained. If I were to treat him as a mere breeding stud, what would the world say? That Kumogakure has no magnanimity for those who seek refuge with us. Is that the only reason? Dodai's expression stiffened for a moment, but it quickly melted into a smile. This was why he followed her with such unwavering loyalty. He was moved by the Reikage's breadth of character. No, that is only one reason. Oh. Dodai raised an eyebrow. Before we make any decisions, let's meet the boy. I said no more, instead summoning an ANBU operative. Samui, Lord Reikage has summoned Neji. A dark figure appeared outside the window, speaking softly to the well-endowed Kunoichi. Understood. Samui's eyes narrowed. After a moment of thought, she put the food she was holding into the refrigerator, then took Neji's small hand and led him out of the residence toward the Reikage's office. They walked in silence for a time. The scenery in Kumo is quite special, isn't it, Neji? Samui finally said, rubbing her sore shoulder to break the silence. Yes, it's very special, Neji replied softly, his eyes taking in the sheer mountain peaks that pierced the clouds on either side of the stone steps. Then, silence fell between them once more. The strange and magnificent sight of the mountain peaks was a novelty for Neji, who had lived on the plains in both of his lives. But truthfully, at this moment, he was in no mood to appreciate the view. He was too busy contemplating how the fourth Reikage would deal with him, and what he could do to improve his own situation. Samui glanced down at the pensive boy, a brow arched. After spending several days with him, she felt she had a good grasp of his temperament. Though he was only 4, he had the maturity of someone much older, and talking with him often felt like conversing with a peer. Looking at the worry on his face, Samui hesitated for a long moment before saying, Neji, from what I know of Lord Reikage, I'm sure he'll make proper arrangements for you, and if the worst should happen, I'll take care of you. Thank you, Wani-san, Neji said, his eyes downcast. The Yatsuki clan had lived on the high plateaus of the Land of Lightning for centuries, renowned throughout the shinobi world for their strength and unity. I was a quintessential member of this clan. He was fiercely loyal to his own people. Unlike Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was deferential to outsiders but iron-fisted with his own. The problem was, simply being in Kumogakure didn't make him one of their own. Kumo had gone to great lengths to acquire the Byakugan for one reason, to propagate the bloodline on their own soil. The worst-case scenario was being used as a stud. Unless it was absolutely necessary, or unless he had a change of heart one day, Neji had no desire for that fate. If he could make the Reikage see that his value was greater than that of a simple breeding horse, perhaps he could secure a better position for himself. And so, Neji prepared to paint a very grand picture for the Reikage's office is just ahead, Samui said. Don't overthink things. Just prepare to meet him. There were some things Samui left unsaid. Whatever the outcome, Neji could not change it. And if you can't change your fate, you might as well lie back and enjoy it. The women of Kumogakure weren't so bad. Besides, if he didn't like them, they could always go and steal some from other villages. Chapter 8, Neji, give me 10 years, and I will give you a great hidden cloud. Chapter 8, Neji, give me 10 years, and I will give you a great hidden cloud. Creak. The office door was pulled open from the inside. Samui looked at Neji and gave him a small, encouraging nod. The moment that would decide his fate had arrived. Neji took a deep breath and strode into the Reikage's office. The room was so Spartan it was almost shocking. There was a single desk, a sofa, and some training equipment. Nothing else. Perhaps they break things too often, and having valuables would be a waste of money. Neji mused. A powerfully built young man with a massive frame sat behind the desk, watching Neji with a look of keen interest. He had short blonde hair, a bare chest, and muscles that bulged like they were forged from solid steel. This was the fourth Reikage. Standing respectfully by his side was a middle-aged man with a single eye, who regarded Neji with a curious gaze. Neji vaguely recalled this man from the original story, though his role had been minor. He was Dodai, a senior advisor to the Cloud, a man who had served 2 Reikage and was known as the brains behind their leadership. Hyuga Neji said, dropping to one knee in a sign of respect. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Reikage, Dodai-senpai. Neji, the Reikage's deep voice rumbled. It's not often a little brat like you catches my interest. You're one of the few. He gave Dodai a subtle, almost imperceptible glance. Dodai crossed his arms, his face taking on an arrogant cast. Hyuga Neji. You came to the hidden cloud of your own accord. To have such resolve, you must have a clear understanding of your own situation. I have already advised Lord Rakage to raise you as a breeding stud. If they were truly going to make him a breeding stud, there would be no need to announce it so bluntly. Neji knew instantly, the test was beginning. He took a slow, silent breath. His young face remained a placid mask, as calm and unmoving as a stone. Perhaps you don't yet know what a breeding stud is. Dodai pressed, a hint of surprise in his voice at Neji's composure. He narrowed his eye and continued, his tone turning menacing. It means we lock you in a small room. You'll be well fed and kept safe, but you will never be free again. Any female in the village, from a 6-year-old girl to a 60-year-old crone, can come and play with you. And this will continue until the very end of your life. Dodai described the miserable fate with a vicious tone. Any other child would have been terrified, their legs shaking. But Neji remained perfectly serene, completely unfazed by Dodai's grim threats. This reaction made Dodai begin to take Neji seriously. This boy was no simple child. He was unnervingly precocious, nothing like a normal 4-year-old. At that moment, Neji looked past the advisor and directly at the Rakage. He pressed his lips together and spoke, his voice clear and steady. Lord Rakage, give me 10 years, and I will give you a great hidden cloud village. His words hung in the air. A's face was a picture of shock. Even Dodai, a man who rarely showed his emotions, couldn't hide the astonishment in his eye. It was an outrageous, arrogant boast. But coming from the dead serious expression on Neji's childish face, it momentarily stunned both of the powerful men. But only for a moment. Dodai quickly recovered, putting on an expression of anger. Humph. An ignorant little brat. And what, exactly, are you going to use to back up a claim like that, huh? Neji turned to face him, his voice ringing with conviction. Dodai-senpai, within me lies the ultimate power of the Hyuga clan. If you just give me enough time, I can help the hidden cloud dominate the entire shinobi world. A leaned forward slightly, his massive frame shifting. He seemed intrigued by Neji's mention of an ultimate power. Oh. A sharp light glinted in Dodai's eye as he continued his interrogation. What ultimate power? Explain. The Byakugan and the Sharingan are known as the two great dojutsu of the shinobi world, Neji began. And a step beyond the 3 Tomo Sharingan is the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. We know all this. Get to the point, Dodai said, his single eye narrowing. While the Byakugan was on par with the Sharingan, its strength was primarily in its strategic value. In terms of individual combat power, it was inferior. Moreover, the Sharingan could evolve into the Mangekyo, a transformation that brought a qualitative leap in power, guaranteeing the user Kaga-level strength at a minimum. The point, Neji said, his voice dropping slightly, is that just like the Sharingan, the Byakugan can also evolve. These eyes of mine can evolve into the Tensigen. And that is a power on a level far beyond the Mangekyo Sharingan. Whether a pure-blooded Hyuga could actually awaken the Tensigen was currently unknown to him. But he was painting a grand picture, and the absolute truth of it didn't matter right now. The Tensigen. Dodai's brow furrowed. The Byakugan could evolve. And into something even stronger than the Mangekyo. Did Hayashi know about this? The idea sounded like a wild fantasy. Behind the desk, however, A leaned forward even further. It was clear that some part of this resonated with him. Decades ago, a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan appeared within the Uchiha clan, Dodai challenged, his face stern. But in all the years since Konoha was founded, the Hyuga have never once produced this Tensigen you speak of. So what proof do you have? Dodai-senpai, the Mangekyo Sharingan has been absent from the world for decades. As a power that surpasses it, the Tensigen is naturally even rarer and more difficult to awaken. Heh. So what I'm hearing is, you have no way to prove the Tensigen exists. Everything you've said is a lie. This guy is hard to fool. Neji took a sharp, inward breath. After a moment of thought, he said, my father once told me that the history of the Hyuga clan contains a clear record of the Tensigen's appearance. Dodai crossed his arms. If it has appeared before, he asked with a smirk, then who was it that awakened it? A legendary shinobi, Neji said without hesitation. Hyuga Tenjin. The name Hyuga Tenjin had never appeared in the original story. But that didn't stop Neji from using it to bluff Dodai. Hyuga Tenjin. The highest level of a powerful figure is when you hear their name and you just know they're strong. Dodai mulled it over. He was now about 50% convinced. For a 4-year-old child to calmly invent such incredible terms as Tensigen and Hyuga Tenjin under his intense questioning was, in itself, extraordinary. Of course, it was only 50%. I possess the potential to awaken the Tensigen. That is the basis of my confidence, Neji said, looking straight at A. But I cannot offer you concrete proof right now. Whether you choose to believe me is your right and your freedom, Lord Rakage. What I can guarantee is that, with time, I can bring an unprecedented opportunity to the hidden cloud. I understand that in your high position, you must consider many things. But allowing me to join your village is a decision where the benefits far outweigh the risks. The only question is whether you, Lord Rakage, have the courage to take such a gamble. My courage, is it? A looked at the unflappable boy before him, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. Suddenly, a wide grin broke across his face. Neji, you are a very interesting brat, he boomed, a laugh in his voice. I accept. From this day forward, you are a member of the Hidden Cloud Village. You will be granted the highest level of treatment and benefits. All of Kumogakure's training resources, and all of its secret jutsu, will be open to you without condition. Chapter 9, The Giant Tensigen and Hyuga Tenjin. Chapter 9, The Giant Tensigen and Hyuga Tenjin. A's expression was firm as he looked at Neji, his words ringing with conviction. Neji was momentarily stunned. It wasn't the fact that the Rakage had accepted him that was so surprising, but the incredibly generous terms he was offering. To raise him as a breeding stud would have cost them almost nothing, and in 20 years, they would have an elite clan of Byakugan users. To raise him as a Kumo shinobi, on the other hand, was not only a drain on resources, but if he were to die prematurely, they would be left with nothing. From Neji's perspective, simply being accepted into the Hidden Cloud as an ordinary shinobi was already more than he could have hoped for. He had never dreamed of receiving such privileged treatment. Unconditional access to all resources and all secret jutsu. That was a privilege reserved for only the highest echelons of the Cloud's leadership. Why? Could the grand picture I painted have truly moved him so much? Lord Rakage, is this truly appropriate? Dodai, standing beside him, was equally bewildered. My mind is made up, Dodai. A said, his gaze unwavering as he looked at his advisor. Dodai opened his mouth to protest, but seeing the resolute look on the Rakage's face, he held his tongue. The fourth Rakage was a wise leader who knew how to delegate and was open to advice, but once he made a decision, not even 10 bulls could drag him back. With a helpless smile, Dodai said no more. Thank you, Lord Rakage. Seeing that I was not joking, a smile finally broke across Neji's solemn face. He knelt and bowed deeply. A's expression suddenly turned grave. He took out the letter containing Hisashi's last words and handed it to Neji. Neji, he said with a sigh, your father, Hyuga Hisashi, took his own life in place of his brother. These were his final words. Neji took the letter, but without even looking at it, he tore it into shreds. Why did you do that? A asked, confused. Tears welled in Neji's eyes, his voice thick with hatred. From the day the caged bird was placed upon him, my father was no longer a free man. His life was imprisoned. He never lived a single day for himself. In life, he lost his freedom to speak. In death, he lost even the freedom to remain silent. The debt that the Hyuga and Konoha owe him. I will collect it from them, piece by piece. Looking at the tear-streaked face of the 4-year-old, Dodai sighed inwardly. This child was an avenger, destined to walk a path lined with thorns. A's large hand clamped down on Neji's shoulder, lifting him up as if he were a kitten. Neji. From now on, think of the Hidden Cloud as your new home. Even the normally stern Dodai managed a small smile. That's right, kid. We're all your family now. I'm sure you'll come to like it here. Then, A tossed Neji to Samui. Samui, I'm leaving this boy in your care from now on. Yes, Lord Rakage. Neji's face was buried in a sea of soft, white peaks as Samui carried him from the office. After they had left, Dodai immediately turned to the Rakage. Lord Rakage, why? He had expected A to raise Neji as a Kumo shinobi, but he had never imagined he would grant him the highest possible privileges. There is no other reason, A said, his voice low and serious. The boy is worth it. Question mark. Dodai's brow furrowed in confusion. A looked at the portrait of the third Rakage on the wall. Dodai, the potential of an ordinary shinobi is set from birth. No matter how hard they train, they can never reach the level of a Kage in their lifetime. The rank of Kage is the pinnacle for thousands of shinobi. And yet, in the face of true power, even a Kage is as weak as an ant. Dodai's eye narrowed. The Kage the Rakage spoke of included himself, and even the Rakage of past generations. The strongest of them all was undoubtedly the third, who had fought the Eight Tails to a standstill and battled tens of thousands of Iwadakure shinobi. If the third Rakage was as weak as an ant, then the true power I spoke of could only refer to the two legends of the shinobi world, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. There were disparities between ninja. But the gap between those two and a Kage was likely as vast as the gap between a Kage and an ordinary shinobi. According to the stories passed down by the village elders, even the slightly weaker of the two, Uchiha Madara, had been powerful enough to take on all 5 Kage at once. And Senju Hashirama, hailed by all as the god of shinobi, was on another level entirely. The Nine-Tails, the strongest of the tailed beasts, was like a mere chick in his hands. Thinking of this, Dodai asked in disbelief, Lord Raikage, you can't possibly believe that boy has the potential to become a shinobi on the level of Hashirama and Madara. Nodded, his conviction absolute. Dodai, I firmly believe that one day, Neji will give me a great and wonderful surprise. It's far too early to say that. Dodai shook his head, clearly unconvinced. Lord Raikage, have you actually fallen for that boy's tall tales? Sigh. Walked over to his desk and poured a glass of water for Dodai. Dodai, he said, his tone heavy with meaning, the Tenseigan and Hyuga Tenjin, as unbelievable as they sound, they are real. And what is the basis for this conclusion, Lord Raikage? I looked out the window at the swirling clouds. The feud between my Yatsuki clan and the Hyuga clan can be traced back to the Warring States period. Over 200 years ago, the Yatsuki clan produced a genius named Yatsuki Unkan. He had an incredible aptitude for lightning release, and after more than a decade of arduous training, he developed the lightning release chakra mode, greatly increasing his power. Full of confidence, Unkan used his strength to subjugate several smaller shinobi clans. Then, he set out to challenge them and widely acknowledged as the strongest shinobi of that era, Hyuga Take-Tatsu. This Take-Tatsu is the Tenjin that Neji spoke of. Take-Tatsu was his given name. Tenjin, Heavenly Shinobi, was the title of respect the Hyuga gave him. A pause to take a long drink of water. Dodai's brow furrowed. Acknowledged as the strongest shinobi. Konoha's third Hokage was hailed as the strongest Hokage in history. Suna's third Kazekage was called the strongest Kazekage. Both villages were fond of using political propaganda to build their leaders into objects of worship for their people. But the other 3 great villages scoffed at such claims. For Hyuga Tenjin to be acknowledged as the strongest meant that he had earned the recognition of even the Senju and the Uchiha. He was a true master of the highest caliber. What happened then, Lord Raikage? Dodai asked. He was defeated. Utterly crushed. Aside. Unkan returned to the clan, and after much soul-searching, he continued to refine his lightning release chakra mode. For years later, having perfected the technique, he once again sought out Hyuga Tenjin for a rematch. But by then, Tenjin had no desire to fight. After ensuring his clan was settled, he left the Hyuga alone. Driven by curiosity, Unkan followed him. And then, he witnessed it. He saw Hyuga Tenjin holding a giant eye in his hands. He then passed through a mysterious spatial portal and vanished from the shinobi world. Several days later, a meteorite fell from the sky. The Hyuga clan announced to the world that Hyuga Tenjin had died from a severe illness. Author's note, in the original story, the lightning release chakra mode was developed by the third Raikage. I have 2 side stories from the Warring States period to write. One is about Hyuga Tenjin, and the other is about Uchiha Hikari. Therefore, I've given the credit for the lightning release chakra mode to Yatsuki Unkan. Chapter 10, A Shift in Status. Chapter 10, A Shift in Status. The records in the Yatsuki clan's history ended there. Before meeting Neji, A had always considered it a bizarre and fantastical tale, something his ancestors had recorded that he never took seriously. But when Neji mentioned the Tenseigan and Hyuga Tenjin, A suddenly realized that the secret history recorded in his clan's archives was most likely true. Hyuga Tenjin had left the shinobi world through a mysterious spatial portal. Where had he gone? And why had he died so suddenly? These were unanswered questions. However, A now speculated that the Tenjin had taken with him was, in all likelihood, the Tenseigan Neji had spoken of. Neji had awakened his Byakugan at the age of 3 and exhibited a maturity, calmness, and confidence far beyond his years. A was convinced that if anyone in the Hyuga clan possessed the potential to awaken the Tenseigan, Neji was undoubtedly one of them. Having come to this conclusion, A decided to take the gamble. If he won, the Hidden Cloud would achieve the long-held ambition of the Raikage, to dominate the shinobi world. If he lost, it would be nothing more than a loss of some training resources. The potential reward far outweighed the risk. There was no reason not to bet. To think, there was such a history, Dodai murmured to himself, his eye narrowed in thought. He was now completely convinced of the grand picture Neji had painted. It was impossible for Neji to have seen the Yatsuki clan's historical records. The fact that their stories corroborated each other was proof that what Neji had said was true. But, after a moment's hesitation, Dodai spoke again. Lord Raikage, there is something I must say, though I'm not sure if it's my place. Ha! A laughed heartily. Dodai, since when did you learn to be so coy? Speak your mind. Dodai took a deep breath and voiced his concerns. Lord Raikage, when it comes down to it, the hidden cloud bears a portion of the responsibility for the death of Hyuga Hisashi. To kill the father and then use the son, such an act will inevitably draw criticism. No one can say for certain whether Neji truly harbors hatred for our village or not. Right now, he is a fledgling. He can only endure and gather his strength in secret. But what happens in the future, when his wings are fully grown, and he decides to settle this old score? Dodai was the Cloud's top strategist, a master of intrigue and cunning. The entire plan to use the peace treaty as a pretense to steal a Hyuga child and force Hayashi's hand had been his design. He had always been one to assume the worst of human nature, to formulate countermeasures and prevent disasters before they could happen. It was this cautious and meticulous nature that had allowed the hidden cloud to flourish under the two Reikage he had served. So that's what you're worried about, Dodai. My ancestors used to say, first, use force to make your enemy submit, then use bonds to tie everyone together. Only then can you be invincible. My father used force to subdue the Eight Tails. Killer Bee used the bonds of kinship to fill its heart and reconcile with it, becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. The Hyuga took Neji's freedom. The hidden cloud has not only given him his freedom, but also a much larger stage on which to stand. If our village can tame the ferocious Eight Tails, do you truly believe it cannot win over one Hyuga Neji? And even if, in the worst-case scenario, Neji's hatred for the cloud can never be erased, as long as he has the ability to lead our village to supremacy in the shinobi world, he can have my life. Even if he kills me, he will still be the hidden cloud's Hyuga Neji. Late that night, after spending the day exploring most of the hidden cloud village with Samui, an exhausted Neji lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. From a branch family child to a core member of the cloud's leadership, the shift in his status felt absurdly surreal. Everything had gone too smoothly, so smoothly that it felt like a dream. But Neji didn't dwell on the matter for long. Instead, he began to plan his future training regimen. Konoha's scroll of seals contained a plethora of secret and forbidden jutsu. In comparison, the only high-level secret technique the cloud had to offer was the lightning release chakra mode. It was no exaggeration to say that Konoha's foundation of knowledge was richer than that of the other four great villages combined. It was for this reason that, despite being besieged by the other villages during the past three great ninja wars, Konoha had always remained the #1 shinobi village. The cloud is famous for its lightning release chakra mode and its nintaijutsu. With these two skills, the third Reikage was undoubtedly the closest of his generation's Kage to the level of the two great legends. However, the cloud's nintaijutsu is highly individualized. Even the styles of the third and fourth Reikage were completely different. Wait, I'm thinking about this the wrong way. It's not the nintaijutsu that's so powerful, it's the lightning release chakra mode. Once I master that, even ordinary taijutsu will have incredible power. But I don't have a lightning chakra nature. I'm destined to never learn it. If I rule out the lightning release chakra mode, then my only option is to fully develop my Byakugan. I wonder if a pure Hyuga bloodline can actually evolve into the Tenseigan. Curled up under the covers, Neji silently mapped out his path for the future. Before he knew it, he had drifted off to sleep. Before dawn the next day, Samui dragged him out of bed. She stood over him, arms crossed, her voice cool and crisp. Lord Reikage has instructed me to be your first sensei. Ah. It's you, Wani-san. Neji scratched his head. His unique status made it impossible for him to attend the ninja academy like a normal child. Personally, Neji had a strong aversion to the academy system anyway. Having a private tutor for one-on-one instruction was undoubtedly a good thing. He just hadn't expected his first teacher to be Samui. Thump. Samui rapped him on the head with her knuckle, her face stern. What, you don't think I'm qualified to teach you? Samui was a leading figure among the new generation of Kyumo shinobi, having already been promoted to the rank of Tokubetsu Jonin at the age of 16. For an ordinary ninja without a special bloodline, this was an achievement to be proud of for a lifetime. She was more than qualified to be Neji's first teacher. It's just. Neji's eyes were drawn to the heavy, swaying mountains on her chest. Then, should I call you Wani-san, or sensei, he asked, genuinely confused. A sweet fragrance wafted over him as Samui leaned in close. Good question, she whispered. Outside, you will call me sensei. At home, you will call me Wani-san. Okay. Neji's eyes lit up. That was an excellent idea. Two identities meant double the fun. Let's go. Samui grabbed his hand and led him out of the residence. It was 4 in the morning, and the world outside was pitch black. We wake up at 4 a.m. every morning. 10 laps around Mount Kumakumo. In the morning, taijutsu and ninjutsu theory. In the afternoon, taijutsu and ninjutsu practical training. In the evening, combat drills, until 9 p.m. It was a training regimen so intense that even the purest-blooded members of the Yatsuki clan might not be able to handle it, let alone Neji, who, as a Hyuga, had a relatively average constitution. A rare, mischievous smile appeared on Samui's normally icy face. She wanted to see Neji struggle. Neji's brow furrowed in thought. From 4 a.m. to 9 p.m., all that time, and only for some conventional training. How am I supposed to get stronger like this? Chapter 11, A Sense of Belonging. Chapter 11, A Sense of Belonging. If I complete the required training within the allotted time, Neji negotiated, the rest of the time is mine to use as I please. Question mark. Samui's eyes narrowed, then a smile bloomed on her face. Fine. It's all yours. And if you perform exceptionally well, there might even be a special reward. It's a promise. Then stop wasting time. Let's go. Samui swung her arms back and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Neji took a deep breath and hurried to catch up. You have completed your morning run. Your stamina has increased. Your basic taijutsu has improved. EXP +3. You have practiced chakra refinement. Your understanding has increased. EXP +2. You have used the Byakugan. Your understanding has increased. EXP +1. At 9 o'clock that evening, an utterly exhausted Neji returned to his new home. As he stared blankly into space, the system notifications he hadn't checked during the day popped up in his mind. Creak. The door opened. Samui walked in and, without a word, scooped Neji up into her arms. Wait, Wani-san, what are you doing? Neji squirmed, his legs dangling in the air. Samui didn't reply, simply dropping him into a giant wooden tub. The tub was filled with steaming hot water. Neji's skin instantly turned red, like a boiled shrimp. Ah, it's hot. He instinctively tried to scramble out. Seeing this, Samui roughly pushed him back in. I know it's uncomfortable, Neji. Just bear with it for a little while, she said, her voice softening as she gently stroked his head. She then took out a packet of powder and sprinkled it into the water. This is a precious secret medicine that has been passed down through the Yatsuki clan for generations. One packet costs 100,000 ryo. It's very expensive. 100,000 ryo. Neji's eyebrows shot up. He stopped trying to climb out and, clenching his teeth, sank back into the water. After a few moments, seeing that Neji was gradually getting used to the temperature, Samui dipped her hands into the water. Let me give you a massage. Consider it a reward for all your hard work today. Neji closed his eyes, letting his mind go blank. Hiss. Wani-san, he asked through the pleasant sting, what does this medicine do? It strengthens the body, widens the chakra pathways, and stimulates the body's latent potential to awaken a lightning release chakra nature. Lightning release. At this, Neji's eyebrows shot up again, his voice filled with excitement. A secret medicine that can do that actually exists. It was common knowledge that chakra natures were innate. You either had one, or you didn't. Possessing multiple chakra natures meant you could learn a wider variety of jutsu, making your fighting style more flexible and versatile with fewer weaknesses. The 5 basic natures were in a cycle of superiority and inferiority. Fire was strong against wind, wind against lightning, lightning against earth, earth against water, and water against fire. A shinobi with a single nature was at an immediate disadvantage against a user of all 5. In a fight between equals, facing an opponent whose nature countered your own meant your chances of victory were slim. The third Reiki's dominance over tens of thousands of Iwagakure shinobi, and Sasuke's victory over Deidara, were both partly due to elemental advantages. As far as Neji knew, there were only 3 ways to gain a new chakra nature from nothing: practicing specific forbidden jutsu, surgical transplantation, or consuming a chakra fruit. The forbidden jutsu included Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear and Hiriko's Chimera Technique. Transplants included Hashirama's cells, the Sharingan, the Byakugan, and later, Kabuto's grafting of the Sound 5 cells onto himself. Strictly speaking, apart from the Chimera Technique, these methods were more like workarounds. They didn't grant the body a new innate chakra nature. As for eating a chakra fruit, the difficulty was so immense it wasn't even worth considering. Seeing Neji's astonishment, Samui smiled. The Yatsuki aren't a clan with a Kekkei Genkai. Many of us gain our lightning nature by soaking in this medicine. But it's only effective on children under the age of 10. If you had come here a few years later, you would never have been able to learn the cloud's lightning release chakra mode. Neji's eyes narrowed. Wani-san, does that mean I'll have to soak in this medicine for 6 years? MHM. Samui gave his bottom a playful pinch. Ouch. Neji's jaw ached. 100,000 ryo a day. That was the equivalent of Asuma's entire bounty in a single year. Did that mean the initial investment to train a single lightning release user was over 600 million ryo? Was the hidden cloud really that wealthy? As if guessing his thoughts, Samui tapped him on the head. What are you thinking about? You're receiving special treatment from Lord Reikage. Ordinary Yatsuki clan members don't get this kind of luxury. They soak in batches in a large medicinal pool, and they stop as soon as they awaken their lightning nature. The cost is much lower. Hearing this, Neji felt a prickling sensation in his nose. I hadn't just been talking. He was truly raising him as one of his own. If Neji's decision to defect to the cloud had initially been a desperate move born of having no other choice, he now felt a true sense of belonging. Being a Kumo shinobi was pretty great. At 4 o'clock the next morning, as Samui stepped out of her room, she found Neji already waiting in the living room. Hey, you're up early. A smile graced the ice beauty's face, her conscience heavy and trembling. Wani-san, Neji declared, his eyes burning with determination. Please increase the training intensity. Wreck me. All right then. Let's start with a warm-up. Climb to the top of Mount Kumakumo before sunrise. Let's go. Day after day of grueling training finally brought about a transformation 6 months later. Congratulations. After prolonged immersion in the secret medicine, your body's potential has been further unlocked. You have awakened a lightning release chakra nature. Congratulations. After a long period of training, your Byakugan has advanced to LV2. The first notification made Neji's eyes narrow in focus. He had once asked Samui, and she had told him that it usually took an ordinary Yatsuki clan member 2 to 3 years of soaking in the medicine to awaken their lightning nature. It had only taken him 6 months. After a moment's thought, it made sense. The Neji from the original story had become a jonin by 15 with almost no special resources. He was a first-rate genius to begin with. Neji then focused his mind, his attention drawn to the Kekkei Genkai section of his status. Kekkei Genkai, Byakugan LV2, 1/1000. Effect, the potential for your dojutsu's growth is limitless. Your range of vision, penetrative sight, and insight will continue to increase as your dojutsu strengthens. Reading the new effect description, Neji's eyes narrowed slightly. There was no upper limit to his Byakugan's growth. That meant it was entirely possible for it to evolve into the Tensigen through training alone. This theory wasn't without basis. In the original story, there were 2 ways the Tensigen came into being. One was a dojutsu on the same level as the Rinnegan, created when an Otsutsuki from the Moon Clan transplanted a Byakugan from the Hyuga main family. The other was the giant Tensigen, which was formed by fusing a massive number of Byakugan together. It was less of an eye and more of a divine artifact, possessing the terrifying power to destroy worlds. The former was a dojutsu, the latter a divine artifact. The dojutsu Tensigen was related to bloodline. The giant Tensigen, however, was clearly the result of an accumulation of dojutsu power. Therefore, as long as he could increase his dojutsu's power enough, he too could evolve his eyes into a Tensigen. The Byakugan of the Otsutsuki on the moon and the Hyuga in Konoha could not grow limitlessly as his could. Perhaps he would be the only one in history to evolve the Tensigen on his own. Chapter 12, Neji, I was born to master the lightning release chakra mode. Chapter 12, Neji, I was born to master the lightning release chakra mode. Samui compiled a detailed analysis of Neji's basic shinobi skills, his chakra control, adaptability, and physical condition, and submitted the report to the 4th Raikage. To awaken his lightning nature in just 6 months, this kid is incredible, A said, his voice filled with astonishment. Dodai took the report and scanned its contents, his eye narrowing in thought. He already has the strength of an average genin. The Raikage's fingers tapped on his desk. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, there's no need to spend any more time on the basics. It's time for him to learn the lightning release chakra mode. The lightning release chakra mode. Dodai hesitated. Lord Raikage, isn't that too soon? Neji isn't even 5 years old. Dodai, even among geniuses, there are levels. You can't measure this boy by ordinary standards, A said with a hearty laugh, effortlessly lifting a dumbbell with one hand. He then turned to his beautiful secretary behind him. Mabui, make the arrangements. The next morning at 5, as Neji reached the summit of Mount Kumakumo, he saw a man and a woman standing there in the distance. Neji, over here. The woman with short, silver hair waved to him. Mabui and Samui were good friends, so Neji was already somewhat familiar with her. He ran over and greeted her politely. Mabui Nichan. His well-behaved demeanor made Mabui's heart flutter. So cute. The boys in the hidden cloud were mostly a rowdy bunch of dark-skinned troublemakers. Neji was a complete departure from the norm. She couldn't resist reaching out to pat his head. The corner of Neji's mouth twitched. All the older sisters love to pat heads. Is this the hidden head-patting village? One day, I'll make them. Neji, this is Matsuchi-senpai, Mabui said, interrupting his thoughts. He will be in charge of teaching you the lightning release chakra mode. Neji's heart leaped with joy. The technique he had been dreaming of was finally within his grasp. He looked curiously at the old man, who appeared to be over 60, his face lined with age. It's an honor, Matsuchi-senpai. Matsuichi was also studying Neji, a sense of wonder in his heart. Normally, only a Yatsuki clan member who had reached the rank of Chunin was qualified to even attempt to learn the lightning release chakra mode. And this child before him wasn't even 5. At this age, the kids in the cloud hadn't even started at the academy. He was greatly looking forward to seeing what Neji could do. Gathering his thoughts, Matsuichi began to explain the technique. Over 200 years ago, on this very summit, the head of the Yatsuki clan, Unkan, had developed the lightning release chakra mode after observing the celestial lightning in the sky. The essence of the technique was to instantly release lightning release chakra from the entire body, forming an armor of lightning that granted the user extreme physical strength and speed. Over the last 2 centuries, the technique had been refined and perfected. But in all that time, very few shinobi had ever managed to master it. Unlike Konoha, which jealously guarded its secrets, the Yatsuki had, for a long time, actively promoted the technique throughout the village, hoping it would be the key to the cloud's domination of the shinobi world. But the difficulty was simply too high. Even the men who would become the 5th Raikage, Darui, from the original story, had never managed to learn it. Based on past experience, Matsuichi said, his voice grave, to master the lightning release chakra mode, you must possess a massive amount of chakra, preferably on the level of a tailed beast. You are exceptionally talented, but your chakra reserves are insufficient for this training. Matsuichi wasn't just trying to scare him. Chakra was king in this world. Naruto, with his vast reserves, had been able to overwhelm Mizuki the moment he learned the multi-shadow clone jutsu. When Kagaya Otsutsuki was unsealed, her first act was to reclaim all the chakra in the world. The Otsutsuki who traveled across space came to Earth to plant the god tree for the sole purpose of harvesting chakra. The sage of 6 paths body and soul had long since turned to dust, but his chakra still lingered in the world, undiminished after 1,000 years. Matsuchi-senpai, Neji said, his gaze steady, there are exceptions to every rule. And I believe I am uniquely suited to learn the lightning release chakra mode. Oh. Matsuichi looked at him with surprise. Neji pointed to his eyes. Because I have the Byakugan. Matsuchi's expression suddenly grew serious. Continue. An ordinary ninja, even a jonin, can only release chakra from specific parts of their body, like their hands, feet, or mouth. However, the Hyuga clan, with our Byakugan, can see the body's tenketsu points. We can release chakra from every single one of those points simultaneously. The Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven and the lightning release chakra mode work on a similar principle. So, in theory, I was born to master this technique. Matsuichi nodded slowly, a look of admiration on his face. To have already figured that out, your generation is truly formidable. I once worked with the 3rd Raikage-sama to promote this technique throughout the village. The 3rd Sama once had a theory: if a shinobi possessed both supreme insight and supreme chakra control, it might be possible for them to learn the lightning release chakra mode even without massive chakra reserves. In the entire shinobi world, the only ones who meet both those criteria are your Hyuga clan. The Hidden Cloud's desire for the Byakugan is also partly due to this reason. Matsuichi stepped forward and placed a hand on Neji's shoulder, treating him not as a 5-year-old child, but as a peer. Neji, I will devote all my efforts to teaching you. I hope that the 3rd Raikage-sama's theory can be realized in you. I will give it my all, Matsuchi-senpai. You have listened to Matsuchi's explanation. Your understanding has increased. You have practiced chakra refinement. Your understanding has increased. Your chakra refinement jutsu has improved. EXP +2. Congratulations. You have learned lightning release chakra mode LV1, 1/500. You are practicing the lightning release chakra mode. Your understanding has increased. For Neji, learning the lightning release chakra mode was surprisingly easy. It wasn't because of his special ability. It was because he already possessed all the necessary prerequisites. All that was left was the final push. The Byakugan gave him the ability to see his own internal chakra network. His understanding of the body's tenketsu points surpassed even that of the most elite medical nin. The first step was to channel his lightning release chakra to every tenketsu point in his body and release it all at once. I'm ready, Matsuchi-senpai. Remember the key points I told you. Start by trying with just your left hand. Right. The veins at Neji's temples bulged as he focused his vision on the tenketsu in his left hand. He molded a thread of lightning chakra and slowly guided it there. A moment later, with a crackling sound, a ball of blue-white electricity sparked to life in Neji's palm, flickering erratically. Lightning release chakra was the most volatile and difficult to control of the 5 basic natures. The next step was to tame the electrical energy in his palm until it was completely under his command. A look of pure excitement shone in Matsuchi's weathered eyes. He had succeeded on the very first try. It was nothing short of a miracle. Every 5 new reviews equals 1 extra chapters. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 13, Divine Airstrike. Chapter 13, Divine Airstrike. The seasons turned, winter's cold giving way to summer's heat, autumn's harvest to winter's slumber. Before he knew it, 2 years had passed since Neji began his training in the hidden cloud. Though he was only 6 years old, 2 years of soaking in the secret medicine had transformed him from a small child into a sturdy young boy, already standing at a height of 1.3 meters. In the Reikichi's office, A lifted a dumbbell with one hand while asking Matsuichi-senpai, how is Neji's training progressing? Lord Reikichi, the old man replied, a hint of awe in his voice, the boy is exceptional. He has already mastered the lightning release chakra mode. Oh. A was genuinely surprised. He himself had been a once-in-a-generation genius in the cloud, but he had only managed to learn the technique at the age of 13. It seemed his father's theory had been proven correct. And if that was the case, then establishing a Hyuga clan within the hidden cloud was a necessity. Matsuichi-senpai, A continued, I plan to have Neji consolidate his foundation for another 2 years. I'll have to trouble you to continue his instruction. But Matsuichi shook his head, a wry smile on his face. Lord Reikichi, I have nothing left to teach him. In the entire hidden cloud, there is no one qualified to be his teacher. Thud. The dumbbell in A's hand dropped to the floor, shattering the tiles on impact. Senpai, you must be joking. Even Dodai, a man who rarely showed his emotions, couldn't hide the shock on his face. Hey, Matsuichi chuckled, a grin spreading across his lips. Dodai, my boy, I've been teaching Neji for over a year. I know him far better than you do. Lord Reikichi, he said, his expression turning serious, with all due respect, I'm afraid we have all underestimated Neji. By a conservative estimate, his current strength is already on par with an average Tokubetsu Jonin. Ha ha ha. A burst out laughing, his joy unconcealed. He then leaped out of the window, transforming into a blur of blue-white electricity and vanishing in an instant. Dodai stared at the shattered glass, a look of exasperation on his face, but a small smile played at the corners of his mouth. It's been a long time since Lord Reikichi was this happy. Come on, Dodai, my boy, Matsuichi said. Let's go and see for ourselves. Evening in the hidden cloud was a time of tranquility. The buildings seemed to be draped in a gray cloak, and the towering peak of Mount Kumakumo stood like a giant, watching over the vibrant village. In a special training ground, Hyuga Neji, dressed in black training gear, stood silently in the center, his eyes closed. The area around him was filled with traps and mechanisms, countless kunai aimed at him from all directions. Neji opened his eyes and slowly released the rope that controlled the mechanisms. Swoosh. Swoosh. In an instant, the creaking of the traps and the piercing sound of projectiles filled the air. A dense rain of kunai shot toward Neji from all sides. At that exact moment, a brilliant blue-white aura of electricity erupted around his body. He moved. Like a blue arrow, he shot forward with a fierce howl, directly into the hail of kunai. The projectiles were incredibly fast, and they came from a complete 360-degree radius with no blind spots. But under the gaze of Neji's strange, blue-tinged Byakugan, the trajectory of every single kunai was perfectly clear. Bang. 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 His palms became a blur, striking out with immense force. The kunai he hit exploded from the inside out, creating a dense cloud of metal shavings that shrouded his blue form, making him look like a ghost in the mist. Sheeing. The final projectile, a massive Fuma shuriken, flew at him from straight ahead. It spun at an incredible speed, carrying a terrifying amount of kinetic energy, enough to effortlessly slice through human flesh and bone. Neji stood his ground, unmoving. A small smirk touched the corner of his lips as he clenched his right fist. Divine Airstrike. He threw a straight punch. The full, ferocious force of the blow erupted outwards. The cloud of metal shavings was blasted away by the force of the punch, and a tangible sphere of pure chakra shot from his fist, flying toward the Fuma shuriken. Boom. Before the shuriken could even get close, it was struck by the chakra sphere 5 meters away from Neji and exploded into a fine powder of metal. For a taijutsu master, breaking stones and splitting boulders was a simple task. But to be able to project their force into an object and make it explode into dust from the inside, as Neji had just done, was something only the truly exceptional could achieve. And a ninja's body was far less durable than a Fuma shuriken. The consequences of being hit by such an attack were easy to imagine. Success, Neji murmured, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at the system panel in his mind. I finally have a technique to replace the gentle fist. No more poking at tailed beasts and Susanoo. Taijutsu, 8 trigrams, 64 slashes LV4, 241/4000, Divine Airstrike LV1, 1/500. The Divine Airstrike he had developed was a fusion of the principles of the strong fist and the gentle fist, combining the raw power of the former with the penetrating and precise force of the latter. Once struck by the chakra sphere, it would invade the enemy's body through their tenketsu points and pulverize them from the inside. Furthermore, the divine air strike was a non-elemental nintaijutsu. By infusing it with one of the 5 basic chakra natures, it could be adapted for a variety of uses, much like how Naruto had refined his Raiznan. I wonder if the principle behind my divine air strike is the same as Kaguya Otsutsuki's 80 Gods vacuum attack, Neji mused. But with Kaguya's terrifying power, every one of her attacks has world-destroying potential. Her technique is likely just pure, overwhelming force. In terms of finesse, it's probably inferior to mine. Neji collected himself and glanced over at the edge of the training ground. A, who had appeared at some point without Neji noticing, was staring at him with a look of utter shock. Lord Raikage, I'm sorry, Neji began, a hint of apology in his voice. I'm the one who should be sorry for interrupting your training, A said, waving his hand dismissively. To have mastered the lightning release chakra mode so quickly. You've truly given me a great surprise. His eyes then fell on the fine, flower-like metal dust covering the ground. That technique you just used, was that a nintaijutsu you created yourself? The lightning aura around Neji, visible from miles away, was clearly the lightning release chakra mode. But the final chakra sphere he had fired was unlike any nintaijutsu A had ever seen. Yes, Neji replied calmly. It's called divine air strike. It's an A-rank technique. Hearing this, A froze, another wave of shock washing over him. Anyone who could create their own jutsu was a genius. Both the 3rd and 4th Raikage were geniuses among geniuses. The nintaijutsu they used were highly personalized and self-created. But at the age of 6, neither of them had possessed the ability to create an A-rank technique. A then noticed the faint blue glow in Neji's pure white eyes. A sudden possibility struck him, and he blurted out, Neji, your eyes. Could they be the legendary Tenseigan? Under the Raikage's expectant gaze, Neji slowly nodded. Ha! A took a deep breath, then clapped Neji on the shoulder and let out a loud, unrestrained laugh. Chapter 14, 2 years of practice, an official debut. Chapter 14, 2 years of practice, an official debut. Name, Hyuga Neji. Innate talent, divine diligence, effort will always be rewarded. Suitable for the ordinary, and for the genius. Age, 6. Chakra level, Jonin. Chakra natures, Een, fire, earth, water, lightning. Keki Igenkai, Tenseigan LV1, 321/500, ability, Cursed Mandala Sealing Heart. Ninjutsu, Lightning Release Chakra Mode LV4, 3211/4000, Lightning Clone Jutsu LV3, 1141/2000, Earth Release, Underground Projection Fish Technique LV3, 541/2000. Taijutsu, Divine Airstrike LV1, 384/500, 8 trigrams, 64 slashes LV3, 687/2000. Genjutsu, Demonic Illusion, Hell Viewing Technique LV3, 541/2000. After his Byakugan broke through to level 5, it had successfully awakened into the Tenseigan. Neji also discovered that his Byakugan hadn't disappeared, he could switch between it and the Tenseigan freely. In the original story, Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan could also switch back to his Mangekyo. Sasuke's, on the other hand, which had been awakened after receiving the Sage of Six Paths power, was permanently fixed as a Rinnegan. The difference was likely due to the reanimation jutsu. After all, Nagato, who used Madara's eyes, was unable to switch them back to the Mangekyo. I let out a few more laughs. It was only when Dodai and Matsuichi arrived at the training ground that he composed himself, his expression turning serious. Neji, the Ninja Academy graduation is next month. It's time for you to make your debut and become a true shinobi. Hearing this, Dodai's eyes narrowed as he looked at Neji, who had grown considerably taller. Geniuses were granted the privilege of early graduation, especially in times of war when the village needed a constant supply of new blood. But in times of peace, the standards were much stricter. Even early graduates were typically around 10 years old. Unless they were exceptionally outstanding. Dodai's gaze swept over the wrecked training ground. He then recalled Matsuchi's assessment that Neji's strength was at least at the level of a Tokubetsu Jonin, and a wave of shock went through him. In the Raikage's office, the head of the Yatsuki clan, Yatsuki Kazuki, sat on a long bench, facing he said, his tone serious, are you really planning to let that boy debut? He's only 6. Although Neji had lived in the hidden cloud for 2 years, very few people knew of his existence, and even fewer had ever had any contact with him. Kazuki knew that the village was secretly cultivating a Byakugan child, but he didn't know much about Neji himself. For the past 2 years, whenever he had the chance, Kazuki had tried to subtly glean information about Neji from A. Upon learning that A was planning for Neji's debut, he had immediately come to see him. Kazuki was a man in his late 20s and A's cousin. He held a great deal of prestige within the Yatsuki clan. A poured Kazuki a cup of hot water, a basic courtesy, before replying. Kazuki, you know that I'm a genius myself. But in front of that boy, I suddenly feel a sense of shame. Kazuki was skeptical. When faced with things that went beyond one's understanding, it was natural to be doubtful unless you saw them with your own eyes. However, he didn't dwell on the topic. Have you found a Jonin leader for his team? I think Darui would be a good choice. Darui, huh? An image of a dark-skinned, short-haired young man appeared in A's mind. He is good, he praised. My Raikage guard is 1 man short. Let's have him join. Oh. Kazuki's eyebrows rose. Darui was a leading figure among the new generation of Kyumo shinobi and possessed the storm-release Kekkai Genkai. In terms of talent, he was even a cut above Samui and the others. Darui was not a member of the Yatsuki clan, he came from a civilian background, but he was a key person Kazuki was investing in. Even if he didn't marry into the Yatsuki clan in the future, his interests would be closely tied to theirs. The Byakugan was a precious Kekkai Genkai that was a key part of the Cloud's future plans. Kazuki had hoped to make Darui Neji's team leader, to allow the two to form a bond. Now that A was absorbing Darui into the Raikage guard, Kazuki couldn't object. After all, the guard was the closest one could get to the seat of power. It was a coveted position that ordinary people couldn't even dream of. A's move was a clear sign that he intended to cultivate Darui's talent. There's another reason I came to see you, Kazuki said after a moment's hesitation. Don't be so wishy-washy, Kazuki. That's not like you. A laughed boisterously. Kazuki downed a cup of cold water in one gulp. It's about Neji. I was originally going to wait a couple of years to talk to you about this, but he's debuting next month. Once he becomes a shinobi, he'll be constantly busy and will inevitably face all kinds of dangers. If something were to happen to him, it would be a tragedy neither of us wants to see. So, I think we should pass on the Byakugan bloodline first. A fell into a thoughtful silence. To be fair, Kazuki's proposal was perfectly reasonable. Life was unpredictable. The shinobi world was littered with the graves of fallen geniuses. Hozuki Gungetsu of Kirigakuru's 7 swordsmen and Konoha's 4th Hokage and his wife were prime examples. Death never sent an invitation. That was one thing. Secondly, the Hidden Cloud had no clans with Kekkai Genkai. Creating their own Hyuga clan was a strategic goal that the entire upper echelon had agreed upon for the next 10 to 20 years. In the long run, a Hyuga clan was just as important to the village as Neji himself. Seeing that A wasn't objecting, Kazuki continued. I've already selected some suitable girls. I guarantee the boy won't be getting the short end of the stick. A suddenly stared straight at Kazuki. Are they from our Yatsuki clan? Kazuki's expression became slightly unnatural. It was clear A had hit the nail on the head. But he recovered in an instant. He admitted to himself that he had selfish motives. It was unavoidable. As the head of the Yatsuki clan, he had to consider the interests of his family. Besides, the Yatsuki were the strongest clan in the village. It was only right that they contribute to the creation of the Cloud's Hyuga clan. Working for the benefit of his family and contributing to the village were not mutually exclusive. Tap. 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 A's fingers drummed on the desk. After a long moment of thought, he shook his head. I can't agree to that, Kazuki. Kazuki's brow furrowed. Why not? Do the other clans in the village object? No. Aside, a wry smile on his face. That boy, Neji, he has high standards. He wouldn't be interested in the women of our clan. In his youth, Kazuki had been a passionate man with a temper as fiery as A's. After becoming clan head, he had mellowed somewhat, but he still had a short fuse. Hearing A's words, a violent aura erupted from him. With a loud crash, the table in front of him exploded into splinters. How dare he? Kazuki's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. All the resources he's used these past years were provided by the Yatsuki clan, free of charge. And now he looks down on us. What's wrong with the women of our village? I poured another cup of cold water for his cousin. Drink some water and calm down, Kazuki. The boy isn't going anywhere. We'll get our Byakugan. Chapter 15, Yujito ni, what's your type? Chapter 15, Yujito ni, what's your type? A half-month later, in the Raikage's office. Neji, as your senior, there are a few things I want to say to you, A said, a nostalgic look on his face. It would be my honor, Lord Raikage. Once you become a shinobi, your life truly begins, and the warmth of your childhood will fade. One day, you will look back and realize that these past few years were the best memories of your life. Neji closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again. Perhaps I am an exception, Lord Raikage. I am fully prepared for what lies ahead. A nodded and handed his own forehead protector to Neji. Then go. Embrace your new future. Neji solemnly accepted the forehead protector, with its symbol of the hidden cloud, and tied it around his forehead. Pointed a single finger toward the ceiling. Go. Your Jonin leader is waiting on the rooftop. Neji nodded slightly and quickly left the office. On the rooftop of the Raikage's office building, Yujito Ni, who had just returned from her training at the Unreikyo the day before, stood with her arms crossed, letting the cool wind wash over her face as she looked down upon the entire village. Ever since she had become the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, she had spent all her time at the Unreikyo, training relentlessly in the hopes of one day reconciling with her tailed beast, just as Killer Bee had, and becoming the first perfect Jinchuriki of the Two Tails in history. Her hard work had paid off. After several years of arduous training, she could now communicate with the Two Tails, Matatabi, and could draw on its power to enter a partial tailed beast state. 5 years, a full 5 years. I've finally made something of myself, Yujito murmured, a lovely smile gracing her lips. Tap. 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 The sound of steady footsteps approached from behind. Yujito's smile vanished as she turned to look at the young, white-eyed boy walking toward her. Excuse me, Neji asked, looking around and seeing no one else. Are you the Jonin leader assigned by Lord Raikage? The woman was tall, at least 170 centimeters, with exquisitely delicate features and skin as fair as jade. She looked completely different from the other Kyumo shinobi, almost as if she wasn't from the hidden cloud at all. She had long, straight, biscuit blonde hair tied in a long, waist-length braid. Her entire demeanor was heroic, carrying the air of a queen, but her lively, intelligent eyes gave her a touch of cuteness. On a scale of 1 to 100, she was a solid 90. The other 10 points were lost on a slightly tomboyish edge that didn't quite fit her otherwise perfect features. This was the most beautiful kunoichi in the hidden cloud, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, Yujito Ni. Yujito leaped down in front of Neji, studying his eyes with keen interest. If there isn't a second pair of Byakugan in the hidden cloud, then I must be the one. Neji was quite surprised. He hadn't expected his new sensei to be a Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki were living weapons of war, their importance was self-evident. Konoha's Kushina had never been allowed to lead a genin team. She was monitored by the ANBU day and night, her movements restricted to a sealed barrier. The village had, in effect, stripped her of her freedom. The treatment of Jinchuriki in the cloud was certainly much better. Still, to make a Jinchuriki a Jonin instructor was an incredibly risky move, no matter how you looked at it. The debt I owe Lord Raikage. I'll never be able to repay it all. Yujito continued to stare at Neji with curiosity, not saying a word. The silence stretched until Neji began to feel awkward. I've heard, he said tentatively, that when forming a ninja squad, we're supposed to introduce ourselves, right? Yujito blinked, looking slightly embarrassed. This is my first time leading a team. What am I supposed to introduce? Neji stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. Probably your name, what you're good at, things you like, things you hate, and your dream for the future. Yeah, I think that's it. Interesting. You go first, Yujito said, blinking again as she continued to stare at him. Neji gave a helpless smile. This Jonin leader was not only inexperienced, but also a little bit of an airhead. My name is Hyuga Neji. I've never attended the Ninja Academy, and I've just made my debut, but I'm very, very strong. Don't think of me as just a genin brat. I like hot baths, sleeping in, and occasionally slacking off. I hate it when people try to force their will on me. As for my dream for the future. Neji's eyes narrowed. I have many. To bring ruin to the corrupt Hyuga clan, to build a new Hyuga clan in the hidden cloud, and then to lead this village to supremacy in the shinobi world, among other things. This kid. Yujito looked at Neji with genuine surprise. She then mimicked his introduction. My name is Yujito Ni. I'm the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. I've been in training for a long time, so this is my first time as a Jonin leader, and I'm not very experienced. I like cats and papayas. I hate women who are all talk and no substance. My dream is to become the first perfect Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. A very worthy dream, Neji said, clapping his hands politely. Now then, I officially declare Team Yujito form. Wait. Yujito suddenly cut him off, a playful smile tugging at her lips. I have one more question. Oh. Neji looked at her curiously. This was new. A Jonin grilling a genin during introductions was definitely not standard procedure. Yujito's eyes narrowed. Tell me, what's your type? Neji froze. What in the world is she talking about? Yujito-sensei, if this question were coming from a brothel owner doing market research, I wouldn't find it strange. Hearing this, Yujito's face hardened, and she adopted her queenly persona. Brat, are you talking back to your sensei? Of course not. Neji shook his head and then answered honestly. Snow-white skin, a thin waist, long legs, stockings, uniforms, glasses. Before he could finish, Yujito suddenly rapped him on the head with her knuckle, looking at him with utter disdain. For the rest of the day, Neji had to endure Yujito's murderous glares. He was completely baffled. "I'm just a kid, what did I do wrong?" "You were the one who asked. And then you get mad when I actually tell you." Missions were divided into 5 ranks, D, C, B, A, and S. For the first month, Yujito and Neji exclusively took on D-rank missions. What many didn't know was that D-rank missions were a blessing. For every D-rank mission posted, the village actually lost money. Tasks like moving furniture, finding lost cats, or escorting an old woman to visit her relatives, things that required no real skill and could even be done by civilians, were all classified as D-rank. Normally, clients wouldn't post such low-level requests. But the village's new genin needed time to familiarize themselves with the mission process, and D-rank missions were perfect for that. Therefore, for every D-rank mission a client posted, they received a subsidy from either the village or the Land of Lightning itself. On this day, having thoroughly learned the ropes, Yujito took Neji to the mission assignment desk to pick up a C-rank mission. At the C-rank window, Neji took the list of available missions and looked through them one by one. Exterminating bandits, driving away wild boars, none of them were very appealing. They were either too easy or too close to the village. Neji wanted something with a higher difficulty, or a mission that would take him far away from the hidden cloud, preferably outside the Land of Lightning entirely. As he reached the last entry on the list, his eyes lit up. An escort mission. To the Land of Grass. Chapter 16, Preparations for Departure. Chapter 16, Preparations for Departure. "Captain, what do you think of this mission?" After a moment of thought, Neji handed the mission scroll to Yujito. Yujito glanced at it, a sharp glint in her eye. "Why this one?" Neji scratched his head, looking slightly sheepish. "Well, first off, it's just a simple escort mission. The cargo is just grain, not valuable enough for anyone to hire shinobi to attack it. Second, the destination is the Land of Grass, so we won't have to tangle with shinobi from any of the 4 great nations. Any trouble that does pop up should be well within our ability to handle." Yujito listened and then praised him with a smile. "Not bad, kid. That's a solid analysis." For a shinobi, intelligence was paramount. The first step in accepting any mission was to analyze all the available information from the mission scroll. Neji just shrugged at Yujito's compliment. In truth, there was another important reason he hadn't mentioned. He had been in this world for 3 years, but his activities had been confined to the village. He was intensely curious about the outside world and longed for a chance to see it. The journey from the Land of Lightning to the Land of Grass was a long one. It was a perfect opportunity for an adventure. Yujito led Neji to get the mission certificate and the village exit permits. Outside the mission assignment building, Yujito waved the permits in her hand. "Go home and pack your things properly. This mission will likely take us away from the village for about a month, so don't forget anything. We'll meet at the main gate tomorrow at 0800 hours. Neji didn't linger, quickly leaving to head home. Yujito stared at his retreating back until he disappeared into the crowd, then she turned and headed straight for the Rakich's office. It was evening by the time Neji got home. Samui wasn't there. Looking at the empty house, Neji felt a pang of disappointment. Usually, when he came home, Samui would have dinner ready and waiting. But ever since he had officially become a shinobi and teamed up with Yujito, Samui had become like a different person. She trained with an unprecedented intensity, often staying out all night. Samui was 18 this year. 2 years ago, she was already a Tokubetsu Jonin of the Hidden Cloud, an achievement that would be considered outstanding in any village. But this was a cruel world where bloodline determined everything. While effort wasn't always enough, without it, you had nothing. For an ordinary person to close the gap with a genius from a powerful clan, they had to put in 100 times the work. With a silent sigh, Neji went into the kitchen to make dinner. He prepared enough for 2. After eating his own portion, he sat in the living room, waiting for Samui to return. By 10 o'clock, she still hadn't come back. Neji put her dinner in the refrigerator and went to his room to rest and prepare. The mission details surfaced in his mind. Mission: the head of the Tokugawa clan in the Land of Grass, Tokugawa Takahara, has purchased 50 tons of grain in the Land of Lightning. An elite shinobi team is required to escort the grain convoy to the village hidden in the grass. The convoy consists of 200 personnel and 50 guards. Rank: C. Requirements: depart on October 10th, Kumo year 53. Safely deliver the convoy to Kusagakure within 20 days. Payment: 70,000 ryo. Neji glanced at the items on his desk: 12 kunai, 36 shuriken, 2 rolls of wire, 9 explosive tags, 2 bottles of soldier pills, 2 rolls of bandages, and 2 packets of blood-clotting powder. From the mission details, 50 tons of grain wasn't an incredibly valuable prize. It was unlikely they would face any intense combat. But just in case, Neji prepared double the supplies. All of his expenses were covered by the village, so he didn't have to worry about money and could afford to be well equipped. He packed the ninja tools and a few changes of clothes into a storage scroll. His preparations were complete. Neji lay down on his bed and drifted into a heavy sleep. Early the next morning, after eating breakfast, Neji didn't leave immediately. He waited quietly for Samui. At 7:59, she still hadn't returned. With a sigh, he activated his lightning release chakra mode and dashed out the door. At the main gate of the hidden cloud, a bustling crowd moved in and out. The most conspicuous sight was the long convoy of wagons lined up just outside. The convoy was made up of 100 carts, with over 200 personnel accompanying them. "Captain, I'm here." Neji appeared just in the nick of time. It was Yujito's first time leading a team out of the village. Having made her own preparations, she had arrived a full half-hour early. A level of punctuality that would put Kakashi Hatake to shame. "You finally made it," she said, glancing at the slightly out-of-breath Neji. She didn't ask any questions. "Come on, let's go meet the client." As they walked, she suddenly seemed to remember something. She pulled a pair of goggles from her ninja pouch and handed them to him. "I got these for you. Put them on." "Do I have to?" "Just wear them." Neji looked at the goggles, then at Yujito standing with her hands on her hips and a stern look on her face. He obediently took them and put them on. His identity was sensitive. The goggles would hide his Byakugan and help avoid unnecessary trouble. Neji understood her reasoning. The main reason for his reluctance was that the style of goggles Yujito had chosen reminded him of a certain Uchiha. Shinobi needed to present an exit permit to leave the village. Anyone caught leaving without authorization could, in serious cases, be branded a rogue ninja. The idea of using a shadow clone to sneak out wasn't very realistic. If shinobi could come and go as they pleased, the great villages would lose all credibility. After showing their exit permits and mission certificate to the gate guards and completing the necessary procedures, the two of them stepped outside. At the head of the convoy stood 2 men and 1 woman. The man in the front, who appeared to be middle-aged, was their client, Tokugawa Takahara. The other 2 were a voluptuous woman in her 30s and a young boy not yet 10 years old. Yujito's eyes flicked to the woman and the boy, her eyebrows raised. "Tokugawa-san, these 2 don't seem to be listed in the mission details." The situation was different from what the scroll described. The client was supposed to be Tokugawa Takahara alone, and the cargo was grain. The woman and boy were clearly not guards or attendants. Tokugawa looked nervous. "Ninja-sama, these are my relatives. They made a last-minute decision to travel to the land of grass to visit family. This is not permitted under the terms of our agreement," Yujito said, her expression serious. "It was an emergency, I didn't have time to amend the mission request," Tokugawa said, offering a sincere apology before adding, "How about this? I'll add 5,000, no, 10,000 ryo to your payment." Hearing this, Yujito nodded in tacit agreement. "Tokugawa-san, we will now inspect the convoy. Once we have confirmed everything is in order, we can depart." "Thank you, Ninja-sama," Tokugawa said respectfully. Neji followed Yujito as she began the inspection, listening patiently as she shared her experience. For a large-scale escort mission like this, you must memorize the number of people and all of their faces before you depart. If you don't, an enemy could use the transformation jutsu to infiltrate the group, and you'd never notice. That's when things can go wrong. Chapter 17, Researching Black Lightning. Chapter 17, Researching Black Lightning. Neji committed every word to memory. It was all practical, hard-won experience. It might not have seemed like much, but he knew that one day, it could be the thing that saved a life. The convoy of wagons stretched out in a single line, nearly 600 meters long. From the rear, even with Yujito's enhanced vision, it was impossible to see the front. After a moment's thought, she formed the hand signs and created a shadow clone. "Neji, you have the Byakugan, so you take the front. My real body will be at the rear, and my clone will cover the middle." "Understood." Neji found Tokugawa Takahara and told him they were ready to move out. He then took a seat on the lead wagon, activated his Byakugan, and scanned the road ahead. The convoy began to move, the great gate of the hidden cloud slowly shrinking behind them as the vegetation on either side of the road grew denser. This was Neji's first time on a long journey, and he was filled with curiosity about the wider shinobi world. He kept his Byakugan active, observing everything within a 3-kilometer radius. After a few hours, however, a sense of boredom began to set in. The Byakugan's vision was monochrome, lacking any real aesthetic beauty. Staring at it for too long was bound to cause eye strain. With a thought, Neji created a shadow clone, just as Yujito had, and had it take over guard duty. He then lay back on the roof of the wagon, pulled out a copy of the 3rd Reikage training notes, and began to study the principles of lightning release nature transformation. You are researching lightning release chakra nature transformation. Your understanding has increased. Neji had 3 small goals for his study of lightning release. First, to master the lightning release chakra mode and comprehensively improve his physical abilities. Second, to develop a powerful lightning release ninjutsu. Ideally, something like Kirin, the ultimate in large-scale destructive power, and a technique that represented the pinnacle of nature transformation, like black lightning or purple electricity. Third, to cultivate a Kekkei that was primarily based on lightning release. These 3 goals were both difficult and not so difficult. He had already achieved a high level of proficiency with the lightning release chakra mode. In the entire hidden cloud, there were no more than 3 people who were superior to him in its use. As for the second goal, all 5 elemental releases were fundamentally similar, based on the principles of chakra nature and shape transformation. As long as he could master black lightning or purple electricity, and with the precedent of the Chidori current, developed by Kakashi and perfected by Sasuke, all he had to do was follow their path, and he could create his own powerful lightning release ninjutsu. How purple electricity was developed, Neji didn't know. But the development of the third Raikage's black lightning was well documented, a precious treasure of the hidden cloud. Given Neji's status, he had obtained the information with ease. The most difficult goal by far was developing a lightning release Kekkei. Darui's storm release was one of the few such abilities in the world. Whether it was inherited through his bloodline or something he had developed on his own was, for the moment, unknown. If it was the former, there was nothing Neji could do. But if it was the latter, then it would be simple. Neji focused on the third Raikage's notes. Halfway through, he found himself filled with an even greater admiration for Kakashi. Although these notes were written by the third, they were the culmination of the work of countless predecessors. Black lightning was an innovation the third had made while standing on the shoulders of giants. Kakashi, however, was different. Konoha had no real high-level lightning release secret techniques. He had developed purple electricity, a technique on par with black lightning, completely on his own. It was only his civilian birth and lack of a powerful bloodline that had limited his potential. Otherwise, his achievements would have been boundless. Hiss. Black lightning isn't just a lightning release nature transformation. It also possesses a small amount of yang release. Neji's eyes narrowed. In the Age of Myths, the Sage of Six Paths had used yin-yang release to create the 9-tailed beasts from nothing. Yin release was the power of the mind, which governed imagination and could give form to nothingness. Yang release was the power of the body, which governed life force and could breathe life into form. Every human possessed both yin and yang energy, but not all of them could use yin-yang release. The Hyuga clan was a classic example of a yin release bloodline. They did not possess yang release. But Neji was an exception. After 2 years of soaking in the secret medicine, his physical constitution had changed, and he now possessed a small amount of yang release affinity. He had once used a chakra induction paper to test his elemental ratios. Yin was dominant, followed by fire, water, and earth, then lightning, with yang being the weakest. But no matter how small the amount, as long as it was there, it was enough. Theoretically, if it can be learned, even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I can definitely learn it. Having made up his mind, Neji sat cross-legged on the roof of the wagon and began to attempt to create black lightning. A thread of blue-white electricity appeared at his fingertip, sometimes wild and chaotic, sometimes calm and docile. The attendants walking alongside the wagon saw this and clicked their tongues in amazement, calling him Ninja-sama. You have attempted to infuse lightning release chakra with yang release chakra. You have failed. Your understanding has increased. You have attempted to infuse yang release chakra with lightning release chakra. You have failed. Your understanding has increased. As the sun set, the convoy made camp for the night. The 100 wagons were arranged in a large circle, and the people set up their tents in the middle. After setting up several traps in the surrounding area, Neji sat alone by a campfire, continuing his research into black lightning. He was making progress with every attempt. He estimated it would take no more than 2 days to create the skill. After that, he could improve it through combat, which would be much less tedious. Still training. Yujito suddenly sat down beside him. She took out a rice ball from her pouch and began to nibble on it. If you have something to say, I'm listening, Neji said, his face impassive as he continued to try and fuse his yang and lightning chakra. Yujito looked at his diligent efforts with a certain amount of skepticism. Hard work was often useless. 99% perspiration was worth less than 1% inspiration. But she didn't say anything to discourage him. The land of lightning is very safe. We won't run into any trouble. But once we leave its borders, it's a different story. To get to the land of grass, we have to pass through the land of iron, the land of frost, and the land of waterfalls. Those smaller countries are a mess. Yujito lay back on the grass, her left leg bent and her right leg crossed over it, munching on her rice ball as she spoke. Right. I understand. Neji had already considered this before they left. The 5 great nations were constantly cracking down on bandits, but they never seemed to be able to get rid of them completely. In reality, compared to the smaller countries, the 5 great nations were quite safe. Wandering ninja, bandits, and rogue ninja generally avoided entering their territory unless absolutely necessary. The smaller countries, with their weaker hidden villages, were their paradise. As long as you're aware. Yujito looked up at the silver moon hanging in the sky. She suddenly poked Neji with her toe. What are you doing? Neji, I heard from the old folks in the village that a long, long time ago, the shinobi world didn't have a moon. The one we have now was man-made. Hearing this, Neji turned to look at her, a half-smile on his face. No way. You actually believe that? You. Who said I believe it? Did I say that? Chapter 18, Ambush. Chapter 18, Ambush. 2 days later, at 4 in the morning, Neji opened his eyes and went alone into the small woods to continue his research on black lightning. You have practiced chakra refinement. Your understanding has increased. You have practiced lightning release chakra nature transformation. Your understanding has increased. You have attempted to infuse yang release chakra into lightning release chakra. Your understanding has increased. Congratulations. You have learned the secret lightning release jutsu, Black Lightning LV1, 1/500. As the series of notifications popped up on his system panel, Neji had finally mastered the black lightning he had been so focused on. A violent current of black electricity coiled around his palm. He could clearly feel that with the same amount of lightning chakra, the power of black lightning was more than double that of a normal electrical current. This was the power of mastering the pinnacle of chakra nature transformation. Neji. Yujito, having just woken up, was surprised to see Neji emerging from the woods. You're up early, she said, walking over to greet him. For the past few days, Neji had been waking up at 4 o'clock like clockwork, training for 3 hours before eating and getting back on the road. Today, he was more than an hour ahead of schedule. Neji was confused by the way she was staring at him. He touched his face. What is it, Captain? Is there something on my face? Yujito's eyes narrowed. Did you have a breakthrough in your training? Neji nodded. Hard work pays off. I had a small epiphany. Congratulations. Yujito suspected that Neji's small epiphany was anything but. It was likely the completion of a powerful new ninjutsu. The days passed. Neji used a shadow clone to stand guard while his real body either practiced chakra control or trained his Byakugan. The days on the road were not as dull as one might think. On the 5th day, the convoy finally left the land of lightning. The smaller countries are unstable. Everyone, stay sharp. Yujito called out from the top of a wagon. As the convoy entered the land of iron, Neji keenly observed that the guards had all become more vigilant. They had even added 2 more patrol teams. Neji dismissed his shadow clone and began to survey the surroundings with his own eyes. It wasn't long before they faced their first attack. From the slopes on either side of the road, dozens of shabbily dressed bandits suddenly appeared, brandishing farm tools as they swarmed the last wagon in the convoy. They were disorganized and undisciplined, a true ragtag mob. Yujito didn't even have to lift a finger, the patrol guards dealt with them easily. Neji had spotted the dozens of people on the hillsides from a long way off with his Byakugan. But he hadn't detected any chakra signatures from them. Seeing them with farm tools, he had mistaken them for farmers. He had given a small warning to the guards but hadn't thought much of it. Who would have thought that a group of a few dozen men would dare to attack a convoy of this size? They must have been starving. After an explanation from Tokugawa Takahara, Neji understood. Those people were bandits, yes, but they were also farmers. When a merchant caravan passed by, they were bandits. When there was no caravan, they were civilians. After a short rest, the convoy continued on. Over the next few days, they were attacked by bandits 6 more times. Although there were no casualties, a heavy atmosphere began to settle over the group. After leaving the land of iron, they entered the land of frost, and the tension grew even thicker. The land of iron was a nation of samurai that was hostile to shinobi, so the only threats they had faced were common bandits. But the land of frost, and the land of waterfalls beyond it, were a different story. In a hidden valley in the land of frost. We've confirmed it. The convoy has entered the land of frost. They're being escorted by a 2-man team from the hidden cloud. Their strength is unknown, a middle-aged ninja with a long scar across his forehead reported respectfully. A 2-man team. The leader, a rogue nin from Iwagakure, raised an eyebrow. A standard genin squad from one of the great villages consisted of 1 chunin leading 3 genin. A jonin-led squad was 1 jonin and 3 chunin. A 2-man team, at a minimum, would consist of 2 chunin. His own mercenary team consisted of 10 members, 2 tokubetsu jonin, 3 chunin, and 5 genin. They were a force to be reckoned with. If it's 2 chunin, the price remains the same. If there's a jonin, you'll have to pay more, the rogue nin said, turning to look at his client. The client was a man of about the same age as Tokugawa Takahara and even bore a passing resemblance to him. He wore round glasses and had a scholarly air. As long as you complete the mission, money is no object. But if you fail, you won't see a single Rio. Deal, the rogue nin said, his face grim. He had already made up his mind. If the mission succeeded, great. If it failed, he would just kill the client. He wasn't going to make this trip for nothing. Killing a client was a major taboo in the mercenary world, it broke the rules of the trade and made it hard to find work again. But those rules were for the big players. He was a nobody. He could kill the client, make a huge score, and then just throw away his forehead protector and start over with a new identity. The convoy traveled through the land of frost for 2 days in peace. It was a stark contrast to the land of iron, where they were constantly being attacked. The members of the convoy began to let their guard down. On this day, as the blood-red sun sank behind the mountains, casting its last rays over the land, Neji suddenly approached Tokugawa Takahara and signaled for him to halt and make camp. It was still early, but Tokugawa didn't dare to disobey a ninja. He ordered the guards to set up for the night. Neji leaped onto the roof of the lead wagon, spinning a kunai on his index finger as he stared intently at the surrounding forest. The next moment. Boom. 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 A series of explosions erupted around them. Explosive tags. It's ninja. Tokugawa's face paled. The tags were of limited power and hadn't gone off within the convoy itself, so there were no casualties. But the horses panicked, pulling the wagons in every direction. Before the guards had time to react, hundreds of bandits charged out of the forest, screaming as they attacked. These were not the part-time bandits of the land of iron. These were hardened killers who had seen real combat, and they fought the guards to a standstill. Neji's eyes narrowed. He created a shadow clone to protect Tokugawa while his real body shot forward at incredible speed. He had spotted them. 6 ninja, disguised as bandits, were making a beeline for a specific wagon. The woman and the boy were in that wagon. Based on their chakra levels, it was 1 jonin, 2 chunin, and 3 genin. Black electricity sparked to life in his palm. Neji used the body flicker technique, and in an instant, he was behind one of the chunin. Lightning release, black lightning. A piercing shriek of electricity filled the air. The chunin felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a hand wreathed in black lightning bursting out from his torso. The kid. The Iwagakure rogue nin's face contorted in shock. His comrade was a chunin. He might not have been on the level of a chunin from one of the great villages, but he was a chunin nonetheless. And he had been killed in an instant. Chapter 19, The True Escort Target. Chapter 19, The True Escort Target. The attack had been a surprise, but it was still a testament to the boy's skill. He was no ordinary shinobi. Forget the target. Kill the kid first, the Iwagakure rogue nin yelled to his remaining comrades, his hands already flying through a series of hand signs. Neji's eyebrow twitched when he heard the word target. So, their objective isn't the grain after all, he thought. Could it be? A theory began to form in his mind. Without breaking stride, he charged straight for the IWA rogue nin leader. By now, the man had completed his jutsu. Earth release, rock fist jutsu. His arm was instantly encased in a thick layer of solid rock. He threw a vicious punch, aiming to pulverize the approaching Neji. Just before the blow landed, Neji shifted his stance, crossing his arms in front of his chest. The rogue nin, having committed to the attack, couldn't pull back. The rock-hard fist slammed into Neji's forearms, sending him flying backward with tremendous force. The remaining chunin and 3 genin, who had been bracing for an attack, breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy was strong, but the advantage was still theirs. It was only when they saw the look of sheer horror on their leader's face that they realized Neji, who had been sent flying, was now hurtling toward them at an even greater speed. It was too late to use a jutsu to evade. A flock of black lightning birds erupted from Neji's body, their piercing cries an assault on the eardrums. 2 of the genin were the first to be engulfed by the black lightning, dying instantly. The remaining chunin used the opening to try and escape with an earth release body flicker. But Neji wasn't about to let him get away. Divine airstrike. He threw a punch through the air, sending an inconspicuous sphere of pure chakra flying toward the fleeing ninja. It entered the man's chest without a sound. The gentle fist's penetrating force invaded his body and, in an instant, exploded from within. Thump. The chunin fell backward onto the ground. From the outside, there wasn't a single scratch on him, but his heart had been turned to dust. Screech. Neji's backward momentum finally began to slow. He stabbed a kunai into the ground, his feet sliding for another 5 or 6 meters before he came to a stop. Black lightning. A secret jutsu. The IWA rogue Nin glanced at the corpses of his 3 comrades, then his eyes fixed on the black electricity crackling in Neji's hands. His teeth began to chatter. He suddenly remembered seeing a very similar black lightning from a distance on the battlefield years ago. The terrifying men who had wielded it had left a deep psychological scar on him, a chunin at the time. Even now, the memory made him break out in a cold sweat. Could it be the same technique? Neji pulled his kunai from the ground, a smirk on his face. Show me what you've got. Don't let me kill you this easily. I've never seen such an arrogant brat, the IWA Nin snarled, his eyes narrowing. The kid didn't meet my attack head-on. He used my own force to kill my comrades. That means his strength is about equal to mine, or maybe slightly greater. If I fight to the death, I might have a chance of winning. But he has backup, and she won't be any weaker than he is. More importantly, escort ninja are notoriously difficult to deal with. It's not worth risking my life for such a small fee. The IWA Nin decided to retreat. As Neji charged toward him, he flew through another set of hand signs, then slammed his palms on the ground, pouring half his chakra into the jutsu. Earth release, earth flow river. A 6-meter-wide patch of ground in front of him instantly liquefied, surging forward in a muddy tide. Neji backflipped through the air, his feet occasionally tapping the churning mud to propel himself further away. The wave of sludge pursued him relentlessly until he was more than 10 meters back, finally clear of the jutsu's range. By then, the IWA Nin was already 100 meters away and disappearing into the trees. Impressive, Neji noted. When it comes to earth release, he's far superior to me. Neji didn't give chase immediately. He waited a moment, and once the rogue Nin was a full kilometer away, he created a lightning clone and sent it silently after him. Neji, hang on. I'm coming. Yujito's voice called out from the distance. She was at least as strong as Neji, if not stronger. It was no surprise that she had dealt with her opponents so quickly. With the attacking ninja either dead or fled, the battle was soon over. The convoy had suffered heavy losses, and the guards were filled with a murderous rage. They hunted down and slaughtered every last one of the bandits before their bloodlust was sated. Just then, Tokugawa Takahara, along with the woman and the boy, approached Neji and Yujito. Ninja-sama, he asked anxiously, are you all right? Neji didn't answer. He just looked at the men with a knowing, half-smile. Beside him, Yujito, also sensing that something was wrong with this attack, stared at Tokugawa with a cold expression. Under their intense scrutiny, Tokugawa began to sweat. He feigned ignorance, about to ask what was wrong, when Neji suddenly spoke. An explanation would be nice, Tokugawa-san. Tokugawa swallowed hard. Ninja-sama, I don't know what you're talking about. This attack, Yujito said, her voice sharp, involved 2 tokubetsu jonin, 3 chunin, and 5 genin. Tokugawa-san, for all the world, one would think you were transporting gold, not grain. This situation. I had no idea. Tokugawa stammered. Then tell me this, Neji cut in. Why did this mother and son suddenly join the convoy just before we left? Why did the main force of the attacking ninja target the carriage they were riding in? The real cargo you hired us to protect, it's them, isn't it? As he spoke the last sentence, the color drained from Tokugawa's face. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Ninja-sama, he pleaded, let me explain. It's not what you think. They. Sigh. The woman stepped forward and bowed deeply to Neji and Yujito. I'm so sorry. We deceived you. Mishiba, this was my idea, Tokugawa said, his shoulders slumping in defeat. If anyone should apologize, it's me. With the truth out, there was no point in hiding it any longer. He bowed low to the 2 shinobi. If this had been any other ninja team, they would have been in serious trouble. Fortunately for him, they had gotten Neji and Yujito. The shinobi world was like that, you never knew when an unforeseen complication would arise. Yujito waved her hand dismissively. Just tell us everything you've been hiding. We'll decide whether to continue the mission based on the situation. Tokugawa sighed and began his story. Mishiba is not my relative. She is my lover. And this boy is my illegitimate son. Both Yujito and Neji were taken aback. As Tokugawa continued, the whole story came to light. The Tokugawa were one of the most prominent merchant families in the village hidden in the grass. He and Mishiba had been childhood sweethearts, but for the sake of his family's interests, he had been forced into an arranged marriage with another woman. He had sent Mishiba to live in the far-off land of lightning, and they had a son together. A few months ago, Tokugawa's eldest son and heir had been killed by bandits while on a business trip. To ensure the continuation of his family line, Tokugawa had sent for his younger son to be brought back from the land of lightning. But 2 separate caravans had been ambushed and wiped out by bandits on the way. Finally, Tokugawa had decided to come himself, using the grain purchase as a cover to secretly bring his son home to Kusagakure. Chapter 20, Never Hire a Rogue Ninja. Chapter 20, Never Hire a Rogue Ninja. There are quite a few people in the Tokugawa clan who covet the position of head. They certainly don't want to see my son return safely to the hidden grass. I concealed the true target of the escort, thinking that the fewer people who knew, the safer we would be. But I never expected the information to leak out anyway. Tokugawa Takahara sighed, a wave of fear washing over him. They had been lucky to survive this time. If they hadn't hired such a powerful ninja team, not only would his son have been killed, but he himself would likely have died at the hands of the rogue ninja. So that's how it is. Yujito nodded slowly. She pulled Neji aside to confer with him for a moment, then returned to Tokugawa. Tokugawa-san, I'm giving you two choices. 1. We terminate the mission and we part ways here. We'll return to the hidden cloud, and you can try to make it back to the hidden grass on your own. 2. You add another 200,000 ryo to our payment, and we will continue to escort you. Tokugawa mulled it over for a moment, then nodded, a pained expression on his face. All right. I'm in your debt, ninja-sama. The original payment was 70,000 ryo. Adding another 200,000 brought the total to 270,000. It was no small sum. The Tokugawa clan's annual profits from their merchant business were less than 2 million ryo. But money could be earned again. His son's safe return to the hidden grass was paramount. With the new terms of the escort mission settled, the members of the convoy began to round up the scattered horses and clean up the battlefield. More than 50 of the guards had been killed or wounded in the attack. Tokugawa looked at the corpses littering the ground, his heart heavy. It wasn't the death benefits he was worried about. These guards were loyal retainers that the Tokugawa clan had spent a great deal of resources to train. Each one lost was a blow to the family's strength. Neji walked over to him. Tokugawa-san, after such a fierce battle, everyone is exhausted. Let's give them more time to rest. We'll set out again at noon tomorrow. Oh, you're right. Look at me, only thinking about my losses. I'll give the order right away. Tokugawa slapped his forehead and immediately instructed the convoy to slaughter the injured horses to provide a better meal for everyone. Late that night, a dark figure slipped out of a tent and went into the nearby woods. He took out a carrier pigeon from his robes and released it. The pigeon flapped its wings and flew into the sky. But it had only just cleared the treetops when it let out a cry and fell to the ground. The dark figure's face changed. He didn't dare to return to the convoy. Instead, he ran like a madman deeper into the forest. He had only gone a few meters when his legs tripped a wire hidden in the grass. Two kunai shot out from the trees. With a soft thud, the figure fell to the ground, dead. Neji and Tokugawa emerged from the shadows. Neji-kun, Tokugawa said, his voice trembling as he looked at the corpse. Was he the spy in our group? The rogue ninja had gone straight for the carriage carrying his wife and son. They could only have done that with detailed prior intelligence. If he wasn't the spy, who was? Neji said nonchalantly as he began to dismantle the traps he had set. By the time he was finished, Tokugawa had examined the body. His face suddenly went as pale as a sheet. I assume you now know who hired those rogue ninja, Neji said. He's my. Tokugawa was sweating profusely. Neji held up a hand, cutting him off. He wasn't interested in the details. It was a typical Tokugawa family power struggle, all for the sake of money and position. The person behind it was bound to be one of the clan's key figures. Tokugawa-san, you'd better prepare another 200,000 ryo. What do you mean, Neji-kun? As soon as the words left his mouth, Tokugawa heard the sound of urgent footsteps nearby. Another Neji emerged from the forest, a sack slung over his shoulder. The real Neji smiled at his lightning clone. Good work. The clone gave a thumbs up. You can count on me. Neji dismissed the clone, and a flood of memories entered his mind. After absorbing the information, Neji rubbed his temples and then emptied the contents of the sack onto the ground. Tokugawa-san, he said, would you say this man's life is worth 200,000 ryo? It really is him. A few hours earlier, in the hidden valley in the land of frost. After the Iwagakure rogue nin had led the attack on the convoy, the client had not left. He had waited in the valley. The client was none other than Tokugawa Takahara's younger cousin, Tokugawa Masaharu. Takahara was nearly 50. With his son dead, the other key figures in the clan would force him to step down. Then, Masaharu's ascension to the position of head would be a foregone conclusion. As the sky grew darker, Masaharu grew more and more anxious, constantly looking toward the valley entrance, hoping to see the Iwa nin return in triumph. After what felt like an eternity, he finally heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Someone was approaching at high speed. Overjoyed, Masaharu ran out of the valley. The rogue Nin leader appeared, but to his dismay, he was the only one of the 10 who had returned. A sense of dread washed over Masaharu. "Why are you the only one?" he demanded. "Humph," the IWA Nin sneered. "The others are all dead." "You bastard, you really screwed me over." "All dead?" Masaharu's face fell. The rogue Nin had returned in such a sorry state, it was obvious the mission had failed. Damn it all. A C-rank mission with 2 jonin. The IWA Nin cursed, his eyes glaring at Masaharu until the men began to tremble. What are you going to do?" Masaharu stammered. Fwish. A flash of cold steel. The IWA Nin's short sword plunged into Masaharu's chest. You. Masaharu clutched his bleeding chest, gurgling, unable to form a single coherent word. The IWA Nin twisted the blade, then stabbed him twice more. "A word of advice. In your next life, don't hire a rogue ninja." Clap. Clap. Neji's clone applauded. "You've got that right." Question mark. The IWA Nin's face darkened as he spun around to see Neji emerging from the shadows at the valley entrance, a kunai gleaming in his hand. "The kid actually followed me." A vicious look appeared in the IWA Nin's eyes. If he was going to be pursued relentlessly, then he had no choice but to fight to the death. There was no point in words. In an instant, the 2 of them charged at each other. The lightning clone formed a hand sign with his left hand while his right hand, holding the kunai, slashed at the IWA Nin. The kunai and the rock fist collided with a piercing shriek. A shower of blue sparks flew out. Lightning release, Chidori blade. The lightning clone's chakra was about equal to the IWA Nin's. But lightning was strong against earth. The advantage was Neji's. After a few seconds of crackling electricity, the lightning shattered the IWA Nin's rock fist and then surged up his arm. Gaha. The pain of the electricity coursing through his body contorted the IWA Nin's face. His paralyzed body couldn't even make a sound. His strength vanished in an instant, and the fear of death washed over him. The lightning clone didn't give him much time to be afraid. He sidestepped and, with a swift movement, sliced open the man's throat with his kunai. Chapter 21, Chapter 22, The Box of Ultimate Bliss. Chapter 22, The Box of Ultimate Bliss. Yujito looked at Neji, her expression a mask of confusion. A person's values are largely formed after a few years in the world, they can't be changed with just a few words. Neji didn't quite know how to explain it to her either. He rubbed his temples. "I'm just not in the right headspace. Let's try another day." The casual, dismissive tone was obvious to anyone. A flash of annoyance crossed Yujito's face. She pinned him down, her voice sharp and direct. "Neji, what are you so hesitant about? Don't you want to?" Neji's body tensed. He was silent for a moment before answering just as directly. "I do. It's not like it's a loss for me, right? But if it was just for the sake of the Byakugan bloodline, the Raikage didn't need to sacrifice Yujito for it. To resort to such methods, how was that any different from Konoha? Yujito was a hero of the hidden cloud. She was young and beautiful and didn't deserve to be treated like this. Besides, if he went through with it, while Yujito might not resent him, it would inevitably plant a thorn in her heart. That wasn't a situation Neji wanted. Neji's last comment made Yujito burst out laughing. She then looked at him, her confusion returning. "Then why? Could it be that you?" She made a vague gesture with her hand, then glanced down at herself, opening her mouth to say something but not knowing how to phrase it. Neji gritted his teeth and explained, "My dear Captain Yujito, what you're talking about and what I want are 2 completely different concepts, okay? But, there doesn't seem to be a difference. Isn't it all the same thing in the end?" Neji turned his head away and closed his eyes in exasperation. If you only look at the result, then yes, there's no difference. But if you consider the entire process, the difference is huge. When it's just for the sake of procreation, or as a transaction, both parties skip the build-up and go straight to the final step. Especially the men. Yujito stared at him, dumbfounded. It was the first time she had ever heard such a thing. Instead of sounding crude, it actually made a strange kind of sense to her. Of course, Yujito didn't really care about the reasoning. The mission was paramount, she just wanted to complete it. But if Neji wouldn't cooperate, forcing the issue seemed impossible. "All right, fine. We'll forget about it for now," she said, taking a deep breath to calm herself. Neji felt a wave of relief. "Then you can get off me. Neji, let's compromise. We'll share a room, but not a bed." "Okay." Neji thought that was for the best. To refuse any further would just be rude. Early the next morning, Neji was groggily pulled from his sleep. Yujito, dressed in a form-fitting black short-sleeved combat uniform, stood over him, her mouth full of grilled meat. The sight, instead of being comical, was strangely cute. Neji glanced at the clock on the wall. 6:10 a.m. He'd woken up late. Your portion is on the table. Be quick about it. We have a mission after we eat. A mission. Neji paused in the middle of getting dressed, looking at her in confusion. Hasn't the mission already ended? Yujito gave him a mysterious smile. Neji, you're the precious Byakugan, and I'm the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. Do you really think a mere C-rank mission is worth us traveling 1,000 miles for? Neji froze. Thinking about it, she had a point. But they hadn't accepted any other missions, which meant this one had been given to them privately by the Raikage. Recalling the Hidden Cloud's typical methods, a theory began to form in his mind. After breakfast, Yujito took out a scroll and handed it to him. Neji opened it. It was a map of the village hidden in the grass. A red line divided the map down the middle, separating the village into northern and southern districts. In each district, a cluster of buildings was circled in red. Yujito crossed her arms, her expression serious. Do you know the history of Kusagakure? Neji shook his head, feigning ignorance. Not really. Good. Then you need to remember every word I'm about to say. Yujito's lips curved into a slight smile as she assumed the role of a proper Jonin leader, ready to educate her subordinate. Thousands of years ago, a divine artifact known as the Box of Ultimate Bliss appeared in the shinobi world. It was said to have been left behind by the legendary Sage of Six Paths, and that opening it could grant any wish. The village hidden in the grass once opened the box and nearly conquered the entire world. Does the Box of Ultimate Bliss really exist? Neji interjected. I mean, the Sage of Six Paths is just a figure from myth and legend. The Raikage can't be sending us to steal the Box of Ultimate Bliss, can he? Neji thought. At this point in time, the box should be in Hozuki Castle. Myths and legends are built on a foundation of historical truth, Yujito explained. Our village inherited several of the sage's divine artifacts, so we are certain the Box of Ultimate Bliss is real. And it's most likely in the possession of the hidden grass. Our mission is to steal it. An artifact of such power must be in the hands of the Hidden Cloud. The legendary Gold and Silver brothers, known as the Two Lights of the Cloud, had inherited 5 of the treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths, the Kokinjo, the Bashozen, the Benihisago, the Shikisaiken, and the Kahaku no Johei. Decades ago, the Cloud had attacked Konoha, starting the First Great Ninja War, but they had been soundly defeated by the Second Hokage. Under pressure, the Second Raikage had signed a peace treaty. The Gold and Silver brothers, who were fighting on the front lines, were enraged to hear of the surrender and launched a coup. Using the treasured tools and the power of the Nine-Tails chakra, they had assassinated both the Second Raikage and the Second Hokage. But the brothers were eventually brought down by the Cloud's ANBU, and the treasured tools had belonged to the village ever since. I will search the southern district. Your mission is to infiltrate the northern district and investigate this location. Yujito pointed a slender finger at the red-circled buildings in the north. Oh. Neji raised an eyebrow. Is there something special about these two places? Many years ago, the Hidden Grass split into 2 opposing factions. One is the Fruit of the Grass, which wants to restore the village to its former glory. The other is the Flower of the Grass, which advocates for peace. These 2 circled locations are their respective headquarters. If the Box of Ultimate Bliss is in the village, it will be hidden in one of these 2 places. Neji took a deep breath. He didn't ask what they should do if the box wasn't there. Instead, he asked, when do we move? Yujito glanced at the clock. We have the entire day for reconnaissance. Tonight, at midnight, we move in simultaneously. We only have a 30-minute window. Remember, whether you find the box or not, you must withdraw from the village immediately. Neji thought for a moment. I suggest we retreat back to this inn instead, he proposed. Then, tomorrow morning, we can walk out of the village in plain sight. Yujito's eyes lit up. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Good. We'll retreat here. Chapter 22, Chapter 21, A Land Scarred by War. Chapter 21, A Land Scarred by War. The midday sun hung high over the caravan as Takahara Takuma, the merchant leader, addressed the weary group. The greatest danger has passed, my friends. Let's push on with courage, Kusagakure awaits. As expected, the second half of the journey was smooth, save for a band of rogue shinobi too weak to know better. The caravan's guards, led by Yujito Ni and Hyuga Neji, dispatched them with ease, their blades flashing like lightning in a summer storm. 3 days before the mission's deadline, the caravan rolled into the land of grass, home of Kusagakure. The landscape mirrored Konohagakure's lush plains and dense forests, but its vitality was choked by poverty and the scars of war. The grassland stretched endlessly, marred by patches of blackened earth, as if the ground itself mourned. Years had passed, yet the grass seeds beneath refused to sprout. Neji stood atop a wagon, his Byakugan scanning the horizon. The status panel, in his mind flickered, Byakugan LV3, Divine Diligence active. In the distance, a collapsed bridge came into view, Godemabashi, the bridge where Minato Namikaze's team had crippled Iwagakure's supply lines during the Third Great Ninja War, securing victory for the Land of Fire. Strictly speaking, the Land of Earth wasn't the loser. The true victim was the Land of Grass. Yujito Ni, her blonde hair catching the breeze, joined Neji atop the wagon. Kusagakure's always played a dangerous game, she said, her voice sharp but thoughtful. They cling to the strongest villages for protection, swaying like grass in the wind. First Iwagakure, then Konoha, sometimes both at once, selling secrets to whoever pays. Neji's eyes narrowed, his Byakugan catching every detail of the scarred land. So they follow power, no matter who it is. Yujito nodded, her tone serious. During the Second and Third Wars, they allied with both sides publicly but fed intel to their enemies in secret. That's why Konoha and Iwagakure made this place their battlefield. It wasn't just strategy, it was a lesson. The Land of Grass was a grim reflection of every small nation caught between the great powers. Neji's mind drifted to the Land of Rain, where even a legend like Hanzo of the Salamander could only delay the inevitable. A small nation's pride was fleeting when the 5 great nations cast their shadows. From another angle, the fault lay with the Grass Country's daimyo. A land this small could only survive by joining a greater power. If the daimyo surrendered to the Land of Fire or Earth, their people could buy goods at fair prices and avoid becoming a war zone. It would benefit both nation and citizens, everyone except the daimyo, whose pride stood in the way. Neji's lips twitched. A world where only the daimyo suffered. Easier said than done. As Kusagakure's gates appeared on the horizon, the surviving guards wept. Half the caravan hadn't made it, comrades who fought beside them yesterday now lay cold. Neji's Byakugan caught their grief, but his heart remained steady. A ninja's life was sacrifice. The grain delivery complete, the mission was officially over. After collecting their Ryo, Yujito and Neji declined Takuma's offer to celebrate, opting to explore Kusagakure with the 3 days left before their return to Kimogakure. That night, in a modest Kusagakure inn, Neji lounged on a worn sofa, peeling a tangerine. His Byakugan idly traced the blurry figure in the bathroom. Women are such a hassle, he thought, smirking. An hour already. They'd booked a single double room, a decision Neji had initially resisted. Yujito's reasoning was ironclad, you're a precious Byakugan prodigy, Neji-kun. The 4th Reikage tasked me with keeping you safe. No arguments. Neji couldn't deny the logic. Besides, he wasn't that opposed, just cautious. The sound of running water stopped, and Yujito emerged, wrapped in a bathrobe. Her skin glistened like polished jade, steam rising from her as if she carried the mist of Onreikyo. Neji's eyes lingered a moment too long. What are you staring at? Yujito snapped, her glare more playful than fierce. Neji, unfazed, grabbed a bar of soap and headed for the bathroom. With these eyes, I can see whatever I want, whenever I want, he quipped, tapping his temple. As he undressed behind the frosted glass, Yujito's voice cut through. Neji, you're bringing a kunai into the bath. Kunai. What kunai? He replied, feigning innocence. Yujito froze, then flushed as red as the Hokage's hat, realization dawning. This kid's not so little anymore. 10 minutes later, Neji stepped out, bathrobe tied loosely. Yujito sat on the bed, her demeanor odd. Gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, her bathrobe barely concealing her curves. Black silk stockings hugged her legs, swaying restlessly. Neji paused, sensing the shift. Yujito glanced at him, her cheeks pink with embarrassment. Neji, you. Hold it, Neji interrupted, pouring himself a cup of cold water and downing it. What's this about, Captain? Yujito's eyes flashed with indignation. It's a mission from Lord Reikage. You're smart enough to figure it out, aren't you? Neji's brow furrowed. That kind of mission? Yes, she snapped, her voice a mix of duty and shame. Neji rubbed his temples, a headache forming. I'm 6, Yujito-san. A kid. You're 6, but you're no kid, she countered, her gaze pointed. Ninja matured fast, 2 to 3 times faster than civilians. After 2 years of Kumo's secret elixirs, Neji's body was far beyond his age, capable of more. He sat beside her, feeling her tension. So, the Reikage orders you to do this, and you just agree. Yujito hesitated, then nodded firmly. A ninja follows orders. You know that. Neji's heart churned. The Naruto world, the legend of the eyes, the 5 villages feud, Black Zetsu's scheme, was a filthy place. Ninja were tools, shedding blood for honor and pride, stripped of self. Like Kisame, they sacrificed everything for the mission. But Neji couldn't. His past life, his memories, made it impossible to fully embrace this world's cold logic. With a swift motion, he drew a kunai, sliced his finger, and let blood drip onto the bedsheet. He cut the stained fabric and handed it to Yujito. This should be enough to report back. Yujito stared, confused. Question mark. Chapter 23, The Sin of Arrogance. Chapter 23, The Sin of Arrogance. The night was as black as ink, without a single star or moon in the sky. Whoosh. Inside a dilapidated wooden cabin, a stove burned brightly, bringing a touch of warmth to the cold night. 2 grass shinobi lay on their beds, fast asleep, their soft snores filling the air. 2 others sat by the window, keeping watch. The younger of the 2 guards picked up a kettle from the stove and poured himself a large bowl of shoshu. As the steam rose, the rich, intoxicating aroma of the alcohol filled the small room. Good stuff. He took a large gulp, closing his eyes in blissful appreciation. It's top-grade shoshu from the land of Earth, the older, middle-aged grass nin said with a smile, taking a small sip. You get what you pay for. There are 3 prohibitions for a shinobi: wealth, women, and wine. These 3 things were said to corrode the will and were to be avoided at all costs. Whoever came up with that clearly had no grasp of reality. Shinobi were human, too. And the constant stress of missions was far greater than that of an ordinary person. Many shinobi indulged in at least one of the 3. Konoha's strongest Hokage in history had been a renowned patron of the pleasure districts, and his 3 students were even more notorious. A stoic man like the 4th Raikage, who abstained from both wine and women and spent his days lifting weights, was a rarity. If that was the case for shinobi from the great villages, it was even more so for those from the smaller ones. And so, the 2 on night watch were secretly drinking. Had the village hidden in the grass truly fallen into such a state of decay? It's late. Drink less, the older man said, putting down his bowl. There's only half a pot left. We'll be done when it's gone, the younger man replied dismissively. The harshness of his life and the mind-numbing boredom of his daily duties had made him despise everything about his village. Without alcohol, he wouldn't have been able to endure it this long. The older man sighed but said no more, turning to look out into the deep, dark night. Drip, drip. His brow furrowed. The sound wasn't the pouring of wine. It was like raindrops falling from the eaves onto the ground. But it wasn't raining. A flicker of doubt entered his mind, and he subconsciously looked back. Thud. He saw the younger shinobi collapse to the floor, his head rolling away, leaving a long trail of blood. A look of satisfaction was still frozen on his lips. A cold wind suddenly blew through the cabin, carrying with it the thick, coppery smell of blood. Enemy attack. The thought finally exploded in the man's mind. He opened his mouth to shout, but it was too late. FZZT. A flash of black electricity shot through the dimly lit cabin. A spray of warm blood splattered against the wall. Clad in a black bodysuit that covered him from head to toe, a tachi strapped to his back, and no forehead protector, Hyuga Neji clung to the ceiling, his pure white eyes the only part of him visible. Black lightning crackled from his joined fingertips. You have used black lightning. Your understanding has increased. EXP +1. With a twist of his waist, Neji dropped from the ceiling, landing silently on the floor. How dull, he murmured. If all the grass shinobi are of this caliber, they would have been wiped out long ago. Strange. Though he found it a little too easy, Neji didn't dwell on it. He glanced at the 2 shinobi on the beds. They both had sweet smiles on their faces, but their throats had been pierced by his black lightning. They had died in their sleep. Neji slowly raised his hand, a faint blue light flickering in his pale eyes. A small amount of the Tensigen's power gathered in his palm, forming a small blue sphere. With a flick of his finger, the sphere shot into the chest of the dead middle-aged shinobi. Cursed mandala sealing heart. It was the only dojutsu his Tensigen could currently use. By implanting the blue sphere into another person's body, he could read their memories and even alter their will. In terms of control, it was inferior to Koto Emitsukami. But its cooldown time was much shorter, and in addition to controlling humans, it could also control puppets. If his dojutsu was strong enough, he could even grant a puppet a degree of sentience. At his current level, Neji could only control 10 people at once. It wasn't many, but it was enough. He gave the dead shinobi a simple command: continue the night watch. Then, like a nimble cat, he slipped out of the cabin and melted into the darkness. He needed to control a high-ranking member of the grass village, read their memories, and see if he could find the box of ultimate bliss. At this point in time, the box was most likely in Hozuki Castle. But what if? As he crossed a large, open area, Neji suddenly stopped, a strange sense of unease washing over him. There were no sentries, and the area was pitch black and eerily silent. He focused his Byakugan and glanced at the ground. The next moment, the earth beneath his feet split open. Earth release, Headhunter Jutsu. Boom. 2 hands shot out from the ground, each holding a kunai, and stabbed at Neji's legs. At his thought, a brilliant blue lightning erupted, covering his legs from the knees down. He stomped down hard. Splat. The ambusher's head was crushed under Neji's foot, a spray of red and white exploding outwards. At that exact moment, several searchlights flared to life, illuminating the open ground as brightly as day. Swoosh. 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 Dozens of grass shinobi descended from the sky, some with their arms crossed, some perched on the tops of trees, others crouching on telephone poles, all of them glaring at Neji with hostile expressions. Then, a tall grass nin used the body flicker technique to appear in front of him. During the day, I repeatedly sensed a faint feeling of being watched, the man said, his voice calm and steady. I had a feeling we would have a visitor tonight. And as expected, you've arrived. Neji's brow furrowed. He had made a mistake. His biggest mistake was the sin of arrogance. Possessing the Tensigen and having mastered the lightning release chakra mode, the divine airstrike, and black lightning had made him look down on the shinobi of a smaller nation. Thinking about it now, for a small village like the Hidden Grass to have survived for so long in the shinobi world, they were definitely not to be underestimated. His second mistake was over-reliance on the Byakugan. When using it, there was a faint emission of dojutsu energy, the intensity of which depended on the strength of the user's eyes. An ordinary ninja might not notice it, but to a sensory type, it was quite obvious. It was for this reason that the Hyuga had been able to maintain their position in Konoha for so long. If they could spy on others without a trace, their treatment would have been even worse than the Uchihas. No one would tolerate having their secrets spied upon. The mere ability to do so was a threat. Neji glanced at the leader of the grass shinobi. The man's chakra was powerful. He was an elite jonin. When an infiltration fails, the best course of action is to escape. But if he retreated now, the fourth Raikage would be disappointed, and Neji would be disappointed in himself. Ever since he had put on the forehead protector and become a true shinobi, he could not accept failure. After a moment's thought, Neji spoke, his voice a low rasp. So what if you found me? What are you going to do about it? The provocative words angered the grass jonin, but his eyes then fell on Neji's pure white irises, and his pupils contracted. The Byakugan. A Hyuga. You're from Konoha. You finally figured it out, you fool. Neji sneered. My Konoha could turn your pitiful little village to ash in a single night. Chapter 24, When does a chess player need to consider the feelings of a piece? Chapter 24, When does a chess player need to consider the feelings of a piece? The Hokage's faction and the Hyuga clan had deliberately covered up the fact that a Byakugan child had been stolen by the Hidden Cloud. Even within Konoha, only a few high-ranking officials still remembered Neji's name. A small village like the Hidden Grass, therefore, knew nothing about him. So, when the grass jonin saw the Byakugan, he immediately assumed Neji was from Konoha, and a sense of unease settled in his heart. He had never imagined the infiltrator would be a Konoha shinobi. The situation was tricky. Letting him go was clearly not an option. A Hyuga ninja sneaking into their village, they had to find out his purpose. Only then could they decide on their next move. A glint of cunning flashed in the grass jonin's eyes. The Hidden Grass and the Hidden Leaf are allies, he said, testing the waters. Is this how the fourth Hokage treats an ally? Ally. Neji's raspy voice was filled with scorn. It seems you grass nin don't understand your own position. You are not Konoha's ally. You are merely a pawn, used to keep the hidden stone in check. A piece that can be discarded at any time. And when does a chess player ever need to consider the feelings of a chess piece? The contempt in his words made the veins on the grass jonin's forehead bulge. Neji paid him no mind, continuing his performance. I am here on the orders of the Hokage-sama to find something. The grass jonin, his heart already ablaze with anger, drew in a sharp breath. If there was anything in the Hidden Grass that Konoha would covet, it could only be the box of ultimate bliss, left behind by their ancestors. He suppressed his rage, his face a mask of calm. But in Neji's Byakugan vision, the man's chakra was boiling, ready to erupt at any moment. You're surrounded, yet you continue to spout such nonsense. Do you really think we don't dare to kill you? I see that is your answer, then. Neji spread his feet slightly, assuming a gentle fist stance. They had already known someone would be infiltrating tonight and had set an ambush. In other words, these few dozen shinobi were all the strength the grass could muster. I have a chance. The surrounding grass nin exchanged glances. The boy was surrounded, yet instead of surrendering, he was preparing to attack. The grass jonin's anger turned into a humorless laugh. He was a sensory type. He had already gauged the amount of chakra in Neji's body. It was at the level of a Tokubetsu jonin, or a regular jonin at most. The Hyuga were a famous clan, but their individual combat prowess was not on the level of the Uchiha. They were only a cut above the average shinobi. The boy's assessment was correct. The men around them were all he could deploy. One elite jonin, 3 Tokubetsu jonin, and the rest were chunin. Against a single Hyuga, victory was all but assured. Realizing that the only way out of this was to kill the intruder and silence him forever, the grass Jonin said no more. He gave a subtle signal to his men. To look down on us so, he's too arrogant. Let's show this proud Konohanin the power of the hidden grass. A Byakugan, delivered right to our doorstep. We'll gladly accept it. Receiving their orders, the grass shinobi charged at Neji as one. Neji took a deep breath and unleashed the gentle fist style that had made the Hyuga famous throughout the world. In his mind's eye, an 8 trigrams pattern slowly unfolded, rapidly expanding outwards. The pattern was not a physical object, it existed only in the minds of those who had mastered the gentle fist's secrets. The size of the pattern represented the user's attack range. For an ordinary Hyuga, it was about twice their arm span. A powerful Hyuga could use the vacuum palm within the pattern, extending their range even further. Neji's 8 trigrams pattern had a diameter of about 10 meters, the same as the range of his divine air strike. These grassnin were the elite of their village. They fought bravely, charging headfirst into his domain. But before they could even get within 3 meters of him, they were sent flying by one divine air strike after another, their internal organs shattered. Neji's defense was impenetrable. No matter how many charged, they were all blasted away before they could get close. In the first wave of the attack, one Tokubetsu Jonin was severely wounded, and more than 10 Chunin were killed outright. Neji still had 80% of his chakra remaining. Realizing that taijutsu was ineffective, the grass shinobi immediately changed tactics and began to use long-range ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. 2 Tokubetsu Jonin exchanged a look and unleashed their jutsu in perfect sync. The wind tore through the fireball, creating dozens of flaming wind bullets that rained down on Neji. He took a deep breath, instantly opening all the tenketsu in his body and releasing a fifth of his chakra, forming a dense protective sphere that spun like a top. This was the Hyuga main family's secret technique, the revolving heaven, hailed as an absolute defense. Its power was determined by the strength of the user's chakra. Boom. 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 The flaming wind bullets slammed into the spinning dome of chakra. After more than 10 seconds, when the smoke and dust settled, Neji was gone. The grass elite Jonin's brow furrowed. He then looked at one of his Tokubetsu Jonin and shouted, "Watch out. He's below you." FZZT. The ground beneath the man's feet exploded. With a crackle of lightning, a Chidori smashed into his jaw, and his head exploded like a watermelon. The grotesque scene of blood and brain matter splattering everywhere shocked the remaining shinobi to their core. "You bastard." Seeing this, the other Tokubetsu Jonin's eyes turned blood red. He surged with chakra and leaped into the air, charging at Neji. Neji dodged nimbly, and the two of them became a blur of motion, flashing back and forth across the open ground. The village hidden in the grass was known for selling information on its allies, profiting from the information gap, and for learning the jutsu of other nations. But the taijutsu this Tokubetsu Jonin was using was a unique style of the grass, called the ripping palm. It was a combination of palm strikes and fluid footwork, allowing the user to move as fast as the wind. Neji, intending to incorporate the grass style into his own divine air strike system, watched for a moment with his Byakugan, memorizing the flow of chakra in the man's body. At that moment, the elite Jonin charged toward him, shouting, "Kobayashi, get back. You're no match for him." Hearing this, a violent bolt of lightning suddenly erupted from Neji's empty palm and struck the Tokubetsu Jonin's shoulder. The next moment, Neji heard the piercing sound of something slicing through the air behind him, like the shriek of a ghost. Wind release, wind cutter technique. The hair on Neji's body stood on end. He instantly activated his lightning release chakra mode and threw himself to the side. A half-meter-long, crescent-shaped blade of wind sliced through the spot where he had just been. Chapter 25, Be My Slave. Chapter 25, Be My Slave. Baked in lightning, is that the lightning release chakra mode. The grass elite Jonin stared in shock at Neji. He recognized the signature secret technique of the hidden cloud, but his mind immediately rejected the possibility. No, impossible. There were only a handful of shinobi in the entire hidden cloud who could use the lightning release chakra mode. The boy in front of him was from Konoha, there was no way he could have learned it. Neji was annoyed. He had deliberately avoided using the technique for 2 reasons. First, it consumed a massive amount of chakra. At his current level, he could only maintain it for about 3 minutes. It wasn't a short time, even a giant like Ultraman only got 3 minutes, but it was a significant drain. Second, if he was going to frame Konoha for this, he couldn't use the lightning release chakra mode, nor could he use black lightning. Anyone with a keen eye would be able to connect those 2 secret techniques to the hidden cloud. But now, his secret was out. Although, if I kill them all, then it's not exposed. Neji's eyes narrowed. 6 grassnin left. I have 40% of my chakra remaining. I can only maintain the lightning release chakra mode for another minute and a half. I have to end this quickly. Having made his decision, Neji took a deep breath. The brilliant blue lightning coiling around his right arm suddenly turned black, a violent and oppressive aura radiating outwards. The moment the black lightning appeared, the grass elite Jonin's face went pale with terror. "I'll hold him off. The rest of you, retreat. Find Ryren." Before his words had even faded, Neji vanished. He reappeared in front of the injured Tokubetsu Jonin, his hand, wreathed in black lightning, clamping around the man's neck and lifting him into the air. "You bastard! Let him go," the elite Jonin roared, his eyes shot with blood. He then saw a cruel smile spread across Neji's lips. With a slight squeeze, a sickening crack echoed through the clearing. The Tokubetsu Jonin's neck was snapped. Swoosh! The elite Jonin's eyes looked ready to burst from their sockets. He drew the ninjato from his back and charged. But Neji had no intention of meeting him head-on. He used the body flicker technique, moving between the 4 remaining grass nin and snuffing out their lives with ease. There are 2 types of body flicker. One is a physical technique, a form of nintaijutsu. This is what the vast majority of shinobi use. The other is a space-time technique, which is much faster and more versatile. Very few ninja in history have ever mastered it. In his lightning release chakra mode, Neji's body was pushed to its absolute physical limits. His physical body flicker was more than twice as fast as it was in his normal state. The grass elite Jonin couldn't even keep up, forced to watch as Neji slaughtered his comrades. After dealing with the 4 remaining grass nin, Neji was left with about 20% of his chakra. He turned to face the elite Jonin. The men stared back at him. Without a word, they charged at each other. 2 piercing shrieks tore through the air, a sound so sharp it felt like it could shred anything in its path. In an instant, the fallen leaves between them were disintegrated by the force of their clash. Clang! Sword met palm. A shockwave of raw power exploded outwards. Neji's right hand gripped the blade of the sword tightly, blood trickling from his palm. The Jonin's katana was coated in a layer of pale blue chakra, which was just barely holding back the corrosive power of the black lightning. It was the only reason he had dared to clash with Neji directly. The grass Jonin stared at Neji, who was now only inches away, his mind reeling with confusion. This particular nature transformation of lightning chakra, it looked just like the Hidden Cloud's secret technique, black lightning. How could this boy have learned it? But Neji didn't give him much time to think. He tightened his grip on the blade, and with a surge, he unleashed 1/10 of his remaining chakra at point-blank range. Lightning release, Chidori current. Arcs of black electricity filled the night, engulfing the grass Jonin like a swarm of venomous snakes. Gah! The sudden assault of black lightning sent a terrifying, paralyzing sensation through his body. He lost all control of his limbs, becoming a lamb to the slaughter. Be my slave. Neji slowly reached out his hand, gathering the small amount of spiritual energy he had left and implanting the cursed mandala sealing heart into the man. With that done, Neji deactivated his lightning release chakra mode and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. His chakra was almost completely depleted. The grass elite Jonin stood frozen in front of him, the hatred in his eyes slowly fading into a calm emptiness. This was the second time Neji had used the cursed mandala sealing heart, and the first time on a living person. He was beginning to understand it better. The principle was similar to that of the shadow clone and other advanced clone jutsu. The Tensigen separated the user's chakra and spiritual energy into an independent entity, which could then be used to control a puppet. The shadow clone jutsu may have only been a B-rank ninjutsu, but in terms of sheer utility, no other technique could compare. It was worth noting that not even the Sharingan, the Byakugan, or even Kagaya's Rinne Sharingan could truly see through a shadow clone. Neji tried to communicate with the grass nin in front of him. The man's once hateful gaze now looked at Neji with something akin to reverence. The next moment, he dropped to one knee. Master. Rise, Neji said, nodding with satisfaction. He then closed his eyes and, through the chakra sphere inside the man's body, began to read his memories. A short while later, Neji opened his eyes, a look of disappointment on his face. As he had suspected, the box of ultimate bliss had been taken to Hosuki Castle by Mui 3 years ago. Yujito's search would be fruitless. Unwilling to give up completely, Neji continued to sift through the man's memories, trying to find any other useful intelligence or secret jutsu. The village hidden in the grass made its living selling information and stealing the techniques of other nations. There was bound to be something of value. A few moments later, Neji's eyes snapped open, a look of unrestrained joy on his face. An unexpected prize. No, wait. Thinking about the timeline, of course they would be in the hidden grass. Shoshiro, Neji commanded, take me to see that mother and daughter. Yes, master. The village hidden in the grass had, since the Warring States period, been split between the pro-war, fruit of the grass, faction and the anti-war, flower of the grass, faction. The two were irreconcilable, occupying the northern and southern districts of the village, respectively. The northern complex Neji had just infiltrated was the headquarters of the Fruit of the Grass. Meanwhile, in an office building in the southern district, a black cat leaped from a rooftop onto a windowsill and deftly squeezed through a small opening. It landed silently on the floor, and its body suddenly expanded. The black fur disappeared, replaced by a black samurai-style uniform. The cat was, in fact, Yujito, who had successfully infiltrated using the transformation jutsu. In the darkness, Yujito's eyes gleamed as she carefully examined the office. It was a small room, about 30 square meters, with a few bookshelves and a desk. The shelves were filled with scrolls, but they were all standard elemental jutsu, nothing of interest to her. She walked over to the desk and examined the locked cabinet. Click. Yujito extended a long, sharp cat's claw from her index finger, inserted it into the lock, and easily picked it open. Uchiha-style Kenjutsu. Suna basic puppetry. Explosion release Kekkei Genkai research. Chapter 26, Karen and her mother. Chapter 26, Karen and her mother. Yujito's eyes quickly scanned the scrolls. Most of the jutsu recorded on them originated from the 5 great nations. They were just ordinary techniques, however, the kind that the Hidden Cloud had already borrowed long ago. She did find 2 scrolls of interest. One was titled Dragon Life Reincarnation. It was clearly a high-level secret technique, one that allowed the user to transfer their own life force to another, a heaven-defying ability that could even bring back the dead. But as she read further, Yujito's brow furrowed. It was a Kekkei Genkai ninjutsu, developed based on the unique bloodline of the Hidden Grass. In theory, it was impossible for an outsider to master it. Yujito considered for a moment, then took out a small, pre-prepared camera and photographed the scroll. Perhaps the shinobi back in the village could gain some inspiration from it. Then, she turned to the second scroll. The Box of Ultimate Bliss. Yujito's eyes narrowed as she carefully unrolled it. The first thing she saw were several illustrations of a square box, its 4 sides carved with grotesque demons and monsters, giving it a sinister and malevolent appearance. The rest of the scroll detailed the history of the box and the results of the Hidden Grass's research. The Box of Ultimate Bliss had fallen into their hands centuries ago and had been passed back and forth between the Fruit of the Grass and Flower of the Grass factions. 3 years ago, it had been taken to Hozuki Castle by Mui, a high-ranking member of the Fruit. According to the scroll, opening the box would grant the user 1 wish. Yujito scoffed at the notion. Grant 1 wish. That was a power reserved for gods. Even the Sage of 6 Paths, who was said to have created the box, might not have been capable of such a feat for years. The Hidden Grass had been secretly studying the box, hoping to open it. But while their goal was the same, the 2 factions' ideologies were completely different. The Fruit hoped to use the box to rule the shinobi world. The Flower intended to use it to negotiate on equal terms with the 5 great nations. The exact method of opening the box is unknown, but it is suspected to be related to chakra. Yujito's eyes narrowed further. The box was certainly not as miraculous as the scroll claimed. But it was, without a doubt, a treasured tool of the Sage of 6 Paths with an unknown purpose. Judging by the fact that the Hidden Grass had been unable to open it for so many years, it was likely no less powerful than the 5 treasured tools in her own village. Just as she was about to take a picture of the scroll for later study, a shout suddenly rang out from outside the office building. Intruder! The quiet building instantly erupted into a flurry of activity, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoing through the halls. I've been discovered. But when? Yujito's expression changed. Her first thought was that the nearby grass nin had found her. But she couldn't figure out where she had slipped up. Swoosh! There was no time to take a picture. Yujito grabbed the scroll and stuffed it into her ninja pouch. With a tap of her toes, her body shrank, and in midair, she transformed into a black cat. The cat deftly slipped out the window and scurried onto the roof. Quick! Don't let him get away. On the street below, a dozen grass nin were shouting as they sped through the village. More and more shinobi appeared, all of them heading north. The black cat ran for its life, only slowing down when Nin was in sight. But Yujito noticed something strange. The commotion behind her was fading. She stopped and climbed a telephone pole, looking back. She saw all the grass nin, a whole swarm of them, charging toward the northern district of the village. It was only then that Yujito realized, it wasn't she who had been discovered. It was Neji. Meow. Yujito's fur stood on end, and she bared her fangs. What is Neji doing? Even if his infiltration had failed, he shouldn't have caused such a huge disturbance. She shook her head and leaped nimbly across the rooftops, heading north. In a small, drafty wooden cabin, a single, flickering lamp cast dancing shadows on the gaunt figure on the bed. A woman leaned against the wall, her expression filled with sorrow. She was not yet 30, but streaks of white already ran through her long, blood-red hair. You bitch. Let me have a bite. Shoshiro kicked the door open, his face a mask of malice as he snarled at the woman. Her face went pale with terror. She instinctively crossed her arms in front of her, the sleeves hiding a mixture of old and new bite marks. "Karen, close your eyes. It'll be over soon," the woman whispered, shielding the small girl behind her with her frail body as she held out her arm. A trembling Karen peeked out from behind her mother. In the dim light, Shoshiro looked like a demon crawling out of hell as he stalked toward them. With every step he took, Karen's heart beat faster. She saw the bite marks on her mother's arm, and an instinct stronger than fear compelled her to move. "Go away. Don't touch my mommy." At the sound of the trembling, childish voice, Shoshiro looked up in surprise to see the small girl charge at him. Caught off guard, he was knocked to the ground. He had never expected it. The mother was so submissive, but the child dared to fight back. "You little mutt. You got a death wish." A look of pure rage crossed Shoshiro's face. He lashed out with his leg. Karen's small body was sent flying, crashing hard against the wooden wall. Pain shot through her entire body. "Karen," the woman screamed, rushing to hold her daughter. "Humph." Shoshiro snorted in contempt. He strode over to the woman, roughly grabbed her arm, and opened his mouth to bite down. "A descendant of the Uzumaki clan, is this how you use them?" a cold voice suddenly said. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. Shoshiro's brow furrowed, but before he could even turn around, a spear of brilliant blue lightning pierced through his body. A spray of blood blossomed in the air, and Shoshiro collapsed. The spear had missed his heart. The wound was grievous, but he was still breathing. The woman glanced at the man lying in a pool of his own blood, then turned back to her daughter, holding her tight as they cowered in the corner. Neji studied the woman. She had a full figure and a pitiful, fragile air about her. But from her pale face and the bite marks on her arm, it was clear that she and her daughter had been living a miserable life in the hidden grass. "You know what will happen if you stay here," Neji said, his voice even. "You don't need me to tell you. Come with me." The woman looked up at him, stunned. Neji could see the hesitation and fear in her eyes. "Ma'am," he said, his voice firm, "you don't want your daughter to be bitten, do you?" At his words, the woman fell into a deep thought, the worry on her face slowly fading. The village hidden in the grass was a wolf's den. The miserable life they had led here for years was not something she could describe to an outsider. Now that a grassneen was dead, they would only face even harsher torment. They had nowhere left to go. This was their only chance. For her daughter. "As long as you can protect Karen," the woman pleaded, her voice trembling as she clutched her daughter, "I'll do anything." Neji shook his head. "You're wrong," he said, his voice serious. "I'm not just protecting Karen. I'm protecting both of you." Chapter 27, "Ma'am, hold on tight." Chapter 27, "Ma'am, hold on tight." "Forgive me, ma'am." The grassneen reinforcements were closing in fast. Neji didn't have much time. He strode over to Karen's mother, roughly pulled down the collar of her robes to expose her smooth, snow-white shoulder, and bit down, hard. Ngh. A tall grassneen led the charge, dozens of his comrades close behind, as they rapidly approached the small wooden cabin. "Spread out and surround it," Rairin commanded. The shinobi immediately split into 4 teams. One would advance from the front, while the other 3 would circle around to cut off any escape. Just as they were about to complete their encirclement, a loud boom erupted from the cabin. Neji burst through a wall and shot off into the distance at full speed. "Teams 1, 3, and 4, with me. Team 2, stay here and secure the scene," Rairin shouted, leading 3 of the teams in pursuit of the fleeing shadow. More grassneen, drawn by the commotion, arrived from all directions and joined the chase. The entire village was thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, the 6 members of Team 2 cautiously approached the cabin. The Tokubetsu Jonin leading them listened intently for a moment. All was quiet inside, except for the sound of a woman's soft sobbing. He gave a hand signal. 2 of his men leaped onto the roof. 2 others circled around to the hole Neji had made in the wall. The Tokubetsu Jonin and the remaining shinobi gently pushed open the door. The cabin was bare, containing only a bed and a table. Shoshiro lay unconscious in a pool of his own blood. Karen's mother was a disheveled mess, her robes torn, her shoulder exposed, and tear tracks staining her face. There was no enemy. The Tokubetsu Jonin let out a breath of relief. Then he saw Shoshiro, and his face paled. "You 2, go get a medical nin," he ordered. The 2 on the roof immediately used the body flicker technique and vanished. The Tokubetsu Jonin walked over to Karen's mother. "How many enemies were there?" he asked, his brow furrowed. "Just 1, she replied, a subtle hint of resentment in her voice. "He just ran. He said he would protect us, but after biting me, he ran faster than anyone." 1. The man's brow furrowed even deeper. FZZT. FZZT. At that moment, a piercing shriek filled the air. Two hands, wreathed in lightning, shot out from the ground and clamped onto his ankles. The hair on the man's body stood on end. The attack was so sudden and at such close range that he didn't even have time to react before his legs were incapacitated. He gripped his kunai and tried to stab downwards. Swoosh. A spear of brilliant blue electricity, several meters long, shot from Neji's palm, piercing through the man's chin and out the top of his skull, stretching all the way to the ceiling. The Chidori sharp spear quickly retracted, coalescing in his palm with a sound like the cry of 1,000 raptors. With a wave of his hand, the violent blue lightning transformed into a shower of slender senbon, which flew toward the 3 remaining grass nin in the room. Lightning release, Chidori senbon. Combined with the Byakugan to target the enemy's tenketsu points, this technique was devastatingly lethal. The 3 grass nin were struck and fell to the ground, dead on the spot. The sudden turn of events made Karen's mother's eyes go wide. You didn't leave. No time to explain, Neji said, his voice urgent. Give me your daughter. I'll carry you on my back. We have to go, now. After biting Karen's mother and replenishing his chakra, he had found himself surrounded. Breaking out alone would have been difficult enough, let alone with a mother and child in tow. The Neji that had run out earlier was a lightning clone, meant to draw the enemy's fire. His real body had used the underground projection fish technique to hide beneath the earth. He had waited for the perfect moment to take out the remaining guards and escape with his new charges. Ma'am, hold on tight. He didn't know how long his clone could last. He had to get Karen and her mother to safety before the grass nin realized what was happening. With a swoosh, Neji shot out of the cabin like an arrow from a bow. Meanwhile, the lightning clone was about to be caught. Spotting a dango shop up ahead, he broke through a window and dove inside. Set up a barrier. Don't let him get away. In the blink of an eye, the shop was surrounded by dozens of grass nin. The sealing jutsu specialists in the squad immediately began to erect a barrier to prevent him from escaping with an earth-style jutsu. Rairin stared at the dango shop, his expression grim, his mind filled with a mixture of shock and doubt. He had tried to overestimate the intruder's strength, but the scene of carnage he had just witnessed back at the Fruit of the Grass headquarters was still fresh in his mind. At least 30 of his men were dead. A shinobi with that kind of power was either a top-tier, infamous rogue nin, or an elite from one of the 5 great nations. Neither was a possibility he wanted to entertain. Yujito, still in her cat form, sensed the growing number of chakra signatures ahead and felt a surge of anxiety. A few moments later, she arrived near the dango shop. She didn't approach, instead hiding in the branches of a large tree, watching cautiously. Looks like Neji's been surrounded, she muttered to herself, her incessant chattering a poor attempt to mask her own unease. He's just a kid, after all. Still too green. She climbed to the very top of the tree, carefully surveyed the scene, and planned an escape route. Then, she transformed back to her human form, formed the hand signs for a fire jutsu, and took aim at the grass nin surrounding the shop. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Boom. In an instant, a massive wave of fire, far larger than a great fireball, surged outwards. Teams 3 and 4, maintain the perimeter. Team 1, with me. Rairin was just about to lead his men into the shop to finish Neji off when the sea of fire descended from the sky. His expression changed. He surged with 40% of his chakra and faced the onrushing flames. Water release, great waterfall technique. The giant flames and the raging torrent of water crashed together. With a deafening hiss, a thick cloud of steam instantly billowed outwards, obscuring everything within a 100-meter radius. When a powerful fire jutsu and an equally powerful water jutsu collide, they create a massive amount of fog in an instant. In that dense fog, vision is completely obscured, and the advantage of numbers is nullified. Rairin, an experienced jonin, knew all of this. But he had no other choice. The attack had been too sudden. If he hadn't met it head-on, his men would have been incinerated. "Captain, where are you?" a voice called out from within the thick fog. "Everyone, hold your position and do not move." Rairin commanded, his voice calm and steady. The grass nin surrounding the shop were the elite of their village. They knew that moving recklessly in a situation like this was an invitation for an ambush. They all stood their ground, remaining vigilant. Rairin, while keeping his guard up, quickly formed another set of hand signs. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind shot from his mouth, and in a few moments, the surrounding fog was blown away. Chapter 28, Ma'am, you and your daughter should join the Hyuga clan. Chapter 28, Ma'am, you and your daughter should join the Hyuga clan. The grass nin, their vision restored, quickly regrouped around Rairin. Rairin's eyes scanned the area. There was no sign of the enemy. He immediately led his men into the dango shop. They tore the place apart, but found nothing. Not even a shadow. Damn it. Teams 3 and 4, guard all the exits. The rest of you, with me. Rairin barked his orders. He led one team back to the Fruit of the Grass headquarters, while the other two teams sped toward the various exits of the village. No one noticed as one of the grassneen slipped away from the group, used the transformation jutsu to turn into a black cat, and vanished into the darkness. This, of course, was Yujito in disguise. After throwing the situation into chaos with her fire jutsu, she had blended in with the grassneen. She had intended to sneak into the dango shop and get Neji out, but he was nowhere to be found. Yujito hid in the shadows and watched as the chaotic village slowly returned to order. Meow. A thought occurred to her. She shook her head and, with a nimble leap, she was on the rooftops, racing back toward the inn. Meanwhile, back at the inn, the terrified mother and daughter finally began to breathe a sigh of relief. Neji first placed the unconscious Karen on the bed, then poured a cup of hot water for her mother. "Ma'am, rest here for the night. We'll leave the hidden grass tomorrow." "Thank you." The woman, whose name Neji still didn't know, took the cup with both hands and took a small sip. Her fragile, delicate appearance was enough to evoke pity in anyone's heart. "Ma'am, what is your name?" "Uzumaki Kana," she replied softly. Then, with a worried look, she asked, "Young sir, what are your plans for my daughter and me?" "Don't worry about that. I'm not like those people from the hidden grass. Ma'am, you and your daughter should join the Hyuga clan." Hearing this, Kana's eyes widened. The Hyuga were a renowned clan, a major power in Konoha. This young man, he was a Hyuga. Of course, she thought. His eyes. I should have realized sooner. The chance to join the Hyuga clan was something she wouldn't have dared to dream of. But the thought of Konoha left a bitter taste in her mouth. "Sir," she said, her voice hesitant, "could you possibly conceal our identities? I don't want the higher-ups in Konoha to know we exist." She had been a child of less than 10 when the land of whirlpools was destroyed by the land of water. She had witnessed the bloody massacre firsthand. Thousands of her clansmen had been slaughtered, with only a handful of children managing to escape. And throughout it all, the Uzumaki's greatest ally, the most powerful village in the shinobi world, Konoha, had never lifted a finger to help. At the time, she had been too young to understand the politics, and had assumed there must have been some hidden reason she wasn't privy to. But regardless, as an ally, Konoha had proven to be completely unreliable. That was the main reason why, after so many years of wandering, she had ended up in the hidden grass instead of seeking refuge in the hidden leaf. But now, she had to compromise. She was a mother. Even if she didn't think for herself, she had to think of Karen's future. "You're mistaken," Neji said. "You won't be joining Konoha. You'll be joining the Hidden Cloud." Kana was completely bewildered. "What did you say?" "Join the Hidden Cloud." Neji nodded, adjusting his forehead protector. "I'm a shinobi of the Hidden Cloud." "Naturally, you'll be joining the Hidden Cloud." Kana looked at the two clouds on Neji's forehead protector. It was, indeed, the symbol of Kimogakure. Her mind struggled to keep up. How did a Hyuga end up in the Hidden Cloud? A lot must have happened in the shinobi world while I've been here. Sir, how many members does our Hyuga clan have?" "Not many." Neji looked into Kana's watery eyes and said, a little awkwardly, "Including you and your daughter, there are 3 of us." Kana was momentarily stunned, but she didn't know what to say. A family of 3, no, a clan of 3 was fine. She didn't ask for much. A quiet life was all she wanted. Knock, knock. The sudden sound made Kana jump, a look of fear on her face. Her first thought was that the grassneen had found them. Neji put a finger to his lips, signaling for her to stay calm. "Neji, it's me." Hearing the familiar female voice, Neji let out a sigh of relief and went to open the door. It was, of course, Yujito. "Are you all right?" "What could possibly?" Yujito began as she walked in, but she stopped short as her eyes swept over the room. The unconscious Karen on the bed, the full-figured, frightened-looking woman. Yujito's eyebrows shot up. "What's the situation?" "I didn't find what I was looking for, and I didn't want to come back empty-handed, so I brought them with me," Neji replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Yujito felt a headache coming on. Kidnapping was a time-honored tradition in the Hidden Cloud, but not just anyone was worthy of being kidnapped. She could sense a faint chakra signature from Kana, not even Chunin level. A woman of such mediocre ability was a dime a dozen in the shinobi world. Yujito grabbed Neji, pulled him into the bathroom, and slammed the door. "Sit," she ordered, pushing him down onto the toilet. She stood over him, her hands on her hips. "If you really insist on bringing them back to the village, I won't object. But I hope you won't be so impulsive next time." "You've got it wrong, Captain." Neji threw his hands up in a gesture of surrender. I'm not the type to act recklessly just because I have the Raikage favor. Oh, really? Yujito looked at him skeptically. After a moment, she asked, is there something special about that mother and daughter? Do you remember the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools? The Uzumaki clan. Yujito's eyebrows shot up in surprise. She hadn't been born yet when they were wiped out, but she knew of them. Their sealing jutsu were the best in the world. Decades ago, the Hidden Cloud had managed to borrow some of their techniques. The iron armor seal used to contain the Eight Tails was developed based on Uzumaki sealing jutsu. In addition, the Uzumaki were known for their incredible life force and powerful chakra, making them ideal containers for the tailed beasts. All of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki had been Uzumaki. The first, Uzumaki Mito, had been powerful enough to subdue the Nine Tails on her own. The second, Uzumaki Kushina, though not as strong, was still formidable. The third, a suspected descendant of the Uzumaki, was someone the Cloud had little information on. The Uchiha had their red eyes, the Hyuga their white. The Uzumaki's most distinctive feature was their vibrant red hair. Yujito recalled the red hair of the mother and daughter and took a deep breath. Neji, you've done well. I admit, she said, a sheepish look on her face, I may have been a little loud just now. Chapter 29, a Hyuga and an Uzumaki. An interesting combination. Chapter 29, a Hyuga and an Uzumaki. An interesting combination. Even though they hadn't found the box of ultimate bliss, bringing back this mother and daughter had made the trip worthwhile. In Yujito's eyes, the descendants of the Uzumaki clan were far more valuable than some mythical box. I found them, Neji stated, so I have the right to decide their fate. And what do you plan to do with them? Yujito asked, looking at him skeptically. Neji coughed, a little embarrassed. They've already agreed to join the Hyuga clan. From now on, they're my people. As the clan head, it's my duty to protect them. The corner of Yujito's mouth twitched. A Hyuga and an Uzumaki. An interesting combination. Then, a thought seemed to strike her. A mischievous smile spread across her face. She poked him in the chest. You little fox, you've shown your tail. Neji was speechless. He hadn't done anything, yet she was acting as if he'd done everything. I'll go get them something to eat, he mumbled, unable to bear her teasing gaze any longer, and fled from the bathroom. Seeing him so flustered was a rare sight. A small smile played on Yujito's lips. The Hidden Cloud lacked powerful Kekkei Genkai clans. The fourth Raikage 20-year plan was to create a number of them, giving the village the strength to rival Konoha. The Uzumaki bloodline would be a significant addition to that plan. The only thing Yujito found unfortunate was that the Uzumaki descendants Neji had found were a mother and daughter. If it had been a father and son, they could have established a new bloodline clan in just 10 years. Of course, that was also the main reason she was willing to entrust Kana and her daughter to Neji. Meanwhile, Rairin stared at the body of a grassneen on the ground, his brow furrowed. There were no external injuries. Even with his trained eye, he couldn't determine the cause of death. He wasn't a dojutsu user, nor was he a professional medical nin. He had no way of seeing the internal damage caused by the gentle fist. After a few moments, a medical nin finished his examination. The chest cavity is intact, he reported to Rairin, but the tenketsu points within were violently destroyed. As far as I know, the only technique in the entire shinobi world capable of doing that is the gentle fist. Rairin's expression changed. You mean the intruder was from Konoha's Hyuga clan? The medical nin shook his head. I'm only saying he was killed by the gentle fist. I can't be certain if the killer was a Hyuga. In truth, he was almost sure it was a Hyuga, but he didn't dare to make such a definitive statement himself. It has to be, Rairin said, now 80% convinced. Only the Hyuga of Konoha have mastered the gentle fist. The hidden grass had managed to acquire some basic gentle fist techniques, but no one had ever been able to learn them. Just as the Uchiha's throwing techniques required the pinpoint accuracy and high-speed calculation of the Sharingan, the gentle fist was even more intrinsically tied to its Kekkei Genkai. Without the Byakugan, even the most skilled taijutsu master couldn't hope to learn it. Therefore, gentle fist meant Byakugan, and Byakugan meant Konoha's Hyuga clan. Swoosh. A grass nin appeared in front of Rairin in a body flicker. Captain, there was an intrusion at the main office building. A scroll containing information about the box of ultimate bliss has been stolen. What? Rairin's face paled. He thought of the unknown fire-style user who had unleashed the Great Fire Annihilation. Clearly, there had been at least two intruders, one at the Fruit of the Grass headquarters, and another at the Flower of the Grass headquarters. Their goal was the box of ultimate bliss. The box was a divine artifact that had been passed down through the village for generations. The grass had made great sacrifices in their attempts to open it. In recent years, the Fruit faction had made a breakthrough in their research. And now, Konoha had its eyes on it. Fortunately, the box had been taken to Hozuki Castle years ago. If the Konoha had stolen it tonight, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Captain, Lord Shoshiro is awake," a voice called out from the small cabin. Rairin immediately ran inside. "Shoshiro," he said, looking at the men who had been brought back from the brink of death by the medical nin, "how are you feeling?" Cough, cough. Shoshiro coughed weakly. "I'm all right, Rairin." The intruder was from Konoha's Hyuga clan. Rairin's suspicions were now confirmed. "Shoshiro, the intruder was after the box of ultimate bliss." The box of ultimate bliss. A look of perfectly feigned surprise crossed Shoshiro's face, followed by one of relief. "Thank goodness it's in Hozuki Castle. If Konoha had gotten their hands on it, we would have failed our ancestors." The conflict between the fruit and flower factions was primarily over the box. Rairin moved past the topic. The Konoha took the Uzumaki mother and daughter. But this might be an opportunity. We can use them as bait to capture him. Oh. A glint of light flashed in Shoshiro's eyes. "What's your plan, Rairin?" "There were at least two of them. I had a brief encounter with the other one. He's a powerful fire-style user who never showed his face. But since the intruder rescued the mother and daughter, we now have a clear target for our search. I've already sealed all the exits of the village. It will be impossible for them to sneak out with two helpless civilians." "That makes sense," Shoshiro nodded. "Rairin, I watched helplessly as the Hyuga took them. Let me join the search." A flicker of admiration passed through Rairin's eyes. This was a respectable shinobi. Although the fruit and flower had their differences, they were united against a common enemy. He looked at Shoshiro's blood-stained chest. "But your injuries." "Don't underestimate me, Rairin," Shoshiro said, coughing as he clutched his chest. I want to catch the intruder as soon as possible and avenge our fallen comrades. Surely you can understand that." Seeing him in such a state, Rairin couldn't bring himself to refuse. "All right. You'll be in charge of guarding the main gate. You can inspect everyone leaving the village." It was a task that didn't require much exertion. If he were the intruder, he certainly wouldn't try to leave through the main gate. Rairin already had a detailed plan. He would deliberately leave a weakly guarded spot in the perimeter and set an ambush there. A barely perceptible smile touched Shoshiro's lips. "As long as I can contribute to the village, I'll do as you say." Chapter 30, Leaving the Village. Chapter 30, Leaving the Village. The next morning, the village hidden in the grass was on high alert. Shinobi patrol teams moved back and forth along the main street. A single carriage slowly emerged from the back door of an inn. "Neji, is this really going to work?" Yujito whispered, lifting the curtain to peek at the shinobi on the street, her voice laced with anxiety. Her original plan had been to create a diversion, kill a few grass nin to draw their attention, and give Neji and the others an opportunity to escape. Neji's plan, however, was to simply drive the carriage straight out the main gate. Yujito thought it was reckless, but after much consideration, she had decided it was worth a try. If they could bluff their way out, great. If they were discovered, they would just have to fight their way out. "Don't worry. Just watch me work," Neji said, as cool as a seasoned veteran. He flicked the reins, and the carriage sped toward the village gate. More than a dozen grass nin were stationed at the gate, carefully inspecting everyone who tried to leave. Neji glanced at Shoshiro, who was standing by the gate, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Get out of the carriage," one of the guards shouted as Neji's carriage approached. "Ha!" Neji leaped down from the driver's seat, strode over to the guard, and slapped him hard across the face. "Ack!" The guard stumbled to the ground, his head ringing. "Baka!" Neji jabbed a finger at his own forehead protector, his voice a furious snarl. "You tell me to get out? Are you blind? Don't you recognize this?" The gate guard was a mixture of anger and humiliation. Of course, he recognized the Hidden Cloud's forehead protector. He just hadn't expected the shinobi wearing it to be so volatile. "That's going too far. You can't just hit people," another guard said, helping his comrade to his feet and glaring at Neji. Neji picked up a pebble and flicked it at him. "This is how we Kumonin do things." "What, you got a problem with it? What's all the commotion?" Shoshiro, drawn by the noise, walked over. "Captain, you're just in time. This Kumonin is assaulting us," the slapped guard whined, holding his cheek. Shoshiro first gave Neji a thorough look over, then turned to his subordinate and snapped, "It takes two hands to clap. Why did he hit you and not someone else? Maybe you should look at your own actions." The guard's mouth twitched, but he was speechless. Shoshiro then turned to Neji, a polite smile on his face. "My young friend, please forgive him. He doesn't know any better. Don't lower yourself to his level." "Now that's more like it," Neji said, his expression softening slightly. "My friend, may I ask what brings you to our village?" Normally, someone of your rank wouldn't have the clearance to see this, Neji said haughtily. He then pulled out a pre-prepared mission certificate, flashed it at Shoshiro for a second, and quickly put it away. Shoshiro hesitated, a troubled look on his face. To be honest with you, my friend, last night our village was infiltrated by an unknown ninja. To prevent the culprit from escaping in disguise, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to let us inspect your carriage. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Seeing the grin on Shoshiro's face, Neji couldn't really refuse. It's good to be cautious. Go ahead, take a look. Neji pulled back the curtain of the carriage. Shoshiro's eyes narrowed as he peered inside. The carriage was spacious. All he saw was a stunningly beautiful, long-haired woman lounging on a bench. There was no one else. Neji let the curtain fall. Well. Is your suspect in there? No. Shoshiro shook his head and then waved his hand. My apologies for the trouble, my friend. You may pass. After the carriage was a good distance away, the guard Neji had slapped spoke up. Captain, according to regulations, we should have searched the carriage to be absolutely sure before letting them go. You're right, Shoshiro said, nodding. Then his tone changed. But rules are rigid, and people are flexible. There's an old saying in the shinobi world, don't mess with the cloud. Our village can't afford to provoke them. Besides. He lowered his voice. There are some things you don't know. The intruder was definitely not a kimonin. The guard looked thoughtful. Shoshiro clapped him on the shoulder. All right, it's over. Get back to your post. Once the carriage was far away from the village, Kana and her daughter emerged from a hidden compartment in the back. That was close, Kana said, clutching her chest. I was so afraid they would find us. I told you to relax, ma'am, Neji said with a proud grin, flicking the reins. My plan was flawless. TCH, Yujito scoffed, her arms crossed. Flawless? Those Grassnin are just incompetent. If it had been us from the cloud, you would have been caught in a second. Neji didn't argue. He turned to Karen. Karen, come sit on your big brother's lap. I'll teach you how to drive. After several days of fruitless searching, Rairin realized that the intruder had most likely already escaped with the mother and daughter. But with the entire village on lockdown, he couldn't figure out how they had managed it. To escape with 2 helpless civilians under these conditions, incredible. Konoha is truly full of talented shinobi, he lamented. Though he was puzzled, he didn't dwell on it. The shinobi world was full of strange and wondrous abilities. Caw. At that moment, the cry of a hawk echoed from above. Looking up, he saw 5 large hawks, their wingspans over 3 meters, circling in the sky. Rairin's eyebrow rose. Mui is back. Swoosh. Swoosh. 5 figures descended from the sky and landed in the open ground. One of them, a young man with a stern face and a calm demeanor, was Mui, an elite jonin of the Hidden Grass and the leader of the Fruit of the Grass faction. The other 4, wearing monkey, ox, sheep, and dog masks, were the village elders. Shoshiro walked up to him. Mui, you're finally back. I wasn't here when the village was in trouble. I'm indebted to you all, Mui said. His cold expression gave the impression that he was unapproachable, but those who knew him knew that he was a kind and gentleman. Rairin looked at him and scratched the back of his head with a smile. Ryuzetsu is pestering me to train her, so I'll be heading back. The Fruit and Flower factions had always been at odds. As the leader of the Flower, it was best for Rairin not to get involved. Rairin, Mui called out, taking a paper lantern from his pouch. Muku asked me to bring this for Ryuzetsu. The conflict between the 2 factions ran deep, but it was a conflict of ideals. Privately, Mui and Rairin were on friendly terms, and their children were childhood sweethearts. This. I'll thank Muku on Ryuzetsu's behalf. Rairin took the lantern and departed. Chapter 31, Chapter 31, If I had a genius son, I would surely sacrifice him to open the box of ultimate bliss. Chapter 31, If I had a genius son, I would surely sacrifice him to open the box of ultimate bliss. After listening to Shoshiro's account, Mui's brow furrowed. The box of ultimate bliss was a great treasure of the Hidden Grass. He had thought their security was airtight. He had no idea how the information had leaked, let alone that it had reached the ears of Konoha. Humph. The elder wearing the dog mask snorted, his voice filled with anger. This is an outrage. An absolute outrage. Mui, the elder in the ox mask said with a heavy sigh, Konoha will not give up so easily. It's time to make a decision. At his words, Mui's face stiffened. A year ago, the Fruit of the Grass faction had made a breakthrough in their research. The 4 elders had concluded that by sacrificing Mui's son, Muku, there was a high probability they could open the box. But Mui had been unwilling to sacrifice his son, and the matter had been delayed until now. With Konoha now aware of the box, it was only a matter of time before they returned. Mui knew he had to make a decision, but he was a father. What father in the world could be so cruel as to sacrifice his own son? Mui, the box of ultimate bliss is the only hope for the revival of our village, the elder in the monkey mask said, his voice shrill. If I had a genius son, I would surely sacrifice him to open it. He spoke with an air of righteous indignation, as if he truly had a son ready to be sacrificed. The three of you may go, the eldest and most respected of the four, the elder in the sheep mask, said, waving them away. Heh. Mui, the monkey elder said with a meaningful look before he left, don't forget your responsibility as a leader. And don't forget that you're not the only one who has a say in this village. After the others had gone, the sheep elder fell to his knees before Mui. Elder, what are you doing? Mui said, rushing to help him up. The old man waved his hand away, his face etched with grief. Let me kneel, Mui. Do you know, I have never despised myself more than I do at this moment. A few months ago, when the other three came to me with their plan to use extreme measures against your son, I refused them. But now, I am wavering. Hearing this, Mui coldly withdrew his hand. Mui, you must believe me. If there were any other choice, no one would want to take this path. So, Mui said, his voice icy, what has my son done to deserve being sacrificed by you? His only crime is to have been born in this village. His only crime is to be your son. Mui closed his eyes in anguish. And if I refuse, you'll dispose of me first. Schlick. The sound of a blade piercing flesh. Mui's head snapped around. He saw that the sheep elder had, at some point, produced a kunai and plunged it into his own chest. Schlick. Schlick. He pulled it out and stabbed himself twice more. Warm blood splattered on Mui's face, leaving him stunned. I deserve to die, Mui. I truly deserve to die. And so do the other three. But I hope you will consider the bigger picture. Open the box of ultimate bliss, destroy Konoha, and lead the hidden grass to rule the shinobi world. Mui stood frozen, staring at the body lying in a pool of its own blood. After a month of travel, Neji and his group finally returned to the hidden cloud. He temporarily housed Kana and her daughter at Yujito's place. After he and Yujito had formally completed their mission report, they went straight to the Raikage's office to give a full account of their time in the hidden grass. When he heard that opening the box of ultimate bliss could grant a wish, the fourth Raikage scoffed, saying the grass nin were daydreaming. But when he learned that Neji had rescued a mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan, he was so excited that he smashed his desk with a single punch. Dodai, with a weary look on his face, ordered someone to bring in a new, reinforced iron desk. After careful consideration, the fourth Raikage classified the entire mission as a top-level secret, to be sealed in a file that only he had the authority to view. Neji, said with a grin, what do you want as a reward? Neji rubbed the back of his head, a little embarrassed. I'd like a house, to settle the mother and daughter. Ha ha ha. Seeing Neji's flustered expression, A burst out laughing. Beside him, Dodai smiled and took out a deed, handing it to Neji. This is a building that belongs to Lord Raikage. It's secluded and quiet. It's yours. Thank you, Lord Raikage. Thank you, Dodai-senpai, Neji said, gratefully accepting the deed. The price of real estate in the shinobi world was notoriously high. In the original timeline, even after getting married, Sakura was still struggling with a mortgage, partly because Sasuke was never home, but mostly because property in Konoha was so expensive. The hidden cloud, built on a high plateau with scarce natural resources, was no different. If Neji had to rely on mission payments to buy a house, it would take him forever. The deed is a personal gift from me, said. This is your real reward from the village. Neji was surprised. There was more. The fourth Raikage took out a scroll. With an infusion of chakra, an oval-shaped jade pot appeared in front of Neji. Is that? Yujito's pupils contracted, a look of shock on her face. The Kahaku no Johei, the amber purifying pot, explained. It is one of the treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths, and the most powerful of them all. It is said to be the ultimate divine artifact, capable of sealing anything in the world. After the Gold and Silver brothers died, it was put into storage. Now, it's yours. A fine prize, Neji said. He patted the side of the pot and stored it away. He was a little surprised that would give him one of the treasured tools, but not shocked. Bringing the Uzumaki bloodline to the village was a great service, worthy of a precious reward. Besides, even the greatest of tools was useless if it just sat on a shelf. And, not to boast, but in his hands, the pot would be put to its full use. Neji, Dodai said suddenly, be careful these next few days. Neji raised an eyebrow. Is someone going to cause trouble for me? Aside. Every family has its problems. Although I am the Raikage, I don't have absolute power within my own clan. A while ago, the clan head, Yatsuki Kazuki, came to me. He had selected a number of partners for you. I politely declined on your behalf, telling him you had high standards and wouldn't be interested in the women of the Yatsuki clan. The corner of Neji's mouth twitched. You call that politely declining? He rubbed his temples. So, the clan head is going to cause trouble for me. A waved his hand dismissively. It won't come to that. I know Kazuki. He's not the type to bully a junior. But some of the hot-tempered young women in the clan are planning to teach you a lesson. Neji breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. This is a matter between you young people, Dodai advised. It's not convenient for Lord Raikage to intervene. If things get out of hand, you can come to me. Neji grinned. Don't worry, Dodai-senpai. I can handle it. He knew A would prefer him to deal with it himself. If he had to run to Dodai for help, both A and Neji himself would be disappointed. Chapter 32, Samui, the little brat cares about his big sister. I didn't raise him for nothing. Chapter 32, Samui, the little brat cares about his big sister. I didn't raise him for nothing. After Neji left, A looked at Yujito, his voice impatient. Yujito, was the mission a success? Yujito took a blood-stained bedsheet from her ninja pouch and handed it to him. Good, very good, A said, overjoyed. You've done well. Go and get some rest for a few days. Yujito left the office, her face an unreadable mask. But as soon as she was outside the Raikage Tower, a look of disappointment crossed her features. Neji was clearly the favorite. Her own status as the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails was obviously less important in A's eyes. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. Lord Raikage, I will not disappoint you. Meanwhile, Neji had just left the Raikage Tower when, as he was passing through a deserted alley, he was suddenly grabbed from behind. He was about to retaliate when he heard a familiar female voice. Neji, it's me. Samui's arms were wrapped around him. Feeling his muscles tense, she quickly spoke up. If she had been a second later, she likely would have been electrocuted on the spot. It had been 6 months since she had last been able to best him in a spar. It was from the day on that she had doubled her own training regimen. Wani-san. Who else would it be? Hearing her voice, Neji relaxed, taking one of her hands in his and leaning back slightly. The familiar sensation, so soft, so fragrant. Samui's ample bosom made him want to lose himself in her embrace. Wani-san, I was just about to come find you after my mission report. Are you excited? Surprised? Overjoyed? In truth, he had been planning to settle Kana and her daughter first before heading home. But at a time like this, only a fool would tell the truth. Neji only wished he could be in 2 places at once. At least you have a conscience, Samui said, turning him around to face her. Seeing his face after so long, she instinctively reached out and pinched his cheek. The soft, supple feeling immediately lifted her spirits. Being with Neji was when she was happiest. But then, she thought of her recent failure at the Jonin exams, and a shadow passed over her eyes. I had told her that with another 2 or 3 years of training, she would be ready for a promotion. To become a Jonin before the age of 20 was an outstanding achievement in any village. But Samui knew that Jonin was likely her limit. Neji's future, however, was limitless. She was destined to be left behind. In the entire Hidden Cloud, perhaps only Yujito could keep pace with him. Of course, she wasn't envious of Yujito. She was her best friend, after all. She was jealous. Suddenly, Samui's body stiffened. The warmth of Neji's breath on her skin was affecting her more than usual. She had grown accustomed to it after raising him for 2 years, but today, it felt different. We'll talk at home, she said, her expression turning cool as she gently pushed him away. In broad daylight, this is improper. She was afraid a friend or acquaintance might see them. For the past 2 months, she had resolved to support Neji in a different way. But their age was still a problem. She couldn't rush things. Before Neji could react, Samui had let go of his hand and was walking ahead of him. She wore red high heels, and with every step, the sway of her hips made her figure all the more alluring. Wait for me. Neji took a deep breath and hurried to catch up, naturally taking her soft, pale hand in his. Back at home, Samui let go of his hand and sat down on the sofa, rubbing her shoulders. Just that short walk had made them ache. It was a constant problem for her, one she didn't like to talk about. Seeing this, Neji poured her a cup of hot water. Samui took a sip and then lay down on the sofa. Neji, how about you give your big sister a massage? Question mark. Neji's eyes widened. What was this? His cool, aloof big sister was actually asking for a massage. The contrast was jarring. You don't want to. Samui took off her jacket, revealing a sleeveless top that did little to hide her smooth, snow-white skin. Her reasoning was simple. I've raised him for 2 years. It's only right that he take care of me a little. I'd be happy to, Neji said, immediately kicking off his shoes and climbing onto the sofa. Whatever you need, Wani-san. If I can do it, I will. If I can't, I'll find someone who can. The little brat really knows how to talk. Behold my newly invented electric shock massage. A faint current of electricity danced around Neji's hands as he gently placed them on Samui's smooth shoulders. Hiss. Samui drew in a sharp breath, her body instinctively tensing. But as she gradually grew accustomed to the electric stimulation, a pleasant, tingling numbness spread through her shoulders, making her entire body feel soft and relaxed. It was a wonderful sensation. She had no idea where the little brat had learned such a trick. After about half an hour, seeing that Samui was so relaxed she was about to fall asleep, Neji asked tentatively, Wani-san, would you like a foot massage? No, that's all right, Samui said, waving her hand. They're dirty from walking all day. That was exactly what Neji had been waiting to hear. Then I'll go heat up some water for you to wash your feet, he said, and before she could reply, he had already run off to the kitchen. Samui had been about to refuse, but seeing him so full of energy, she couldn't bring herself to do it. A warm feeling spread through her chest. Even though he's with Yujito now, the little brat still thinks of his big sister. He knows how to take care of people. I didn't raise him for these past 2 years for nothing. In Konoha, at the Root headquarters. As a village elder and the leader of Root, Danzo had to process intelligence from various sources every day, analyzing it to find what was beneficial to himself, no, to the village. Until the day he died, Danzo would believe that everything he did was for the sake of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi is preaching the will of fire at the ninja academy. Danzo snorted, his face turning ugly. The old monkey isn't what he used to be. Always going on about this nonsense. What good is the will of fire? Should I go to the academy and preach the will of darkness? Encourage the children to become the roots that protect Konoha from the shadows? No, that's a waste of time. Only the talented are worthy of joining Root. It's more efficient to just pick them from the various clans. He unrolled a scroll and continued to read, his expression growing darker and darker. It was all about Hiruzen's speeches, or his peeping at the women's bathhouse. The latter in particular infuriated him. An old man like that, still peeping at the women's bathhouse. He was a disgrace to the title of Kage. He could just go to a brothel. It wouldn't even cost that much. Danzo was embarrassed for him. This kind of intelligence was worthless and only served to irritate him. But in order to find some dirt on Hiruzen and bring him down, Danzo had to keep a close watch on him. He finished reading the report on Hiruzen and threw it in the trash. He then picked up the second report. Uchiha Itachi has completed a B-rank mission single-handedly. It is suspected that he has awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan. Chapter 33, Danzo in Motion. Chapter 33, Danzo in Motion. A 3-tomo Sharingan. A glint of light flashed in Danzo's eye as he contemplated the information. Uchiha Itachi's potential is no less than that of Uchiha Shursue. And he's Fugaku's eldest son. Perhaps, through him, I can influence the entire Uchiha clan. I must handle this myself. Having made his decision, Danzo carefully put the scroll away. After reviewing all the intelligence from within the village, he finally turned to the other pile of scrolls on his desk. These were all from outside Konoha. Danzo's route didn't just focus on the village's internal affairs, they monitored the entire shinobi world. On one hand, it was to prepare for any eventuality and eliminate any potential threats to Konoha. On the other, it was to gain enough prestige and merit to finally unseat Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Land of Rain's civil war has ended. The daimyo has declared a policy of isolation. Hanzo of the Salamander has not been seen in public for a long time. Humph. Danzo slammed his hand on the desk. That untrustworthy bastard, Hanzo. We helped him wipe out the Akatsuki, and then he went back on his word and refused to honor our alliance. It seems I'll have to pay a visit to the Hidden Rain to collect the debt in person. The Land of Wind's daimyo has cut their budget again. The one-tailed Jinchuriki was attacked by an unknown assailant, lost control, and was subsequently subdued by the Kazekage, Raza, and imprisoned. The one-tailed Jinchuriki. Raza still hasn't given up on that, has he? Let him continue his foolish experiments. There was an explosion in the Land of Earth. An eyewitness claimed it was the work of the Tsukikage student, Daidara, but later recanted their statement. That woman, no, she's quite capable. Just as I thought. Placing her in a Wagakure was a good move. What? He wants another picture of Kabuto. It seems that Wandering Miko has developed feelings. A tool with emotions is no longer reliable. And she knows too many secrets, it would be best to eliminate her. A cold glint in his eye, Danzo took out Yukushi Nono's file and drew a large X through her name. The village hidden in the grass was infiltrated by a mysterious ninja. Their leadership suspects it was Konoha. Nonsense. Utter rubbish. Hiruzen, I told you those grassnin were all self-serving opportunists. An alliance with them is nothing but trouble. Now, my words have been proven true. News from the land of water. Our spy has gone missing under mysterious circumstances. It's presumed his cover was blown and he was eliminated. Strange. That's the third group. When did Kirigakure become so difficult to infiltrate? Could they be plotting something against Konoha? Danzo tapped his fingers on the desk, thinking for a long time but coming to no conclusion. He shook his head, momentarily setting the matter aside, and picked up the last scroll. A letter from the land of lightning. The Byakugan traitor, Hyuga Neji, has been teamed up with the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, Yujito ni. They are suspected to have completed a secret mission and were rewarded with the Kahaku no Johei. So, the boy not only avoided becoming a breeding stud, but he's become a kimonin. And it seems he's highly regarded by the fourth Raikage. That Raikage. He's a brute who will do anything for power, but in terms of magnanimity, he has a sliver of my own vision. A pity his judgment is so poor. Only Wood Release and the Sharingan are truly invincible. The Byakugan is not worth investing so many resources in. Just watch. In the end, it will all come to nothing. After reading all the reports, Danzo leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed in thought. He picked up the report from the hidden grass and threw it in the trash. They had dared to slander Konoha. He would remember this debt and settle it later. Then, he picked up the report from the hidden sand and threw it in the trash as well. Suna was, nominally, an ally of Konoha. Their daimyo had cut their budget, so they would be struggling for the foreseeable future. And Raza was completely preoccupied with the one-tailed Jinchuriki. For the time being, his unreliable ally would not be causing any trouble for Konoha. Next, he picked up the report from the hidden mist. After a moment of hesitation, he threw it in the trash. He couldn't figure out what was happening there. Spy after spy had been lost. Something major was clearly going on. He was tempted to go and investigate himself, but Kirigakure was the infamous village of the Bloody Mist. As the future Hokage, he had to ensure his own safety. He could not afford to take such a risk. For the sake of the village's future, Danzo decided to wait and see. Finally, only the reports from the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning remained on his desk. Who is in charge of the Land of Lightning? Danzo asked, his voice low as he glanced at the dark corner of the room. I don't know. A deep voice replied as a man in a black cloak and sunglasses, a purple mark on his right cheek, stepped out of the shadows. Abirame Torian. He was a man of few words who preferred to work alone. A master of the insect secret jutsu, his infiltration skills were second to none. He was a high-ranking member of Root, second only to Danzo himself. But in essence, he was no different from any of the other tools. You don't know. Danzo said, his voice laced with anger. That's right. Torian's face remained a deadpan mask, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Danzo was on the verge of exploding. Only you, Lord Danzo, have that information. Danzo looked surprised for a moment, then a look of realization dawned on his face. Perhaps he's been undercover for so long that I almost forgot I had such a trump card. Lord Danzo, are you going to activate him? The highest level of spy was a complete ghost. No name, no past or future, not even a file. In all his years serving Danzo, Torian had only overheard him mention once that he had a high-level spy in the hidden cloud. That was all he knew. 2 years ago, during the incident with the Kyumo delegation, Konoha had suffered a great loss due to a lack of intelligence. Torian had always felt that this high-level spy was not living up to his reputation. Danzo's expression soured. He had had the same thought. If he didn't know that the members of Root were incapable of betrayal, he would have already begun to suspect that Puppet had defected. Puppet was the spy's code name. A puppet to be manipulated by him. Torian, take a team of Root ninja, infiltrate the hidden cloud, and make contact with Puppet. Danzo then picked up Yakushi Nono's file and threw it on top of the Land of Lightning report. And one more thing. Yakushi Nono will also be going to the hidden cloud to assist you. Lord Danzo, what do you need me to do? Torian's muscles tensed. I need you to go to the hidden cloud and do 3 things. First, stir up a conflict between the hidden cloud and the hidden stone. Second, purge the Byakugan bloodline from the hidden cloud. And third, Yakushi Nono cannot be allowed to live. After the mission is complete, eliminate her. Chapter 34, a challenge from the Yatsuki clan. Chapter 34, a challenge from the Yatsuki clan. That evening, after dinner, Neji took off his goggles, put them in a drawer, and looked at Samui. Wani-san, let's go fishing tomorrow. Fishing? Samui was surprised. You. A training fanatic? Why the sudden interest in fishing? I can't train all the time. A balance between work and rest is best, Neji said, then added another reason. Besides, Captain Yujito and I might be leaving on a mission soon, and we could be gone for months. I'll miss you, Wani-san. All right, Samui said, a soft look in her eyes as she thought of the lonely days when Neji was away. It was my idea, so let me make all the arrangements for tomorrow, okay? Neji asked, his voice filled with excitement. Sure, Samui agreed without much thought. They went to their separate rooms for the night. The next day, Samui was about to leave, dressed in her usual black jacket, when Neji stopped her. I told you, you have to let me make the arrangements. Wani-san, I had this custom made for you in the hidden grass. Neji took a white chipao from a storage scroll. Samui glanced at the dress, then at Neji's expectant face. She wasn't particularly fond of kipaos, but this was a gift from her little brat. If she refused, he would be disappointed. She took the dress and, seeing the excited look on his face, rapped him on the head. What are you standing there for? Do you want to watch me change? Neji immediately ran outside. A few moments later, Samui emerged from the room. Neji looked up, and his eyes lit up. A slender waist, an ample chest. Samui's perfect figure was accentuated by the form-fitting dress. The only thing that was off was her hairstyle, it didn't quite suit her face. Wani-san, let's change your hair. Neji pushed her down in front of the vanity. You know how to do this? Samui asked, intrigued by his serious expression. Doing my big sister's hair is a very pleasant thing to do, so I took the time to learn a few little tricks, Neji said with a smile, lying through his teeth. Samui was delighted. His skill didn't matter, it was the thought that counted. Neji gathered Samui's short hair, pulled it up, and tied it into a neat bun. He then took out a makeup box and gestured for her to tilt her head up. He studied her cool, beautiful face up close, gently applying the makeup. After a while, he let out a satisfied sigh. Samui's normally pale cheeks now had a faint blush, and her cherry lips shone with a moist gloss. Combined with the stunning, mountainous peaks accentuated by the white chipao, she exuded an air of cool, alluring elegance. Last step. Put on these black stockings. Stockings. Samui's brow furrowed. Stockings were a major taboo for a kunoichi. They restricted movement, and in a fight, they only served to enhance the enemy's fighting spirit. Just this once, Neji. All right, just this once. Overjoyed, Neji knelt down to help her put on the thigh-high stockings. Her smooth, pale legs were a mesmerizing sight. Neji. Samui's delicate face flushed with a mixture of shame and anger. She smacked him on the head. Are you a legman? Neji coughed. I'm not a legman. It's just that my big sister is beautiful. Samui looked down at him, a look of disdain in her eyes. When did the little brat learn to be so glib? He wasn't like this before. Yujito must have been a bad influence. She took his hand and pulled him to his feet. All right, let's go. She walked to the entryway and bent down to put on her shoes. The chipao made it a little awkward. Neji wanted to help, but after her earlier scolding, he had missed his chance. After putting on her right shoe, Samui noticed Neji's gaze and her eyes narrowed. She lifted her left foot, the stocking-clad heel pressing against his chest, pinning him to the wall. What are you looking at, brat? Neji drew in a sharp breath, barely able to contain himself. Wani-san, this position is too dangerous. Hey, what are you two doing? Mabui had just walked into the courtyard and was met with this strange scene. I'll let you off this time, Samui whispered. Then, as she put on her other shoe, she said in a loud voice, Mabui, Neji, and I are going fishing. We won't be back all day. If an ordinary girl had been caught in such a situation, she would have died of embarrassment on the spot. But Samui was perfectly composed, as if nothing had happened. Mabui began to think she had imagined things. Can I join you? No, they both said in unison. Mabui's face stiffened. Well, have fun, then, she said with a strained smile. The two of them left and headed for the nearest reservoir. On the way, several figures leaped out from the woods, blocking their path. There were 6 of them in total, all women with dark skin and powerful builds. They were clearly from the Yatsuki clan. The tall woman in the center looked at Neji. Samui, this little brat must be Hyuga Neji. Samui stepped in front of Neji. Yatsuki Rin, what do you want? So it is him, Rin said, crossing her arms. Samui, I'm here to spar with him. This arrogant little brat has trampled on the pride of the Yatsuki clan. I have to teach him a lesson. Samui looked at the other women, who were all glaring at Neji. I'm sure it's not just a friendly spar. Rin snorted. If he wins, I'll turn around and leave, and I promise I'll never bother him again. But if he loses... She paused, a cruel smile on her face. We'll string him up and starve him for a night. Samwee's brow furrowed. Starve the little brat. How cruel. Rin, if Lord Raikage finds out about this, he'll punish you. Rin shrugged. The Yotsuki cannot be insulted. Even if I'm punished, I'll still teach this brat a lesson. You. Wani-san, let me handle this, Neji said, stepping out from behind her. Samwee grabbed his hand. This woman is one of the best in the Yotsuki clan, she whispered. She was promoted to Jonin last year. She's not easy to deal with. Can you handle her? Don't worry, Neji said, nodding reassuringly. Courageous, I'll give you that, Rin said. She had expected him to hide behind the Raikage's favor and refuse to fight. She had been prepared to be punished. She had never thought he would actually accept her challenge. There's not enough room to fight here, she said. Let's go to the training grounds. But Neji shook his head. The training grounds? That's too much trouble. I'm in a hurry. Let's just do it here. Question mark. Chapter 35, Neji, you fought with all your might, yet you couldn't even scratch me. Chapter 35, Neji, you fought with all your might, yet you couldn't even scratch me. Looking at the tall, stern-faced Yotsuki Rin, Neji recalled the intelligence scroll Dodai had slipped him last Sunday. Yotsuki Rin, Jonin. 2 months ago, she was awarded the treasured tool, the Benihisago, by Lord Raikage. She is skilled in lightning release, nintaijutsu, and kenjutsu. In combat, she has a tendency to take unorthodox risks. An elite Jonin of the Yotsuki clan was a world apart from the elite Jonin of the Hidden Grass. The resources of the shinobi world were monopolized by the great and noble clans. The smaller nations didn't even have a proper system for passing down their ninjutsu. The children of the great clans received an elite education from a young age, something the shinobi of smaller nations couldn't even compare to. The gap between them was likely even greater than the gap between a genin and a chunin. For Rin to have been awarded the Benihisago by the fourth Raikage, while partly a move to placate the Yotsuki clan, was also a testament to her own considerable talent. Though Neji was confident he could defeat her, he wasn't sure how much of his true strength he would need to use. From Dodai's intelligence, her skills were well-rounded, with few weaknesses. And her habit of taking risks in a fight, it was hard to say if that was a strength or a weakness. But Neji had a plan to use it to his advantage. He had just deliberately provoked her, hoping to disrupt her composure and secure a quick victory. So arrogant, Rin sneered. No wonder you look down on the Yotsuki clan. Let me be clear, she said, her voice cold. Even though this is a spar, I won't be holding back. Right, Neji replied, his tone dismissive. Rin's eye twitched. Are you even listening to me? What I mean is, I'm going to treat you like a real enemy. If you're not careful, you'll get hurt. You might even die. Neji just held up his hands. I told you, I'm in a hurry. Please, let's get on with it. You damn brat. Rin glared at him, her voice filled with anger. You're so full of yourself. Today, I'll show you the true power of the Yotsuki. As she spoke, she drew the katana from her back. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, glinting off the polished blade. Neji spread his feet slightly, a pale blue sphere of chakra forming in each of his palms as he assumed a defensive stance. Swoosh. A cool breeze rustled through the trees, sending a few dry leaves fluttering to the ground. They spun through the air and struck the blade of Rin's sword, where they were effortlessly sliced in two. A chakra blade. Neji thought, his eyes narrowing. Rin was already a skilled kenjutsu user. With a chakra blade in her hand, her combat power was significantly increased. The sheer pressure she exuded just by holding the sword was enough to make Neji a little wary. In terms of pure swordsmanship, he was her inferior. He had once tried to combine the 8 trigrams palms with kenjutsu to create an 8 trigrams sword style, but progress had been slow, and he had eventually abandoned it. Swoosh. Rin moved, her form a blur as she shot toward him with a piercing shriek. Neji's eyes keenly observed the lightning release chakra in her body instantly surge, the electrical current stimulating her cells and making them vibrate at a high frequency. She's using lightning to stimulate her cells and enhance her physical abilities, he noted. The principle is the same as the lightning release chakra mode. It was a clear demonstration of her exquisite control over her lightning nature. Rin's movements were swift, her sword strikes sharp and precise. But in Neji's Tensigen vision, every move was perfectly clear. He met her charge, his face an emotionless mask as he engaged her with his 8 trigrams palms. In an instant, palm and blade clashed. A person's fighting style is often a reflection of their inner self. Rin's tendency to take risks in a fight meant she was overly confident in her own abilities and in the blade she wielded. This confidence made her unconsciously take reckless chances. It was a habit she herself was likely unaware of. In a battle between high-level opponents, such seemingly insignificant habits can be the deciding factor. Swoosh. With a piercing shriek, a massive tree, so large it would take 2 people to encircle it, was sliced vertically in 2 by Rin's blade. More than a dozen other trees in the vicinity had been similarly felled. Neji stood at the absolute limit of her sword's range. Your swordsmanship is sharp, and your power is considerable, he said calmly. But if you can't hit your opponent, it's all for nothing. Lightning crackled along Rin's blade, her killing intent palpable. Neji's words had infuriated her, but she had no rebuttal. Her attacks grew fiercer and fiercer. Neji didn't meet her head-on. He used his superior agility to dodge, each of her strikes missing him by a hair's breadth. Unable to land a single blow, Rin's frustration grew, and her chakra began to deplete. Under Neji's deliberate guidance, their battle had moved deeper into the forest, and Samui and the others were no longer visible. Neji began his counterattack. Seeing him charge, a flash of joy appeared in Rin's eyes, and she swung her sword. Her strikes were now filled with killing intent, but they were also much sloppier. Neji's Tensigen saw the openings in her movements, but he didn't attack. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity to completely shatter her confidence. A few seconds later, it came. Neji sidestepped and appeared in front of her, his palm striking toward her chest. The best move for Rin would have been to retreat and create some distance, then counterattack once his momentum was spent. But, true to her nature, she took a risk. Instead of retreating, she swung her sword at him. It was exactly what Neji had expected. The next moment, his left hand, which had been aimed at her chest, suddenly shifted, and his fingertips struck her wrist. The tenketsu point in her wrist was hit, and her sword fell from her grasp. Neji caught it and held it to her neck. It all happened in an instant. It was only after the cold steel was pressed against her throat that Rin realized what had happened. Neji withdrew the sword and stabbed it into the ground, his face an emotionless mask. I lost, Rin said, collapsing to the ground in a state of shock. She had never imagined she would lose, let alone so completely. Since she had first learned to wield a sword, only her master had ever been able to disarm her. But then, she looked up at him, her confidence returning. It won't be long before I challenge you again. Neji shook his head. The gap between us is as wide as the heavens and the earth, he said, his voice flat. In this lifetime, you will never be able to defeat me. No, Rin said, her expression stubborn. This fight. I had a chance to win. Neji sighed. You fought with all your might, yet you couldn't even scratch me. And I only used 10% of my strength. 10%. Rin's eyes widened in disbelief. You're full of it. Chapter 36, it's all because Big Sister taught me so well. Chapter 36, it's all because Big Sister taught me so well. If he had defeated her with only 10% of his strength, did that mean at full power, he could take on 10 of her? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Neji didn't bother to argue. He took a deep breath, and his chakra began to boil, instantly activating his lightning release chakra mode. The brilliant blue electricity enveloped his body, and the powerful aura it emanated made Rin's heart pound. The lightning release chakra mode, you've actually learned it. Not just the chakra mode, but also the black lightning developed by the third Raikage. Neji's eyes narrowed, and black lightning erupted from his palm, dancing like a swarm of violent, venomous snakes. Rin's eyes widened. If Neji had used either of those techniques from the start, she wouldn't have stood a chance. No wonder you look down on the Yatsuki clan, she said, her voice filled with a sense of defeat. He had real power. Was it his fault for being arrogant when she was the one who was weak? There was no logic in that. You've misunderstood, Neji explained. I have no intention of looking down on the Yatsuki clan. But earlier. Rin began, but her words trailed off. Neji thought for a moment. I understand the clan head's intentions, he said, deciding to be direct. I refused because it would be unfair to me, and it would be unfair to you. In the 21st century, any independent-minded person would refuse such a proposition. Any compromise would only be for the sake of personal gain. Is that the only reason? Rin asked, looking at him in disbelief. Neji glanced at the bewildered look in her eyes and sighed inwardly. There was a tragic, thick barrier between them as well. The very essence of a shinobi was to be a tool, to prioritize the mission above all else. This philosophy had been passed down from generation to generation, becoming the common sense of all ninja. The first Hokage's will of fire had been the first time anyone had treated shinobi as people. But that, too, had become corrupted over time. Neji took 2 scrolls from his storage pouch and handed them to her. Rin, these are my notes on the lightning release chakra mode and black lightning. They might be of some help to you. Something so valuable, for me? Rin asked, a little embarrassed. Seeing the shy, bashful look on her face, Neji's expression stiffened. There was another, more practical and heartbreaking reason he hadn't mentioned. The women of the Yatsuki clan just weren't his type. So why should he force himself? A few moments later, the others arrived. Samui rushed to Neji's side. Neji, are you all right? Did you win, boss? Rin's companions asked eagerly. Neji rubbed the back of his head and laughed. I didn't win, but I didn't lose either. It was a draw. Rin's expression was a little unnatural, but she went along with it. It was a draw. No way. The boss didn't win. But she didn't lose either. But, that kid's only 6. That's true. The Yatsuki girls whispered amongst themselves, their words sharp and cutting. Rin was 10 years older than Neji. If she had won, it would have been expected. But to lose would have been a huge embarrassment, something that would have made her a laughingstock in the clan. By saying it was a draw, Neji had lost nothing and had saved her face. What was not to like? Rin, let's just let this go, Samui said with a sigh of relief. She took Neji's hand and quickly led him away. Rin stood on her tiptoes, watching Neji's retreating back. She rubbed the 2 scrolls in her hand and murmured to herself, when he's not being annoying, that little brat is actually kind of cute. As they walked, Samui said, a hint of surprise in her voice, you fought Rin to a draw. You're pretty capable. Neji tickled her palm. It's all because my big sister taught me so well. A faint smile touched Samui's lips. Then her expression turned stern. Neji, I never taught you to be a flatterer. Did you learn that from Yujito? Neji felt a bead of sweat roll down his forehead. Yeah, he said, going along with it. She taught me. A short while later, they arrived at a quiet, secluded reservoir. Neji looked at the waterfall cascading down the cliff face and the man-made forest that surrounded it. Such scenery was a rare sight on the high plateaus of the Land of Lightning. They took out a tarp, a blanket, and other camping gear from a storage scroll and quickly set up a small campsite. Then, Neji held up a fishing rod. Come on, let's go fishing. Samui took the rod, her voice a little hesitant. Neji, just so you know, I don't know how to fish. She knew how to spear fish, catch them with her bare hands, and even blast them with jutsu, but she had never learned how to use a rod and reel. It's easy, Neji said. Just put the bait on the hook, throw it in the water, and wait for the fish to bite. He led her to the edge of the reservoir and took out a long bench from another scroll. It was a long bench, but he had deliberately chosen a short one. It was a tight squeeze for 2 people, which was just what he wanted. Samui didn't think much of it and squeezed onto the bench next to him. She put the bait on the hook, cast her line, and waited. Within a few minutes, Neji had already caught 3 fish. Samui, on the other hand, had had her bait stolen 3 times. She lost her patience, threw her rod on the ground, and huffed, is my bait rotten or something? I'm done. Are you admitting defeat? Neji nudged her with his knee, a mischievous grin on his face. What defeat? We weren't competing, she said, looking confused. As a fisherman, the moment you pick up the rod, the competition begins, Neji said, a completely serious expression on his face. Seeing him so earnest, Samui couldn't help but laugh. All right then, what's the deal? If you lose, you have to face a punishment, Neji said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A punishment? Tell me more, she asked, her curiosity piqued. A softer seat. With that, Neji plopped himself down on her lap. Samui froze. She was about to push him off, but when her hands were on his waist, for some reason, the push turned into an embrace. Feeling his warmth so close, she suddenly felt her face flush. A few minutes later, she laughed. Giving up so soon? You haven't caught a single fish since you switched to the soft seat. It's not my fault, Neji grumbled, burying his face in her chest. You're distracting me. The rod is in your hands. How am I distracting you? It's your own fault for being no good at this, and you're blaming me. Samui teased. I'm no good. Neji was furious. He took a deep breath, silently chanted a mantra to clear his mind, and focused on his fishing. A short while later, Samui looked at the bucket of fish in astonishment. So many. It was as if the fish in the reservoir had lost their minds. They were practically jumping onto his hook. He had caught 7 in less than 2 minutes. Neji shook his head proudly. Impressive, right? Samui just found it amusing. Such a strange and competitive boy. Chapter 37, Tensigan Upgrade, Chakra Receiver Rosary. Chapter 37, Tensigan Upgrade, Chakra Receiver Rosary. The sun set in the west, and the moon rose in the east. A gentle night breeze blew across the plains. Neji and Samui lay on the grass, looking up at the sky. The shinobi world was free of environmental pollution, and the night sky was a breathtaking sight, with a bright, clear moon hanging high above. Who would have thought that the moon was man-made, and that sealed within it was the progenitor of all chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya? Samui let out a soft laugh, a sense of nostalgia washing over her. It had been a long time since she had been able to relax like this. Just then, she felt Neji take her hand, his fingers playing with hers. She didn't say anything. For a boy to treat a girl like that was, under normal circumstances, quite rude. But with Neji, the rules of propriety didn't seem to apply. Neji shifted closer, his side pressing against her arm. "Wani-san, what's so interesting about the night sky? You're the one who insisted on camping out. What else am I supposed to look at?" "You." Samui rolled her eyes at him. Neji propped his head up with his hand and turned to face her. "I'm not looking at the sky. The sky isn't nearly as beautiful as you, Wani-san." For someone who had grown up with the internet, such a cheesy pickup line would have been cringeworthy. But for the innocent Samui, it made her heart flutter. Looking at his youthful face, she leaned in and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Neji was completely caught off guard. By the time he had processed what had happened, Samui had already turned her back to him. "It's late. Let's get some sleep." Who could possibly sleep now? Neji thought. He wanted to pounce, to turn the tables on her. But he didn't dare. Instead, he snuggled up against her. "I can only sleep if you hold me, Wani-san." Samui didn't resist, nor did she say anything. Neji took her silence as a yes. The leisurely vacation came to an end, and Neji threw himself back into his intense training regimen. 10 days later, after running 50 laps around Mount Kumakumo, he found a quiet spot in the woods halfway up the mountain. He wasn't there to rest, but to train his Tensigen. The lightning released chakra mode, black lightning, even the divine airstrike, none of them were as important as the Tensigen. It was the foundation upon which he would build his dominance of the shinobi world. Ever since awakening it, Neji had spent 2 hours a day training his eyes. The progress was slow, but with his system, every session brought tangible results. "You have practiced with the Tensigen. Your understanding has increased. EXP +1. You have practiced with the Tensigen. Your understanding has increased. EXP +1. After 2 hours, his eyes were sore and tired. Normally, he would have stopped, but he was on the verge of a breakthrough. He pushed through the pain, channeling even more chakra into his eyes. "You have practiced with the Tensigen. Your understanding has increased. EXP +1. Congratulations. Your Tensigen has advanced to LV2, 1/1000. You have learned the skill, Chakra Receiver Rosary. Kekkei Genkai, Tensigen LV2, 1/1000, abilities, Cursed Mandala Sealing Heart, Chakra Receiver Rosary." With the update to his status panel, Neji's Tensigen had reached its second level, granting him a new ability. He held out his right hand, and a blue aura of chakra erupted from his body. A single, black rosary bead of pure chakra materialized, hovering in his palm. The rosary bead was visually similar to the truth-seeking orbs used by the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, but it was not the same thing. "Even I find it strange, but the official databooks clearly state, Chakra Receiver Rosary." When Neji tried to create a second bead, his chakra was instantly depleted, and the nascent orb dissipated before it could fully form. "Still a bit of a stretch," he murmured. "I have more than enough chakra for one, but not nearly enough for two." He flicked his wrist, and the small black sphere shot out, embedding itself in a large rock 20 meters away. Boom. At first, nothing happened. Then, a few seconds later, with a dull thud, the rock shattered into a million pieces. Who would have thought such an unassuming little black ball could be so destructive? It's a perfect weapon for a surprise attack. When my Tensigen levels up further, I'll be able to awaken the silver will reincarnation explosion and the golden will reincarnation explosion. Both of those techniques use the chakra receiver rosary. Now that I have it, perhaps I can develop other techniques as well. After a moment of thought, Neji decided to pick up his kenjutsu training again, using the rosary beads in place of a sword. He took out a standard-issue katana from his storage scroll and began to practice. Swordsmanship, at its core, was just a combination of thrusts, slashes, and cuts. Neji had once created his own 8 trigram sword style, and he was quite proficient with a blade. But he wouldn't call himself a master. In his past life, Neji had heard a martial arts philosopher say, "It is better to practice one technique 10,000 times than to learn 10,000 techniques." At first, he had thought it made sense. Later, he had thought it was nonsense. After all, no great fighter only knew one move. But now, it made perfect sense. Especially for a shinobi who could use chakra. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, even genjutsu, they were all, at their core, just different applications of chakra. If your chakra was strong enough, you could conquer the world with a single technique. Neji's chakra was not strong, not compared to the true monsters of this world. But that didn't stop him from trying to master one technique first, and then, once his chakra was stronger, conquering the world. This was something only he could do. Because he had a cheat. Divine diligence. Effort will always be rewarded. I wonder what will happen if I slash at the air 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times. He began to practice in earnest, cutting through the air with one precise slash after another. The forest was silent. No one disturbed him. After a long time, Neji suddenly stopped. Something felt wrong. It was quiet. Too quiet. When he had first come here to train, he had been able to hear the birds chirping and the leaves rustling in the wind. Now, there was nothing but the sound of his own sword cutting through the air. A barrier. Someone had erected a barrier around him. The realization made his expression change. He immediately activated his Byakugan and scanned his surroundings. But to his surprise, his vision was filled with a massive, swirling image of chakra. It was similar to the effect of another dojutsu, the Ketsuryugen, but as far as Neji knew, the only pair of those eyes in existence were nowhere near the hidden cloud. He was about to cautiously make his way out of the forest when he stopped. Someone was walking toward him. The figure was cloaked, their head covered by a hood and mask, with only a pair of deep-set eyes visible. Not the Ketsuryugen, then. Many ninja from the 5 great nations dressed like this. It was impossible to tell his affiliation from his clothes. One of the Raikage men. Unlikely. Then, it could only be. Chapter 38, A Dance in the Forest. Chapter 38, A Dance in the Forest. A mocking look appeared in the cloaked man's eyes. This forest is filled with a special chakra powder I created, he said, his voice a low rasp. Your Byakugan is useless here. Neji's eyes narrowed. The Ketsuryugen could create large-scale illusions filled with chakra. The Byakugan could see through a person's body, but it couldn't see through chakra itself. In an environment saturated with it, his vision was completely whited out. It was like a thermal imager, which could easily detect a person's body heat in the dark, but became useless if the ambient temperature was the same as the body's. He had never expected someone to be able to neutralize his Byakugan with something as simple as chakra powder. But you've only sealed my Byakugan, Neji thought. That has nothing to do with my Tensigen. It seems there's no point in resisting, Neji said, testing the waters. A futile struggle will only make your death more painful. The cloaked man drew a short sword from his belt, a current of green energy coiling around the blade. Wind release, vacuum blade. Since I'm about to die anyway, Neji said, his expression grave, could you at least tell me who you are? Heh. The man let out a derisive laugh, his cold eyes fixed on Neji. I'll tell your corpse after you're dead. With that, he lunged, his sword aimed at Neji's heart. Neji threw a punch. Divine airstrike. A pale blue sphere of chakra shot from his palm and collided with the man's sword. The moment they made contact, a look of disbelief flashed in the man's eyes. His sword was bent into an arc by the force of the attack, and he was sent flying backward. Neji took a deep breath, activated his lightning release chakra mode, and charged after him. Strike while the iron is hot. If this man had dared to come and assassinate him, he must have been confident in his abilities. But not even the 4th Raikage knew the full extent of Neji's power. The man had thought that by neutralizing his Byakugan, victory was assured. He had no idea that even without his Tensigen, Neji, with his mastery of the lightning release chakra mode, black lightning, and the divine airstrike, was already well above the level of an elite jonin from one of the 5 great nations. The cloaked man had set up a barrier and used his chakra powder. That meant his strength was below the Kage level. An enemy of that caliber was no threat to Neji. He appeared below the flying figure, his katana wreathed in black lightning, ready to cut the men down before he even hit the ground. But the men didn't fall. In midair, he reached out, his hand clawing into a thick tree branch. Wood splintered, leaving 5 deep gouges in the bark. He had managed to stop his momentum. He looked down at Neji, who was now cloaked in lightning, his blade crackling with black electricity. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He had underestimated the boy. But he was not panicked. He formed a hand sign with his left hand while his right hand, holding the sword, slashed down at Neji. Neji swung his own sword in an upward arc. Sparks flew as the 2 blades met. Though Neji was still young, his strength, augmented by the lightning release chakra mode, was no less than the cloaked man's. With a flick of his wrist, Neji's katana slid along the other sword, aiming for his body. But the man used the force of the blow to gracefully leap backward. Neji, not wanting to give him a moment's rest, was about to press his advantage. But then, he found he couldn't move. He looked down. 2 black shadows had stretched out from the hollows of 2 nearby trees and were connected to his own. Shadow clones, created with a one-handed seal, the shadow imitation technique. This man is from the Nara clan. By now, the cloakman had landed on the ground, his eyes filled with a mixture of shock and anger. From the moment he had begun his attack, nothing had gone according to his plan. He formed another hand sign with his left hand, and the sword in his right hand shot out like a venomous snake, so fast it was just a blur. The blur then split into 2, then 4, then 8, a blooming lotus of green light. It was a unique sword style he had created, inspired by the second Hokage's shadow clone jutsu. The sword images were not illusions, they were real, and they could draw blood. Neji was surprised. The world was full of heroes. This man's swordsmanship was cunning and deceptive. He was a true master of the blade. Even with his eyes, he couldn't tell which of the images was real. Neji took a deep breath, and his chakra surged. The shadow imitation, cast by a shadow clone, was only a temporary restraint. He broke free in an instant. By then, the sky was filled with sword images, all of them bearing down on him. Neji changed his grip on his katana, switching from a downward slash to a spinning, defensive maneuver. The sound of metal on metal rang through the forest as a shower of brilliant sparks erupted around him. He stood his ground, a bloody gash on his arm where he had been cut by the man's vacuum blade. A drop of crimson blood fell from the tip of his own katana. The cloakman was more severely wounded. His left arm had been severed and lay on the ground. Though Neji's swordsmanship was inferior, his lightning released chakra mode and black lightning gave him the advantage in a head-on clash. He charged. The cloaked man, enduring the intense pain, let out a long, loud cry. He then rolled toward his severed arm, intending to retrieve it. Neji was surprised that he would still be thinking of that at a time like this, but he didn't slow his attack, his sword swinging down. If the men insisted on picking up his arm, he would be killed. Hearing the piercing shriek of the blade behind him, the man, his face covered in a cold sweat, abandoned his arm and rolled out of the way, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. He staggered to his feet, blood pouring from his wound, his face deathly pale beneath his mask. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and he fled into the forest. A chakra receiver rosary bead appeared in Neji's palm. He took aim at the man's back. But just as he was about to fire, 4 more black figures appeared, coming from 4 different directions. They had been drawn by the man's cry. Neji flicked his wrist, and the rosary bead shot toward one of them. The man raised his kunai to block, but the bead pierced straight through it, and through him, killing him instantly. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball shot toward Neji from behind, the intense heat searing his skin. Neji sneered and, without even turning around, threw a divine air strike behind him. He then used the body flicker technique to charge at the other 2. The 4 newcomers were all Chunin level. Against Neji, a master of close-quarters combat, they were no different from genin. A few breaths later, 4 more bodies lay on the ground, their blood soaking the forest floor. Neji walked over to one of them, pulled off the mask, and pried open the mouth. The tongue-cursing seal on his tongue was slowly fading. At the moment of his death, his brain had been destroyed by the power of the curse mark. Root, as I thought. Chapter 39, Zetsu appears. Chapter 39, Zetsu appears. The only ones with a motive to assassinate him were the people from Konoha. However, killing him would easily spark a conflict between the 2 great villages. Hiruzen Sarutobi might have wanted him dead, but his soft nature would prevent him from taking such a drastic step. Danzo, on the other hand, was a different story. He lived by the mantra, everything for Konoha. He could bring Neji's body back to the village, reopen the old case, and use it to finally unseat Hiruzen and take his place. He had plenty of reasons to want Neji dead. And his root organization was perfectly suited for such a task. Its members were all brainwashed, emotionless tools who would carry out his will to the letter. Most importantly, they were all marked with the tongue-cursing seal. Capturing one alive was impossible. And preserving a body to use as evidence against Danzo was equally unrealistic. If the operation was exposed, there would be no evidence left behind. Even if Neji told the 4th Raikage what had happened, without concrete proof, they would be unable to act on his behalf. Such a powerful sealing jutsu, Neji mused. Was it inherited from the master of forbidden jutsu, Senju Tobirama? Or stolen from the Uzumaki clan? Or did Danzo develop it himself? Sealing jutsu were not only useful for controlling subordinates, they could also be effective in combat. Neji was briefly impressed, but not envious. He had something better. He picked up the severed arm, placed it in a storage scroll, and then, locking onto the direction the cloakman had fled, he gave chase. The cloakman had lost a lot of blood. By the time he reached the foot of the mountain, he was slowing down, stumbling, on the verge of collapse. Swoosh! Several figures emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. Aburaim Toryun looked at him, his voice cold. Puppet, you're in a sorry state. Umph. The cloakman snorted in displeasure but didn't argue. Toryun had found him and presented him with a direct order from Danzo. He had no choice but to obey. He had been undercover in the hidden cloud for years and was a cautious man. His original plan for the assassination had involved both himself and Torian, with at least 15 elite root ninja as backup. With that kind of force, they would have had a chance of escaping even from the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. But Torian had rejected his plan. Perhaps because he had been undercover for so long, Danzo had begun to doubt his loyalty. Torian's mission was, in part, a test. And so, he had only been given 4 men as backup. Torian then noticed the man's severed arm, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It's only been a few years. Hyuga Neji is only 6. Has he really grown so strong? For the sake of Lord Danzo, he must be eliminated. Torian collected himself and glanced at a smaller root ninja beside him. This one may be a useless failure, but he can't die here. Take him and treat his wounds. Yes, sir. After the medical nin had led the cloaked man away, Torian looked at the silent forest. Initiate the backup plan, he said, his voice low. Neji raced through the forest. After a short while, his Byakugan's vision returned. He scanned the 3-kilometer radius, but there was no sign of the cloaked man. He got away. With a severed arm, his movement should have been impaired. To have disappeared so quickly, he must have had help. Neji knelt down and picked up a fallen leaf with a single drop of blood on it. He followed the trail for a while, finding more traces of blood on the tree roots and in the grass. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Was he in such a hurry to retreat that he didn't have time to cover his tracks, or is this a deliberately laid trap to lure me in? But this was the hidden cloud. He had no reason to back down. Heh. Neji let out a small laugh. He took a signal flare from his pouch and fired it into the air. Swoosh. Pum. The flare exploded, and he knew that a patrol team would be here soon. After a moment's thought, he didn't wait. He placed a kunai on the ground, its tip pointing in the direction of the blood trail, and then continued the pursuit alone. The trail grew fainter and fainter. He had to stop several times, and he couldn't find the cloaked men. Instead, a Kumo patrol team, following the marker he had left, caught up to him. Neji glanced at the 3 shinobi in their standard combat gear, their short tachi strapped to their backs. He surreptitiously looked at their left arms. They were all intact. Did you fire the signal flare? The team leader asked, his expression grave as he looked at Neji's pure white eyes. Neji had kept a low profile in the village, and very few people had ever had direct contact with him. But the team leader had heard of him. I was attacked by a mysterious cloaked man on Mount Kumakumo a short while ago, Neji said succinctly. I cut off his left arm and have been tracking him ever since. Let's go, the team leader said, taking a sharp breath. The precious Byakugan had been attacked. If the assailant had succeeded, the village would have suffered a great loss. He knew that asking for more details now would be a waste of time. The priority was to catch the mysterious man as soon as possible. Long after the 4 of them had left, a Venus flytrap-like plant emerged from the ground. In the center was a strange man with a face that was half black and half white. He, White Zetsu giggled. So that's the little Byakugan brat that was kidnapped by the cloud 2 years ago. Yes, Black Zetsu's voice was a harsh rasp. He's only 6 this year. I didn't expect him to already be a ninja. Tisk, White Zetsu said, his voice cheerful and carefree. Not only did the 4th Raikage not raise him as a breeding stud, but he even made the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails his sensei. Does the Byakugan really have that much potential? It does. White Zetsu was taken aback. Haha. Zetsu, since when did you learn to tell jokes? Black Zetsu snorted, not bothering to explain. The Byakugan was the power of the Otsutsuki clan. Its potential was even greater than that of the Sharingan. In the early days of the Warring States period, the Hyuga, along with the Senju and the Uchiha, were acknowledged as the strongest shinobi clans. The Hyuga had even produced masters who were on par with the reincarnations of Asura and Indra. For example, Hyuga Tenjin from 300 years ago. That man had taken the giant Tensigan and gone to the moon, dealing a heavy blow to the Otsutsuki clan. It was because of him that the shinobi world had enjoyed 300 years of relative peace. But the glory of the Hyuga was a thing of the past. The Byakugan's potential was limitless, but to truly unlock it, one needed the blood of the Otsutsuki. And since the time of Hyuga Tenjin, the Otsutsuki bloodline in the Hyuga had declined precipitously. Now, the Byakugan was nothing more than a reconnaissance tool. Of course, that was exactly what Black Zetsu wanted to see. He hated the Senju, the Uchiha, and the Hyuga with a passion. That bastard Otsutsuki Hagoromo and his brother Hamura, those parasites should all be in hell. What kind of son would do that to his own mother? Black Zetsu pushed the thoughts from his mind. The mission is what's important. Let's go, he said, his voice a low hiss. Chapter 40, Yakushi no no. Chapter 40, Yakushi no no. At the foot of the mountain, in a grove of red maple trees. The Kumo patrol captain knelt down, his fingers gently touching a drop of blood on a maple leaf. It was still warm. But the trail ended here. Neji activated his Byakugan and scanned the area. A rocky cliff face, a dense forest, and then his eyes settled on an izakaya 2 kilometers away. Noticing his gaze, the captain looked toward the establishment. The red maple izakaya, he said. Good service, good food. It's hard to get a table during mealtimes. But most people don't go there for the food. If not for the food, then what for? Neji asked, his curiosity piqued. The captain grinned. For the proprietress, of course. Neji's expression flickered, then he smiled. Food and desire, it's only natural. It seems the best dish at the red maple izakaya is the proprietress. After a moment's thought, he said, let's go. We'll check it out. The captain turned to his 2 comrades. Stay sharp. The attacker is likely hiding in there. The 4 of them strode into the izakaya, a mixture of alcohol, sweat, and other odors assaulting their senses. The captain looked at the patrons on the first floor and shouted, patrol team business. Everyone, stay in your seats and do not move. Neji activated his Byakugan and swept the room. He saw nothing out of the ordinary. They were all civilians. Hearing the commotion, the proprietress came down from the second floor. She was a voluptuous blonde in her late 20s, wearing glasses. Her features weren't conventionally beautiful, but she exuded an incredibly alluring charm. Seeing her, Neji's pale eyes narrowed slightly. The wandering Miko, Yakushi no. Root's top spy, a master of disguise. She could disguise her identity, her emotions. She could deceive her enemies, and even herself. The woman in front of him bore a striking resemblance to the orphanage director from his memories, but her aura was completely different. The director had been gentle and caring, like a frugal and virtuous wife. This woman was seductive and worldly. It was hard to believe they were the same person. If Neji hadn't had such a vivid memory of her, he would never have recognized her. The captain came over to him. They're all civilians, he whispered. Nothing unusual. Neji clapped him on the shoulder. Good work. Let's eat. It's on me. The captain's face stiffened. So you came here to eat? Neji didn't bother to explain. He walked over to an empty table in the corner and waved to the proprietress. Proprietress. Bring us your strongest sake and your best food. Hearing this, Nono's eyes lit up. With a seductive smile, she personally brought over a tray of food and drink and placed it on the table. As she bent over, a flash of snowy white was revealed. She was full-figured, but firm, the result of years of training. Her voice was as smooth as silk. Ninja-sama, is your mission over? We have some stimulating entertainment upstairs to help you unwind. The captain just waved her away. You guys eat first. I'll be right back, Neji said. He chugged a bottle of sake and then, feigning drunkenness, staggered toward the stairs. Neji, what are you doing? Hey, get back here, his 2 patrol comrades called out. Let him go, the captain said with a sigh. He didn't find Neji's behavior strange, it was perfectly normal. Shinobi lived a life of constant violence. They needed an outlet for their pent-up negative emotions. Indulging in a little wine and women was to be expected. The path of the ninja was one thing, but life was another. The two were not mutually exclusive. Neji was young, but he carried a heavy burden. The future of the Byakugan in the hidden cloud rested on his shoulders. The captain felt a little uneasy, however. Neji's behavior had been strange ever since they had entered the izakaya. Was there something more to this place? He put down his chopsticks and casually looked around. Ninja-sama, Nono said, a mixture of surprise and excitement in her voice as she saw Neji coming up the stairs. Let's go to a private room. Neji stomped on the floorboards. This place is pretty old, isn't it? He said with a grin. If we get too rough in a private room, it might not be fair to the people eating downstairs. Heh, Nono giggled. Then let's go to the basement. It's soundproof. The basement sounds good. I like the basement. Neji put his arm around her waist, and she pressed herself against him as they walked toward another staircase. But after a few steps, Neji suddenly spun her around and pinned her against the wall. Hiss. Ninja-sama, don't. I thought we were going to the basement, that hurts. Neji gripped her wrist tightly and whispered in her ear, Auntie Nono, we finally meet. Nono's expression changed in an instant. She had never imagined her cover would be blown. The next moment, a short blade sprang from the heel of her shoe, and she kicked at Neji's side. Neji clamped his legs together, trapping her leg. FZZT. With a piercing shriek, a violent current of black lightning shot from his palm and into the tenketsu point in her wrist. Aya. Nono cried out in pain, her body convulsing as her strength drained away. Neji let the now limp woman fall to the floor, his brow furrowed. Nono was a weak fighter. It was unlikely she was the one sent to assassinate him. Are there other root ninja in the izakaya? Boom. 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 Just as the thought crossed his mind, a series of violent explosions erupted from the first floor. The entire building shook as if in an earthquake. Neji's pupils contracted, and he raced downstairs. When he reached the first floor, the 3 patrol members were lying in pools of their own blood. The other patrons had suffered an even more gruesome fate, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. Swoosh. A black shadow shot past the front of the izakaya. Neji's expression hardened. He instantly activated his lightning-release chakra mode and gave chase. As he rounded the corner, he was only 5 or 6 meters behind. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. The black lightning in his palm extended, piercing through the figure's back. The shadow exploded into a swarm of insects and dissipated in the air. Neji blinked. Insect clones, the Aburame clan. Is it Torian? Or Toru? Whoosh. A cold wind blew past him. After him. Don't let him get away. 10 more patrol ninja appeared, surrounding him. The Chunin leading them was a man in his 30s. He drew his long sword and pointed it at Neji. Then he saw his eyes. You're Neji, he stammered, a look of shock on his face. Neji glanced at the 10 shinobi, their killing intent palpable. The tension in his brow slowly eased. So, this is where you were waiting for me. Chapter 41, The Sacrificial Pawn. Chapter 41, The Sacrificial Pawn. Captain, that's the situation. I understand. After receiving the Chunin's report, the Patrol Corps Captain, Aoyama Hideyomi, had rushed to the scene. He was a man in his late 30s who had served on the battlefield during the Third Great War. He had no parents, no wife, and no children. He was an upright and incorruptible man who answered directly to the Fourth Reich. It was for this reason that he had been appointed to his current position, jointly responsible for the village's security along with the barrier team. After hearing the full story from the patrol team, he walked over to Neji. Neji-kun, you say you were attacked by a mysterious cloakman while you were training on Mount Kumakumo. That's right. You cut off his left arm and followed the blood trail, meeting up with 3 patrol members along the way, and then tracked him to the izakaya. Correct. Is there anything else you wish to add? No. Aoyama shook his head, a complicated expression on his face. The patrol team has searched all of Mount Kumakumo. We found no signs of a struggle, nor did we find the blood trail you mentioned. Hey, Neji scoffed. The signs of the struggle have all vanished, and the bodies are gone as well. It seems there are quite a few ghosts in the hidden cloud. Aoyama considered for a moment. Let's assume the mysterious man had accomplices who cleaned up all the evidence before the patrol team arrived. However, he continued, his tone turning serious and cold, we have an eyewitness who saw you kill 3 patrol members and then flee the izakaya. You claim you were pursuing an enemy, but when the patrol team caught up to you at the corner, there was no one else in sight. Personally, I am willing to believe you are innocent. But until the truth is uncovered, you'll have to come with me. Neji glanced at the man's black-gloved left hand. Can I see this eyewitness who saw me kill someone and then run away? Aoyama nodded and murmured something to the Chunin beside him. A few moments later, a nondescript street vendor was brought forward. According to our investigation, this man has been selling crepes near the izakaya for the past 2 years. His family has lived in the hidden cloud for generations. His background is clean. May I ask him a few questions? Ask whatever you like. Neji walked over to the vendor and studied him. There was no trace of chakra. He was an ordinary civilian. Open your mouth and stick out your tongue. The vendor did as he was told. There was no tongue-cursing seal. He was not from Root. Where do you usually set up your stall? Neji asked. Right over there, ninja-sama. The vendor pointed to a small crepe cart. The izakaya was on a long street. The vendor's stall was to the west of the entrance, but Neji had chased the insect clone to the east. Neji's expression hardened. You're lying. The vendor froze, then shouted, No, I'm telling the truth. Neji took a step forward, looming over him. You saw me kill someone. You saw me run away. You saw my face. The vendor went pale under Neji's intense gaze. But he quickly recovered, his voice stubborn. When the explosion happened, I hid under my cart. I saw you kill them and then run away. Then the patrol team chased after you. Neji turned to look at the patrol team, then at Aoyama. You all heard him, didn't you? We heard him, Neji-kun, Aoyama said, his eyes narrowed. Loud and clear. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Gentlemen, Neji said, stand here by the cart. I'll walk out of the izakaya at a slow pace, just as I did before, and we'll see what you can see. All right, Aoyama agreed after a moment's thought. Neji slowly walked out of the izakaya, headed east, turned the corner, and then came back. From the vendor's position, it was impossible to see inside the izakaya. And as Neji had walked out, he had been heading east the entire time. Due to the angle, they had only been able to catch a fleeting glimpse of the side of his face for a second or two. Everyone realized the vendor had been lying. This was a frame-up. Did any of you get a clear look at my face? Neji asked the patrol team. Please raise your hand if you did. No one raised their hand. The vendor, however, frantically waved his hand in the air. I saw him. You, be quiet. Aoyama roared. Neji walked toward the vendor. None of these men could see my face, and they were standing. But you, in the middle of an explosion, terrified and hiding under your cart with your vision obstructed, how could you possibly have seen me kill anyone? How could you have seen my face? I didn't see him clearly. No, I did, the vendor stammered, his body trembling. You bastard. Aoyama slapped him hard across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. There's someone behind this. Take him away and interrogate him. He waved his hand, and 2 patrol members dragged the vendor away. He then turned to Neji, a strained smile on his face. Neji-kun, that was my oversight. I almost made a terrible mistake. You were very clever. Neji just waved his hand dismissively. This isn't the time for that, Aoyama-senpai. There are enemy ninja hiding in our village. As long as they remain, none of us are safe. You're right, Aoyama said, nodding grimly. I'll have my men conduct a thorough investigation. We'll find those bastards if we have to tear this village apart. He was a man of action. He and his team immediately departed. Neji watched him go, a deep, dark look in his pale eyes. After a moment, he turned and went back into the izakaya, heading straight for the 2nd floor. As he had expected, Yakushi Nono was still there. She looked as if she had suffered a devastating blow, slumped against the wall, her body limp. Neji lifted her in his arms, carried her to a clean private room, and placed her on the bed. He poured himself a glass of water and took a sip. If that witness hadn't been so incompetent, your identity would have been exposed by now. But they were too naive. They thought they could destroy me with such a simple trick. They have no idea how much trust the 4th Raikage has in me. Even if they had concrete proof that I was in contact with a root spy, he wouldn't believe it. But if it had come to that, there would have been no way for you to survive. Chapter 42, you are mine, and your life is mine. Chapter 42, you are mine, and your life is mine. As a spy, Nono's mind was always working. The moment she heard the explosions, she knew it was a setup, a trap for both her and Neji. What she couldn't understand was why Danzo had chosen to abandon her. In all her years en route, she had served the village with distinction and had never made a single mistake. And with the tongue-cursing seal, there was no risk of her leaking any secrets. She had never imagined she would end up as a disposable pawn. She looked at Neji. She remembered that Kabuto had been about the same age as him, only 6, when Danzo had taken him. I wonder how Kabuto is now, she thought. Did Danzo raise him to be a medical nin? Or did he become a professional spy, like me? Nono turned her head and stared at the ceiling. Since you know who I am, she said, her voice devoid of all emotion, you must also know that a root ninja can never betray Danzo. The tongue-cursing seal was placed on the tongue, but it directly affected the brain's neural pathways. It made it impossible for a root member to reveal any secrets, by any means. No one had ever managed to break free from its control. Unless Danzo died. But by then, the hidden cloud would have no use for her. Hearing her words, Neji's eyes narrowed. This woman had the will to cut ties with Root. Her decision to leave the organization and start an orphanage after the Third Great War was proof of that. But Danzo had been unwilling to let go of such a useful tool. After a few years, he had used the village's lack of funds as a pretext to threaten her into returning to his service. With the orphanage and the tongue-cursing seal as her weaknesses, especially the former, Nono had been forced to do his bidding. But she had never imagined that Danzo, the man who held her weaknesses in his grasp, would choose to have her killed. Even Neji, with his outside perspective, couldn't understand it. Nono was a woman with no real combat ability. She posed no threat to Root. Killing her was a lose-lose situation. And yet, Danzo had ordered her death. Neji's gaze settled on the pitiful, helpless blonde woman on the bed. If he was going to recruit her to serve the hidden cloud, no, to serve him, he would first have to remove the tongue-cursing seal. If even the dead demon-consuming seal could be broken, then the tongue-cursing seal was nothing. In the original story, Orochimaru had surely removed the seal from Kabuto after taking him in. Auntie Nono, every jutsu has a weakness. the tongue-cursing seal can be removed. He walked over to her. Open your mouth. Let me see. Nono's eyelashes fluttered. She didn't really believe he could do it. But there was no harm in trying. She opened her mouth and stuck out her small, pink tongue. Neji leaned in, the veins at his temples bulging as he examined it with his Byakugan. Most sealing jutsu worked on the same principle, the user's chakra influencing the targets. The 5-element seal, the 4-symbol seal, they were all the same. Neji studied the seal for a long time, until Nono's mouth began to water from the discomfort. Did you find anything? She asked, her curiosity piqued by his intense concentration. Neji nodded. It's not that difficult to remove. Nono sat up, her eyes wide with excitement. You can remove it. No. She shot him an exasperated look. Then why were you staring at it for so long? Neji rubbed his temples. To remove the seal, one needed extremely precise chakra control and a thorough understanding of the seal itself. Right now, he was less than 10% confident he could do it. If he failed, Nono would die. He would only attempt it when he was 100% certain. But there was no rush. For the time being, stay here and continue to play the part of the proprietress. Wait, Nono said, a look of panic on her face as he turned to leave. They won't let me go. Are you going to use me as bait? I am their primary target, Neji said, shaking his head. They won't risk coming after you again until they've dealt with me. The patrol teams are searching the streets for suspicious individuals. Root won't dare to show themselves for a while. As long as you stay in the hidden cloud, you'll be safe. Nono stood up, her expression hesitant. I think it would be better if you just handed me over to the 4th Raikage. Then you wouldn't have to worry about the seal. She trusted him, but she didn't trust his abilities. The 4th Raikage was the leader of the village. Neji was a genius, yes, but he was still only 6. What could he really do? Neji walked over to her and lifted her chin, his eyes boring into hers. Auntie Nono, you are alive right now because of me. You need to be very clear about whose side you're on. Let me remind you. From the moment I saved you, you are mine, and your life is mine. After leaving the izakaya, Neji went straight to the Raikage's tower. Root Ninja had infiltrated the hidden cloud. And not just 1 or 2, but at least a dozen. The barrier team had been completely unaware. It was obvious there was a mole in the village, someone with access to the barriers periodically and randomly changed passwords. It had to be someone of high rank. They had to find him. Neji told the 4th Raikage everything, omitting only the information about his Tensigen. Hearing that Neji had been attacked, A flew into a rage and tore his new desk in half. When he learned that a large number of Root Ninja were hiding in the village, Dodai's brow furrowed in a deep, silent contemplation. Neji took the cloaked man's severed arm from a storage scroll. This man's swordsmanship was unusual, he said. He used the shadow imitation technique. I suspect he's from the Nara clan. He's missing an arm. We can start from there and dig out the rest of Root. Dodai, investigate this thoroughly, the Raikage commanded. A large-scale investigation could cause unrest among the clans and the villagers, Dodai said after a moment of thought. But if we don't, with Root's covert abilities, it will be very difficult to find them. You have a plan, don't you? The Raikage asked, a brow raised. Lure the snake out of its hole, Neji interjected. Dodai glanced at him. Root Ninja are emotionless machines. They won't give up until they complete their mission. Unless they receive a retreat order from Danzo, they will strike again. And that's when we'll have our chance. Chapter 43, Understanding Lord Cao Cao. Chapter 43, Understanding Lord Cao Cao. Let's put on a little show for them. Dodai Ajizan, Neji said, arrange for a medical team to conduct a physical examination of all active jonin. It would be best if we could find some clues, but if we don't. After things have quieted down, I'll leave the village on a mission and create an opportunity for Root. The 4th Raikage's brow furrowed. If Neji were to leave the village, it would be difficult for them to provide support. If anything were to happen to him, it would be a loss the village could not bear. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'll have Yujito accompany you, the Raikage declared, his tone leaving no room for argument. But Neji rubbed his temples. What if that just scares Root off? The assassination had failed, and the frame-up had failed. It was safe to assume that Root's next move would be even more carefully planned. With Yujito protecting him, they wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. Neji, the Raikage said with a grin, don't you have the Kahaku no Johei? Just put Yujito inside. No one will be the wiser. Neji slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten about that? The amber purifying pot contained its own pocket dimension. It could hold a tailed beast, and it could hold a person. He had completely forgotten. The pot hadn't played a major role in the original story, only appearing in the later stages. Thinking of the tongue-cursing seal, Neji said, Lord Raikage, I'd like to learn some sealing jutsu. Wait here. The Raikage's eyebrow rose. He walked over to a wall, tapped it 3 times, and a hidden door opened. He stepped inside. Are you planning to remove the tongue-cursing seal and recruit the wandering Miko? Dodai asked. Neji nodded. Root ninja are emotionless machines, Dodai warned. It's hard to say if the wandering Miko has truly given up on Danzo, even after being abandoned by him. And that woman is a spy. She's been active in the 5 great nations for years, stealing intelligence. She's a master of disguise, skilled at manipulating people's emotions. Take my advice. Nono is more than you can handle. Get rid of her. Neji was silent. Dodai was deeply prejudiced against Nono, but his advice was also based on a rational assessment of the risks and benefits. Root ninja underwent extensive brainwashing to ensure their absolute loyalty. Not even the would-release user, Yamato, had been able to escape it. If Neji hadn't known for a fact that Nono held no affection for Danzo, he wouldn't have dared to try and recruit her. Perhaps because she was a spy, and the brainwashing would have damaged her mind, she had been spared the worst of it. She was not an unfeeling mission machine, but a living, breathing person, and a kind and gentle one at that. But that was something Neji would keep to himself. There was no need to explain it to Dodai. I'll consider it, Dodai Ajisen, Neji said, a serious expression on his face, though he had no intention of following his advice. The Raikage emerged from the secret room and handed him a scroll. Neji, this is the scroll for the iron armor seal. I was going to give it to you later, but you should have it now. Neji took the scroll and placed it in his ninja pouch. The name, Iron Armor Seal, sounded like a third-rate sealing jutsu, but it was anything but. The hidden cloud had once used it to seal the 8 tails inside Blue Bee. It wasn't as powerful as the dead demon-consuming seal, but it was not much weaker than the 4 symbols seal. If Neji could learn to undo it without using the release formula, then he could attempt to remove the tongue-cursing seal from Nono. After leaving the Raikage Tower, Neji didn't go home. He went straight to the house where he had settled Kana and her daughter. It was a 3-story building, more lavishly decorated than Samui's home. Samui herself was wealthy and generous, but her own home was quite modest. She still had a mortgage to pay every month. Neji thought that, in the future, he would have Samui and the mother and daughter live together. Sir. Kana opened the door and her face lit up when she saw him. He hadn't been back since he had brought them here. She had been feeling a little anxious, alone in a strange new place with no one to rely on. Has anyone been bothering you these past few days? He asked. She was in her late 20s, but she had a pitiful, fragile air about her that made him feel a mixture of protectiveness and a desire to tease her. No, she said, shaking her head. Everyone here has been very respectful. She had done a lot of thinking. Why had he saved them? What did she have to do to maintain this peaceful life? She had already steeled herself for the sacrifices she would have to make. As long as they didn't treat her and her daughter like blood bags, as the Grassneen had, she could endure anything. He took the Iron Armor Seal scroll from his pouch and handed it to her. Make a copy of this and study it well. She took the scroll, a surprised look on her face. When she unrolled it, her eyes went wide. The Iron Armor Seal. That's right. He intended for both her and Karen to learn sealing jutsu. The Uzumaki's techniques were the best in the world. Their adamantine sealing chains could even suppress the 9 tails. It would be a powerful asset to have. Can I really learn this? She asked in disbelief. Seeing her wide-eyed, innocent expression, Neji's lips twitched. He had heard of a phenomenon called cute aggression, where people felt an urge to squeeze or bite cute things, without any actual intent to cause harm. It was said to be the brain's way of regulating emotions, balancing an overwhelming positive feeling with a small negative one. He would never dare to act on such an impulse with Samui, but the adorable Kana in front of him, she was a different story. He gently brushed her bangs from her face, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and twirling it with his fingertips. What, you don't want to? The Iron Armor Seal has a connection to your Uzumaki clan, you know. Sir, I will do my best. I won't disappoint you, she said, a blush spreading across her cheeks as she lowered her head. When I'm speaking to you, you should look me in the eye. Neji lifted her chin, his expression stern. She looked up at him, at the fierce look on his childish face. She wasn't afraid. In fact, the contrast made her want to laugh. I'll remember that, sir. From now on, you'll call me Neji, and I'll call you ma'am, understood? Yes, nah. Neji. He pinched her smooth, pale cheek, his fingers tracing the line of her lips. Soft, moist. He was beginning to understand Lord Chow Chow. The blush on Kana's face spread to her ears. She couldn't control her body's reaction, but she didn't find his actions unpleasant. He was her savior, after all. And he was so young, only a year older than Karen. He couldn't do anything to her. What harm could there be in a little childish mischief? Karen was often just as mischievous. Chapter 44, The Sorrow of the Yotsuki. Chapter 44, The Sorrow of the Yotsuki. In the hidden cloud village, at dusk. The setting sun draped a blood-red cloak over the peaceful village. A spatial vortex suddenly appeared. Uchiha Obito stood on the summit of Mount Kumakumo, looking down at the stable and prosperous village below. A Venus flytrap-like plant emerged from the ground. Obito, Black Zetsu's raspy voice said, "You're 5 days later than we agreed." Obito glanced at him. "There was an urgent matter in Kirigakure that needed my attention. And from now on, you will call me Uchiha Madara." "What urgent matter?" Black Zetsu thought with disdain. Another meaningless, bloody purge. The real Madara would never have done such a thing. He's just a substitute, after all. "Madara," he said, getting to the point, "our work is done. It's your turn." "Then let's begin," Obito said, his voice cold. He stepped back and disappeared into the vortex. Zetsu's two halves merged back into the plant and sank into the ground. In a Kumo training ground, Yotsuki Rin, who had been training all day, stabbed her long sword into the ground and picked up a water bottle, taking a large gulp. Her crushing defeat at Neji's hands had been a blow to her pride, something she, a self-proclaimed genius, had been unable to get over. She had since doubled her daily training regimen. "At least all this hard work hasn't been in vain," she muttered to herself. "Once I've completely mastered Black Lightning, I'll challenge him again." She finished the water, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and was about to resume her training when a spatial vortex appeared in front of her. She tensed, on guard. A mysterious figure, wearing a single-holed, tiger-striped mask, slowly emerged from the vortex. Rin knew instantly that this was no friendly visit. She gripped her chakra blade, her expression wary. Obito looked at her with interest. "A fine blade," he said calmly. "Who are you? And why are you here?" she demanded. But before he could answer, she attacked, her chakra blade slashing through the air, a thread of black lightning crackling along its edge. Obito stood his ground, not even flinching. Swoosh! With a howl of displaced air and the sizzle of black lightning, the blade passed through his neck from an impossible angle. But the sensation from the hilt of her sword told her that her powerful strike had met no resistance. It passed right through him. It's not his real body. She spun around and saw him standing in the same spot, completely unharmed. Her eyes widened in shock. After a moment of stunned silence, she reacted, backflipping through the air, her eyes darting around, searching for the enemy's true form. Swoosh! A long chain shot out from Obito's sleeve, snaking toward her like a venomous serpent. The sound of the chain cutting through the air made her realize the true strangeness of this masked man. Lightning release, lightning ball. My sword can't touch him. I'll try ninjutsu. 50% of her chakra vanished as a massive sphere of lightning, 7 or 8 meters in diameter, formed in front of her. It was not the usual blue or white, but was infused with the black lightning that represented the pinnacle of nature transformation. The violent energy it contained could be felt even from a dozen meters away. The attack was meant not only to test Obito's abilities, but also to alert the patrol teams that there was an intruder. Boom. The explosion sent a shockwave that tore through half the training ground. Rin staggered back, panting heavily. A moment later, she saw him, completely unscathed, walking toward her as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. Swords, ninjutsu, nothing works. No wonder he's so calm. He has absolute confidence in his own power. A chill ran down her spine. Then, she saw it. In the single hole of his mask, a 3-tomo Sharingan was spinning rapidly. The Sharingan. She tried to close her eyes, but she was already frozen in place. Obito walked toward her, his long, wild hair dancing in the wind. He drew the katana from his waist and, with a single, effortless slash, cut her body in two. The searing pain broke the genjutsu, and she was snapped back to reality. She stabbed her chakra blade into the ground, trying to pull herself up, but the lower half of her body was no longer under her control. Is this it? Am I going to die? It's so unreal. Just a moment ago, I was thinking about my rematch with that kid. Obito stopped in front of her, interrupting her thoughts. She strained to turn her head and look up at the 3-tomo Sharingan in his right eye. The Sharingan, you're an Uchiha. Obito looked down at her, his gaze cold. Perhaps the sight of the young woman dying in a pool of her own blood reminded him of his past. He decided to indulge her with a few more words. I was once an Uchiha. Now, I am a ghost. My only purpose is to destroy this meaningless, false world. Rin was shocked by his mad words. She couldn't understand. But she chose to believe him. No one would lie to a dying person. A madman. But maybe there's still something I can do. Feeling her consciousness begin to fade, Rin gripped her chakra blade and, with the last of her strength, threw it at him. The blade, wreathed in black lightning, passed through his body, flew out of the training ground, and embedded itself deep in a massive tree. Seeing this, Rin closed her eyes and drew her final breath. Obito reached into the ninja pouch at her waist and took out a red gourd. The treasured tool of the Sage of Six Paths, the Benihisago. He nodded, satisfied, and then absorbed both the gourd and Rin's body into his Kamui dimension. Where is the Kahaku no Johei? Of the 5 treasured tools, the Shikisaiken, Kokinjo, and Bashosen were of little use to him. But the Kahaku no Johei and the Benihisago could be used to store the tailed beasts. They would be invaluable when the Akatsuki began their collection. Zetsu emerged from the ground. The Kahaku no Johei is in the hands of Hyuga Neji. Hyuga Neji. Beneath his mask, Obito's expression stiffened. That name shouldn't be in the hidden cloud. You've forgotten, Madara, White Zetsu said cheerfully. He's the little Byakugan brat the Kumo delegation kidnapped 2 years ago. Obito thought for a moment. He did remember something about that. He had never cared much for the Hyuga. When Zetsu had first brought him the intelligence, he had quickly dismissed it. So, he wasn't turned into a breeding stud. He was raised as a Kimonin. The 4th Raikage is a true hero. Obito chuckled for a moment, then a malicious grin spread across his face beneath his mask. Take me to him. Madara, Black Zetsu's voice was a low rasp, like a father gently chiding his son. One of the treasured tools is enough. Yatsuki Rin is not Hyuga Neji. If you kill Neji, the 4th Raikage will be furious. The consequences will be severe. Besides, the fighting has already alerted the patrol teams. Even you cannot kill Hyuga Neji right now. White Zetsu and I will clean up the scene. You should leave as soon as possible. Chapter 45, Obito, I have another reason to kill you. Chapter 45, Obito, I have another reason to kill you. Madara, White Zetsu said with a mischievous grin, this isn't the time to be impulsive. You don't want the Eye of the Moon plan to fail, do you? You don't have to spell it out for me. I know what to do, Obito grumbled, his right eye swirling as he vanished. All these years, and Obito is still a brat. He hasn't grown up at all, White Zetsu said cheerfully. It's easier to control a brat, Black Zetsu replied. Alright, we've wasted enough time. The patrol ninja will be here soon. We need to hurry up and clean this up. Not long after Zetsu had finished and disappeared, a series of whooshing sounds filled the air as 4 patrol ninja appeared in the wrecked training ground. The Tokubetsu Jonin leading them looked at the large pool of blood on the ground, his face grim. The amount of blood was enough to kill an adult. This is bad. I'm going to report to Lord Dodai. See, I'm leaving this to you, he said to the only sensory type on his team, and then he vanished in a body flicker. Meow. Neji had just left Kana's house and was on his way home when he heard the sound of a cat. He looked up and saw Moneki Nico running toward him along the roof. It was one of Yujito's ninja cats. Meow. Hyuga Neji. Lady Yujito is looking for you. It's an emergency, the cat said, shaking its head frantically. An emergency? Has Root been exposed? Neji wondered. He scooped up the cat and ran in the direction it indicated. A few moments later, he arrived at the training ground. The area was now surrounded by a group of powerful-looking ninja wearing masks. They were the 4th Raikage's personal ANBU. Captain, what happened? Neji asked, running up to Yujito. Yujito patted him on the shoulder and sighed. Not long ago, Yatsuki Rin was attacked by a powerful, mysterious enemy. He's missing, and we fear the worst. Yatsuki Rin. Neji's brow furrowed. He had thought the ANBU had found the Root ninja hiding in the village. He hadn't expected Rin to be the one in trouble. Where's Lord Raikage? He asked. He's furious, Yujito replied. He's leading the Yatsuki clan in a house-to-house search for any suspicious individuals. Dodai-senpai has ordered us to search the scene for any clues. Neji rubbed his temples and nodded. Rin was a genius of the Yatsuki clan's younger generation. To be attacked and likely killed within the village, it was a huge slap in the face. And the Root ninja hiding in the village were the prime suspects. All right, Captain, Neji said, taking a deep breath. Let's get started. Yujito waved a hand, and a blonde patrol ninja walked over. This is C. He's a sensory type from the patrol corps. He was the first to arrive at the scene after the disturbance was detected. Neji looked at him. He was about 17 or 18, with short, blonde hair and handsome features. He was, without a doubt, one of the best-looking men in the hidden cloud. He had not yet joined the Raikage Guard. See, Yujito said, her voice grave, tell us what you found. Yes, ma'am. C reported, speaking quickly. Lady Yujito, we heard the sound of a lightning explosion and arrived on the scene in less than a minute. Unbelievably, the battle was already over. Yatsuki Rin was gone, there were no suspicious individuals in the area, and the only chakra signature in the air was his lightning release. And then, he continued, I found this near the training ground. A forehead protector, destroyed by a lightning jutsu. He took out a plastic bag containing the damaged protector and handed it to Neji. Neji took it and examined it closely. Though it was mangled, he could still make out half of a leaf symbol with his Byakugan. Yujito gestured for C to step back. Neji, what do you see? He rubbed his thumb over the metal plate. This is a Konoha forehead protector. Then that's it, Yujito said, clapping her hands together. The one who attacked Rin was a root ninja. Neji's brow furrowed. He wasn't so quick to jump to conclusions. He had personally experienced Rin's strength. He might have defeated him easily, but an ordinary jonin would have been no match for him. To kill him so cleanly, the attacker had to be significantly stronger. And to have taken the body and left without a trace before the patrol team arrived, not even the second-in-command of Root, Abiram Torian, was capable of that. Neji activated his Byakugan and carefully scanned the entire training ground. The next moment, he saw something. He turned and walked toward the forest at the edge of the training ground. A long sword was embedded deep in the trunk of a tree, with only the hilt exposed. It was Yatsuki Rin's beloved chakra blade. I see, so that's it. Neji murmured, his expression changing. What do you see? Yujito asked, looking at the sword and then at him. I fought Rin before, Neji said with a sigh. His swordsmanship is sharp and powerful, enough to easily cut down a large tree. Do you know why this tree is still standing? Why? Because this was his final strike. Yujito's eyes narrowed. And his final strike didn't cut down the tree, which means it didn't hit the enemy. Neji shook his head. His final strike wasn't meant for the enemy. It was to save this sword. He was waiting for me. But he's dead, Yujito said, surprised. What was he waiting for you for? Neji placed his hand on the hilt of the sword. Because, he said, his voice low and serious, he had a final message for me. Yujito was stunned. You're saying he had a final message for you? Neji nodded and slowly pulled the chakra blade from the tree. And you already know what it is? I do. But he was already dead when you got here. The dead can speak. Yujito looked at the gleaming blade, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Then how come I can't hear it? Because, Neji said with a long sigh, in the entire hidden cloud, I am the only one who can. Because I am the only one with the Byakugan. As he spoke, he channeled his chakra into the sword. In his final moments, Rin had poured all of his remaining chakra into his blade. After his death, that chakra had not completely dissipated. As Neji's chakra flowed into the sword, a pattern, formed of black lightning, appeared on the blade. It was an oval, with a small dot inside, near the right side. Seeing it, Neji understood everything. Obito, I have another reason to kill you. Chapter 46, The Last Words of Yatsuki Rin. Chapter 46, The Last Words of Yatsuki Rin. C. Yes, ma'am, C replied, his voice respectful. He and his patrol team immediately vanished in a series of swooshes. Yujito quickly took out her small camera and photographed the symbol on the blade. As expected of a jonin of the Yatsuki clan, she murmured, a hint of admiration in her voice. Even in defeat, he left us a valuable clue. She then looked at Neji, her expression uncertain. But, what does this symbol mean? The circular pattern was crooked and irregular. It was clear that when Rin had left the clue, he had been unable to control his chakra properly, perhaps even on the verge of losing consciousness. The circle, it could be the attacker's face, Neji said, his eyes narrowed. He hadn't just been able to decipher the clue because of his foreknowledge. It was crude, but Rin had managed to leave behind a surprising amount of information. One end is slightly wider, the other slightly narrower. It does look like a face, Yujito said, stroking her chin thoughtfully. With Neji's guidance, she quickly began to pick up on more details. And the black dot, it represents an eye. It is an eye, Neji said, his grip tightening on the chakra blade. And not an ordinary one. Look closely. There's a small, almost imperceptible tail on the black dot. It's a tomo. A tomo. Yujito froze, a look of shock on her face. If it's a tomo, then that means the Sharingan. Yes, Neji confirmed. The enemy has a single Sharingan. The dot is on the right side of the circle, which means it's his right eye. That's not possible, Yujito said, scratching her head. Neji, the enemy is an Uchiha. Could there have been a mistake somewhere? The information they were gleaning from the clue was so outlandish that she was having trouble believing it. It's just a bold hypothesis, Captain. We still have to verify it. And even if it's true, it's too early to say the enemy is from Konoha's Uchiha clan, Neji said, his expression serious. He could have transplanted a Sharingan, or he could be a rogue Uchiha, or something else entirely. He couldn't let Obito's crimes be pinned on the Uchiha of Konoha. Yujito shook her head, disagreeing. An outsider who transplants a Sharingan can't use its full power, and it puts a huge strain on their body. As for rogue Uchiha, in the last few decades, the only one has been the legendary Madara. With the pride of the Uchiha, if they knew someone had gone rogue, they would have dealt with them a long time ago. And don't forget, Root is still in the hidden cloud. Neji, I'd say there's an 80% chance the enemy is a Root Uchiha. Yujito was now forming her own bold hypotheses, and her reasoning was sound. If Neji hadn't known about Obito, he would have come to the same conclusion. Rin's death is a good opportunity to make the hidden cloud aware that there's another powerful force lurking in the shadows, besides the 5 great nations. I can't let Yujito go down the wrong path. Huh. Neji feigned a look of surprise and held up the plastic bag containing the damaged forehead protector. From the signs of the battle, Rin was completely powerless against the attacker. This forehead protector shouldn't be here. It was obviously left behind deliberately to mislead us. From that, we can deduce that the culprit is most likely not a Konoha ninja. Yujito looked thoughtful. What he said made sense. 2 hours later, C and his patrol team returned. To Neji and Yujito's surprise, he had actually found something. Lady Yujito, he said, panting slightly, it's a good thing you sent us when you did. A little later, and all the traces would have been gone. What did you find? Yujito asked, stepping forward impatiently. I found a single drop of dried blood on a fallen leaf, 9 kilometers southeast of the village. The chakra residue on it matches Yatsuki Rin's. 9 kilometers. Yujito was shocked. Rin had died in the village, and his body had been taken by the killer. Logically, the blood trail should have been found close to the scene of the crime. But 9 kilometers away, it was unbelievable. Neji clapped his hands together. The enemy probably didn't travel on foot, like a normal ninja. He has a special method of movement. The village is constantly patrolled and protected by a barrier. We can rule out Earth-style jutsu or flight. That only leaves one possibility. Yujito had also come to the same conclusion. Space-time ninjutsu, she blurted out. Yes, Neji nodded. There's no other explanation. To move 9 kilometers in an instant, that kind of space-time ability, only the 2 Hokage from Konoha were capable of that, but they're dead. Hiss. Is there someone else in the world with space-time abilities on par with theirs? That guy, he's likely awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Yujito's mind reeled. A good ninja is skilled at analyzing intelligence. From a single drop of blood, she had deduced that Obito had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Neji wanted to applaud. But it wasn't over yet. He took out a map of the area around the hidden cloud. See senpai, can you show me on the map exactly where you found the blood? See thought for a moment. It was in this wasteland, he said, pointing to a spot on the map. Yujito looked at the spot he had indicated. That area is uninhabited. The killer was probably just passing through. Then. Neji rubbed his chin. A moment later, he took a pencil and drew a straight line from the spot where Rin had died to the spot where the blood had been found. The line extended outwards, pointing to a location deep in the ocean, the land of water. How could the land of water be involved? Yujito exclaimed. Captain, Neji said, we're dealing with a terrifying enemy. We have to make bold assumptions. No matter how outlandish they may seem, they could be the truth. Yujito thought about it. He was right. The enemy was suspected to possess a Mangekyo Sharingan and be a master of space-time ninjutsu. A ninja of that caliber was bound to be a major player. It wouldn't be surprising if he had some connection to one of the great nations. The enemy's base is most likely in the land of water, Neji said. From that, we can rule out the Uchiha of Konoha. Chapter 47, 3 missions. Chapter 47, 3 missions. This time, Yujito nodded, offering no rebuttal. She took a deep breath, her brow furrowed. The land of water has been in a state of isolation for years. The 2 groups of spies the village sent to Kirigakure, we never heard from them again. Something must have happened there. Is that so? Neji feigned a look of surprise. It seems the waters of the hidden mist run deep. They do, Yujito agreed. That evening, Yujito, Neji, and C were summoned to the Raikage's office. Boom. The 4th Raikage, after reading the investigation report, slammed his fist on the table, shattering it. Kirigakure, he roared. It was Kirigakure. Lord Raikage, Dodai said, stepping forward, we don't yet know what connection this mysterious spacetime ninja has to the hidden mist, or if their leadership was involved in Yatsuki Rin's death. Are you trying to convince me to let this go, Dodai? The Raikage interrupted, his voice a low growl. Dodai's face stiffened. Yujito's investigation was based mostly on speculation, there was no concrete evidence. Even if the mysterious ninja was hiding in Kirigakure, they had no grounds to accuse them. He wanted to advise the Raikage to be patient, but he knew it would be a futile effort. The fourth Raikage was not a man who tolerated insults, and this was a grave one. The most promising genius of the Yatsuki's younger generation had been killed. The honor of the clan and the dignity of the Kage were at stake. Lord Raikage, Neji said, his voice firm, the search for this mysterious ninja should not be a large-scale operation. Leave this mission to my team. To your team. The Raikage's brow furrowed. Seeing his hesitation, Neji took a step forward. Without me, it will be impossible to find him. And Yatsuki Rin was my friend. I will avenge him. Please, allow me this. His resolve was absolute. The Raikage's expression softened. Seizing the opportunity, Dodai added, Lord Raikage, Konoha is our greatest enemy. The Raikage dropped the dumbbell he was holding and sighed. If it weren't for the two of you, I'd be marching on the land of water right now. Dodai let out a breath of relief. He couldn't have swayed the Raikage on his own. He was glad Neji was there. The Raikage picked up Rin's chakra blade and handed it to Neji. Rin was killed in our village. I don't have the face to see the clan head. This blade is yours for now. Return it to him after you've killed the one responsible. All right. From now on, it will be my weapon. A half-month later, the hidden cloud had returned to normal. For the first few days, the ANBU had scoured the village for any suspicious individuals. But the root ninja were hidden too well, and they found nothing. Dodai suspected they were hiding among the civilian population. Without using their chakra, a ninja was indistinguishable from an ordinary person. If they were determined to stay hidden, they would be almost impossible to find. And the large-scale search had only served to create a sense of panic among the villagers. On the advice of Neji and Dodai, the fourth Raikage had called off the search. On this quiet, peaceful day, Neji, with a direct order from the Raikage, accepted a B-rank mission from the mission assignment desk, an exception to the usual protocol. The mission was to deliver the sword of a ninja named Kyuzo to General Mifune in the Land of Iron. Kyuzo was in the hidden cloud, a man in his late 40s or early 50s, who had been bedridden with a serious illness for 3 years. He didn't have much time left. He had been a samurai in the Land of Iron in his youth, but had become a ninja and, by chance, had settled in the hidden cloud, never to return to his homeland. Young man, he rasped from his bed, I'm counting on you. You must get this sword to Mifune. I will do my best. In a dark, underground room. Aburaim Torian glanced at the man sitting before him, the patrol corps captain, Aoyama Hideyomi. He's gone to the Land of Iron. I saw him leave with my own eyes, Aoyama confirmed with a firm nod. Torian took a deep breath. Lord Danzo has been pressing us. We don't have any more time. Even if it's a trap, we have to take the risk. That was my thought as well. Torian's gaze fell on Aoyama's left arm. Is that arm still working for you? Click. Aoyama slowly raised his left arm, the faint sound of gears grinding audible. It was a mechanical prosthetic. No matter how good it is, it's not the same as a real arm. A deep darkness filled Aoyama's eyes. Losing his arm had not only greatly reduced his strength and increased his risk of exposure, but it also meant he could no longer work as a spy. He was, in effect, half-crippled. He was pessimistic about his future. He knew what had happened to Nono. Once Danzo decided you were no longer useful, death was the only outcome. Don't worry, Torian said, pushing up his sunglasses, his eyes hidden in the shadow. After this mission is complete, you can return to Konoha. This time, we're going all out. We will not fail. Aoyama let out a self-deprecating laugh. Perhaps. Torian ignored him and called out into the darkness. Have Kabuto come and see me. Yes, sir, a voice replied from the shadows. A few moments later, a short, silver-haired boy appeared. You wanted to see me, Captain? Yakushi Kabuto asked, pushing up his glasses as he peered at Torian's indistinct face in the dim light. Kabuto, I have a very important mission for you. Understood. Kabuto immediately nodded respectfully. He thought he saw a flicker of a malicious smile on Torian's face, but he quickly dismissed it. Torian's face was a permanent, emotionless mask. He must have been mistaken. Torian took a scroll from his pouch and handed it to him. The mission details are in here. This is a test from Lord Danzo. If you pass, you'll be able to see the director you've been so eager to see. The director? Kabuto whispered, his heart pounding. After Torian and Aoyama had left, Kabuto eagerly opened the scroll. August 10th, 12 a.m. Red Maple Izakaya. Assassinate the proprietress. Kabuto breathed a sigh of relief. An assassination mission was not too difficult for him. Although he was a medical nin, he trained diligently and was no weaker than an ordinary root ninja. He read the mission details twice to make sure he hadn't missed anything, then burned the scroll. Chapter 48, Mifune and Kyuzo. Chapter 48, Mifune and Kyuzo. 3 days later, a black-haired young man with a long sword strapped to his back appeared in the Land of Iron. Are they planning to make their move on my way back? He murmured, looking back down the road he had just traveled. This was, of course, Neji. He found a yakiniku restaurant, ordered a few side dishes, and then asked the owner, "Excuse me, do you know where I can find Mifune-senpai?" The owner paused, looking at him with curiosity. Neji wasn't wearing a forehead protector, and his Byakugan was hidden behind his goggles, but he had his chakra blade at his waist and Kyuzo's katana on his back. The owner seemed to understand. "You're looking for Lord Mifune," he said, his voice a low rumble. "You must be here to become his apprentice." "Yes," Neji replied with a slight pause, then nodded. "I greatly admire his swordsmanship and have traveled a long way in the hopes of becoming his student, to learn a thing or two." Being mistaken for an aspiring apprentice was safer. He had no intention of correcting the man. "Sigh," the owner said, "with the rise of the shinobi, the way of the samurai has fallen into decline. Fewer and fewer young people want to become samurai these days." After his lament, he got back to the point. "Lord Mifune's residence is on the next street. Turn left at the first intersection, and it's at the very end. You can't miss it, there are 2 bamboo swords hanging by the gate." "Thank you," Neji said. "Don't mention it." "I hope your apprenticeship is successful," the owner said with a smile before turning to his other customers. After his meal, Neji followed the owner's directions and soon found himself in front of a residence with 2 bamboo swords hanging by the gate. He knocked firmly on the door. "Is Mifune-senpai home?" A few moments later, the door was opened by a middle-aged man. He was lean, with slender, powerful hands that were covered in calluses. Neji could sense a sharp, piercing aura from him. This was a master of the sword. Neji studied him. This was the great general of the Land of Iron, Mifune, the quintessential samurai. His face was younger than Neji remembered. As the restaurant owner had said, with the rise of the shinobi profession, very few people still chose the path of the samurai. But the samurai of the Land of Iron were different from the historical samurai who had existed before the age of chakra. While they didn't use ninjutsu or genjutsu, they did occasionally use chakra in combat. "Can I help you, young man?" Mifune asked, looking at him with curiosity. "Yes," Neji replied. "I've come on behalf of the Hidden Cloud Chunin, Kyuzo. I've brought you his sword." "Kyuzo?" Mifune looked puzzled, his brow furrowed in thought. Then, as if remembering something, his eyes widened in surprise. "He's still alive. And he became a ninja." "Mifune-senpai, Kyuzo-senpai was gravely ill when I left. I'm afraid by now he has already." Neji's words trailed off, but Mifune understood. "Such is life," Mifune said with a long sigh. "I never thought he would go before me." Neji took the long sword from his back and handed it to him. He had examined it earlier. It was an ordinary samurai sword, with nothing special about it except for the intricate pattern carved into the hilt. Mifune took the sword and slowly drew it from its sheath. The blade was rusted and covered in cracks. Like its master, its time was short. "The sword has been delivered, Mifune-senpai. I will take my leave," Neji said with a slight bow. But Mifune sheathed the blade and stopped him. "It's getting late, young man. Why don't you stay the night? You can set out again in the morning." Neji turned and studied him. With his goggles on, Mifune couldn't see his eyes, and he met his gaze without flinching. Neji saw nothing out of the ordinary. "In that case, I'd be imposing," he said, accepting the offer. Mifune was not a man to get involved in the conflicts of shinobi. Neji was sure he meant him no harm. "Please, come in." "Thank you." Mifune's residence was clean and simple, a very typical Japanese-style building. The only thing that stood out was the vast collection of swords that adorned the walls. Each one was unique. "Please, have a seat," Mifune said, gesturing to a cushion on the floor. "Thank you," Neji said, sitting down cross-legged. "Tell me about Kyuzo," Mifune asked. "Mifune-senpai," Neji said with a wry smile, "I'm afraid I didn't know him very well. I don't know much about his past." "There's no need to apologize," Mifune said, a look of regret on his face. "He was a strange man. Even back in the Land of Iron, I was his only friend. Would you be willing to hear the story of the 2 of us?" Perhaps the sight of the sword had stirred up old memories. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. "I would be honored to listen," Neji said. "Over 30 years ago," Mifune began, a nostalgic look in his eyes, "Kyuzo and I were just ordinary samurai of the Land of Iron. I was determined to uphold the way of the warrior and bring peace and stability to our country in those chaotic times. And he was the same. We trained together and became close friends. Neji was silent. They had been like-minded partners in their youth, both dedicated to the way of the samurai. He couldn't understand what was so great about that path, but he wouldn't judge another's choices. Then, the war broke out, Mifune continued. The land of iron was invaded by the village hidden in the rain. To protect our home, the general led the samurai against the rain ninja. But it wasn't long before he was assassinated by Hanzo. Neji took a sip of his tea, lost in thought. The land of iron had no fertile land and was poor in natural resources. And it was separated from the land of rain by the vast land of fire. He couldn't imagine what Hanzo's motive could have been for bypassing the land of fire to invade them. But then, he remembered that during the Third Great War, the hidden sand had managed to fight the hidden mist, despite being separated by the land of fire and a vast ocean. It suddenly seemed a lot more plausible. After the general's death, the samurai were in disarray, Mifune said. One day, the squad Kyuzo and I were leading was suddenly ambushed by Hanzo himself. I bravely drew my sword and stood before my comrades. Kyuzo ran. Neji looked up and studied Mifune's expression. The man's face was filled with a mixture of reminiscence and contemplation. There was not a trace of hatred. Of course. Mifune was the kind of man who would willingly sacrifice himself to save his comrades. Just like Naruto. Such a man would not hold a grudge. Neji didn't understand it, but he respected it. As long as he didn't do anything as foolish as Naruto. I was defeated by Hanzo. But he didn't kill me. He gave me the antidote to his poison, and I survived. After that, I never saw Kyuzo again. I thought he had died in the war. Perhaps, like all the samurai who abandoned their path to become ninja, he longed for power and ultimately chose that path. But that man, after all these years, he never once came back to see me. Chapter 49, Ambush on the Road Home. Chapter 49, Ambush on the Road Home. Just then, Mifune noticed the chakra blade at Neji's waist. You're a swordsman as well, young man. I've only just begun my training, Mifune-senpai, Neji said, a little sheepishly. I'm not very good. Mifune had defeated a reincarnated Hanzo. In terms of pure swordsmanship, he was a grandmaster. There were plenty of shinobi stronger than him, but very few who were better swordsmen. Let's see what you've learned. Neji didn't refuse. If he could get a few pointers from Mifune, his own swordsmanship would surely improve. In the later stages of the original story, against the Otsutsuki from space, genjutsu and ninjutsu were largely ineffective. Taijutsu was one of the few things that could harm them. And kenjutsu was a form of taijutsu. Neji walked into the courtyard and, under the light of the moon, began to go through his sword forms. 2 minutes later, he sheathed his blade and looked at Mifune, waiting for his critique. Your style is based on the Cloud School of Swordsmanship, Mifune said, a strange look on his face, but it seems to incorporate the footwork of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. Neji's eyebrow rose. As expected of Mifune, he had seen it at a glance. His style was indeed a fusion of the two. He had made some progress, but he was still a long way from mastering it. Noticing Neji's expression, Mifune wisely changed the subject. To have reached this level at your age is a remarkable achievement. But your sword has no conviction. If you continue on this path, it will only ever be a dull blade. Conviction. That's right. Mifune recalled the words Hanzo had spoken to him all those years ago, a man's end is not when he dies, but when he loses his conviction. Even if you die here, you will not have been a dull blade. Those words had inspired him to train relentlessly, to constantly hone his skills. The conviction of a sword is something that can only be understood, not explained. When you truly grasp it, you will know. Mifune's words were cryptic. Neji didn't understand. Young man, let me perform the forms you just did. Watch closely. Thank you, senpai. Neji's eyes lit up, and he activated his Tensigen. Mifune's swordsmanship was said to be so fast that a ninja wouldn't even have time to form hand signs. Without a Kekkei-genkai, a special physical constitution, or even ninjutsu, how could he be faster than a shinobi? He wanted to see for himself. Mifune drew the katana from his waist and, under the moonlight, began to go through the same forms Neji had just performed. You have observed Mifune's swordsmanship. Your understanding has increased. EXP +1. Neji saw that the flow of chakra in Mifune's body was nothing special. And yet, when he performed the same techniques, they were imbued with a certain noble aura. And with that aura, both his speed and power were far greater than Neji's. Is this the conviction of a sword? A few minutes later, Mifune sheathed his blade. That, young man, is the difference between a sword with conviction and one without. Your swordsmanship is breathtaking, Mifune-senpai, Neji said after a moment of thought. I could feel a certain, indescribable spiritual will in your movements. Ha ha ha. Mifune laughed. To have noticed that on your first viewing, you have a remarkable talent, young man. That spirit you felt is the conviction of the sword. I'm sure you'll be able to grasp it in a few years. You flatter me, senpai. Their conversation lasted late into the night. Neji had learned a great deal. The next day, after lunch, he bid farewell to Mifune and began his journey back to the hidden cloud. That evening, he made camp in a deserted, desolate mountain area, the kind of place where one might dump a body. Before turning in for the night, as was his habit, he found an open space to practice with his Tensigen and his sword. You have practiced with the Tensigen. Your understanding has increased. EXP +1. You have practiced your swordsmanship. Your understanding has increased. EXP +1. 2 hours later, he sheathed his blade and retired to his tent. As the night grew deeper, the mountain grew quieter. Even the sound of the crickets had faded, leaving only the whistling of the wind. Just then, Neji's eyes snapped open. In his Tensigen vision, he saw a group of figures in various masks surrounding him. They're here. His expression was calm as he drew his long sword. Just then, Yujito's voice echoed in his mind. Neji, let me out. Just a moment. Neji took a red scroll from his ninja pouch, unrolled it, and summoned the Kahaku no Johei. He opened the lid, and Yujito emerged in a flash of light. Shing. She extended her long cat's claws and let out a string of curses. 4 days. If these bastards hadn't shown up, I would have gone crazy in there. Let's end this once and for all, Neji said, electricity crackling in his palm. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive, orange-red fireball shot toward them. Even inside the tent, they could feel the intense heat. Neji drew his blade, which was now wreathed in lightning, and swung it down in a powerful arc. The 4-meter-wide fireball was split in two, the two halves flying off to either side. A root ninja with a kunai in his hand appeared in front of Neji in a body flicker and slashed at his neck. Schlick. Yujito was faster. She appeared behind the root ninja, and her claws pierced through his chest. Only then did the men notice her. Something's wrong. The target has backup. The captain's orders are to fight to the death. In an instant, a swarm of root ninja descended upon them from all directions. Neji's Tensigen detected more than 20 chakra signatures, with more on the way. Split them up, someone shouted. Take out the Byakugan brat first. The Earth-style users in the group formed hand signs and slammed their palms on the ground. Earth release, Earth flow divide. Rumble. The ground shook violently. A wall of earth, 5 or 6 meters high, shot up from the ground and then split down the middle, separating Neji and Yujito. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Wind release, Wind Cutter Technique. 2 root ninja formed hand signs and unleashed a combination jutsu at Neji. The wind fueled the flames, and a terrifying inferno engulfed him. Chirp. Chirp. With a sound like the cry of 1,000 birds, Neji suddenly appeared behind the 2 root ninja. Schlick. Schlick. 2 bodies fell to the ground, their blood forming a pool on the forest floor. Now, a voice roared. For more root ninja, who had appeared around Neji at some unknown point, had already completed their hand signs. Lightning release, 4-pillar bind. 4 massive stone pillars shot up from the ground, crackling with electricity, and enclosed him. Neji looked at the lightning cage, then up at the sky. Earth release, dropping lid. A green, circular lid descended from above and slammed shut on top of the 4 pillars. You can't even hold back Cerberus with this trick, Neji said, a smirk on his face as he activated his lightning release chakra mode. And you think you can hold me? But this time, the lightning that enveloped his body was not the usual brilliant blue, but a deep, dark black. Chapter 50, Neji, between you and me, distance is meaningless. Chapter 50, Neji, between you and me, distance is meaningless. With a slight shake of his head, Neji looked up at the green lid descending from the sky and threw a powerful divine airstrike at it. Crack. There was no earth-shattering boom. The lid shattered like glass, breaking into countless pieces of stone. Neji glanced at the 4 stone pillars surrounding him, and then, in a flash, he was outside the binding formation. The dropping lid was destroyed. That power, was that taijutsu? The lightning release chakra mode. And is that, the 3rd Raikage secret technique, Black Lightning? The 4 root ninja who had created the sealing jutsu were stunned. They immediately began to retreat. He's a close-range fighter. Use long-range ninjutsu, one of them shouted. Swoosh. In his lightning release chakra mode, Neji's physical abilities were pushed to their absolute limit. He appeared behind the men in an instant. Between you and me, he whispered, distance is meaningless. Schlick. As the last word left his lips, the man's heart was pierced through. That's the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. On the other side of the battlefield, the information relayed by his Kikeichu insects made a cold sweat break out on Aburaim Toryun's forehead. Unlike Konoha's Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, who was unable to properly control the Nine-Tails' power and had to be protected by the ANBU, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails had been on the battlefield in the later stages of the Third Great War and had a glorious record of killing more than 10 elite jonin. Root Ninja had even caught glimpses of a blue, cat-like phantom on the battlefield. Even in a partial-tailed beast state, her power was on a completely different level. A rare look of fear appeared on Toryun's normally deadpan face. The appearance of the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails had completely disrupted his plans. But there was no turning back now. If he failed his mission, death was the only thing waiting for him back at Root. Danzo only cared about results. He didn't care what they had to go through to achieve them. I'll take care of the Jinchuriki. You deal with the kid, Toryun said to Aoyama Hideyomi. Without waiting for a reply, he and a team of Root Ninja moved to surround Yujito. Hearing him so casually declare that he was going to take care of the Jinchuriki, Aoyama had to suppress a laugh. Fox Squad, with me, he said with a sigh, looking at the Root Ninja behind him. He then led the last of the group toward Neji. Schlick. Yujito retracted her claws. A Root Ninja collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from the wound in his chest. Suddenly, she looked up at the night sky. A massive swarm of black insects was flying toward her. The dark cloud of bugs was almost impossible to see in the night, the only sign of their approach a faint, ominous buzzing. Aburaim Toryun. A look of disgust crossed Yujito's face. Of all the clans in Konoha, the Uchiha were the most feared. With would release all but extinct, only the Sharingan could truly suppress a Jinchuriki. But the most detestable were the Aburaim. It was hard to imagine a clan that would turn their own bodies into insect hives. So, the plan is to take me out first. Yujito's eyes narrowed, a smile playing on her lips. Good. If Toryun died, the rest of these Root Ninja would be a headless swarm, no real threat at all. As the tide of insects drew closer, Yujito retracted her claws and formed a single hand sign, Tiger. Most fire-style jutsu ended with the tiger sign. Before becoming a Jinchuriki, Yujito had been renowned in the hidden cloud for her fire techniques. She could bypass the complex series of hand signs and unleash a powerful jutsu with just that one sign. Fire release, great fire annihilation. It was her signature technique. Its range and destructive power were determined by the amount of chakra the user poured into it. And as a Jinchuriki, Yujito had no shortage of chakra. Her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel's, and she unleashed a massive wave of fire that engulfed the 10-meter-wide cloud of insects. In less than a breath, tens of thousands of them were incinerated. Mind-body switch technique. Just then, an attack came from out of nowhere. An invisible soul shot out and took control of Yujito's body. It's good to let this one suffer a little, Matatabi, the Two Tails, purred from within Yujito's mind, glancing at the Yamanaka clan ninja who had just appeared before closing its eyes for a nap. She was not yet a perfect Jinchuriki, after all. Secret technique, insect sphere. Toryun, who had been hiding underground, leaped out and commanded the insects from the surrounding rocks and grass to form a massive, dark cloud that swarmed toward the now immobilized Yujito. In just 3 seconds, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails would be devoured. The Yamanaka clan member would also die in the process, but it was a worthy sacrifice. Earth release, headhunt. Schlick. A Root Ninja had just poked his head out of the ground when Neji's sword lopped it off. Just then, Neji sensed an astonishing surge of chakra. The blue, cat-like patterns of the Two Tails appeared clearly in his Tensigan's vision. It was Yujito. She had entered her partial-tailed beast state. The terrifying chakra of Matatabi was like a beacon in the night. Neji couldn't help but feel a little envious. He was only 6, but with his Tensigan at its second level, his own chakra was already on par with an elite jonin. But compared to a tailed beast, it was nothing. It meant that he couldn't use chakra-intensive techniques like the lightning release chakra mode or the chakra receiver rosary with abandon. To increase my chakra, I can either train for a long time, or I can deal with the tailed beasts. As he was thinking, he used the body flicker technique to charge at another Root Ninja. He threw a divine air strike with his left hand, crushing the man's head from a distance. Secret technique, shadow imitation jutsu. A shadow, like a venomous snake, shot out from under the moonlight and latched onto Neji's own shadow, which was cast from the tree stump he was standing on. An invisible force bound him, controlling his limbs like a puppet on a string. He's here. Neji was frozen in the middle of a sword strike. And in that moment of vulnerability, 2 more black figures leaped from the surrounding bushes. They were fast, masters of close-quarters combat. They flanked him, their swords aimed at his kidneys. Idiots. Don't underestimate me. His voice was unaffected. The shadow imitation could only control his body, not his mouth, and certainly not his chakra. The two attackers saw a mocking smile reflected in Neji's chakra blade. Black lightning, Chidori current. A lightning release ninjutsu that could be unleashed without any hand signs. Chapter 51, A Silent Night. Chapter 51, A Silent Night. At the Red Maple Izakaya, Kabuto's mission was simple: kill the proprietress. If he succeeded, he would finally be reunited with the director. This mission was of the utmost importance, he could not afford to fail. He had arrived early, hiding in the shadows, waiting. He glanced at his watch. Midnight. It was time. Kabuto took a deep breath, checked the traps he had set outside the izakaya one last time, and then, clutching a scalpel, he cautiously slipped inside. In a room on the second floor, Nono lay in bed, her mind in turmoil, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She glanced at the blonde woman sleeping soundly beside her, a strange expression on her face. How can she sleep? The day Neji had left the village, he had secretly brought Samui to her. He had warned her that Root might try to assassinate her while he was away and had asked Samui to be her bodyguard. Nono didn't know where he had gotten his information, but she knew that Root did not tolerate traitors. It was better to be safe than sorry. For the past few days, every night, she had been as alert as a cat, unable to sleep a wink. Boom. An explosion suddenly rocked the building from outside. Nono shot up in bed and looked out the window. The explosive tag she had set during the day had gone off. An assassin. Samui, who had been sound asleep, opened her eyes and put a finger to her lips, signaling for Nono to be quiet. Swoosh. Swoosh. A dark figure flew in through the window and threw two shuriken. In the faint moonlight, Samui could clearly see that it was a young man with round glasses and blonde hair. Just as Neji said. It's him. A glint of light flashed in her eyes. She deflected the shuriken with her short sword and then, with the flat of her blade, she struck at Kabuto's shoulder. Kabuto sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack, and retreated to a corner, panting heavily. He had thought the assassination would be easy. He had never expected his target to have a bodyguard. This woman is stronger than me. This is going to be tricky. Kabuto pushed up his glasses, the lenses glinting in the faint light. For the director. I have to complete this mission, even if it costs me my life. You're Yakushi Kabuto, aren't you? Samui said, her voice cold as she tightened her grip on her sword. Take a look at that woman. Do you recognize her? How does she know my name? Kabuto was stunned. He glanced at the woman behind Samui. I don't know her. All I know is that she's my target. Samui, Nono said, her voice filled with surprise, you said he's Yakushi Kabuto. But he looks nothing like the photo. She took out a picture of a plain-looking, blonde-haired boy. Danzo is a liar, Samui said, her voice grave. The photo he gave you was a fake. He brought you here from Iwagakure for one reason, so that you and Kabuto would kill each other. It was all a setup. What did you say? She's the director. Kabuto's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. That's right, Kabuto, Samui said, her voice flat. She is the woman you've been so eager to see. The director of the Konoha orphanage, Yakushi Nono. Kabuto, is it really you? Nono took 2 steps forward, but Samui stopped her. Swoosh. A senbon flew past Nono's head and embedded itself in the wall. Tears welled in her eyes. Kabuto, do you remember, she said, her voice thick with emotion. I gave you your glasses. I taught you medical ninjutsu. I gave you your name. You're my child. The rules of the orphanage. No wasting food, no fighting with the other children, in bed by 8 o'clock. We used to collect junk and sell it for money. We treated the wounded together. And then, one day, Danzo came to the orphanage and took you away. Kabuto stood frozen, memories of his time with the director flooding his mind. Many of those things, only the children of the orphanage would know. And many more were secrets between just the two of them. I've missed you so much, Kabuto, Nono said, tears streaming down her face. I asked Danzo for your photo every time. I worked so hard on my missions, all in the hopes that one day, we could go back to the orphanage together. Director. Clang. The scalpel fell from Kabuto's hand, his eyes red. Nono ran to him and held him tight, just as she had all those years ago. Kabuto, you've gotten so tall. Director. Finally reunited with the woman he had longed to see, years of suppressed emotions came pouring out. Director, after I joined Root, Danzo sent me to the various nations as a spy. He began to tell her about his life en route, trying to gloss over the hardships of his missions. But Nono, who had been a spy for decades, knew all too well the helplessness and the constant danger of that life. After a moment, Kabuto was overcome with self-reproach. I even forgot what you looked like, Director. I almost made a terrible mistake. Nono stroked his head, just as a mother would her child, a warm smile on her face. It's not your fault, Kabuto. It was all Danzo's plan. She took the photo from her robes and threw it on the ground. Danzo and I had an agreement. After this mission, he was supposed to let you leave Route. But he never intended to keep his promise. He kept giving me fake photos, also that we would kill each other today. But it's all over now, she said, wiping her tears. From now on, we'll live in the hidden cloud. Director, Kabuto said, a hint of doubt in his voice, will the hidden cloud really take us in? Don't worry, Kabuto, she said, a look of absolute conviction in her eyes. That man, he will protect us. Goodbye. The chakra blade, wreathed in black lightning, flashed through the air. Aoyama Hideyomi, his legs mangled by the gentle fist, was unable to dodge. His head flew from his shoulders, and his headless body collapsed to the ground. Neji flicked the blood from his sword. The black lightning faded, and the polished blade reflected a demonic, crimson light. Blood. There was blood everywhere. He cut down a tree stump and sat on it, panting heavily. Even with all his careful planning, his chakra was almost completely depleted. Chapter 52, Nono's Gratitude. Chapter 52, Nono's Gratitude. On the road back to the village, Neji was lost in thought. Last night's battle had made him acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Besides the slow progression of his Tenseigan, the biggest limiting factor to his strength was his chakra reserves. With each level his Tenseigan gained, his chakra capacity increased dramatically. He was already far beyond his peers, but he was still not satisfied. He suspected that even when his Tenseigan was fully awakened, he would still fall short of a natural prodigy like Naruto. Ultimately, chakra capacity was determined by bloodline. He was a Hyuga, not an Otsutsuki. The Hyuga were famous for their Byakugan and gentle fist, their chakra reserves were not particularly noteworthy. But there was a solution to this problem. The tailed beasts. The best rechargeable batteries in the shinobi world. A worthy prize. Even the weakest of them, the one-tail, had chakra reserves far beyond that of any ordinary ninja. The only problem was that all 9 tailed beasts were in the possession of the 5 great nations, each with its own Jinchuriki. If he wanted to get his hands on one, he would have to plan carefully. What are you thinking about, Neji? Yujito, who was on his back, suddenly asked. Huh. Neji scratched his head and grinned. I was just wondering how your leg is doing, Captain. Yujito's leg had been injured, and she couldn't walk. Neji was carrying her back to the village. Toryun's insects were a tricky business. Once they latched onto their prey, they were like mercury, seeping into every pore. After breaking free from the mind-body switch technique, Yujito had immediately entered her partial-tailed beast state. The blue, cat-like phantom had repelled most of the insects swarming around her, but the ones that had already burrowed into her legs could not be forced out by the tailed beast's chakra. Yujito was a tough woman. Without a moment's hesitation, she had unleashed a fire jutsu on her own legs. The flames had burned away all the insects in her flesh, but she had also suffered severe burns. Yujito rested her chin on his shoulder. It's probably going to take a long time to heal, she said in an exaggerated tone. So, I'll be counting on you for the rest of the way, Neji. The warmth of her breath on his neck sent a ticklish, distracting sensation through him. She's definitely doing this on purpose. Neji took a deep breath, adjusted his grip on her put backside, and then, without another word, he continued on his way. 10 days later, they were back in the hidden cloud. After dropping Yujito off at the hospital, Neji went straight to the Raikage office to report on his mission. When he saw the head of Aoyama Hideyomi, the 4th Raikage fell silent. Aoyama had lived in the village for over 20 years. He was a civilian genius that the cloud had carefully cultivated. During the Third Great War, he had had a distinguished record of killing several Konoha Chunin. It was for this reason that the Raikage had appointed him as the captain of the patrol corps. Who would have thought that he was a spy raised by Konoha? When Neji released a half-dead Aburame Toryun from the Kahaku no Johei, the Raikage flew into a rage and was about to smash his head in on the spot. Lord Raikage, Dodai said quickly, a live bug is more valuable than a dead one. Then I'll leave this to you, Dodai, the Raikage said after a moment's thought. His expression suddenly changed. He turned to Neji with a grin. Neji, come on. Let's go to the training grounds. I want to see how much stronger you've gotten. Yes, Lord Raikage. The two of them left the office, leaving a bewildered Dodai standing in the wind. A month later, at the Red Maple Izakaya. Iron Armor Seal, release. Neji slowly removed his hand from Yakushi Nono's flat stomach and took a deep breath. Auntie Nono, how do you feel? Nono wiped the sweat from her forehead, an unnatural blush on her cheeks. I feel fine. A moment ago, Neji had placed the iron armor seal on her, and then, without using the release formula, he had undone it with a special method. To break the seal, he had placed his palm directly on her abdomen and slowly infused his chakra, bit by bit, eroding the seal from within. The entire process had been long and draining, taking about half an hour. The principle of a conventional sealing jutsu was to use the user's chakra to influence the targets. If one had precise enough chakra control, they could use their own chakra to destroy the chakra within the seal. Then, breaking the seal was as simple as peeling tape from one's mouth. The only difference was the strength of the adhesive. Alright, no. I'm going to remove the tongue-cursing seal now. I'm in your hands, Neji-kun. In terms of sheer power, the tongue-cursing seal was far weaker than the iron armor seal, which had been developed specifically to contain a tailed beast. Chapter 53, Hiruzen Sarutobi wants to flex his muscles. Chapter 53, Hiruzen Sarutobi wants to flex his muscles. Time passed in a flash. A month later, in the Raikage's office. The Chunin exams, the fourth Raikage said, looking at the message from Konoha with a distinct lack of interest. What is Konoha up to now? Caw. The cry of a raptor echoed from the sky. Two hawks circled above the hidden cloud. The Raikage's beautiful secretary, Mabui, leaped out the window and returned a moment later with two secret letters. The Raikage took them and scanned their contents, his eyebrow rising. They were messages from Kumo's spies in Iwagakure and Sunagakure. Both villages had agreed to Konoha's proposal for a joint Chunin exam. Just an ordinary Chunin exam, and yet the hidden stone and hidden sand are surprisingly enthusiastic, Dodai remarked from the side. We don't know Kirigakure's position, but with Konoha, IWA, and Suna all in agreement, our opinion and the mists don't really matter anymore. In recent years, while there had been constant friction and scheming between the five great nations, there had been no major, overt conflicts. Even if both the Cloud and the Mist disagreed, it would only be a 3-2 vote. For Konoha to propose a joint exam at this time, Mabui said, they likely want to use it as an opportunity to flex their muscles and restore their prestige as the #1 village. I was thinking the same thing, Dodai said, nodding in agreement. Konoha was still the #1 village, but it had been greatly weakened in recent years. After the Third Great War, in which they were the victors, they had, shockingly, paid a huge sum in war reparations to the defeated Hidden Cloud. The Nine-Tails attack had destroyed half the village and claimed the lives of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Of the Sannin, Tsunade was wandering the world, Jiraiya was incommunicado, and the only one left to prop up their image, Orochimaru, had defected 2 years ago. And then there was the recent incident with Hyuga Hisashi. All of these events had caused Konoha's image to plummet. After 2 years of recovery, the third Hokage was likely planning to use the Chunin exams to sweep away all the negative press and put the village back on a path to prosperity. Iwagakure and Konoha were mortal enemies. For them to agree so readily, they were probably just looking for a chance to gauge Konoha's true strength. As for Sunagakure, the land of wind was barren and imported a large amount of food from the land of fire every year. When Konoha wanted to hold a joint Chunin exam, they were in no position to refuse. Dodai, the Raikage said, lifting a dumbbell, Konoha may not be what it used to be, but their foundation is still strong. Our genin are no match for theirs. Lord Raikage, Dodai said, shaking his head, isn't Neji still a genin? The Raikage put down the dumbbell. I have absolute confidence in that boy, he said, hesitating. But Konoha is a den of dragons and tigers. If he goes there, will he be able to make it back alive? We'll be sending him as an official participant, Dodai said with a dismissive laugh. If Hiruzen Sarutobi dares to touch him, he wouldn't be Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Raikage fell into a thoughtful silence. Dodai had a point. Hiruzen was old. He was no longer the god of shinobi he had once been. Smack. The Raikage clapped his hands together. All right. We'll send Neji. Let's give Konoha a little shock. Dodai's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in them. Lord Raikage, this Chunin exam is an opportunity. What do you mean, Dodai? The next morning, Neji received a message from the ANBU. He was to report to the Raikage's office. When he arrived, 3 other people were already there. One was his captain, Yujito. After a half-month of recovery, her leg had fully healed. The other 2 were a man and a woman, both with dark skin. The man, who had short, white hair and a long sword strapped to his back, looked familiar. It was the civilian genius, Darui. In the original story, he would become the 5th Raikage. He possessed the storm-release Kekkei and had mastered the 3rd Raikage's secret technique, Black Lightning. The other, a young red-haired girl who looked as if she had just graduated from the academy, was someone Neji didn't recognize. Lord Raikage, Neji said, bowing respectfully. Neji, the Raikage said with a hearty laugh, Konoha has proposed a joint Chunin exam between the 5 great nations. Dodai and I have decided. Yujito will be the team leader, and the 3 of you will represent the Hidden Cloud. A joint exam between the 5 great nations. Neji's eyes narrowed. Yes. Suna and IWA are both very enthusiastic. We don't know about Kiri. And some of the smaller nations will be participating as well. I see. Neji nodded, but a thought nagged at him. Even though it's a joint exam, it's still just the Chunin exams. Why send Yujito? And Darui, he was promoted to Jonin 6 months ago and is now in the Raikage Guard. This is about more than just the exams. Thinking of the Hidden Cloud's usual methods, Neji understood. The Chunin exams were just a cover. They had another mission. He just didn't know what it was yet. Darui, Karui, Dodai said, you must show the other nations the power of the Hidden Cloud in these exams. Yes, sir, they said in unison. All right, you may go and prepare. You will be leaving with Yujito this afternoon. After the two of them had left, the Raikage clapped Neji on the shoulder, a friendly smile on his face. Neji, do you know why I had you and Yujito stay behind? Looking at the Raikage's deceptively simple-looking expression, Neji had to suppress a laugh. He put on a look of confusion. Please enlighten me, Lord Raikage. The Raikage downed a glass of ice water. The Chunin exams are just a big performance put on by Konoha. The village doesn't really care about them. Your team has 3 missions to complete during the exams. 3 missions. Yujito exclaimed. That's right, 3, Dodai confirmed. The first is to make contact with our mole in Konoha. A mole? Neji asked. The Raikage nodded. Neji, do you remember how you came to the Hidden Cloud 2 years ago? At the mention of the Kumo delegation, Neji understood. So that was how Toroi had managed to sneak into the Hyuga compound and kidnap Hinata. It had been with the help of a mole. The whole incident had been strange from the beginning. The Hyuga were a clan of dojutsu users, with the ability to see through walls and over long distances. Without an inside man providing intelligence, not even 10 Torois could have infiltrated the compound undetected. Chapter 54, A branch grows between the wood and the leaves, a wind of freedom stirs on Mount Kumakumo. Chapter 54, A branch grows between the wood and the leaves, a wind of freedom stirs on Mount Kumakumo. Neji thought for a moment. What's the rendezvous signal? Dodai sighed. That's the difficult part. There is no signal. He has always been the one to contact us. But ever since Toroi's death, it's as if he's vanished. Our spies in Konoha have sent out the signal multiple times, but there's been no response. Could his identity have been exposed after the delegation incident? Yujito asked. Maybe Konoha secretly executed him. He's buried very deep, Dodai said, shaking his head. It wouldn't be so easy to dig him out. Neji, take a look at this. The 4th Raikage emerged from the secret room, a yellowed, ancient book in his hand. It was the history of the Yatsuki clan, a record of events from the Warring States period, over 300 years ago. The head of the clan at the time had been Yatsuki Unkan, the men who had developed the lightning release chakra mode and laid the foundation for the Yatsuki's dominance of the land of lightning. Neji read it carefully. His eyes settled on 2 lines of faded, barely legible text, and his pupils contracted. Hyuga Tenjin, holding a giant eye in his hands, entered a mysterious spatial portal and vanished from the shinobi world. Several days later, a meteorite fell from the sky. The Hyuga clan announced that Hyuga Tenjin had died of a severe illness. Neji took a deep breath, lost in thought. He had never imagined that the Yatsuki and Hyuga clans had crossed paths so long ago. Based on his knowledge of the original story, if the clan history was true, then the giant eye was most likely the giant Tensigen. The mysterious spatial portal was the passage between the shinobi world and the moon. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon had misinterpreted the last words of Hagoromo. The moderate main family and the radical branch family had erupted into a civil war. In the end, the branch family had used the giant Tensigen to wipe out the main family. From that point on, they had planned to destroy the shinobi world. Neji had always found it strange. During the Warring States period, if the Otsutsuki had made the moon fall, no one could have stopped them. But they had never acted. Perhaps they lacked a Tensigen to control the giant one, or perhaps there was another reason. Combined with the mention of a falling meteorite in the Yatsuki's history, Neji made a bold deduction. Over 300 years ago, the Otsutsuki on the moon had attempted to enact their plan of world destruction, but they had been stopped by Hyuga Tenjin. As for why Hyuga Tenjin had a giant Tensigen of his own, that was a mystery. But Neji touched his smooth forehead. He suspected that the Hyuga's caged bird seal was related to that giant Tensigen from 300 years ago. The caged bird was a powerful sealing jutsu, capable of binding even a person's soul. Even after death, if one were brought back by the reanimation jutsu, they would not be free from its control. The Hyuga, who were not known for their sealing jutsu, could not possibly have developed such a powerful technique on their own. The only explanation was the giant Tensigen. Why did the Hyuga have a giant Tensigen? And why did Hyuga Tenjin hide it before he died? Where did he hide it? There were no answers. 300 years had passed. The truth had long been lost to the river of time. Each generation has its heroes, the Reikage said, a note of awe in his voice. Hyuga Tenjin was a man who dominated an entire era. That giant eye he possessed, it reminds me of the Tensigen you spoke of. My Yatsuki clan doesn't have enough information, but the Hyuga's own clan history in Konoha must have a more detailed record. I understand, Neji said, his mind returning to the present. Lord Reikage, you want me to find the giant Tensigen through this mole? The giant Tensigen. That's a fitting name you've given it, Neji, the Reikage said, stroking his chin with a laugh. That's one part of it. The other is, if possible, to recruit the mole. The village needs a man of his talents. Neji closed the book. I think I have an idea of who he might be. Making contact shouldn't be too difficult. Don't be so confident, Neji, Dodai warned, though he was secretly relieved by the boy's self-assurance. Of the 3 missions, this was the easiest, but it was still incredibly difficult. Now, for the second mission, stealing the scroll of seals. Are you confident you can do it? Neji's face stiffened. That's asking a bit much, isn't it, Dodai Ajisen? The second mission sounded simple, but it was, in effect, an S-rank task. The scroll of seals was kept in Konoha, the strongest of the hidden villages, in the Hokage's office, personally guarded by Hiruzen Sarutobi, who, while perhaps not the strongest Hokage in history, was certainly one of the most powerful shinobi in the 5 great nations. To steal it from right under his nose was impossible. In the original story, the only reason Naruto had been able to steal it was because Hiruzen had let him. If it were truly so easy, the hidden cloud would have crushed Konoha long ago. Seeing Neji's discomfort, both the Reikage and Dodai laughed. Neji, the Reikage said, clapping him on the shoulder, if you can complete even one of these 3 missions, it will be enough. And if you can't complete any of them, it's all right. Don't push yourself too hard. A smile played on Neji's lips. And the 3rd mission, Lord Reikage? Ah, the 3rd mission, the Reikage said, taking a drink of cold water. That one is even more difficult. After the Ninetales attack, the 4th Hokage and his wife were killed. Our spies have confirmed that the Ninetales was sealed into a child named Uzumaki Naruto. Your mission is to bring him safely to the hidden cloud. Neji blinked. Each mission was more difficult than the last. He had thought the 3rd one would have something to do with the Uchiha. He had never expected it to be kidnapping Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Yujito said, her arms crossed. The Uzumaki clan is nearly extinct. Where did Konoha find him? And, you said he's a child. That's right, the Reikage confirmed. A child who hasn't even entered the academy yet. It's incredible. But, what's strange is that, although his surname is Uzumaki, he doesn't have their trademark red hair. That is intriguing, Dodai said, his single eye narrowing. But for a child to be able to contain the Ninetales, he must have Uzumaki blood. I was thinking the same thing, the Reikage said, nodding at Neji. Years ago, we tried to kidnap the previous Jinchuriki, but she was rescued by Namikaze Minato. Now, the Jinchuriki has yet to come into his power. This may be our only chance. Neji was silent, lost in thought. The 3 missions were all incredibly difficult. The Reikage probably didn't actually expect him to succeed. Seeing his expression, the Reikage and Dodai exchanged a look, thinking he was intimidated. Just as the Reikage was about to offer some words of encouragement, Neji spoke. I'll accept all 3 missions. And... He paused, then his voice rang with conviction. I'll add a 4th, turning the Uchiha clan. Not only the Reikage, but even the normally unflappable Dodai stared at him with a look of utter bewilderment. Turn the Uchiha clan. They all knew the words, but put together, they made no sense. Neji, what are you talking about? Yujito said, stepping forward and ruffling his hair. I'm not joking, Yujito, Neji said, a serious expression on his face. I'm completely serious. Neji, Dodai said, his brow furrowed, the Uchiha were one of the 2 founding clans of Konoha. It's said that the fire in the land of fire's name comes from their fire jutsu. How could they possibly betray their village? Do you really not know the Uchiha's situation, Dodai Ajisen? Neji replied. Ever since the 2nd Hokage took office, they've been pushed out of the political center. And in recent years, their situation has only gotten worse. Dodai fell silent. Kumo's spies had indeed gathered a lot of intelligence on the Uchiha. After the Ninetales attack, Danzo had used the pretext of reorganizing the village to move the Uchiha to the outskirts and had placed them under secret surveillance. But from that alone, while it was an extreme measure, it wasn't entirely unjustified. After all, even Kumo's spies had seen the reflection of a Sharingan in the Ninetales' eyes that night. The Uchiha's power was too great, they had to be handled with caution. But could it be that the Konoha leadership is planning to go even further? The thought crossed Dodai's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The Uchiha were a founding clan, and the strongest in the world. To destroy them would be like cutting off one's own arm. No matter how senile Hiruzen had become, he wouldn't do something so foolish. In 4 generations of Hokage, the Uchiha had never once vied for the position. Besides their power and their difficult personalities, they didn't have any major flaws. What was Hiruzen so worried about? Neji, the Raikage said, a grin on his face, that mission is more difficult than the other 3 combined. He would have been satisfied if Neji could have completed even the first one. The other 3, especially the 4th, were just fantasies. Neji glanced at the 2 of them. He could see the skepticism in their eyes. He understood. If the Uchiha were in the hidden cloud, the Raikage would have forged them into his strongest weapon, not suppressed them and then driven them to extinction. No one knew what the reaction in Konoha had been when the Uchiha were wiped out overnight. But the other villages had surely been stunned. Neji didn't explain any further. He just held up his hands and smiled. "Heh, I was just kidding. Go and prepare, Neji," the Raikage said, waving him away. "I'll be waiting for your good news." He then turned to the largest dumbbell in the room. "We'll take our leave, Lord Raikage," Yujito said, taking Neji's hand. As they reached the door, Neji suddenly turned back. "Just kidding, of course, Lord Raikage, but, if the Uchiha were to seek refuge here, would you accept them?" The Raikage looked at him, a grin on his face. The dumbbell in his hand suddenly felt as heavy as a mountain. Thud. It fell to the floor, shattering the tiles. The Raikage placed a fist on his chest and grinned back. "Just kidding, of course, Neji, but did you only just meet me today?" "I understand," Neji said, a wave of relief washing over him. The Raikage's attitude was the key to his plan. He had been confident in the man's magnanimity, but he had needed to hear it for himself. The Raikage was still the Raikage. In the current shinobi world, only the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Stone had the power to stand against Konoha and take in the Uchiha. Anoki was a notorious troublemaker, and he had been humiliated by Madara in his youth. He had no love for the Uchiha. He would probably prefer to see them and Konoha destroy each other. The Hidden Cloud was the Uchiha's only true home. Neji had no prejudice against the Uchiha. It was said that they were a clan of madmen, but in the shinobi world, it was hard to find anyone who was truly sane. The first Hokage had captured the tailed beasts and then given them away. The second Hokage had sacrificed himself to save his subordinates. The Mizukage were always messing with their own Kekkei clans. And Raza of the Hidden Sand, he had been such a good father that Gaara had been too happy to sleep at night. Everyone was a little crazy. Why did people only remember the Uchiha? Probably because of Obito and Itachi. As he stepped out of the Raikage Tower, Neji looked out at the hazy outline of the village. The thought of bringing down Konoha made his heart pound with excitement. A sudden autumn wind blew down from the peak of Mount Kumakumo. Yujito clutched her skirt. Damn weather. Why's it so windy? Neji glanced at the sliver of pale leg revealed beneath her skirt and recited, his voice low and resonant. A branch grows between the wood and the leaves, a wind of freedom stirs on Mount Kumakumo. This journey will surely turn the world upside down. Crack. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck in Yujito's heart. She stood frozen, staring at his profile, speechless. For the rest of her life, whenever she would lean on his shoulder, she would remember this moment. That afternoon, the white-haired Darui sat on a stone pillar in the village, a lollipop in his mouth. "Hey, Karui," he muttered, "we were supposed to meet a while ago. What do you think Lady Yujito and that kid are up to?" "TCH," Karui said, leaning against a tree, a lazy expression on her face. "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask?" Chapter 55, Movements on All Sides. Chapter 55, Movements on All Sides. Swoosh. Swoosh. Just then, 2 figures appeared in the clearing. Darui and Karui immediately stood up. "Lady Yujito." Yujito glanced at her watch. She was a full 20 minutes late. She rubbed the back of her head, a little embarrassed. "Sorry to keep you 2 waiting." "Not at all, Lady Yujito," they said respectfully. Just then, Neji stepped forward. "Let's introduce ourselves properly. My name is Hyuga Neji, and I'm the captain for this exam." In the village hidden in the sound, Guren gently pushed open the door to a sparsely equipped laboratory. A slender figure stood inside. "Lord Orochimaru," she said with a bow, "what are your orders?" The figure turned, his golden eyes devoid of all emotion. He looked her over, then took a refrigerated glass container from one of the experimental devices. Frozen inside was a white arm. "Take this to Konoha," Orochimaru said, his voice flat as he handed her the container. "Give it to the leader of Root, Shimura Danzo." The white arm was a prosthetic created from Hashirama's cells. Ever since defecting from Konoha, Danzo had been Orochimaru's primary source of funding. In recent years, he had begun research on the living corpse reincarnation and the 8 branches technique, 2 forbidden jutsu that required a massive amount of capital. Though he had established a network of secret laboratories and had a considerable amount of savings before leaving the village, his experiments were a bottomless pit. He had nearly exhausted his funds. So, while he didn't particularly like his benefactor, he couldn't afford to cut ties with him just yet. A while ago, Danzo had sent him a message. His right arm was completely paralyzed. He had asked if Orochimaru had a solution. Orochimaru, desperate for funds, had immediately begun cultivating Hashirama's cells and had custom-made a wood-release arm for him. His research into the first Hokage's cells had advanced considerably in recent years. The life force they contained was a source of constant amazement to him. He had conducted over 100 human experiments, attempting to transplant the wood release, but all of them had failed. The subjects were either consumed by the powerful life force and turned into trees, or their bodies had simply exploded. If the cells alone were so powerful, it was hard to imagine the true horror of a full-powered Senju Hashirama. The wood release arm was a double-edged sword, with the risks likely outweighing the benefits. Even with Danzo's strength, it would be difficult to suppress the cells. But knowing Danzo, his thirst for power would compel him to take the risk. How he would deal with the backlash was none of Orochimaru's concern. "I will deliver it safely, Lord Orochimaru," Guren said, sealing the arm in a storage scroll. "There is another mission for you," Orochimaru said, his eyes narrowing. "Your orders, Lord Orochimaru." "Have you heard of Uchiha Itachi?" "Yes. The eldest son of the Uchiha clan. A genius who was on the battlefield at the age of 4. A playful, yet murderous, expression appeared on Orochimaru's face. "He will also be participating in these exams. Your second mission is to kill him." Guren's pupils contracted. She knew that when Orochimaru looked like that, it meant he was very interested in someone. Sending her to kill Itachi, it was just a test of the boy's true potential. If she succeeded, it would mean he was nothing special. If she failed, it wouldn't be a good thing for Itachi either. To display such exceptional talent would mean he would be a target of Orochimaru's obsession from that day forward. She knew better than anyone how terrifying Orochimaru was. And his research into the living corpse reincarnation had recently made a breakthrough. If Itachi proved to be too brilliant, he would likely become Orochimaru's next vessel. A shiver went down her spine, but she nodded without hesitation. "I will kill him, Lord Orochimaru. You may go." "Yes, sir." After she had left, Orochimaru was lost in thought. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the 2 great heroes of the Warring States period. He had glimpsed the power of the god of shinobi from his cells. But of Madara, and of the Sharingan, he knew very little. After Hashirama, the wood release vanished from the world. After Madara, the Sharingan reigned supreme, but no one has ever reached his level. It makes one curious, what are the secrets of the Sharingan? At the gate of the village hidden in the sound, Genyomaru and Gozu, who had been waiting for some time, hurried over to Guren as she approached. "Guren, what did Lord Orochimaru say?" Genyomaru asked. "Let's go," she said, and then she was gone, a blur of motion as she disappeared into the forest. The 2 of them exchanged a look and then hurried after her. The hierarchy of the Sound Village was clear. At the top was Orochimaru, and below him was Guren, his most trusted subordinate. Genyomaru and Gozu were not her teammates, they were her underlings. In her eyes, they were insignificant. At the gate of the village hidden in the mist, the kind-faced Gungetsu Hozuki looked at the group about to depart for Konoha, his expression grave. "Zabuza," he said, "don't worry too much about the exams. Your priority is to protect the young lady." "Lord Gungetsu," Zabuza replied respectfully, "as long as I am here, no one will harm a single hair on her head." Mei Terumi pouted. "Sensei, I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself." "Mei," Gungetsu said with a weary look, "you are the hope for ending the bloody mist. You must defeat everyone in these exams and make a name for our village." At his words, the lazy expression on her face vanished. "Don't worry, Sensei," she said, her voice filled with determination. "I will be the one to take the top spot." "It's good to have ambition," he said, nodding. "You have no rivals in our village, but do not underestimate the genin from the other villages. And these are no ordinary exams. They may not be sending real genin." Mei flicked her red hair, a confident smile on her lips. "Sensei, Zabuza, and I are not real genin either." Gungetsu didn't know if she had taken his warning to heart. "All right, you may go," he said with a sigh. He watched them leave, a thoughtful expression on his face. Ever since the end of the Third Great War, the 4th Mizukage had become like a different person. He rarely appeared in public. And, to Genjetsu's bewilderment, he had reinstated the long-dormant bloody mist policy, cracking down on the village's Kekkei users and creating a climate of fear. Sigh, he murmured to himself. What is the future of our village? After he had left, the space in front of the gate distorted, and Obito emerged. The old fool still hasn't given up, he said, his voice cold. A Venus flytrap-like plant emerged from a nearby tree trunk. Madara, White Zetsu giggled, if he's such a nuisance, why don't you just control him with a genjutsu? He's not so easy to control, Black Zetsu's raspy voice replied. Obito snorted but didn't argue. The fourth Mizukage was a perfect Jinchuriki. Any ordinary genjutsu would be instantly broken by the three tails. The only reason he could control him was because he had taken advantage of the summoning contract Madara had made with the beast. It was the same reason he had been able to so easily control the nine tails. But Genjetsu's influence in the village was a major obstacle. His status was no less than that of the Mizukage, and he had many followers. The risk of controlling him was far greater than that of controlling the Mizukage, who was a civilian-born genius with few ties to the powerful clans. After a moment's thought, Obito said, Zetsu, we're going to Konoha. Oh. White Zetsu's voice was filled with glee. Are you finally going to make a move on your own clan, Madara? How cruel. Obito didn't reply to his taunt, simply disappearing into his Kamui dimension. On the road to Konoha, Darui's eyes kept drifting to Neji's pure white ones. He remembered their spar for the position of captain, how he had been left half dead by Neji's black lightning. Captain, he said, a look of envy on his face, how did you develop black lightning? Neji glanced at him and smiled. You want to learn? I can teach you. Heh. Darui's mouth twitched. He thought he was being teased. Black lightning was the third Raikage unique secret technique. To learn it was not only to gain a powerful trump card, but also a great honor. The sole inheritor of black lightning, it had a nice ring to it. I'm not joking, Neji said, his expression serious. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Darui took a deep breath. Are you serious? My word is my bond. Neji nodded, then his tone changed. But I'm also interested in your storm release. How about a trade? Deal. Darui agreed without a moment's hesitation. He didn't feel like he was getting the short end of the stick. His storm release had been defeated by Neji's black lightning. He felt that it was the technique, not himself, that was weak. And the third Raikage was his idol, to learn black lightning was his dream. Besides, a Kekkei Genkai was not something that could be taught so easily. It was all about natural talent. Neji wasn't surprised by his quick agreement. The hidden cloud was very open about its secret techniques, unlike Konoha, which kept everything under lock and key. Black lightning is the pinnacle of lightning release nature transformation, Neji began to explain. Since you can use storm release, you shouldn't have any trouble with that part. But you also need to mix in a small amount of yang release chakra. The difficult part is controlling the ratio, and then there's the stability of the mixed chakra. As he listened, a look of surprise appeared on Darui's face. Captain, the principle behind black lightning, it's very similar to my storm release. Oh. Neji paused. Is that so? Storm release is a Kekkei Genkai formed by combining lightning and water release chakra in equal measure, Darui explained. It has the destructive power of lightning and the fluidity of water. 5 days later, the four of them arrived outside Konoha. Though it was called a village, its prosperity was on par with the capital city of the Land of Fire. And with the 5 great nations holding their joint Chunin exams there, the roads were already bustling with people. Karui, who had just graduated from the academy and had never left the Land of Lightning before, looked around in awe. The teachers at the academy had all said that Konoha was prosperous and wealthy, but they had understated it. Compared to Konoha, the hidden cloud, perched on its high mountain peaks, was practically a backwater. Even the well-traveled Darui, who had never been to Konoha before, looked around like a country bumpkin, his face filled with wonder. Yujito, however, was silent, her brow furrowed. She had been thinking about how to complete the 4 missions the Raikage had given them. Neji's eyes swept over the crowd. He saw many genin who had come for the exams. Then, he saw Mei Terumi, Zabuza, and the others from the Hidden Mist. Mei isn't a genin anymore, he thought. It seems the Hidden Mist also knows what Konoha is up to. They're not sending real genin either. The other villages are probably doing the same. These exams, they're going to be an arena for the 5 great nations to test each other's strength. He looked at Mei, a small smile on his lips. She had blossomed. A slender waist, a graceful figure, and a seductive aura. She was a world apart from the other, unripe genin girls. From a distance, Mei and her group also noticed them. The Hidden Mist and the Hidden Cloud had little contact, but they were still one of the 5 great nations. She was paying close attention to her potential opponents. Are there any masters among the younger generation of the hidden cloud? She murmured to herself. Chapter 56, Neji, I only bet on a sure thing. Chapter 56, Neji, I only bet on a sure thing. Zabuza's eyes landed on the stern-faced Yujito, and a look of surprise crossed his face. My lady, he said to Mei, that woman is the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. Mei's pupils contracted. Konoha was holding these exams to flex its muscles and restore its damaged prestige. Therefore, the other great villages wouldn't be sending real genin either. She and Zabuza were both at the level of a Tokubetsu jonin, or even a full jonin. But for the sake of appearances, they wouldn't send anyone too outrageous. Yujito Ni was a renowned genius. She couldn't possibly be participating in the Chunin exams. Her purpose here, then, was. Mei's gaze swept over Darui, Karui, and the others, finally settling on Neji's pure white eyes. Her expression hardened. The Byakugan. How does the hidden cloud have the Byakugan? She was no stranger to it. During the Third Great War, the Kirigakure Jonin, AO, had transplanted one. It had not only greatly enhanced his sensory abilities, but also his combat power. But AO's Byakugan was a strategic weapon of the village, it wouldn't be allowed to leave so casually. My lady, Zabuza said in a low voice, there was a rumor 2 years ago that the Kumo delegation used the peace treaty as a cover to kidnap a Byakugan child from the Hyuga clan. Konoha and the Hyuga leadership denied it, and the whole thing became a mystery. But now, it seems the rumors were true. A smile touched Mei's lips. Heh. The lost Byakugan returns to Konoha, and it looks like he's here for the Chunin exams. Just watch, Zabuza. These exams are going to be very interesting. She turned to her comrades. Remember, during the exams, try to avoid the cloud's Byakugan user. It wasn't that she was afraid of him. But his identity was sensitive. Konoha, in its bid to show off, would surely come down hard on him during the exams. Getting too involved would only invite unnecessary trouble. After walking for another half hour, Neji suddenly stopped and looked back. Yujito and Darui, seeing the surprised look on his face, followed his gaze. A small, black dot was visible in the sky to the northwest, moving at an incredible speed. In a few seconds, a large, white bird appeared, a single figure standing on its back. He's here too. Neji said, a little surprised. The third Tsuchikage student, Yujito said, looking at the blonde, single ponytail-wearing boy with interest. The explosion release user, Daidara. He's always causing trouble in the land of Earth with his explosions. I didn't expect the Tsuchikage to send him to the Chunin exams. Daidara glanced down at the crowd, snorted, and then urged his clay bird to fly even faster toward Konoha. Lady Yujito, Darui said, his eyes wide as he watched the bird fly past, is Iwagakure only sending one person to the exams? The competition is going to be tough, Karui remarked. She then glanced at Neji and smiled. But lightning release is strong against earth release. If they fight, Neji will have the advantage. I'm more worried about the masters from the other 3 villages. Yeah, Darui agreed, his previous confidence shaken. These exams are full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He had thought that as a jonin, the exams would be a piece of cake. But seeing Daidara had made him a little nervous. The two of them didn't know the true purpose of their mission, they were only focused on making a name for the hidden cloud. Don't worry, Neji said. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. He wasn't particularly concerned about the exams. He was only focused on completing his 4 missions. A short while later, Neji's group and Mei's group arrived at the Konoha gate at the same time. A checkpoint had been set up. All incoming ninja, merchants, and tourists had to register their identities. The ones in charge of the inspection were the Uchiha, in their Konoha military police force uniforms. When it was Neji's group's turn, Uchiha Inabe's eyes swept over Yujito, who was standing in the front. Her fame was not as great as that of the Sannin or the Yellow Flash, but she was still the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. As an elite jonin who had awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan, Inabe was well informed and recognized her immediately. He had never expected the Chunin exams to draw out such a figure. A Jinchuriki was an important strategic weapon. Often, they weren't even allowed to leave their own village. The Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, Yujito ni, he said, a look of shock on his face. Uchiha, Yujito replied, her brow raised, her arms crossed, has no one ever taught you to show a little respect to your superiors? Inabe, who had awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan at a young age, was not without pride. But in the face of Yujito, he lowered his head. My apologies, Yujito-senpai. My voice was a little loud. Please, you don't need to be inspected. This way. Yujito snorted. But to his surprise, she didn't enter the village. She went to the checkpoint and submitted to the inspection. In the Uchiha compound, at Fugaku's residence. Itachi, Fugaku said, his arms crossed, his face a stern mask, you must defeat all your opponents in these exams and bring honor to our clan. The word clan grated on Itachi's ears. Father, I am a shinobi of Konoha first, and an Uchiha second. Your vision is still so narrow. When he was 8, his Jonin leader, Minazuki, and his teammates, Tenma and Shinko, had been killed by the mysterious masked men. Fugaku had not mourned their deaths. He had been feeding his fish and had simply congratulated him on awakening his Sharingan and becoming a true Uchiha. It was from the day on that Itachi had learned to hide his true feelings. I will not disappoint you, father, he said, his eyes downcast. I have confidence in your abilities, Fugaku said after a moment's thought. But these are no ordinary exams. The other villages will not be sending real genin. Are you still determined to participate alone? Itachi thought of his dead comrades, a flicker of pain in his deep-set eyes. He looked up at his father. I can do it alone, father. If you insist, I won't force you. Just do your best and don't disgrace the Uchiha name. Yes, sir. Big brother. Just then, the 5-year-old Sasuke peeked his head around the door. Sasuke. A rare smile appeared on Itachi's face as he left the room. After he had gone, Mikoto sighed. Fugaku, Itachi has been under so much pressure. I haven't seen him smile in front of us in so long. Though he was a master of hiding his feelings, he couldn't deceive his own parents. But Fugaku was different. He only cared about Itachi's talent. Whether he was happy, whether he had any troubles, that was not his concern. He was born an Uchiha. He is my son. This is the burden he must bear, he said. Besides, a diamond in the rough is worthless. A little hardship in his youth is not a bad thing. One day, he will understand my good intentions. Itachi left the residence with Sasuke on his back. Swoosh. A black figure flew past, moving at high speed. It was Uchiha Inabi. Itachi, is the captain here? He asked, panting. Inabi Mizan. Dad's here. Sasuke said, waving at him. Hey, little Sasuke, Inabi said with a small smile. He took a rusty shuriken from his pouch and handed it to him. I forgot to give you a present for your birthday. My grandfather gave me this. He said some ninja from another village threw it all the way to Konoha, and he just happened to find it. Now, it's yours. Really, Inabi Mizan. Sasuke's eyes lit up. Here you go. Inabi pressed the shuriken into his hand, gave a nod to Itachi, and then hurried into the residence. Itachi looked at Sasuke, who was happily playing with the shuriken, a look of pain in his eyes. He nuzzled his neck against his little brother's cheek. Sasuke, he said, his voice grave, one day, you will become a ninja like me. I hope you will remember what I'm about to tell you. Often, being more talented than others is not a good thing. It just means you will be used and consumed, sooner and more completely. Sasuke knew that to earn his father's praise, he had to be as brilliant as his big brother. To gain power, to become a strong ninja, that was all he had ever wanted. Hearing his brother's words, which went against everything he believed, he was stunned into silence. Seeing his confusion, Itachi reproached himself for saying such things to him so soon. He ruffled his hair. All right, Sasuke, don't think about it too much. Let's go get some dango. Yay. Sasuke's mood instantly brightened. But as he looked at his happy little brother, a hint of sadness appeared in Itachi's eyes. Sasuke, if I could choose, I would rather you had been born outside of Konoha, as an ordinary person. Just then, Itachi's head snapped to the side. He saw a small, white snake coiled around the branch of a large tree in the distance. He had just sensed a faint chakra signature from it. But when he looked again, it was just an ordinary snake. Was I just imagining it? His brow furrowed, but he continued on his way, heading toward the center of the village with Sasuke on his back. After he had gone, Girin emerged from the ground. She looked at his retreating back, a serious expression on her face. So that's Uchiha Itachi. He's sharp. The white snake slithered up her leg and onto her shoulder, flicking its tongue at her. You've got his scent. Good. She grabbed the snake and stuffed it into her sleeve. It was from the Ryuchi cave. It had almost no combat ability, but its sense of smell was incredibly keen. Girin was not a sensory type, the snake would be her way of tracking Itachi. Swoosh. 2 more figures appeared beside her. Boss, Gozu said respectfully, we found the root headquarters. It's at. Girin nodded. Good work. I have some other things to take care of. You two head back to the inn. Yujito stared at the gambling hall in front of her, at the odds for the various villages participants posted outside. So, she said, a strange look on her face, you were in such a hurry for this. The Neji she knew was not like this. Samui must have spoiled him rotten. I'm not here to gamble, Captain, Neji said, his arms crossed, a serious expression on his face. I'm here to make money. Yujito rolled her eyes and poked him in the head. Are you kidding me? Every gambler thinks they're going to make money. Whoever got rich from gambling? I'm not like those other gamblers, Neji said, puffing out his chest. I only bet on a sure thing. The entrance to the gambling hall was bustling with people, mostly merchants and tourists from other countries. No way, Iwagakure only has one participant, but their odds are the lowest. You don't get it. Deidara is the third Tsuchikage student. A famous master produces a great student. The odds aren't low for Deidara, they're low for the Tsuchikage. If you want to play it safe, bet on IWA. It's a sure win. You're too young. The odds are so low, you won't make much even if you win. You're better off betting on a long shot. Inside, it was even louder and more chaotic. As soon as they entered, the manager, recognizing them as the participants from the hidden cloud, hurried over to greet them. I'd like to place a bet, Neji said, getting straight to the point. The manager wasn't surprised. Ninja were people, too. Gambling was not uncommon. One of the Sannin, Tsunade, was a notorious whale. Which village would you like to bet on, Ninja-sama? And how much? I'm betting on myself, Neji said, his voice firm. 100 million Ryo. A hush fell over half the gambling hall as all eyes turned to him. 100 million was a staggering amount. It wasn't often they saw a gambler play for such high stakes. The manager was also taken aback, not only by the amount, but by the fact that he was betting on himself. May I ask your name, Ninja-sama? He asked politely. Hyuga Neji, representing the hidden cloud. After verifying his identity, the manager said, Lord Neji, if you'll just give me the money, I'll personally handle the paperwork for you. But Neji just shook his head, a serious expression on his face. Sorry, I don't have any money. Chapter 57, a test. Chapter 57, a test. At his words, Yujito's mouth twitched, her toes curling in embarrassment. Darui and Karui's faces were flushed. The casino manager, who had nearly choked, forced a smile. Ninja-sama, you must be joking. I'm serious, Neji said. He slapped the ninja pouch at his waist and took out a storage scroll. With a poof of white smoke. The crowd in the casino gasped. Ninja-sama, the manager stammered, let's talk about this. There's no need for violence. Neji, Yujito hissed, this is Konoha. If you try to rob a casino, we'll be in big trouble. Darui and Karui's hands instinctively went to the hilts of their swords. Just as everyone was expecting a robbery, Neji held out a strange-looking pot, like a pickle jar. This, he said, his voice ringing with authority, is one of the legendary treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths, the Kahaku no Johei. It contains its own dimension and can seal anything in the world. Its value is far greater than 100 million Ryo. I'm putting it up as collateral. The casino fell silent. Yujito slapped her forehead. Karui's jaw dropped. Darui stared in disbelief. Seeing that he was serious, the manager hesitantly took the pot. Ninja-sama, please wait a moment while we have it appraised. The Sage of Six Paths was a figure of myth, but the Kahaku no Johei had been wielded by both the Gold and Silver brothers and the Third Raikage. Its fame was no less than that of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Its appearance and function were no secret. A professional appraiser quickly confirmed its authenticity. The manager carefully took the pot and solemnly completed the paperwork for Neji. Outside the casino, Darui and Karui were still in a daze. Captain, Darui asked, did you really just pawn the Kahaku no Johei? I did. But what if you lose? We'll never get it back. Neji just shrugged. If Lord Raikage finds out you lost it, Karui grumbled, he'll tear down his own office building. Have a little faith in me, Neji said with a smile. He hadn't come to the casino on a whim. To build a new Hyuga clan, he needed both people and money. Even with the support of the hidden cloud, it wouldn't be enough. The solution? Robbery. Robbing for money, robbing for women. But it didn't have to be by force. A casino was just a legal form of robbery. As the saying goes, the house always wins. For any major event, there were always odds. He had decided long before the exams to use this opportunity to make a huge score. The money I'm about to make, it's no different from robbing them. I wonder how many hundreds of millions I'll get. In the Uchiha compound, Fugaku stared at the note in his hand, his brow furrowed. Tomorrow night, at the hour of the rat, in the forest of death. The Jinchuriki of the Two Tails gave you this, he asked Inabi. Yes, sir. Fugaku burned the note. Not a word of this to anyone. Understood. Are you going to go, Captain? No. The relationship between the Uchiha and the village was extremely sensitive. He couldn't afford to give them any reason to suspect him. If the Hokage's faction found out he was meeting secretly with the Cloud, they would be accused of treason. Inabi, he said, his voice stern, with all the different factions gathered in Konoha for these exams, this is a time of great potential turmoil. The military police force is responsible for the village's security. You must be more diligent than ever. Yes, sir. After Inabi had left, Fugaku turned to Mikoto. Mikoto, make dinner early. There's a clan meeting tonight. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, the two other elders, and Hyuga Hayashi were in a meeting. Thump. 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 Danzo struck the floor with his cane. The hidden Cloud dares to send the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails and the lost Byakugan to Konoha. They have no respect for us. Hiruzen, in contrast, was a picture of calm. He took a puff from his pipe and looked at the registration photo of Hyuga Neji. Hizashi, he said, tossing the photo to him, if I remember correctly, isn't Neji only 6 this year? He is. Heh. A smile appeared on Hiruzen's old face. He's gotten so tall for a 6-year-old. It seems the air and water in the hidden Cloud are more nourishing than in Konoha, and in the Hyuga clan. A cold sweat broke out on Hayashi's forehead. The incident 2 years ago was a source of shame for both the village and his clan. And now, Neji was back for the Chunin exams. That disgraceful history was about to be dredged up all over again. Give the order, Hiruzen. Danzo said, standing up. I'll go and capture the Jinchuriki and the Byakugan traitor myself. A while ago, he had sent Toryun and a team of elite root ninja to the hidden Cloud to eliminate Neji. He had heard nothing from them since and assumed they were all dead. The loss of so many elite operatives was a heavy blow to Root. Hiruzen just continued to smoke his pipe. Hamura, reading his mind, said, Danzo, this is not the time to be reckless. If anything happens to the Jinchuriki and the Byakugan, it will be difficult to explain to the fourth Raikage. Hamura is right, Koharu added. You cannot act rashly. You too. Danzo looked at his two soft-hearted colleagues, speechless. Are you just going to do nothing, Hiruzen? Neji is here for the Chunin exams, Hiruzen said, taking his pipe from his mouth. If he gets injured, or if there's an accident during the exams, the Raikage can't say anything. After all, candidates die in the forest of death every year. Danzo's grim expression softened. Koharu and Hamura thought to themselves that Hiruzen's methods were far more sophisticated than Danzo's brute force. Swoosh. A white-haired ANBU appeared in the room and reported that Neji had pawned the Kahaku no Johei at a casino. A strange look appeared in Hiruzen's eyes. He looked out at the Hokage rock. To bet even the Kahaku no Johei, he must be very confident in himself. Hayashi, arrange for someone to test him. I'll have Kakashi assist you. Understood. The next day, with the arrival of the genin from the hidden rain and the hidden grass, the joint Chunin exams officially began. Hiruzen gathered all the participants in a large plaza and read out the rules. There was only one rule of any real importance: the exams were a competition, and meaningless killing was strictly forbidden. However, accidents were allowed. The various teams took the opportunity to size each other up. Neji's eyes swept over the crowd, counting the participants. 20 Konoha teams, 58 genin in total, with Itachi participating alone. 6 from the mist. 15 from the sand. And only Daidara from the stone. He hadn't paid much attention to the teams from the smaller villages, but when he saw the team from the sound, his eyebrows rose. He knew that the sound village was Orochimaru's creation. He studied the 3 of them, his eyes lingering on the pale blue-haired Kunoichi in the lead. The crystal release user, Gyurin, one of Orochimaru's potential vessels, a formidable opponent on par with a peak condition Kimimaro. Orochimaru wouldn't have sent them here for no reason. Their purpose, like his own, was not the exams. He then noticed her gaze, which was fixed on Itachi, a mixture of coldness and murderous intent in her eyes. He understood. Their real target was Itachi. Orochimaru had first taken an interest in him 2 years ago, when he had seen the newly awakened Sharingan of the young Uchiha in training. But his forbidden experiments had been discovered, and he had been forced to flee the village. But he had clearly not forgotten about him. Sorry, Orochimaru, but he's my prey. Neji's eyes narrowed as he looked at Itachi, who stood alone in the crowd. He already had a plan to turn the Uchiha clan. And the most crucial step was to kill Itachi. It had nothing to do with hatred, it was a purely strategic decision. So that's him. Gyurin noticed his gaze and looked over, a brow raised. The casino had heavily advertised the fact that Neji had pawned the Kahaku no Johei. His odds were now the highest of all the participants. To bet the Kahaku no Johei on himself, what a naive 6-year-old who's never seen true power, she scoffed. After the opening ceremony, Neji's group returned to their inn. He was still thinking about how to steal the scroll of seals and how to kidnap Naruto. To steal the scroll, he would have to get past the third Hokage, who was currently at the peak of his power. Even with Yujito's help, they wouldn't stand a chance. I'll have to use my wits, he murmured to himself. As they were walking, he heard a commotion up ahead. Look at her eyes. They're white. How gross. A white-eyed monster. 3 older boys were surrounding a small girl, who had her head bowed, tears streaming down her face. Neji, Yujito said, a strange look on her face, isn't that girl from your clan? Neji was surprised to see Hinata here, and even more surprised to see that she was being bullied by the same 3 boys. He activated his Tensigen and detected several hidden chakra signatures nearby. Let's go back to the inn, he said, quickening his pace. But as he passed by, his legs seemed to stop of their own accord. He caught a glimpse of her tear-streaked face, and his heart clenched. He couldn't be so heartless. Sigh. He appeared behind the 3 boys in a body flicker. Hey, he said, can you only pick on girls? Hinata looked up. She didn't recognize him at first. He had changed so much in the past 2 years. And the Cloud 4 head protector, it was so strange. One of the boys, seeing him, made the seal of confrontation. Don't underestimate Konoha, he shouted. Neji's eyebrow rose. A ninja game. All right then. Come on. He beckoned to them, inviting them to attack. Chapter 58, Neji, there is a tragic, thick barrier between us. Chapter 58, Neji, there is a tragic, thick barrier between us. The boy actually threw a shuriken at him. Neji didn't even flinch. He waited until it was right in front of him, then casually caught it between 2 fingers. The next moment, he was in front of the boy in a body flicker and punched him hard in the stomach. The boy flew backward like a kite with a broken string and crashed to the ground. Hinata stared, dumbfounded. This Cloud Nin had actually hit someone for her. Just then, 2 Konoha ANBU appeared in front of Neji. Cloud Candidate, one of them said, his voice cold, this is Konoha. Fighting is strictly forbidden. Neji laughed. When those 3 were bullying Hinata, I didn't see you step in. It was obvious they were here to test him. I was just trying to teach them what the real shinobi world is like, Neji said, a serious expression on his face. A spot check, the ANBU said. Come with us. The other candidates, who had been about to leave the plaza, all turned to look, their faces filled with curiosity. A spot check. Neji said, crossing his arms. Am I to understand that Konoha is targeting the Cloud? It's our duty. Please cooperate, the ANBU replied, his voice firm. The crowd of onlookers watched with interest. Faced with the ANBU's persistence, Neji just smiled and pointed to his Byakugan. If you can defeat me, I'll go with you, and you can check whatever you like. Arrogant little brat from the Cloud, the ANBU muttered, his expression hardening. He had never expected a mere genin to challenge the ANBU. Lady Yujito, Karui whispered, should we step in? Don't worry, Yujito replied. Neji can handle it. Her words reached Hinata's ears, and she trembled. That Cloud Nin, is he Neji Nisen? But Father Sama said he was dead. From a distance, the Suna puppeteer, Yura, watched with a smirk. These Cloud candidates are pretty wild, huh? Itachi, who had just left the plaza, gave a cursory glance and then walked away, uninterested. Daidara, leaning against a tree, was now a little intrigued. They're going to fight. This is a good opportunity, Zabuza said with a grin. I'm curious, Mei said, her eyes on Neji. Just how strong is this Cloud Byakugan user who was willing to bet the Kahaku no Johei? On a nearby rooftop, Kakashi, Yamato, Yugao, and a few other ANBU were also watching. Senpai, Yamato said, a worried look on his face, he's just a Cloud genin. Isn't it a bit much to have 2 Tokubetsu Chunin test him? It was the Hokage's order, Kakashi replied, his voice grave. Don't worry, he's no ordinary genin. And I've already made arrangements. They won't go all out. How many moves do you think he'll last? Yugao asked. Hayate coughed. An arrogant fool who would pawn the Kahaku no Johei, even if he has some skill, he can't be that strong. 10 moves, tops. Yugao nodded in agreement. The 2 ANBU were both Tokubetsu Chunin, not much weaker than herself, and they were battle-hardened veterans. 10 moves was a generous estimate. Kakashi's single dead fish eye was fixed on the calm and composed Yujito in the distance. A sense of unease washed over him. The 2 ANBU exchanged a look and nodded. Their mission was to test Hyuga Neji. They were hoping for a fight. One of them spread his feet, his hand on the hilt of his ninjato, every muscle tensed, ready to spring. Swoosh. In that instant, Neji vanished. The ANBU was stunned. Are you looking for me? A casual voice said from behind them. They tried to use the body flicker technique to create some distance, but with 2 soft thuds, they were sent flying. Darui laughed. Idiots. They kicked a steel plate and didn't even know it. So fast, the onlookers all thought in unison. The 2 ANBU had been careless, but the main reason for their defeat was Neji's incredible speed. On the rooftop, Hi-8's eyes widened. What just happened? Yamato was equally shocked. He had known Neji was no ordinary genin, but he was far more powerful than he had imagined. The speed he had just displayed was beyond that of even a Tokubetsu Jonin. Senpai, he said, looking at Kakashi, who had pulled up his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan, that guy. You're right, Kakashi said, his voice grim. That was the genuine, lightning release stimulation method. He's learned the true essence of the Cloud's lightning style. His skill in that area is extraordinary. Though Neji had only used 2 moves, Kakashi, with his 3 Tomo Sharingan and his own deep understanding of lightning release, had seen it all. He himself could use a similar technique. There were some minor differences, but the principle was the same. And Neji's version seemed to be even more comprehensive and efficient than his own. And he's only 6. No wonder he was willing to bet the Kohaku no Johei, Kakashi murmured to himself. His strength is on par with a Tokubetsu Jonin. Daidara, who had been leaning against a tree, now had a look of interest on his face. A lightning-style master. Lightning was strong against earth. But he wasn't afraid. He was excited. A genius like that is worthy of seeing my art. Guren, who had been on her way back to the inn, stopped and looked back, a strange expression on her face. Her only target was Itachi. It seems I'm not so arrogant after all, Neji said with a faint smile, looking at the 2 fallen ANBU. He and his team then walked away, the crowd parting to let them pass. Neji Nisan. Hinata called out, mustering all her courage. Neji paused, but didn't turn around. The Hyuga Neji you knew is dead, Hinata-sama. Forget about him. Back at the inn. Captain, Darui said with a worried look, you've shown your strength so early. Now we're going to be a target. You're wrong, Neji said, leaning against the door. It's not going to be. We already are. Huh. Why were you so meddlesome? Darui grumbled. Idiot, Karui said, yanking on his ear. Don't you get it? Those 2 ANBU were deliberately provoking him. All right, that's enough, Yujito said, coughing to get their attention. The first exam is tomorrow. Go and get some rest. She then grabbed Neji's hand and pulled him into a room, slamming the door behind them. Do you like that girl? She asked, a playful look on her face. When did I say that? You can be stubborn if you want, she said, cupping his face in her hands. But then explain to me why you were so meddlesome. All right, I admit it, he said with a wry smile. I like her. But, it's impossible between us. Why? I can just add another mission to the list and kidnap her for you. It's not that simple, Captain, he said with a sigh. There is a tragic, thick barrier between us. A thick barrier? She laughed. That's easy. Just break through it. Neji closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. You don't know her. She's Hyuga Hinata, Hayashi's daughter. Yujito fell silent. It wasn't about the fact that they were closely related. Many Kekkei Genkai clans encouraged such unions to keep their bloodline pure. And the Hyuga, who enslaved their own kin, had no room to talk about ethics. But Hayashi had been responsible for Hisashi's death. There was a blood feud between them. Neji suddenly changed the subject. Have you contacted the Uchiha yet, Captain? Yes, she said, her thoughts returning to the mission. I've arranged a meeting. Tonight, at the hour of the rat, in the forest of death. Don't go. Fugaku won't show up. I have to at least try. What if he does? You don't have to worry about it, Captain, Neji said, pouring her a cup of hot water. I already have a plan to turn the Uchiha clan. Really? Ever since the second Hokage, the Uchiha have been suppressed. The conflict between them and the Hokage's faction is now irreconcilable. As the head of the clan, Fugaku can't be unaware of this. So you're saying he wants to break away? No, Neji said, taking a sip of water. Fugaku is a man of contradictions. He sees the situation clearly, but he's weak and indecisive. He doesn't have the courage to make a clean break, nor the will to completely submit. And the Uchiha themselves are divided. He can't unite them. He's just leading them, step by step, into the abyss. The destruction of the Uchiha was not just the fault of the Konoha leadership. As the head of the clan, Fugaku bore a great deal of the responsibility. In the 8 years between the Nine-Tails attack and the massacre, he had plenty of opportunities to save his clan. But he had done nothing. What are you going to do? Yujito asked. It's simple. If they're not united, I'll help them unite. If they still have illusions about the Hokage's faction, I'll shatter them. And when they have nowhere left to turn, we'll be there to show them the way. And how are you going to do that? Chapter 59, The First Exam. Chapter 59, The First Exam. Deep in the night, the faint, flickering light of torches could be seen along the outer walls of Konoha. A patrol team from the Uchiha military police force walked their route against the howling night wind. The wind was cold. Uchiha Tekka instinctively tightened his robes. All right, that's it for tonight. Dismissed. Yes, sir. The patrol team dispersed. Tekka, the team leader, lay down on the ground and looked up at the moon through the dense canopy of leaves. The area grew quiet. He saw a kind, gentle face in the bright, clear moon, like a photograph in a round frame. He touched the 3-tomo Sharingan in his eye socket. Grandma, he whispered, I'm a Jonin now. A Jonin, you say? Congratulations. A raspy voice suddenly broke the silence. Tekka's reverie was shattered. He leaped to his feet, a look of alarm on his face. Standing before him was a strange man with messy hair and a single-holed, tiger-striped mask. A 3-tomo Sharingan in his right eye stared back at him, cold and emotionless. The Sharingan. Is he an Uchiha, too? When did he get so close? After a moment of shock, Tekka's hands went to his ninja pouch. He drew a kunai in each hand and, spinning them rapidly, he lunged, aiming for the man's chest. But then, something incomprehensible happened. His kunai passed straight through the man's body, but the feedback from his hands told him that he had struck nothing. A look of horror on his face, Tekka pushed off the ground and leaped backward, his Sharingan darting back and forth, trying to find the man's true form. But he saw nothing out of the ordinary. Fine eyes you have there, the masked man said with a cold laugh, and then he was moving. He had calculated Tekka's landing spot. The moment his feet touched the ground, the man's katana was unsheathed. He phased through Tekka's flurry of kunai strikes and then, with a single, powerful slash, his blade bit deep. It first severed Tekka's right arm, then continued, unimpeded, through his chest. In front of him. I'm completely powerless. Tekka gripped the kunai in his left hand, trying with all his might to look up at his attacker, but his strength was rapidly fading, his consciousness blurring. The masked man walked toward him and looked down at his dying clansman, his single eye as cold and emotionless as a stone. Now they're mine. Tekka didn't know who he was, but he suddenly understood why he had been attacked. The Sharingan. He strained to lift his head and forced a smile. The next moment, he plunged the kunai in his left hand into his own left eye. Sorry, can't let you have it. With his last ounce of strength, he drove the blade deep into his skull. Did you destroy your left eye because you noticed I only have a right? The masked man said, his voice a low rasp. I could have stopped you. But I didn't. Actually, what I really need is a right eye. After a moment of contemplation over the body, he placed a hand on Tekka's head and absorbed the corpse into his spatial vortex. The next afternoon, the first exam began. The news of Hyuga Neji's challenge and victory over the Konoha Anbu had spread throughout the village. He had become one of the focal points of the exams, his name mentioned in the same breath as Uchiha Itachi and Deidara. The odds on him at the casino had skyrocketed. As Neji and his team walked toward the exam site, they were met with a mixture of wary, fearful, and hostile glares from the other candidates. Neji was unconcerned. Darui, a Jonin, was also unfazed. Only Karui, a fresh graduate from the academy, was a nervous wreck. The first exam was a written test, held at the Ninja Academy, designed to test the candidates' information-gathering abilities. There were 5 classrooms, with 10 teams in each. Neji's team was assigned to the 4th. He sat down at his desk, completely at ease. Neji, Karui whispered, her eyes darting around nervously, is the test hard? It's not about whether it's hard or not, he said with a smile. Well, don't worry. With me here, you're guaranteed to pass. TCH, it's just a written test. How hard can it be? Darui said, leaning back in his chair with his hands behind his head. He was a Jonin, after all. He wasn't the least bit worried. Soon, the proctor, Namishi Rado, a Tokubetsu Jonin with a long scar on his face, came in to explain the rules. The test papers were distributed. The medicinal properties of a silver-tailed snake's gallbladder. Darui's confident expression faltered as he read the first question. As a young genius who had been promoted to Jonin, he was well-read. Though he wasn't a medical nin, he had some knowledge of pharmacology. But he had never heard of a silver-tailed snake. There are countless strange and poisonous snakes in the world, he muttered to himself. It's probably some rare species from the land of fire. How am I, a ninja from the land of lightning, supposed to know? He skipped the first question and moved on to the second. It was a calculation problem. An enemy was hiding in a blind spot behind a large tree. The question asked how to throw two kunai so that they would collide and change trajectory to hit the target. For a master of shuriken jutsu, this was something that could be done by muscle memory alone. For a jonin like Darui, it was a simple task. But the question required him to use the principles of physics to write out a detailed derivation. He knew the answer, but he had no idea how to write out the process. He had been out of the academy for 7 or 8 years, he had long since forgotten all that. Are you kidding me? Konoha genin have to solve this crap, he cursed under his breath, his already dark face turning even darker. He moved on to the third question. A personal interpretation of the will of fire. He felt like he was being personally targeted. He scoffed and threw down his pen. 2 of the proctors immediately turned to glare at him. Karui, who had been waiting to copy his answers, looked at him with a frown. He gave her a reassuring look and continued to read the rest of the questions. The more he read, the angrier he got. The questions were all related to being a ninja, but they were clearly designed to be impossible. Not even the 5 Kage could answer them. Damn it, I shouldn't have been so cocky, he thought, burying his head in his hands. Karui's waiting for my answers, what am I going to do? Meanwhile, Neji rubbed his temples and calmly activated his Byakugan. In the original timeline, only the book-smart Sakura had been able to answer all the questions on her own. Neji didn't know the answers either, but he didn't need to. He just needed to know how to cheat. He scanned the room. The other candidates were all either fidgeting nervously or looking around furtively. It seemed no one knew the answers. Did Konoha not plant a mole in this room? That seemed unlikely. He activated his Byakugan again and, this time, he found him. A Konoha genin, sitting in the front row, calmly writing down the answers. Neji was in the back corner, and the mole was in the opposite corner. They're deliberately targeting me, he muttered to himself. But they underestimated me. Even from the furthest distance, under the watchful eyes of the proctors, he could use his Byakugan to silently copy the answers. Outside the classroom. Are you ready, Rado? Kakashi asked, his single lazy eye fixed on him. Don't worry, Kakashi, Rado said with a wicked grin. It's all set up. I've specifically instructed the proctors to keep a close eye on those 2 troublemakers, Deidara from IWA and Hyuga Neji from Kumo. The moment they slip up, they're out. Let's hope it works, Kakashi said. Konoha was using these exams to show off. Deidara and Neji were clearly not ordinary genin. If they could be eliminated in the first round, it would take a lot of pressure off the Konoha candidates. As for Mei from the mist and Yura from the sand, they didn't seem to be anything special. In the root laboratory. Are the test results in? Danzo asked, his voice cold. We've confirmed it, a lab technician said, handing him a data sheet. The arm is indeed cultivated from the first Hokage's cells. And the cell activity is 10% higher than the samples we have in our own lab. The cultivation technique is superb. The one who created this is a true genius of scientific research. Danzo glanced at the data sheet and nodded, satisfied. Prepare for the transplant. But, Lord Danzo, the technician said, hesitating, to transplant a wood-release arm so rashly, it will put an immense strain on your body. Please, reconsider. That is not your concern, Danzo said with a snort. You have 3 days. In 3 days, I will have this arm. He left the lab and returned to his office, his mood excellent. The 3 greatest powers in the shinobi world were wood-release, the Sharingan, and the tailed beasts. He had already transplanted a 3-tomo Sharingan. If he could also gain the power of wood-release, he was confident he could surpass Hiruzen in personal strength. As he reached his office and pushed open the door, he saw a figure with messy hair and a katana at his waist, his back to him. Danzo's good mood vanished. He tensed. No one could have snuck into the root headquarters, into his office, undetected. Who are you? He asked, his chakra surging. The masked man slowly turned around. Who I am is not important, he said, his voice a low rasp. What's important is that I can help you. Humph, Danzo snorted, looking at the single-holed, tiger-striped mask. A rat, hiding its face. You've made a foolish mistake, trying to play games with me. He flew through a series of hand signs with blinding speed. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Highly compressed bullets of air shot toward the masked man. Heh. The man just laughed, not even trying to dodge as the bullets struck him. Bang. 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 The walls behind him were riddled with holes, but he stood there, completely unharmed. Not a physical body, Danzo thought, his brow furrowed. When did I fall under a genjutsu? He disrupted the flow of chakra in his body and tore the bandage from his right eye, revealing a crimson, 3-tomo Sharingan. He looked at the man again. I didn't expect you to have already started collecting Sharingan, the masked man said, a hint of surprise in his voice. In that case, the gift I've prepared for you is not so precious. It seems I'll have to add something else. Chapter 60, Danzo, such evil power can only be used for good when in my hands. Chapter 60, Danzo, such evil power can only be used for good when in my hands. In the fourth classroom, Neji's pen flew across the paper, and he soon had all the answers filled in. He glanced at Darui and Karui. The three of them were seated far apart. The proctors hadn't caught him cheating, and their attention was now focused on the other two. Even with the most sophisticated cheating methods, it was impossible to get away with it when a whole group of people were staring at you. Darui was at his wit's end. He knew he was being targeted, and he was beginning to panic. If even one member of a team failed the first exam, the entire team was eliminated. He was worried that if he was the one to drag them down, and Neji lost the Kohaku no Johei as a result, he would be chopped into little pieces. Karui was equally anxious. Damn Konoha. Stop cursing. Just as she was about to let out a string of silent profanities, a voice suddenly echoed in her head. She jumped, her body trembling slightly. All the proctor's eyes immediately swiveled to her. She forced a smile that was uglier than a grimace, picked up her pen, and sat up straight, her mind in a turmoil. The voice had sounded like Neji's, but from the proctor's reactions, they hadn't heard a thing. Am I so nervous that I'm hearing things? Just then, the voice came again. Karui, don't resist. Don't panic. I'm going to take control of your body and answer the questions now. She had heard every word clearly this time. It definitely wasn't her imagination. She tried to turn and look at Neji in the back row, but the moment she made a move, the proctor's glares were on her. Don't move. I'm starting. Neji was now controlling her body, her hand flying across the paper as she copied the answers. Neji, she thought, her mind reeling, what is this ability? The cursed mandala sealing heart, he replied, his voice calm in her head as he simultaneously copied the answers and communicated with her. She remembered the pale blue chakra sphere he had placed in her and Darui's bodies before they had left the inn that morning. Was it then? Did you plan for this? Wait, shouldn't my focus be on this jutsu? The proctors included several sensory types. Though they wouldn't use their abilities so blatantly, to be able to fool half of them was a testament to the power of the cursed mandala sealing heart. Does it have any other uses besides controlling the body? She asked, her curiosity piqued. It does, he replied. But I think it would be best if you never have to experience them. At his words, a shiver went down her spine. A power even more terrifying than controlling the body. Could it be? Soon, all the answers were filled in. Neji immediately switched his focus to Darui and, using the same method, he copied the answers for him as well. In the root headquarters. The Sharingan, you're an Uchiha. Danzo's brow furrowed as he looked at the three-tomo Sharingan in the masked man's right eye. Root had a file on every Uchiha who had awakened the three-tomo, but he was certain there were no one-eyed Uchiha. Who I am is not important, the masked man repeated, his voice a low rasp. What's important is that I can help you. He turned his back to Danzo and placed 2 items on the desk. Then, without another word, he was gone, his body swirling into a spatial vortex. The strange ability did not put Danzo at ease. His muscles tensed, ready for an ambush. After a long, silent moment, he was certain the man was gone. He let out a slow breath. He cautiously approached the desk. On it were a scroll and a glass container. He was wary of a trap. The Root organization struck fear into the hearts of shinobi from all 5 great nations. But this mysterious, one-eyed Uchiha, for the first time in a long time, Danzo felt a flicker of fear. His face darkened. Ever since his cowardice had cost him the position of Hokage, he had thought he had buried that part of himself. To feel it now, it angered him. He took a deep breath and picked up the glass container. His pupils contracted. Inside was a 3-tomo Sharingan. A right eye. Danzo had been collecting them since the Third Great War. He had a small stockpile. This gift did not impress him. He then picked up the scroll. On it were written the words Izanagi. An ultimate dojutsu that can only be used with the 3-tomo Sharingan. At the cost of a user's sight, it can turn any undesirable reality into an illusion. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. To be able to do such a thing with just a 3-tomo Sharingan, the one who invented Izanagi was a true genius. He thought of the number of Uchiha who had awakened the 3-tomo, and a murderous glint appeared in his eye. Such evil power can only be used for good when in my hands. I have another reason to destroy the Uchiha. In the 4th classroom, a proctor stood up and pointed at a Rain-nin. You're eliminated. The proctor then took a cheat sheet from the man's pocket and looked at the other 2 members of his team. As per the rules, the entire team is eliminated. Your Chunin exams are over. Please leave. The elimination of the Rain team cast a heavy shadow over the room. The number of empty seats grew as more and more candidates were caught cheating and disqualified. Darui and Karui were glad they had Neji. After the written test, Rado did not, as in the original story, present them with a final, all-or-nothing question. Thinking about it, Neji understood. It was one thing to give Naruto, who had turned in a blank paper, a pass. He was a special case, with Kakashi as his sensei and a clear path laid out for him by the village leadership. But to let any other genin who couldn't answer a single question pass, it would be a disservice to them. After the exam, Neji's group was walking back to their inn when his eyes swept over the remaining candidates. Of the 50 teams, less than half remained. The written test was probably the only part that could have eliminated me, Deidara said with a sigh. And I still have several other cheating methods I didn't even get to use. What a waste. Cheating. Itachi, who had been walking by himself, suddenly stopped. As a top student, he had never understood the need to cheat. Why would you need to cheat? Was the test hard? He asked, a genuine look of confusion on his face. Deidara's mouth twitched. He glared at him. You're Uchiha Itachi, right? I'll remember you. See you in the second exam. Sharingan brat, Guren said, a meaningful look in her eyes as she passed by. Some things are easy for you, but for others, they are as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Back at the inn, Yujito pulled Neji into a room. Neji, I've found the places Hayashi frequently visits. Are you really going to make your move now? Are you worried that killing him will affect the mission? Neji asked, taking a sip of water. Isn't it obvious, she said, grabbing his arm. With his status, if he suddenly dies, the village will go on high alert. It will make it much more difficult for us to move. Not necessarily, he replied, shaking his head. The more chaotic the situation, the easier it is to fish in muddy waters. And killing him is how I'm going to make contact with the mole. Yujito thought for a moment and then understood. The mole had an extreme hatred for the Hyuga. He was either a member of the branch family, or an outsider with a deep grudge. The Hyuga were a reclusive clan, they didn't make enemies. He had to be from the branch family. Captain, Neji said, taking out a Konoha-style katana and wiping it with a cloth, tell our people to be ready. The moment I succeed, they are to send out the contact signal. And what if he doesn't come? He will. How can you be so sure? Because he hates the Hyuga, Neji said. And from the way he used the cloud to strike at them 2 years ago, it's clear he lacks the power to destroy them on his own. Only we can help him. He was from the branch family. And so was the mole. Though he had broken free, his hatred for the main family had not diminished. Neji, I'm worried about you going alone, Yujito said, her hand on his face. Let me come with you. No, he said, pushing her hand away. This is my own business. No one can interfere. She came up behind him and wrapped her arms around him, her chin on his shoulder. Am I still an outsider to you? She whispered, her warm breath on his neck. Captain, he said with a sigh, taking her hands in his, you are the most important person in my life. But this is something I have to do alone. Why? My father's vengeance rests on my shoulders, he said, his voice filled with a steely resolve. It is a mission I must complete by myself. Neji. She could feel the stubbornness in his words, and she knew there was nothing she could say to change his mind. Chapter 61, Everyone is of the branch family, and no one is free. Chapter 61, Everyone is of the branch family, and no one is free. Captain, Neji said, rubbing her arm, you can still help me by staying behind. What do you need me to do? Neji took out a map and spread it on the table. He drew a red circle around an area. After my operation begins, he said, his expression serious, I need you to use a shadow clone, disguised as me, and wander around this area to create a diversion. In the dojo of the Hyuga main family estate. Byakugan. Hinata and Hanabi, both small children, activated their dojutsu simultaneously, their feet spread in the opening stance of the gentle fist. I'm coming, sister. Hanabi called out. I'm ready, Hanabi. With a deep breath, Hanabi charged, her palms striking at her sister. Hyuga Genkai, standing to the side, smiled. That girl, Hanabi, she has a lot of talent, he murmured. Though she was only 3.5, her form and footwork were already commendable. Hinata, nearly 2 years her senior, was doing adequately, but for the heiress of the clan, her performance was disappointing. Hayashi watched, a frown on his face, a flicker of disappointment in his pale eyes. Hinata's talent was no less than her sister's, but her timid nature held her back. In combat, her strikes were hesitant, her footwork clumsy. She had no will to win. The gentle fist may not have had the raw power of the strong fist, but the viciousness of its flowing movements was in no way inferior. And that viciousness was what Hinata lacked. Her gentle fist had the form, but not the spirit. Against a true master, it was nothing more than a flashy display. But it wasn't just her gentle fist that disappointed him. A person's personality determines their strengths. Hinata was gentle and kind. She would have made an excellent medical nin. But as the head of the Hyuga clan, she would be a disaster. Thump. Hinata, in a moment of carelessness, was kicked in the shoulder by Hanabi and fell to the ground. Hanabi rushed to help her up. She had thought her sister would be able to dodge her kick, but she had been half a beat too slow. Hanabi, let her get up on her own, Hayashi's cold voice commanded. Hanabi didn't dare to disobey. She stood silently in front of her sister. Hinata pushed herself up from the floor. Genkai glanced at her, sighed, and left the dojo. Double your training for today, Hayashi said, his voice cold. You will not rest until it is finished. Yes, Father-sama, Hinata whispered, biting her lip. In the living room. Father, Hayashi said after a moment's thought, Hinata's timid nature makes her unsuitable. But Hanabi, she's not even 4, and her gentle fist is already taking shape. He hesitated, then continued. Hanabi is more qualified to lead the clan than Hinata. Sigh, Genkai said. I understand what you're saying, Hayashi. But to cast aside the elder for the younger is a recipe for chaos. It's not right. Once such a precedent was set, any talented younger son of the main family would scheme to get rid of his older brother. Even the branch family, bound by the caged bird, would be inspired to rebel. The 1,000-year foundation of the Hyuga would crumble. Then, Hayashi said, we have no choice but to find a talented branch family follower for Hinata. Neji had been the perfect candidate, but he had been taken by the cloud. An image of Hanabi flashed in his mind, and a look of pain and struggle appeared in his eyes, only to be replaced by a steely resolve. Hayashi, Genkai's voice was cold, what does the Hokage plan to do about the traitor, Hyuga Neji? His identity is sensitive, Hayashi replied, his expression changing. And he's being protected by the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. If we're not careful, it could cause a conflict between our two nations. The Hokage-sama plans to dispose of him during the exams. It was an easy guess. In the 3 parts of the Chunin exams, only the second, in the Forest of Death, was conducive to accidents. The Forest of Death will be the grave of this bird who has flown the coop, Genkai said, a sharp glint in his old eyes. The clan's honor will soon be restored. At dusk, Hayashi and 2 of his servants left the clan compound and went to a street on the outskirts of the village. There was an izakaya there, with no name and a plain facade. But it was a favorite spot for many of Konoha's elite, including Hayashi. The chef was a master of the cuisines of all 5 great nations, and the sake was imported from the far-off land of water. The songstresses had the most beautiful voices, and the thinnest waists. Most importantly, the discretion was absolute. Inside, one could take off their mask and indulge in their desires without fear of their secrets being revealed. The proprietress, who had been expecting him, greeted him with a bow. Lord Hayashi, the usual. He just waved her away and, with his servants, he walked down a winding corridor. Inside, the decor was exquisite. The walls were painted with scenes of nature, birds and beasts, the sun, moon, and stars. It was a place of both beauty and decadent luxury. He slid open a shoji door. It was a small, 4.5 mat room, with cushions and a low table in the center. On the walls hung a series of paintings depicting the 4 seasons. A waitress brought in food and drink, and 2 songstresses, then closed the door. But Hayashi was in no mood for entertainment. His mood had been foul for days. Unpleasant rumors had begun to circulate in the village, whispers that the main family had forced Hizashi to his death. He felt as if people were pointing and staring at him on the street. Neji, he murmured, downing a cup of sake, why couldn't you have just stayed in the hidden cloud? Why did you have to come back here to die? Outside the izakaya, Hyuga Genkai entered alone. Lord Genkai, the proprietress said with a bow, you've arrived. He glanced at her, his face impassive. Where is Hayashi? He is resting upstairs, my lord. Please, allow me to show you the way. No need. Just tell me where he is. I'll find him myself. He walked down the corridor, his pale eyes glinting. He passed 2 of his own branch family servants, who were standing guard outside a room. Lord Genkai, one of them said, a surprised look on his face. The old man, at his age, he's still coming to places like this. Is Hayashi inside? He asked, his voice a low rasp. Yes, my lord. He arrived less than half an hour ago. Good. In a flash, his blade was out. A spray of crimson blood splattered against the shoji door. He slid it open. Who is it? Hayashi called out, annoyed at being disturbed. He looked up, and the drunken haze in his eyes cleared. The man standing in the doorway was in his early 20s, with strong, handsome features. And he looked exactly like him. No, not just similar. They were identical. You're Hizashi, he stammered. The 2 songstresses gasped. The dead Hyuga Hizashi, alive. They had heard the official story, of course, that he had willingly sacrificed himself to protect the village, his clan, and his brother. The men who looked like Hisashi slowly entered the room, his katana dripping blood onto the floor. Outside, 2 headless bodies lay on the ground, blood pouring from their necks. Aya, the 2 songstresses screamed. With a flick of his wrist, 2 senbon flew through the air, and they fell to the ground, silenced. No, Hisashi is dead. You're not him, Hayashi said, the last of his drunkenness gone. He took a deep breath, the veins at his temples bulging. He was about to activate his Byakugan. But years of a pampered life had dulled his instincts. He was too slow. The man was on him in an instant. He slammed his palm into Hayashi's abdomen. Iron armor seal. Hayashi looked down in horror as the seal spread across his stomach, imprisoning his chakra. Schlick. The sound of a blade cutting through bone. The man had severed both of his hands. He was about to scream when the blood-stained blade was pressed against his throat. Who are you? He managed to choke out. I'm Hisashi, brother, the man said with a wicked smile. Impossible. Hisashi is dead, Hayashi said. He looked at the man's smile. Wait. Neji. It must be you, Neji. Only you would disguise yourself as Hisashi. The man plunged a kunai into his thigh. Aya. You're in a sorry state, aren't you, brother, he sneered. Neji, Hayashi gasped, forcing out the words he had prepared for just such an occasion. Hisashi. I know he died with regrets. But that is the fate of the branch family. It has been for hundreds of years. I did not choose to be born into the main family, and he did not choose to be born into the branch. It was fate. You must believe me, sacrificing him was not my intention. What brother would be so cruel? It was our father who forced me. My only mistake was not being able to protect him. I hope you can understand and forgive me. The man just laughed and moved the blade from his neck, then plunged it into his right chest. I wonder if this will kill you, brother, he said, his voice a mad cackle. He slowly pulled the blade out and then began to push it, inch by inch, into his left chest. Do you know what your problem is, brother? You're too arrogant. What are you talking about? Hayashi groaned, his eyes rolling back in his head. If you had had the courage to take responsibility for your own actions, you could have taken your own life. But you didn't. You chose to sacrifice your own brother and live in shame. In your heart, you are no different from the rest of them. Hayashi wanted to argue, but the words wouldn't come. If he had had the courage, Hisashi would not have had to die. If he had truly seen Hisashi as his brother, he would not have been so eager to see Neji dead. A look of madness appeared on his face. Neji, he roared. Are you blind to the absurdity of this world? Hisashi's tragic end, it was no one's fault but his own bad luck, to have been born a few minutes after me. The branch family is bound by the main family, and the main family is bound by the Hokage. The cage has always been there, binding everyone, from the top down. Everyone is of the branch family, and no one is free. I once thought of changing the clan, but I soon realized that to do so would be to betray my own interests. If you were in my position, what would you have done? Chapter 62, A Meal on a Whim. Chapter 62, A Meal on a Whim. To Hayashi's long-winded speech, the men who looked like Hisashi replied with a cold voice, Hayashi, I am not like you. If the Hokage were to bind me, I would destroy the Hokage. If someone were to try and kill my brother, I would kill them first. Hayashi was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared in his eyes. Neji, I was once like you. But a man is only brave when he has nothing. When you truly have everything, you will become just like me. Everyone has selfish desires. But to sacrifice even one's own kin, what was the difference between that and a beast? It is difficult to change a person's mind. The man had a mind to kill. I'm tired of your excuses. Schlick. In a flash of light, Hayashi's head fell to the floor. After the deed was done, the man took Hayashi's Byakugan, transformed into his likeness, and casually walked out of the izakaya, disappearing into the crowded street. In a toy store in the center of Konoha, a small, blonde-haired boy stood under the eaves, staring at a dark green frog wallet on a shelf. His hand was in his pocket, counting the few coins he had. The wallet's two large eyes reminded him of the goggles he wore on his head, and its perpetually open mouth seemed to be laughing at him. He, who had known nothing but the cold stares of others, was instantly taken with it. He decided to splurge and buy it for himself as a gift. I'll sell to anyone but you. Get out. The shopkeeper brandished a broom, shooing him away as if he were a fly. The other customers in the store either looked at him with disgust or left in a huff. Most of them were civilians who had no idea of his true identity. They didn't know he was a Jinchuriki, let alone the son of the fourth Hokage. They just assumed he was the reincarnation of the demon fox that had destroyed their village. The Jonin who did recognize him didn't intervene. they just pulled their own children away. Seeing half his customers leave, the shopkeeper's face darkened. He glared at Naruto, who stood frozen in place, and roared, "Didn't you hear me? I said get out." Naruto looked at the raised broom, then at the disgust in the man's eyes. His heart felt as if it had been pierced by a sword. He hadn't been to this store in a long time. He had thought the owner might have forgotten him. Reality was cruel. Amid the laughter, hatred, and indifference of the crowd, he felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing his throat, choking him. He swallowed hard and, as he always did, he forced a smile. "Please sell me the frog wallet. I'll give you all my money." He held out the handful of coins he had saved. "You want the frog wallet?" The shopkeeper sneered, grabbed it from the shelf, and threw it into the street. "Go and get it." The wallet wasn't worth much. But if the demon fox stayed any longer, his whole day's business would be ruined. Naruto's spirit seemed to fall with the wallet onto the crowded street. He saw someone deliberately step on it, then kick it far away. He thought of all the years of mistreatment he had endured. That kicked-around frog wallet, it was just like him. He ran after it. The next moment, a foot shot out and tripped him. He fell face-first onto the ground, his coins scattering across the street. Ha ha ha. Look at the demon fox. He's so stupid. Too bad he didn't break his neck. The cruel words were like daggers in his heart. But he didn't have time to be sad. My money. He scrambled out of the toy store, crawling on the ground, picking up his coins from under the feet of the passers-by, his eyes constantly darting to the now flattened frog wallet. He was quick. Soon, only one coin remained, lying in the middle of the street. He bent down, carefully making his way toward it. Just as he was about to reach for it, an older boy, about 11 or 12, picked it up and looked at him. Thank you. Naruto began to say, but then the boy threw the coin as far as he could. Naruto stood in the middle of the street, his two dirty hands clutching the few coins he had managed to retrieve. Why do they treat me like this? He stood there for a long time, then he slowly walked over to the dirty, flattened frog wallet. It was still smiling, but he wanted to cry. But he knew that crying would not win him any sympathy. It would only bring him more ridicule and disgust. He stuffed his coins into the frog's belly and zipped it shut. He looked at the shoe prints on it and gently brushed them off. You and it, you're both in pain, aren't you? A low voice suddenly said. Who's there? Naruto looked up and met a pair of pure white, jade-like eyes. To his surprise, he felt no malice from them. Honestly, who just throws things around like that? Yujito said, one hand on her head, the other tossing the coin she had caught. This is yours, isn't it, kid? That's. Naruto stammered. These two were ninja, but their forehead protectors were different from the ones he was used to seeing. I just saw it. It's his, Neji said. After killing Hayashi, he had gone to the rendezvous point, where Yujito was waiting with his shadow clone. They had switched places, and she had dragged him along to go shopping. Running into Naruto here was a complete coincidence. But it was a good opportunity to make contact. Thank you, Naruto said, his voice a mixture of surprise and shyness. To be treated with respect by a stranger, it was a new experience. Just then, his stomach rumbled. I'm starving, too, Neji said with a laugh, patting his own stomach. But I'm luckier than you. I have money. Naruto's eye twitched. Neji looked at the Ichiraku ramen stand in the distance and waved to him. It's nice to meet you. Let me treat you to some ramen. Naruto stood frozen. He was so used to being treated with hatred and indifference. The only people who had ever been kind to him were the third Hokage and Tuchi and Ayam from Ichiraku. He didn't understand why these two weren't repulsed by him, why they were even offering to buy him food. But whatever the reason, this was what he had always wanted. 3 bowls of char siu ramen, please, old man. Coming right up, customer. Ayam. Naruto looked at Neji and Yujito, his heart filled with excitement. Have I actually met 2 people who don't hate me, all in one day? Hi. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. What are your names? He said, a brilliant, infectious smile on his face. It was the kind of smile that could make all your troubles melt away. So this is Naruto, Neji thought with a silent sigh. In his past life, if it hadn't been for him, he would never have come to like the world of shinobi. But in the end, Naruto had just given up. My name is Hyuga Neji. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yujito just stared at Naruto, until Neji kicked her under the table. Her eyes curved into a crescent moon. I'm Yujito. Nice to meet you. Big brother, big sister, you're ninja, right? Why are your forehead protectors different from the others? Big brother. Naruto, I'm only a year older than you. Let's not talk about that, Neji said, scratching the back of his head. So, do you come here often? Yeah. Whenever I have money, because the ramen here is really, really good. Naruto began to ramble, as if he had finally found someone who would listen to him and he had to get everything out. Yeah, I think it's pretty good, too. Right. It has a special flavor. Yujito listened, a frown on her face. According to the intelligence, this boy was indeed the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. And he was about 5 years old. At his age, she had already graduated from the academy. But Naruto showed no signs of having even begun to train with chakra. He was just like an ordinary child. No, not ordinary. He was thin and sallow, and his blonde hair was dry and brittle. He was malnourished. A Jinchuriki, malnourished. The thought was absurd. Weren't they supposed to be treated like treasures? The Jinchuriki of the strongest-tailed beast, this was his treatment. Or was there some other reason? Here you go, customer, Tucci said, placing a bowl of ramen in front of Neji. Naruto's mouth began to water. The allowance he received was barely enough to live on. For the past 2 days, he had been surviving on expired milk. Neji sighed and pushed the bowl toward him. You eat first, Naruto. Be big brother, Don't be polite. Go ahead. Looking at the steaming bowl of ramen, Naruto's nose began to sting. As he ate, tears streamed down his face, mixing with the broth. Why won't they play with me? Why won't they sell me things? Why does everyone hate me? What did I do wrong? Is my very existence a mistake? Who are my mom and dad? Where are they? Seeing him cry, Neji's heart ached. Naruto's life had been miserable. And it was all Hiruzen and Obito's fault. Hiruzen was old and had made a series of terrible decisions. Naruto was the son of the 4th Hokage and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Both of those identities should have been either completely hidden or completely revealed. But Hiruzen had chosen to hide his parentage and let the demon fox rumors run wild. Konoha's treatment of its Jinchuriki, while not as good as the clouds, was not usually so cruel. The villagers' ostracism of Naruto was partly due to Hiruzen's incompetence, and partly due to the deep-seated resentment from the Nine Tails attack. With no one to take responsibility, and no one to seek the truth, the villagers had directed all their anger at the Uchiha and Naruto. Neji looked at him, took a deep breath, and then, under his goggles, his Byakugan quietly switched to the Tenseigan. The next moment, he was in Naruto's mindscape. He walked across the shallow water, sensing the violent, massive chakra of the Nine Tails. Soon, he was standing in front of its cage. Hello, Nine Tails. Captain, he's missing. Uchiha Inabi ran to Fugaku, his face pale. Missing. He went on patrol last night and never came back. I've checked all the places he usually goes, but I can't find him. Normally, to be missing for a day and a night was not a big deal. But with all the ninja from the other villages gathered in Konoha, the atmosphere was tense. Inabi, Fugaku asked suddenly, didn't Tekka awaken his 3-tomo last month? He did. Fugaku's face darkened. An Uchiha with the 3-tomo was an elite among Jonin. For such a man to disappear without a trace in a heavily guarded village like Konoha. Who could be behind it? It's so hard to guess. Chapter 63, The Tsundere Nine Tails. Chapter 63, The Tsundere Nine Tails. Captain, Inabi said, his voice grim, Tekka can't have died in vain. I know, Fugaku replied, his face stiff. No one cared for their comrades more than the Uchiha. Tekka and Inabi had been closer than brothers. Tekka's death had turned Inabi, once a moderate who leaned toward the Hokage's faction, into a hardliner. A coup. If he had even a 50% chance of success, he would have already been secretly gathering his forces. But he didn't have a 30% chance. Disregarding the other clans, the Uchiha couldn't even take on the Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatain, and Mitokato clans alone. The Uchiha were not united. How can we launch a coup when our hearts are not one? Don't do anything rash, Inabi, Fugaku said with a sigh. I will find an opportunity to speak with the village elders. Neji gave a friendly wave to the giant fox in the cage. It was just as he remembered from the original story, massive, with a single paw the size of several men. Its chakra was a maelstrom of violence and madness. The Nine Tails noticed the intruder and opened its eyes, staring at him through the bars. When it sensed the boy's relatively weak chakra, it snorted. Where did you come from, you annoying little brat? But in truth, it was glad to have a visitor. It had been locked in this cage for 5 years, all alone. It was lonely. My name is Hyuga Neji, he said with a smile. I'm a genin from the hidden cloud. One of my missions here is to take Uzumaki Naruto, and you, back with me. The Nine Tails grinned, showing a row of sharp teeth. I don't care. To it, one cage was the same as another. The 2 tails and the 8 tails are in the hidden cloud, Neji said. They're living much better lives than you are. Don't you want to see them? The Ninetales just snorted, but its ears twitched. The seal couldn't completely block its senses. It could feel the two tails, right there in the ramen shop. It had been over 50 years since it had last seen them. Going to the cloud might not have been the best option, but it couldn't be any worse than this. Over a decade ago, it said after a moment of silence, the hidden cloud tried to steal the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. They failed. Your chakra is so weak. What can you possibly do? Hearing its taunts, Neji smiled. The Ninetales was interested. You're right, my chakra is weak. That's why I need your help. How can I help you? When the time comes, lend me your chakra. It shouldn't be too difficult for you. He had many trump cards, but his chakra limited him to the level of an elite jonin. For the missions ahead, that wouldn't be enough. He had to cooperate with the Ninetales. You're too weak, it sneered, crossing its massive forearms. Even with my chakra, you won't be able to change anything. Yes, I can. Umph. And what makes you so sure? Neji pulled up his goggles, revealing a pair of brilliant, sapphire blue eyes. Because of these. The Ninetales' eyes widened as it stared at his Tensigan, which seemed to contain a universe of swirling stars. It could feel its power. Your eyes. They're called the Tensigan. Their power is no less than that of the legendary Rinnegan. This dojutsu, the Ninetales thought, it's still immature, but it has a hint of the old man's power. Strange. Why would a dojutsu of the sage's level appear in a little brat? Who are you? I've already told you. I'm Hyuga Neji. Impossible. The weak Hyuga clan could not possess such eyes. It had lived for over 1,000 years and had fought countless powerful enemies. But the only ones it truly feared were the descendants of the sage, the Senju, the Uchiha, and the Uzumaki. The other clans were insignificant. That's another question, Neji said with a smile. And I refuse to answer it. Now, am I qualified? Humph, it snorted, ever that Sundara. You're just a brat who hasn't even grown up yet. You still need my help in the end. Neji knew it was all bluster. Then, let's seal our pact with a fist bump. He walked to the bars and held out his hand. The Ninetales hesitated for a moment, then extended its massive paw. Smack. The pact was made. He glanced around the cage. He didn't sense any other chakra. They're not here. That's good news. He knew that the fourth Hokage and his wife had each sealed a portion of their chakra into Naruto before they died. It was a failsafe, one that would only activate when Naruto was in mortal danger. They must have seen his miserable life these past 5 years, Neji thought as he left Naruto's mindscape. They must want him to go to the hidden cloud. Big brother, are you okay? Neji shook his head. I'm fine. Just didn't sleep well last night. He looked at Naruto's empty bowl, which had been licked clean, and sighed. Tochi-san. Another bowl of char siu ramen. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent sound woke Hiruzen from a fitful sleep. Kakashi, he said, opening the door to the white-haired Anbu, what is it? Hokage-sama, we've just received a report. Hyuga Hayashi has been murdered. What did you say? Have you found the killer? The Anbu are at the scene now. I came to report to you immediately. Let's go. Hokage-sama, Hyuga Genkai said with a bow. My condolences, Genkai, Hiruzen said, his expression grim. You must not let the killer get away, Hokage-sama. At that moment, an Anbu agent ran over. He glanced at Genkai, then at Hiruzen. There are no outsiders here, Hiruzen said. Speak freely. Lord Hokage, Lord Hayashi arrived at the izakaya at around 6 this evening, with 2 of his servants, both of whom have also been killed. Shortly after he entered, the proprietress saw Lord Genkai arrive and ask for his room. It seems the killer is very cunning, Hiruzen said, turning to Genkai. If he hadn't disguised himself as me, my son would not have been so easily taken, he replied, his voice filled with grief. Let's go to the scene. There were no obvious signs of a struggle. The only way to find any reliable information was to read Hayashi's memories. Kakashi. Understood. Kakashi placed his hand on Hayashi's severed head. After a long, tense moment, he looked up, sweat beading on his neck. The killer was disguised as Hyuga Hisashi, he reported. He never showed his true face. But before he killed him, the two of them had a short conversation. During that time, Lord Hayashi repeatedly called out one name. Neji. Hiruzen asked. Kakashi nodded. Hokage-sama, Genkai said, his voice trembling with rage, I demand that you immediately apprehend the killer, Hyuga Neji. Hiruzen just lit his pipe. Kakashi, find out where Hyuga Neji was this evening and what he was doing. Yes, sir. Genkai, rest assured, he said after Kakashi had left. If it can be proven that he is the killer, the village will not let him go. Hokage-sama, Genkai said, a bewildered look on his face. My son called out his name with his dying breath. Is that not proof enough? Hiruzen looked at him, his brow furrowed. He couldn't tell if the old man had lost his mind with grief or was just playing dumb. The killer had used a transformation jutsu. Everything Hayashi had seen and heard could have been a lie. He had even deliberately left the head behind. He was taunting them. Late that night, in the Hokage's office, a simple frog wallet lay on the desk. Hokage-sama, Kakashi reported, the sealing squad has examined it multiple times. It's just an ordinary wallet. Nothing special about it. Hiruzen looked at the three elders sitting on the sofa. Neji's whereabouts for the past 12 hours had been fully accounted for. At the time of Hayashi's death, he and Yujito had been in the center of the village. And then, there was his contact with Naruto. The matter had even attracted Danzo's attention. It seems their meeting was a coincidence, Hiruzen said, his gaze drifting over his three old friends and finally settling on Danzo, who was sitting with his eyes closed, deep in thought. Hiruzen, Danzo said, his voice firm, I do not trust the cloud. They are a people without honor. They will do anything to achieve their goals. We cannot be too careful. Chapter 64, Blade Aura, and the Mole. Chapter 64, Blade Aura, and the Mole. The corner of Hiruzen Sarutobi's eye twitched. Coming from Danzo, those words were the height of hypocrisy. Hiruzen, Danzo said, tapping his cane on the floor, you know that Root is skilled at raising children. Give me Naruto. I guarantee you, in less than 10 years, I will make him a perfect Jinchuriki. Hiruzen stood up, his gaze cold. You've overstepped, Danzo. The negative effects of the Ninetales attack are still being felt. For the villagers to overcome their fear of the tailed beast, Naruto must live among them. He cannot belong to any one faction, including me. This is the plan that I proposed, and that was approved by the two elders and the majority of the Jonin. Are you trying to claim the Jinchuriki for yourself? Remember, I am the Hokage. The last sentence was a dagger in Danzo's heart. He snorted and turned to leave. Danzo, Hiruzen said quickly, I need your help with the second Chunin exam. Are you going to make me the scapegoat again, Hiruzen? Danzo said, his back to him. Hiruzen's eye twitched. He and Danzo had a clear division of labor, one in the light, one in the dark. In the past, Danzo had complained, but never so openly. He was truly angry. Danzo, Hamura said, what are you saying? Hiruzen is doing this for the village. That's right, Koharu added. The village needs both of you. I have given so much, Danzo said, turning to face him, but I can only ever be your shadow. He then stormed out of the room. Hiruzen just laughed. Kakashi, have someone replace the door. Take the money from Danzo's budget. Yes, sir. After Kakashi had left, Koharu and Hamura looked at him, their eyes gleaming. Hiruzen, with Hayashi dead, the Hyuga are without a leader. This is a perfect opportunity for us to infiltrate them. The two elders exchanged a look. They would prop up a puppet and slowly take control of the clan. The Hyuga were feudal and class-conscious. 2 years ago, when the Cloud delegation had come to Konoha, every prominent clan had sent a representative to greet them, even the much-maligned Uchiha. Only the Hyuga had been absent. The elders had later learned that the entire clan had been busy preparing for Hinata's 3rd birthday. The matter of peace between two great nations was less important than the heiress's birthday. That was the Hyuga. I will make the arrangements, Hiruzen said, his eyes narrowing. After the elders had left, he called out, Kakashi. The white-haired Anbu appeared in a swirl of leaves. From now on, you are relieved of all other duties. You will be in charge of Naruto. Your only mission is to ensure that no Root ninja, or anyone associated with Root, comes into contact with him. Understood. Kakashi's heart pounded in his chest. Sensei, I finally have custody of Naruto. The rumor that Naruto was the demon fox had been started by Root. They had deliberately isolated and ostracized him, hoping to drive him to lose control and unleash the Ninetales' power. If he had, Danzo would have had all the justification he needed to take control of him. And if Naruto had fallen into his hands, the consequences would have been unimaginable. And one more thing, Hiruzen said, picking up the frog wallet from his desk. Return this to Naruto's bedside as soon as possible. I hear he saved up for a long time to buy it. It must mean a lot to him. Thinking of Naruto's hardships, a wave of sadness washed over Kakashi. After the 4th Hokage's death, he had been lost in a spiral of grief, using endless missions to numb the pain. He hadn't even been able to take care of himself, let alone Naruto. By the time he had emerged from the darkness, the village's plan for the Jinchuriki was already in place. He had been powerless to help. But it wasn't too late. Sensei, from now on, I will take care of him. Kakashi. Understood, he said, taking the wallet. You may go, Hiruzen said. He stood up and looked out at the Hokage rock. And Kakashi, you don't look well. You should read less of Jiraiya's books. Thump. Kakashi stumbled and nearly fell off the roof. The next morning, Neji slowly opened his eyes. He sat up and glanced at Yujito, who had, at some point during the night, squeezed into his bed. She had finally fallen asleep in the early hours of the morning and was now snoring softly, a trickle of drool at the corner of her mouth. He pushed her aside and got dressed. The news of Hayashi's death would spread throughout Konoha within a day. As he had expected, the mole would soon try to make contact with the Cloud's spies. All he had to do was wait at their intelligence post. He left the inn and, after buying breakfast, he sent a shadow clone back to the inn with it. His real body then made its way to the intelligence post. It was on the western edge of the village, in a sparsely populated area. He saw a dilapidated farmhouse and walked toward it, knocking 3 times on the door. Who is it? A muffled voice called from inside. I'm here to buy some small toys. Where are you from? The mountains. The metal door creaked open. A middle-aged man stood there. Neji couldn't sense any chakra from him. This way, please. The man led him to a secret room in the basement. The man's name was Yurue, a Tokubetsu Chunin. What do you need me to do? He asked. How many people like you are there in Konoha? After what happened 2 years ago, Yurue said with a sigh, the village's spy network has been purged several times. Now, I'm the only one left. One was not enough. But a spy's main job was to gather intelligence. Even if there were a dozen of them, they wouldn't be much help in a fight. Neji told him he would be staying for the day and then dismissed him. He went to a small clearing in the woods at the center of the farm and began to practice his taijutsu and kenjutsu. You have practiced your swordsmanship. Your understanding has increased. EXP +1. You have practiced your taijutsu. Your understanding has increased. EXP +1. He practiced only the most basic cuts, without using any chakra. Yurue came out to check on him. At first, he didn't think much of it. But then he saw that Neji was just endlessly slashing at the air, and his brow furrowed. He couldn't make any sense of it, and he didn't dare to interrupt. Neji practiced all morning, all afternoon, and into the evening, only stopping to eat and rest. Just as Yurue was beginning to think he had gone mad, he had a breakthrough. Congratulations. Your swordsmanship has advanced to LV5. You have learned the ability, Blade Aura. Blade Aura. Blade Aura, infuse your spiritual energy into your blade to slightly increase your speed and power, and greatly increase your oppressive presence, causing your opponent to feel intimidation, hesitation, fear, and even see illusions. The specific effect is determined by the amount of your Yin release chakra. He finally understood how Mifune, a mere samurai, could defeat most ninja. The conviction of the sword he had spoken of was this Blade Aura. Mifune's had greatly increased his speed. Neji's was focused on presence and, when combined with his Yin release, it could create an effect similar to a genjutsu. He closed his eyes and ran his hand along his chakra blade, over and over, as if he were stroking Yujito. He felt as if he were in a chaotic space, and that his long years of training had brought him to a new level of understanding. The blade was still the same blade. But now, it felt like an extension of his own body. Still training? Yurue asked, bringing him a food box. I had a small epiphany, Neji said with a happy smile. He had realized that even a master swordsman like Hataki Sakumo, who had earned the name, Konoha's White Fang, with just a single chakra blade, must have also mastered this blade aura. Just then, he raised an eyebrow. Yurue-senpai, you should go back inside and rest. Yurue, a smart man, didn't ask any questions. Tap. 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 The sound of slow, heavy footsteps came from the distance. A figure, completely shrouded in a black cloak, was walking toward him. The mole. He's here. The figure's movements were stiff, his knees not bending as he walked, and from time to time, there was the faint sound of grinding gears. Out of respect, Neji didn't use his Tensigen. You've come, he said. You were waiting for me, the figure said, a hint of surprise in his voice. You knew I would come. I did, Neji replied. Because you, like me, hate the Hyuga. And in the entire shinobi world, I am the only one who can help you. So I knew you would come. It's a pity Hayashi died at your hands, the figure said, his voice filled with regret. I wasn't able to kill him myself. His death is not the end, Neji said, testing him. It's the beginning. All of them, every single one of them in the main family, must be eliminated. What do you want me to do? The figure asked after a moment of thought. If we're going to cooperate, Neji said, then please, take off your hood. Let me see who you are. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, the figure said, shaking his head. You're not being sincere. Chapter 65, The Forest of Death. Chapter 65, The Forest of Death. The cloaked figure looked at Neji, and then, with a sigh, he slowly removed his hood. If you insist on seeing, then look. Neji's eyes narrowed. You're a cautious one, he said, a brow raised. The mole was not a person, but a puppet. No wonder his movements were so stiff and unnatural. What was truly curious was how he was controlling it from a distance. Such a technique was far beyond anything even the master puppeteers of the hidden sand were capable of. I have my reasons, the puppet's raspy voice said. It is all thanks to the main family that I must appear before you like this. Neji's pupils contracted. From the details in his words, it wouldn't be difficult to figure out his true identity. Let's talk about our cooperation, the puppet said. Neji took a yellowed piece of paper from his pouch and tossed it to him. The puppet caught it and read the faded text. Hyuga Tenjin, holding a giant eye in his hands, entered a mysterious spatial portal and vanished from the shinobi world. Several days later, a meteorite fell from the sky. The Hyuga clan announced that Hyuga Tenjin had died of a severe illness. What is the meaning of this? Hyuga Tenjin was active in the Warring States period, over 300 years ago, Neji explained. His real name was Taketatsu. Tenjin was his title. I want you to search the Hyuga clan's historical records for information about him, and find the giant Tensigen he took with him. The Tensigen. That's right. Neji took off his goggles and, right in front of the puppet, he switched his Byakugan to the Tensigen. The Uchiha's Sharingan can evolve from 1 tomo to 3, and then to the Mangekyo. The Hyuga are no weaker than the Uchiha. That is because our Byakugan can also evolve. And the Tensigen is one of its branches. His sapphire blue eyes, which seemed to contain a universe of stars, gleamed with an otherworldly light. So beautiful. The puppet was momentarily mesmerized. Neji nodded, satisfied. He had shown him the Tensigen to convince him to take the search seriously. The puppet studied his eyes, deep in thought. It was true that the Sharingan could evolve. The history of Uchiha Madara had been deliberately suppressed by the Konoha leadership. Even most Uchiha didn't know about the Mangekyo. But it was a logical explanation for his immense power. The Byakugan had only two advantages over the Sharingan, its reconnaissance capabilities and the fact that it was easier to awaken. But in terms of overall power, the Hyuga were clearly inferior. To think that the Byakugan could also evolve. How did you awaken it? The puppet asked. In my second year in the hidden cloud, Neji said with a sigh, it just awakened. Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps there was another reason. I don't know. It was a lie, of course. But the puppet believed him. No one knew the Byakugan better than the Hyuga. Neji had been only 4 when he had left Konoha, he couldn't have had access to the clan's deepest secrets. For a 6-year-old to have evolved his Byakugan into the Tensigen through his own efforts, that was the real lie. I'll do it, the puppet said after a moment's thought. Good. A pleasure doing business with you. The second exam was held in the Forest of Death. The 3 candidates who drew the most attention were Deidara, Uchiha Itachi, and Hyuga Neji. Just then, the proctor, Yamashiro Aoba, a man in a green flak jacket and sunglasses, walked into the clearing. Before we begin, he said, his voice grim, you will all sign these. The second exam is a place where people die. The rules of the exam were well known, but the sight of the death waivers still made many of the candidates nervous. Once you sign, Aoba said, holding up a form, anything that happens in the forest is your own responsibility. Every year, there are some promising candidates who think they can dominate the forest, and end up dying a pointless death. Even a genius can fall. If you don't have the confidence, you still have a chance to back out. Excuse me, a Kirinin suddenly said, raising his hand, is killing allowed? Aoba looked at the man, whose jaw and neck were wrapped in bandages, and his brow furrowed. The exams were brutal, but for the ninja of Kirigakure, whose own graduation exam required them to kill their classmates, it was like a fish in water. In principle, yes, he said after a moment's thought. But meaningless killing is forbidden. And you are not to kill any candidate who has already surrendered. TCH, Zabuza sneered. Mei, a long sword at her waist, just stood there, her expression calm. The other Kirinin either looked on with cold indifference or with gleeful smiles. The other candidates subconsciously took a step back. The second exam is a battle for heaven and earth scrolls, Aoba explained after everyone had signed. Each of your teams will be given either a heaven scroll or an earth scroll. Within 5 days, you must acquire the other scroll from another team and make your way to the tower in the center of the forest. Any team that fails to do so will be eliminated. Any team that reaches the tower with a missing or incapacitated member will be eliminated. Your comrades are more important than the mission. And any team that opens their scroll before reaching the tower will be eliminated. A battle for scrolls. Sounds interesting. That means only 12 teams can pass. 12 is the best case scenario. The second exam is our home turf. Zabuza chuckled. Itachi stood by himself, impassively organizing the ninja pouch at his waist. Deidara's eyes kept drifting toward him. Neji, noticing this, wondered when a conflict had arisen between the two of them. Knowing Deidara's personality, it was likely they would clash in the second exam. Itachi had not yet awakened his Mangekyo, but Deidara was also not yet at his peak. Neji cautiously favored Itachi to win. But Itachi couldn't be allowed to die just yet. For the sake of turning the Uchiha clan, he had to be the one to kill him. "Excuse me, Proctor," a Kusanine suddenly asked, "there are so many Konoha teams. If they all team up against us, isn't that unfair?" "So you can team up as well," Aoba said with a smile. "Finding allies and choosing your prey is a required skill for any excellent ninja." The Kusanine opened his mouth to protest, but then closed it. It was easy for the Konoha teams to cooperate. But the teams from the other villages lacked the necessary trust. The rules of the exam were already skewed in Konoha's favor. "One more thing," Aoba added. "The Forest of Death is filled with hidden cameras. Your every move will be monitored. There are also 4 medical outposts. If a team member is seriously injured, you are to go there immediately. Of course, once you enter an outpost, you are considered to have forfeited." The 24 teams were then led to 24 different gates around the perimeter of the forest. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen, the 2 elders, Fugaku, Genkai, Ebizo from Suna, Yujito from Kyumo, and representatives from the other villages sat in a spacious monitoring room. Fugaku glanced at Hiruzen, who was watching the screens with a benevolent smile, but the 2 stern-faced elders on either side of him made him hesitate. He sighed and sat down, his eyes searching for Itachi on the monitors. Swoosh. The gates to the Forest of Death slowly opened, and the candidates rushed inside. "Hey, brat. If you're too slow, you'll get yourself killed," a kunoichi at one of the gates said with a grin, looking at the leisurely strolling Cloud team. Neji looked up at her. She had a bamboo skewer in her mouth, a tan trench coat, and fishnet stockings. Her purple hair was tied up in a messy bun. "Get in there," she said, pushing him inside and slamming the gate shut. "What's your name, Bunhead Nichin?" Neji asked with a smile. "Heh," she said, a surprised look on her face. "If you make it out of there alive, I'll tell you." "I'll remember that," he said with a wave, and then he and his team disappeared into the forest. Chapter 66, This is how we Kimonin do things. Chapter 66, This is how we Kimonin do things. After entering the Forest of Death, Karui crossed her arms and chuckled. "If it's just stealing scrolls, this is too easy." "So what now?" she asked, getting a feel for the environment. "What else?" "We get the scrolls," Neji replied. He activated his Byakugan and scanned the area. Left. 2 kilometers. There's a Takinin team. Let's go and check them out. Without another word, he was off. As Neji's team was hunting the Takinin, a group of Anbu, Aoba, Yamato, Yugao, Hi-8, Anko, and others, were moving through the forest, spreading out to cover the various sectors. There were 12 of them in total. They were there to proctor the exam and to prevent any unforeseen incidents. At the same time, at another, secret entrance to the forest, 3 figures in animal masks were leaping through the trees. "We're at the 6 o'clock position," the team's scout said. The Cloud's entrance was at 10 o'clock. "Once we find him," the team leader said, "someone on the outside will disable the surveillance. We'll have 5 minutes to finish the job." The 3 of them exchanged a look. 4 Konoha. After entering the forest, Girin summoned her white snake. It sniffed the air, found Itachi's general location, and then slithered up onto her shoulder. "The 5 o'clock position," she said, her eyes narrowing. "That's pretty far." "Who are you looking for?" Girin, one of her burly teammates asked. "Just follow me," she said, and then she was gone, a blur of motion as she headed in the direction the snake had indicated. The other 2 exchanged a look. Girin's attitude was strange. She seemed completely uninterested in the exam. Thinking of Orochimaru's methods, they realized that this was about more than just the Chunin exams. A team of Takinin was cautiously making their way through the forest. Swoosh. 3 figures suddenly appeared on a large branch in front of them, looking down at them. It was Neji's team. "Hey, you brats from Taki," Darui said, "leave the scroll and get out of here. Go and tell your village elders you ran into the Cloud. They won't blame you for failing the second exam." "What scroll do you need?" the Taki team leader asked, hesitating. "If we have the same one, you'll be wasting your chakra, and you might become someone else's prey." "It doesn't matter," Neji said with a grin. "No one ever complains about having too many scrolls. And if you ran into a weaker team, you wouldn't let them go either, right? Don't look down on us, the Taki leader roared. Darui was about to attack, but Neji was faster. His chakra blade sang as it left its sheath. He leaped from the tree and, in an instant, he was in front of the Taki leader, his blade at his throat. The men swallowed hard, feeling the cold steel and Neji's sharp, piercing aura. This is how we Kumonin do things. You got a problem with it. Take the scroll. Just let our captain go, the kunoichi on the team said, throwing a scroll at him. Neji caught it and turned to leave. If you'd just cooperated from the start. I hope we have a chance to cooperate again. Let's hope not. In the monitoring room, Hiruzen watched, impressed. Such skill with a blade. I see a hint of the white fang in him. You flatter him, Lord Hokage, Yujito said with a smile. He can't compare to the white fang. After all. Her words trailed off. She didn't like the comparison. The white fang's end had been a tragic one. Look at that sound team, Kohara said, changing the subject. They're avoiding all the other teams. It seems they're not in a hurry to collect the scrolls. Perhaps they've already found their target, Hiruzen said, his eyes following Guren's team on the screen. Fugaku found Itachi on one of the monitors. Do well, Itachi. You must crush all the other teams and bring honor to the Uchiha. In the 3 o'clock sector of the forest. Mei wiped a bit of lava from the corner of her mouth and looked at the fleeing Konoha. We have both scrolls, my lady, her team's sensory type said. Too easy, Zabuza said, flicking the blood from his blade. The closer we get to the tower, the stronger the competition will be, Mei said. We'll head for the center and eliminate as many teams as we can along the way. Be careful, her sensory type suddenly warned. Someone is coming. 2 teams, 6 people. A moment later, 6 Sunanin appeared, led by a puppeteer named Yura. Our sensory nin detected your powerful chakra from a long way off, he said, a dangerous glint in his eye. I was wondering who it could be. So, it's the mist. There was a deep-seated hatred between the sand and the mist. It's your misfortune to have run into us, Yura sneered. Be thankful the rules don't allow us to kill you after you've surrendered. Our lady is the student of Lord Gungetsu, the Kiri sensory type said. You think we're afraid of you? Oh. Yura said, his eyes on Mei. Genjutsu student. Then we should definitely have a good spar. Neji was moving through the forest at high speed when he suddenly stopped. He activated his Byakugan and looked behind him. 4 kilometers away, 3 figures in animal masks were closing in fast. They were all Jonin level. I've been targeted by someone other than the candidates, he said. Is Konoha making a move during the exams? Darui asked. They're on their home turf. They can do whatever they want. Neji handed him the heaven and earth scrolls. Take Karui and go to the tower. I'll catch up later. No, Darui said, shaking his head. One of my missions is to protect you. I can't leave you now. I'm very fond of my life, Neji said, pointing to his Byakugan. If I wasn't confident I could handle this, I wouldn't be sending you away. Darui looked at him for a long moment, then sighed. I can't change your mind. We'll be waiting for you at the tower. Be careful. After they had left, Neji changed direction and headed east. He saw the 3 figures pause, then change direction and follow him. The Hokage's personal ANBU. Unlikely. Danzo will have to take the fall for this. He separated from his teammates, the root ninja in the leopard mask said. He stopped in a small valley 1 kilometer away. There are no other teams in the area. A 6-year-old brat, another said, his voice cold. Even if he's detected us, what can he do? Let's finish the mission. The 3 of them sped toward the valley, their movements bold and undisguised. They're so sure of themselves, Neji thought with a cold smile. Clang. Just as the 3 of them were about to descend on him, all the monitors in the control room suddenly went black. There's been an accident, Hiruzen said, standing up. Everyone, remain calm. Lord Hokage, an ANBU agent said, rushing in, the surveillance system's wiring has short-circuited. We're working on it now. It should take about 5 minutes. Interesting, Yujito said, her brow furrowed. Of all the times for a short circuit. Chapter 67, Guren, I'm glad you didn't die at his hands. Chapter 67, Guren, I'm glad you didn't die at his hands. 2 iron chains shot out from the root ninja's sleeves, aiming for Neji's arms. He was about to use a jutsu. Earth release, rock pillar prison. Thick pillars of rock erupted from the ground, trapping Neji in a cage of earth. But with a soft poof, his body dissolved into a shower of lightning. It was a clone. The 3 root ninja immediately stood back to back, their eyes scanning the valley. From the shadows, a pair of sapphire blue eyes watched them. FZZT. Black lightning seeped from his palm. Lightning release, Black Panther. A giant beast of black lightning materialized, roaring as it lunged at them. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A ferocious earth dragon erupted from the ground and spat a barrage of mud projectiles at the panther. The beast was slowed, but not stopped. It leaped and tore the dragon apart. Boom. The valley shook with the force of the explosion. The 3 root ninja were sent flying. They looked up to see Neji emerge from the woods. The power of his last attack was far beyond that of an ordinary jonin. No wonder Danzo sent 3 of us, one of them thought. End this quickly, the team leader said, and then, with a series of hand signs. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 20 or 30 root ninja appeared in the valley. Neji just smiled and clapped his hands together, 2 brilliant arcs of electricity appearing between them. It was a seal-less lightning jutsu he had developed while studying storm release. The arcs of electricity intertwined, forming a wide net of lightning that shot toward the clones. Poof. 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 Half of them were instantly destroyed. He then extended the arcs into 2 5-meter-long whips and cleared out the rest. Just then, the ground beneath him split open. Another root ninja, who had been hiding underground, leaped out and attacked. Earth release, Rock Fist Jutsu. At the same time, a black shadow slithered across the grass toward him. Neji dodged the rock fist, and just as the shadow was about to latch onto his own, a brilliant white light erupted from his body. His shadow vanished, and the shadow imitation jutsu was broken. TCH. The root ninja was blinded by the flash. Neji was on him in an instant, his hand, wreathed in black lightning, piercing through his chest. The team leader didn't even have time to react before Neji was in front of him, his hand clamped around his neck. Crack. He tossed the body aside. This guy. The remaining sensory type was stunned. The Hyuga are supposed to be scouts. Why is he so ferocious? For Konoha, he said, a look of grim determination on his face as he charged. Gentle fist. Neji easily dodged his attack and, with a series of precise strikes, he sealed all of his major tenketsu points. The men collapsed to the ground. Are you the only team sent to attack me? Neji asked, deactivating his lightning release chakra mode. The men just sneered. Sometimes, living is more painful than dying, Neji said, his Tensigen glowing. I guess I'll have to see for myself. A pale green sphere of spiritual energy emerged from between his eyebrows and floated into the man's chest. Serve me, he commanded. You, devil. In the monitoring room, the screens were still black. Fugaku looked at Hiruzen, who was scowling at the blank screens, and walked over. Lord Hokage. Ah, Fugaku, Hiruzen said, his expression softening. Lord Hokage, there have been rumors in the village that the Uchiha have been too strict in their enforcement. Is that so? Rest assured, if it's true, the village will punish the rumor-mongers. Fugaku was relieved. Hiruzen was the only one in the village leadership who was relatively lenient toward the Uchiha. Fugaku, Hiruzen said, changing the subject, after the Chunin exams, I'd like to have Itachi join the ANBU. Fugaku's eyes widened. The ANBU was the department closest to the Hokage. It would be a bridge between the Uchiha and the village leadership. I will do as you say, Lord Hokage, he said, trying to contain his excitement. Crack. Just then, the screens flickered back to life. The boy should have been taken care of by now, Hiruzen thought, a faint smile on his lips. The pale green spiritual sphere had dyed the root ninja's consciousness green. Return to Danzo's side, Neji commanded after he had gotten the information he needed. You will be useful there. Understood. Neji was on his way to the central tower when his Byakugan picked up 2 powerful chakra signatures, one in the sky, one on the ground, converging. Daidara and Itachi, he said with a grin. As expected. He was about to go and watch when he detected a 3rd chakra signature, also heading for Itachi. You're quite the popular one, aren't you, Itachi? Itachi was making his way through the forest, easily eliminating the weaker teams he encountered. Suddenly, he stopped. Am I being ambushed? Swoosh. A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of him. You. It was Daidara. So I found you after all, he said with a sneer. Looks like my luck is good. He hadn't forgotten Itachi's words after the first exam. I assume you've already collected your scrolls, Itachi said, his voice calm. There's no need for us to fight here. So this is the great Uchiha, Daidara scoffed. Itachi's brow furrowed. He had wanted to wait until the 3rd exam to defeat him in front of the Hokage and all the nobles. But a retreat now would not look good for the Uchiha. I've changed my mind, he said. Uchiha Itachi, Daidara declared, behold my magnificent art. It will blow you away. He reached into the pouches at his waist to get his clay. But the battle had already begun. I would have liked to have a proper duel with you, Itachi said, his 3-tomo Sharingan spinning, but I need to conserve my strength for the third exam. So I'll have to end this quickly. Deidara, who had no experience fighting the Sharingan, looked straight into his eyes, and the genjutsu took hold. Aya, he screamed. In his mind, he saw Itachi emerge from his own chest and slit his throat. He saw his own death, over and over. He tried to close his eyes, but every time he opened them, he was met with the spinning, crimson tomo, and a new, gruesome death. He was stabbed, dismembered, drowned, burned alive. He was a genius, a man who hadn't flinched when he had cut open his own hands to create the mouths he used for his art. But the endless cycle of death broke his spirit. In the real world, he collapsed to the ground, unable to move a single finger. In the monitoring room. As expected of my son, Fugaku murmured, a proud look on his face. So this is the power of the Uchiha, Yujito thought, her own hands clenched into fists. How wonderful, Hiruzen said with a sincere smile. Fugaku, I envy you. In Itachi, I see a hint of Kagami. Look there. Hamura suddenly said, pointing to one of the screens. A team from the Sound Village had appeared near Itachi. And not just them, Koharu said, looking at another screen. The Cloud's Byakugan is also there. Hiruzen's face stiffened. I hope to meet you again in the third exam, Itachi said, stepping over Deidara's fallen body. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps. A woman appeared in front of him, her chest heaving, her eyes cold and sharp. You. It was Gyurin. The white snake on her shoulder hissed. She glanced at the unconscious Deidara, then at Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, she said, her voice flat, I'm glad you didn't die at his hands. What do you want? A pale red crystal blade formed in her hand. I want to kill you myself, she said, pointing it at him. Lord Orochimaru's gaze can only be for me, she thought. Chapter 68, Chapter. In the monitoring room. Strange, Hiruzen murmured, his brow furrowed. That sound Nin, there's a sharp hatred in her eyes. Fugaku, has Itachi ever had any dealings with the sound? With Itachi's personality, Fugaku said, shaking his head, he would never provoke an outsider for no reason. That sound Nin, she crossed half the forest of death, seemingly heading straight for Itachi. It doesn't make any sense. Fugaku couldn't think of any reason for a conflict between them. It is strange, he said, his voice filled with a cold pride. But a mere sound Nin is no match for Itachi. Koharu, annoyed that the conversation was so focused on Itachi, pointed to another screen. Look. That girl from the Hidden Mist is a rare user of 2 Kekkei Genkai. Is that so? Hiruzen said, a look of surprise on his face. Lava release and boil release, Hamura said with a sigh. Her future is limitless. A double Kekkei Genkai user was an incredibly rare sight. Boil release, skilled mist technique. Mei's lips parted, and she exhaled a cloud of boiling, highly acidic mist. It was corrosive enough to melt even a Susanoo. Against the Sans puppets, it was more than enough. 12 puppets, all in various animal-like and human-like forms, creaked and groaned as their joints dissolved, and they collapsed to the ground. Well, you little brats from the sand, Mei said with a sweet smile, do you realize how weak you are now? The 2 sand teams, 6 members in total, had 12 puppets between them. Their numerical advantage had given Mei's team some trouble at first. But with her second Kekkei Genkai, the tide had instantly turned. Zabuza, who had been perched on a branch, descended from the sky, his massive blade flashing. One of the Sunanin was cut down, his body covered in deep gashes that revealed the bone beneath. Damn it. 2 Kekkei Genkai, she's too strong. Split up and retreat. Yura, the Suna team leader, commanded. The 5 remaining Sannin scattered. Zabuza was about to give chase when Mei called out, that's enough, Zabuza. Don't pursue a routed enemy. He hesitated, then grumbled, understood. That Mei, she's no ordinary genin, Hamura murmured. And that boy with the bandages on his face, Koharu added, that's Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist. He killed all of his classmates in his graduation exam. The mist had to change their rules because of him. In the forest of death. Was it you? Itachi looked at the figure who had just dropped from the sky. So I found you after all, Deidara said with a sneer. Looks like my luck is good. Itachi had no desire to fight him now. He wanted to wait for the third exam, to defeat him in front of the Hokage and all the nobles. But a retreat now would not look good for the Uchiha. I've changed my mind, he said. Uchiha Itachi, Deidara declared, behold my magnificent art. It will blow you away. But the battle had already begun. I would have liked to have a proper duel with you, Itachi said, his 3-tomo Sharingan spinning, but I need to conserve my strength for the third exam. So I'll have to end this quickly. Deidara, who had no experience fighting the Sharingan, looked straight into his eyes, and the genjutsu took hold. He was trapped in an endless cycle of his own gruesome death, over and over, until his spirit was broken. He collapsed to the ground, unable to move. In the monitoring room. As expected of my son, Fugaku murmured. So this is the power of the Uchiha, Yujito thought. How wonderful, Hiruzen said with a sincere smile. Fugaku, I envy you. In Itachi, I see a hint of Kagami. Look there. Hamura suddenly said. A team from the Sound Village had appeared near Itachi. And not just them, Kohara said. The Cloud's Byakugan is also there. Hiruzen's face stiffened. I hope to meet you again in the third exam, Itachi said, stepping over Deidara's fallen body. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps. A woman appeared in front of him, her chest heaving, her eyes cold and sharp. You. It was Gyurin. Uchiha Itachi, she said, her voice flat, I'm glad you didn't die at his hands. What do you want? A pale red crystal blade formed in her hand. I want to kill you myself, she said, pointing it at him. Lord Orochimaru's gaze can only be for me, she thought. From a distance, Neji, who was carrying an unconscious Deidara on his shoulder, watched. Gyurin is here on Orochimaru's orders, he thought. He's still obsessed with the Sharingan. But he's underestimating Itachi. Gyurin can't kill him, not without the curse mark. Gyurin's chakra was pure crystal release. Orochimaru hadn't given her the curse mark, perhaps because, like Suigetsu, her body was not compatible with it. The two of them clashed, a blur of motion in the dim forest light. Gyurin, who had expected an easy victory, was shocked to find that Itachi was her superior in every way, speed, strength, and skill. Crystal release, crystal dragon jutsu. A massive dragon of crystal formed at her feet and carried her into the sky. Crystal release, hexagonal shuriken wild dance. A shower of crystal shuriken rained down on Itachi. He disappeared into the forest, using the trees as cover. Gyurin, frustrated, sent her dragon crashing through the forest, but she couldn't find him. Her chakra was running low. She dispelled the dragon and fell to the ground. Swoosh. Itachi leaped from the trees, a flurry of shuriken in his hands. Gyurin, who had underestimated the Uchiha's skill with shuriken jutsu, was caught in a web of wires and bound tightly. Tell me, Itachi said, his voice cold, why are you so determined to kill me? I have my reasons, she replied, her gaze defiant. Just then, a flash of black light shot between them, and the wires were cut. Neji appeared and blocked Gyurin's renewed attack. Give it up, he said. You can't kill him. And even if you could, I would stop you. Gyurin's other two teammates, Genyomaru and Gozu, appeared, their eyes fixed on Itachi. Neji noticed that all the surveillance cameras in the area had been destroyed by Gyurin's crystal dragon. He leaned in and whispered in her ear, Gyurin, Orochimaru is a rogue ninja wanted by Konoha. He's hiding in the Sound Village. You don't want him to be hunted down, do you? Her eyes widened in shock. Only Danzo in all of Konoha knew of their origins. How could he possibly know? Genyomaru, Gozu, she said, gritting her teeth, we're leaving. After they had gone, Neji turned to Itachi. Why did you save her? Itachi asked. And why are you so interested in me? Where is the future of the Uchiha? Neji replied, his voice a low whisper. Itachi was stunned into silence. He had long been aware of the conflict between his clan and the village, but he had been unable to find a solution. The future of the Uchiha is in our own hands, he said, his voice cold. It has nothing to do with a ninja from the cloud. If you truly held your future in your own hands, Neji said, shaking his head, why has the conflict with the village only grown worse? Are you saying you have a solution? After the second exam, Neji said with a smile, tonight, at midnight, come to the Forest of Death alone, and I will tell you. Neji easily made his way to the central tower and rejoined his team. Neji, Karui said, her eyes red, Darui and I are your teammates. Why won't you tell us what's going on? Or do you not consider us your teammates at all? Neji just sighed. She couldn't help him. It was better for her not to know. In the following days, more and more teams arrived at the tower. After Neji's team, the first to arrive was Itachi, followed by Deidara, and then, at the last minute, Mei's team, who had eliminated several other teams along the way. Only 6 of the 24 teams had passed. The third exam was to be held in 10 days. To narrow the field down to 10 participants, 4 preliminary matches were to be held immediately. The first match was Gyurin versus Yura. But as soon as she entered the arena, Gyurin raised her hand. I forfeit. Yura was bewildered. This one, she's not here for the exams, Itachi murmured to himself. The other preliminary matches were similarly anticlimactic, with both Genyomaru and Gozu forfeiting their matches against Neji and Itachi, respectively. The final 10 were Itachi, Deidara, Neji, Mei, Darui, Yura, Inuzuka Hana, Akimichi Shinichi, Yamanaka Kaizen, and Narakumo. Itachi, how were the exams? Shursue asked, appearing beside him in a body flicker. They were fine. I didn't disgrace the village. I heard you defeated the 3rd Tsuchikage student. He was too confident. I gave him a lesson he won't forget. Itachi, Shursue said, his expression grave, what do you see in the faces of our clansmen? Pride, Itachi replied after a moment's thought. Yes, pride, Shursue said with a sigh. And it is a pride the Uchiha cannot afford. Hiruzen had chosen Itachi to be Konoha's champion in these exams. And he had not disappointed, bringing great honor to the village. But his victory had also stirred up the restless spirits of the Uchiha. What is the future of our clan, Shursue Nizen? If the Uchiha do not learn to bow their heads, to let go of their pride. I don't know if we have a future. Itachi lowered his eyes and clenched his fists. He would go to the meeting tonight. In the root headquarters, Danzo was in a rage. Useless. 3 jonin, and you couldn't even take care of 1 genin. Lord Danzo, the root ninja in the leopard mask said, kneeling before him, we were about to succeed, but we were discovered by the ANBU patrol. We had to retreat to avoid exposure. Then tell me, Danzo snarled, how did the other 2 die? They were killed by traps set by another team. Danzo was speechless. From now on, he said, his voice cold, the training will be doubled. Yes, sir. After the ninja had left, Danzo's brow furrowed. He had thought it would be so easy. And now, he had lost his chance. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his right arm. He tore off his robes. The wood-release arm was bound in chains and covered in 2 layers of sealing jutsu. But even that was not enough to completely suppress the first Hokage's cells. He touched the 3 tomo in his right eye. 2 uses of Izanagi, it's not enough. I need more Sharingan. Chapter 69, The Death of Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 69, The Death of Uchiha Itachi. Late at night, Itachi arrived at the designated location in the Forest of Death. He activated his 3 tomo Sharingan and scanned his surroundings. A torch flickered to life in the darkness. Neji emerged from the trees, a Tensigen glowing in his eyes. You came, Itachi. I came for an answer. What is the future of the Uchiha? If you were to die, Neji said calmly, and your death could save the Uchiha, would you do it? A sense of unease washed over Itachi. A trap. Don't tell me you brought me here to kill me. If you hadn't come, Neji said, I would have had to find another way. But I was right about you. Why? Your death will unite the 2 factions of your clan. Fugaku will abandon his last illusions about the village and launch a coup. And that will be the Hidden Cloud's opportunity. Itachi's blood ran cold. This wasn't about the Chunin exams. His goal is to instigate a civil war, to weaken Konoha so the Cloud can invade. He couldn't have known that Neji's true goal was to save the Uchiha. You've said too much, Neji. Another voice came from the darkness. Yujito emerged from the trees, a body with a leopard mask slung over her shoulder. Itachi's heart sank. If the heir to the Uchiha clan was found dead in the Forest of Death alongside a root ANBU, the fragile peace between the Uchiha and the village would be shattered. Konoha would be plunged into chaos. He had no chance of escaping both Neji and the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails. He shouldn't have been so naive. He turned and ran. Yujito was on him in an instant, a blur of motion. A cold wind howled through the trees. 2 kunai shot out from the melee, collided in midair, and changed trajectory, flying straight at Neji's head. Just before they hit, a blue light flashed in his eyes, and the kunai stopped, held in place by an invisible force, before clattering to the ground. Tensigen LV3, 14/2000, abilities, Cursed Mandala Sealing Heart, Chakra Receiver Rosary, Repulsive Force, Attractive Force. The battle raged in the darkness. Neji looked up at the moon, then he, too, joined the fray. The cold moon hung high in the sky, a silent witness to the silent night. Itachi's body was discovered the next morning by a patrol team. A kunai was embedded in his head, his eyes were gone. Nearby, they found the body of a root ninja in a leopard mask. The news of his death sent shockwaves through the Uchiha. Fugaku, his face a mask of rage, ordered a strike of the military police force and then, with dozens of his clansmen, he marched on the Hokage's tower. Hiruzen met him at the entrance. Fugaku, I've already confirmed it. The masked ninja found at the scene was indeed from Root. But I want you to remain calm. If Root had done this, they wouldn't have left a body. This is a frame-up. There's another explanation, Fugaku said, his voice cold. That they were trying to be too clever and deliberately left a body to throw us off. A few days ago, Uchiha Tekka went missing while on patrol. And now, Itachi is dead. Who in this village has the ability, and the audacity, to kill two of the strongest Uchiha? Was this not done on your orders? Hiruzen was speechless. Tekka went missing. Could it really be Danzo? Lord Hokage, Shisui said, stepping forward from the crowd of Uchiha, regardless of who is responsible, this is a major failure on the part of the village. Seeing the exhaustion and anger in Shisui's eyes, Hiruzen knew how serious the situation was. Shisui had always been loyal to the village. If even he was questioning him, the rest of the Uchiha would be on the verge of open rebellion. Shisui, he said, his voice grave, it has been less than 12 hours since Itachi's death. The scene is still fresh. Go there now. Perhaps you can find some clues. I give you my word, if the killer is indeed from Root, no matter who he is, he will be severely punished. Shisui's expression softened slightly. He didn't believe Hiruzen had ordered the hit. The third Hokage was the only one in the village leadership who had ever shown the Uchiha any leniency. After he had left, Hiruzen called for Yamato. Go to Root. Tell Danzo to drop everything and come to my office, immediately. Fugaku then sent most of his men back to the clan compound, ordering them not to act without his command. Shisui arrived at the scene in the forest of death. There were few signs of a struggle. A single, charred tree, a dozen or so scattered kunai and shuriken, and a large, dark stain of dried blood. Itachi had been killed with almost no resistance. Shisui's face hardened. He knew Itachi's strength. He had awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan last year. Even Shisui himself, without using his Mangekyo, would have had a hard time against him. The killer had to be Kage level. He activated his Mangekyo and scanned the ground. He saw a small, brown rock with scratch marks around it. He pried it up with his ninjato. On the back, drawn in blood, was a circle with a single dot near the right side. In his Mangekyo's vision, the dot was a single tomo. The enemy has a single Sharingan. Kakashi. No, the dot is on the right. Kakashi's is on the left. If it's not him, and it's related to Root, then it can only be Danzo. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Danzo's right eye had been blind for decades. But that was a perfect reason to transplant a Sharingan. Are you accusing me, Hiruzen? Danzo snarled. A Root ninja was found at the scene of Itachi's death. How do you explain that? It was a frame-up, he said, his voice calm. My Root has made many enemies over the years. Someone is trying to use the Uchiha to get rid of me. He was furious. He had always been the one to frame others. At that moment, Shisui burst into the room. Shisui, what did you find? Fugaku asked. The killer is not from Root, clan head, he replied, his face an emotionless mask. Hiruzen let out a breath of relief. But before Danzo could even gloat, Shisui was in front of him in a body flicker, his hand reaching for the bandage over his right eye. Danzo was too slow to react. Uchiha Shisui, are you committing treason? He roared, grabbing his wrist. But the Shisui in front of him was an illusion. The real one was already behind him. A sharp pain shot through his abdomen as Shisui's fist sank into his gut, and then another, even sharper pain, as his right eye was gouged out. Uchiha Shisui, you insolent. He saw the 3-tomo in Fugaku's eye spin, transforming into a 3-bladed pinwheel. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku, calm down, Hiruzen said, stepping between them. Lord Hokage, Shisui said, his voice cold as he held up the bloody eye, this is my clan's 3-tomo Sharingan. Do you know where Danzo got it? Hiruzen was speechless. Shisui then threw the blood-stained rock onto the desk. Lord Hokage, Shimura Danzo brutally murdered Uchiha Itachi. I want to know, what are you going to do about it? Chapter 70, a complete breakdown. Chapter 70, a complete breakdown. Shisui, Hiruzen said, taking a deep breath, this matter. Fugaku cut him off, his eyes fixed on Danzo's right arm. Hiruzen, besides the Sharingan, he has also transplanted the first Hokage's wood release. Wood release. His right arm, it's a wood release arm. Hiruzen's face darkened. Danzo, take off your shirt. Hiruzen, you. I said, take it off. A terrifying aura erupted from Hiruzen, and Danzo, seeing his expression, reluctantly complied, revealing a grotesque, wooden arm. After Hashirama's death, the village had tried to replicate his power, but the experiments had all ended in failure. Hiruzen had eventually forbidden all research on his cells. You must believe me, Hiruzen, Danzo said, trying to remain calm. I had nothing to do with Itachi's death. The Sharingan I transplanted, it wasn't his. But Hiruzen's face was a mask of cold fury. The evidence was irrefutable. His denials were meaningless. Do I really have to kill him? He thought, his mind racing. He thought of their years together, of the second Hokage's warning about the Uchiha, of how Danzo had always been the one to carry out his master's will, to suppress them. When I go to the Pure Land, and my master asks me why I killed him, what will I say? That I killed the one who inherited his will to appease the clan he hated most. And would it even work? The Uchiha's hatred ran deep. The death of one man would not be enough. But to keep him, he could still be a useful tool against them. To kill him would be to cut off his own arm. Danzo's crime of killing Uchiha Itachi is unforgivable, he said after a long, silent moment. But in consideration of his age and his past contributions to the village, he will be dealt with leniently. He is to be stripped of all his duties, and Root is to be disbanded. Fugaku, Shursue, are you satisfied with this? He looked at them, hoping they would accept. Fugaku just laughed, a mad, hysterical laugh. Are you taking the Uchiha for fools, Hiruzen? Lord Hokage, Shursue said, his voice filled with a deep disappointment, I have always believed you to be a just and selfless leader. But this. You speak of the will of fire. Is it not the will of fire to punish a man who would kill his own comrade? Hiruzen was ashamed. He could not meet his gaze. Shursue, Fugaku said, placing a hand on his shoulder, do not have any more illusions about him. He is no longer the man he once was. He is just a disgraceful politician. Let's go. As they left, a dark look crossed Hiruzen's face. The relationship between the Hokage's faction and the Uchiha was now completely broken. Danzo, however, was secretly pleased. The village was finally going to deal with the Uchiha. And though he had been made the scapegoat, the outcome was a welcome one. He thought of the mysterious, one-eyed Uchiha who had given him the Izanagi. It had to be him. But his motives didn't matter. As long as the Uchiha were destroyed, any price was worth paying. Sarutobi's protection of the killer, Shimura Danzo, is an insult to the honor of our clan. We must launch a coup. Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and the Senju. Now that the Senju are gone, it belongs to us. Shursue sat on the steps, a weary look on his face as he listened to Fugaku's impassioned speech. A coup was suicide. The Hokage's faction was too strong. Shursue, Fugaku said, coming over to him, I am determined to fight them to the death. The coup will fail, he replied, his voice filled with a quiet despair. The clan will be massacred. I know, Fugaku said, his face a grim mask. But we have no other choice. Itachi's death has shown me their true face. It is better to go down fighting than to be slowly devoured. If they will not give us a way to live, Shursue said, his voice turning hard, then we will give them a lesson in blood. At the memorial stone, Obito placed a bouquet of flowers in front of his own name. Zetsu emerged from the ground. Big news in Konoha, Madara. Let's talk somewhere else, Obito said. We'll disturb Rin. They reappeared on the Hokage rock. Uchiha Itachi is dead, White Zetsu said cheerfully. The killer was Shimura Danzo. The Uchiha and the Hokage's faction are now at each other's throats. Itachi, Obito mused. He had noticed the boy's talent years ago and had even killed his teammates to help him awaken his Mangekyo. But a pawn was just a pawn. It seems that fool Danzo is not entirely useless, Black Zetsu rasped. That's because I gave him a Izanagi, Obito sneered. A brilliant move, Madara, Black Zetsu said, a rare note of praise in his voice. You've driven the tiger to devour the wolf. Hiruzen is a sentimental old fool, but he is not weak, Obito replied with a cold laugh. Even if the Uchiha are not completely wiped out, they will be crippled. There will be no one left to stand in the way of the Eye of the Moon plan. We just have to sit back and watch the show. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent sound woke Neji from a deep sleep. Genin Hyuga Neji, an ANBU said from outside his door, Lord Hokage has informed me that the Chunin exams are over. You are to leave Konoha as soon as possible. Just as I thought. Things are already starting to get messy. Neji yawned. For the joint exams to be cancelled so abruptly, the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha must have reached a breaking point. Wait. A thought suddenly struck him, and his mouth twitched. If the exams are over now, how am I supposed to make my money? Damn it. I should have waited. I've just lost out on hundreds of millions. Chapter 71, a tree uprooted dies, a man who moves lives. Fugaku, take the Uchiha to the hidden cloud. Chapter 71, a tree uprooted dies, a man who moves lives. Fugaku, take the Uchiha to the hidden cloud. Neji. Just as he was lamenting his lost fortune, a pleasant female voice came from behind him. Yujito was just coming out of the bathroom, her wet hair clinging to her shoulders. She wasn't wearing a bathrobe, but one of his t-shirts, the hem of which barely covered her thighs, revealing a pair of long, slender, jade-like legs. Neji couldn't help but stare. "Captain," he said, a look of surprise on his face, "why are you wearing my shirt?" "My bathrobe was wet," she said, turning around, completely unconcerned. "I saw your shirt hanging on the balcony. You don't mind, do you?" "Not at all," he said with a nervous laugh. "Good." She smiled and sat down on the sofa, her playful feet dangling in the air. From his angle, he could see that she was wearing nothing underneath. "I'll go get breakfast," he said, his face burning, and he fled from the room. Seeing him so flustered, Yujito couldn't help but laugh. This is more like a kid. A short while later, he returned with breakfast, and 2 large suitcases. They were filled with money. 80 million ryo. If the exams hadn't ended early, it would have been at least 3 times that. "You make money so easily, Neji," Yujito said, nibbling on a dango. "Easy," he scoffed. "This is my hard-earned money. And the real prize is still at the casino." She rolled her eyes. A jonin, working non-stop for 5 or 6 years, might not even make 80 million. "I should have bet on myself," she said with a pout. The Jinchuriki of the 2 tails. "I could have made at least 400 million. Niji's mouth twitched. To pawn Yujito, if he won, the casino would be ruined. If he lost, they wouldn't have the courage to keep her. They'd be ruined either way. "The Chunin exams are over," she said, her expression turning serious. "We have 3 days at most. What's your next move?" Of the 4 missions the Reikage had given them, they had only completed 1. "The Uchiha are now ready to fight the Hokage's faction to the death," Neji said, putting the money into a storage scroll. "Tonight, we'll go and show them a way to live." There were, in fact, 3 options. A bloody coup, a slow extermination, or, to leave Konoha. Even without his intervention, this last option was the most viable. Both the Hidden Stone and the Hidden Cloud had the power and the courage to take in the Uchiha. Or they could find a small country and found their own village. But without outside help, they would likely be slaughtered on their way out. Will the Uchiha really abandon their home of several decades and go north to the Hidden Cloud? Yujito wondered. That night, Neji and Yujito, dressed in black, stood on the roof of their inn, looking at the faint lights of the Uchiha compound in the distance. Since the breakdown in relations, a gloomy atmosphere had settled over Konoha. The streets were deserted. "Let's go, Captain." They appeared on the outskirts of the Uchiha compound. It was already under surveillance by Root and the ANBU. But Hiruzen was not yet ready for an all-out war, so the surveillance was lax. They slipped in undetected. As soon as they entered Fugaku's residence, 2 shuriken flew at them. Neji caught them between his fingers. Yujito just tilted her head and they flew past. The one who had thrown them was a 5-year-old boy. Uchiha Sasuke. "Who are you?" he demanded, his small face grim. "You're a sharp one, kid," Neji said with a smile. "We just got here and you've already found us." Yujito just knocked him out with a quick chop to the neck. Just then, Fugaku appeared, his face a mask of fury. "Who are you?" Yujito took off her mask and, holding the unconscious Sasuke, she smiled. "Don't be alarmed, clan head Fugaku. We mean you no harm." "A branch has grown between the wood and the leaves," Neji said, also removing his mask. "A wind of freedom stirs on Mount Kumakumo. There is no place for the Uchiha in Konoha anymore. A tree uprooted dies, but a man who moves lives. Why not go north and join the Hidden Cloud?" Fugaku was stunned into silence. A moment later, Mikoto came out and draped a coat over his shoulders. "Fugaku, who are they?" "Prepare some tea, Mikoto." In a dark, secret room, Fugaku sat in the seat of honor, with Neji and Yujito opposite him. "Will the 4th Reikage truly accept my clan?" he asked after a long, thoughtful silence. "You recognize these eyes, don't you, clan head Fugaku?" Neji asked, pointing to his Byakugan. "In the Hidden Cloud, I have found not only freedom but also dignity. The 4th Reikage is an open-minded and magnanimous leader. If he is willing to take in a bird that has broken its cage, how could he not welcome an eagle like the Uchiha? And from what I know, centuries ago, the Uchiha once lived in the land of lightning. In a way, you would just be returning home." Fugaku was deep in thought. The Hidden Cloud was a good option. If his ancestor, Madara, had not founded Konoha with Hashirama, but had instead established his own village in the land of lightning, things would have been very different. "Do not worry that your clan will be mistreated," Yujito added. "The 4th Reikage's lifelong ambition is to lead the Hidden Cloud to rule the shinobi world. The Uchiha are Konoha's sharpest sword. Hiruzen is a fool to let such a weapon rust. The Hidden Cloud is the perfect place for you to show your true strength. And one day, when the time is right, you can lead the armies of the Cloud South and raze Konoha to the ground." Fugaku thought of his clan's history, deliberately buried by Konoha, of the prejudice and hatred they had endured since the Nine-Tails attack, of their thankless work in the military police force, of the death of his son, Itachi, of the unpunished Shimura Danzo. He downed the cup of hot water in his hand. The Uchiha will not forget the kindness of the hidden cloud. He had made his decision. A coup was suicide. But to leave, even if they suffered heavy losses, it was better than being exterminated in Konoha. We must act quickly, clan head Fugaku, Neji said. Call a clan meeting tonight. Tell them of your decision. They will have 1 day to prepare. We leave tomorrow night. At midnight, the 8 elders and 24 jonin of the Uchiha clan were gathered in the courtyard of Fugaku's residence. With the death of Itachi and Hiruzen's continued protection of Danzo, even the moderates like Shisui had lost all faith in the village. Fugaku told them of his plan. The courtyard erupted in a cacophony of voices. Leave Konoha. What about the coup? Did Itachi die for nothing? I object. I think the clan head's plan is more prudent. Prudent? That's cowardice. Who are you calling a coward? Fugaku stood in the center of the courtyard, calmly watching the chaos. There is no more time for meaningless debate, he said, his voice ringing with authority. He raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. He then laid out his reasoning, his voice clear and logical. A coup would mean facing not just the Hokage's faction, but the entire village. But to leave. Hiruzen would be hard-pressed to justify a full-scale massacre. The other clans would likely remain neutral. They would only have to face the Hokage's inner circle. Even if they lost half their numbers, or even 3/4, it was still a better outcome than being wiped out. In the secret room, Mikoto refilled the teapot. Mikoto-san, Neji said, stopping her as she was about to leave. Please, have some tea with me. She sat down, and he poured her a cup. I'm sorry about your son. It's not your fault, Neji-kun, she said softly. He looked at her. She had been an elite jonin, a warrior who had bled for her village. But after marrying Fugaku, she had retired to become a housewife. What a waste, he thought. Neji, Yujito said, it's time. They went out into the courtyard. Neji-kun, Lady Yujito, Fugaku said, we are willing to leave Konoha and join the hidden cloud. But before we do, we need to know what kind of help you can provide. Neji exchanged a look with Yujito. This was it. I, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails of the Hidden Cloud, she declared, her voice ringing with power, can give you 2 assurances. First, the 4th Reikage has already gathered his forces. The moment you make your move, he will march south to meet you. Second, Neji and I will remain in Konoha to assist you. The Uchiha fell silent, considering her words. For a Jinchuriki to remain behind, it was a clear sign of the cloud's sincerity. Chapter 72, The Eve of the Retreat. Chapter 72, The Eve of the Retreat. The atmosphere in the courtyard had changed. Fugaku knew that the clan was now largely in agreement. The extremists were a minority. Most were not so stubborn as to ignore the reality of their situation. The survival of the clan was paramount. Revenge could wait. He looked at the 8 elders. Most of them met his gaze and nodded. He had made his decision. Itachi's death had changed him. He was no longer the indecisive man he had once been. I see that the cloud is sincere, he said, his voice ringing with a newfound authority. This is a momentous decision for our clan, but under the circumstances, we cannot hold a full assembly. Therefore, it will be decided by the elite of the Uchiha, here and now. All those in favor of leaving Konoha and joining the hidden cloud, raise your right hand. Shisui was the first to raise his hand. One by one, the others followed. It was unanimous. Go back to your homes, Fugaku commanded. Tell the others to pack their things. We are leaving Konoha. Take only what is necessary. Everything else is to be abandoned. The retreat of 2,000 or 3,000 people would not go unnoticed. They would have to travel light. We cannot wait until everyone is ready, Fugaku said to the remaining elders and Shisui. The women, children, and elderly will leave first. Genseki, Kaseki, you will lead them. 10 of our elite jonin and half of our chunin will go with you as an escort. Shisui, you know the barrier's password. They should be able to get out undetected. You will have 2 or 3 hours to get them to a safe location. The second group will be the rest of our able-bodied members. They will carry the food supplies. Shisui and Hakadai, you will lead them. Me. Shisui thought. But I have the Mangekyo. I should be the one to stay behind. The last group, Fugaku said, his voice firm, will be led by me. We will cover your retreat. He had already accepted his fate. Fugaku-sama, Shisui said, his Mangekyo spinning, the purpose of these eyes is to protect my comrades. I cannot allow you to do this. Shisui, he replied, his tone leaving no room for argument, I have led this clan for nearly 15 years, and I have led them to ruin. This is my responsibility. This is my atonement. The future of the clan must be in the hands of the young. I believe you will be a better leader than I. I must ensure your safe retreat. At a time like this, living requires more courage than dying, Shursue, one of the older elders said. If we do not make it out, the burden of the Uchiha will fall to you. But don't worry, Shursue, Yujito said, stepping forward. Neji and I will remain in Konoha to assist your clan head. The rear guard may be in danger, but it is not a suicide mission. Shursue looked at her, and then, after a long moment, he nodded. In the early hours of the morning, at Hiruzen Sarutobi's residence, the three elders had gathered to discuss how to deal with the Uchiha. I suspect Fugaku was behind the Ninetales attack, Danzo said, breaking the silence. He's been hiding his Mangekyo all this time. That doesn't make any sense, Koharu replied. Why would he wait 5 years to act? And not just Fugaku, but Shursue has a Mangekyo as well. They are both on the must-kill list. But the one behind the Ninetales attack, he is an even greater threat. Then it must have been Shursue, Danzo snarled. He was only 11 or 12 at the time, Hamura said. He wouldn't have had the means or the motive. Hiruzen knew that Danzo's accusations were baseless. But now was not the time to argue about the past. Fugaku and Shursue's Mangekyo are a serious threat, he said, his expression grim. How should we deal with them? We should strike now, before they can act, Danzo said. Gather our forces and crush them. But Hiruzen shook his head. That would be too costly. We cannot be the ones to fire the first shot. But if they do, we can rally the other clans and crush them with the full might of the village. You're underestimating them, Hiruzen, Danzo warned. They are united now. This is not the same Uchiha as before. And that is precisely why we must be more cautious than ever, Hiruzen replied, his voice firm. I will not act until I have the support of the other clans. Hiruzen, Danzo said, a strange look in his eye, I now possess both the Sharingan and the wood release. Give me the Jinchuriki. I will forge him into the ultimate weapon. But Hiruzen would never hand Naruto over to him. The Ninetales was an even greater threat than the Uchiha. In Danzo's hands, it would be a disaster. Naruto is with Kakashi now, Danzo. You will not touch him. Hamura and Koharu immediately voiced their agreement. Danzo fell silent, but a sinister thought crossed his mind. The Jinchuriki is with Kakashi, perhaps this is an opportunity. The Uchiha clan was a flurry of activity. The news of the planned exodus had been met with a mixture of anger, fear, and anxiety. The elders and Jonin worked tirelessly to convince the dissenters, analyzing the risks and benefits, appealing to their love for their families and their clan. Fugaku found Mikoto and told her of his decision to stay behind. I have not been a good clan head, nor a good husband, he said, a look of deep regret in his eyes. When you get to the new village, find a good man. Whatever you decide, Fugaku, I will always support you, she replied, her own eyes filled not with sadness, but with love. He held her hand and looked at the sleeping Sasuke. When he is older, Mikoto, tell him, never to forget what they have done to us. Back at the inn, Yujito finally understood Neji's plan. You're going to use the Uchiha's escape as a diversion, she said, to sneak into the Hokage's office and steal the scroll of seals, and then to kidnap the Jinchuriki. Clever, Neji said with a grin. He took the Kahaku no Johei from a storage scroll and handed it to her. We'll split up. I'll get the scroll. You get Naruto. After that, we'll rendezvous with the Uchiha. She nodded. And it's time Darui and Karui knew what was going on, he added. When the time comes, they'll retreat with the Uchiha. Chapter 73, The Great Retreat, Fishing in Troubled Waters. Chapter 73, The Great Retreat, Fishing in Troubled Waters. At dusk, the sky was a gloomy gray. Danzo found Hiruzen, his face a grim mask, and delivered the terrible news. What did you say? The Uchiha are making a move. Hiruzen leaped to his feet. What's happened? Do you have proof? It had only been 2 days since their break. Was Fugaku really so foolish as to launch a coup now, with no preparation? Or had he been secretly planning it all along, with Itachi's death just being the spark that lit the fuse? But the ANBU are also watching them, Hiruzen thought. Why haven't they reported anything? He couldn't trust Danzo anymore. Not after the transplanted Sharingan, the secret would release research, the attempt on his own life. Was this just another of his schemes, to provoke a conflict and then reap the rewards? Why is it that the ANBU report that the Uchiha compound is on high alert, with no one entering or leaving? Hiruzen asked, his voice stern. The ANBU have only seen the surface, Danzo retorted. My root have detected subtle movements within the compound. They're hiding something. But Hiruzen was not convinced. To conclude that they were plotting a coup based on a few faint noises. Danzo was being paranoid. If he were to send a large force into the Uchiha compound now, it would be a disaster. He would not be the one to fire the first shot. I've already told you, Danzo, he said, his voice weary. We must have the support of the other clans. And we have no justification to act. Late that night, nearly 1,000 Uchiha, mostly women, children, and the elderly, slipped through a tunnel dug by the clan's Earth-style users and gathered at the base of the northwest wall of the village. Neji had sent Darui and Karui to assist them. To think that the Uchiha, the co-founders of Konoha, would be driven to this, Darui muttered, a look of shock on his face. On the wall above, a man in a hooded cloak and sunglasses stood like a statue. Aburaim Torian. At his feet lay the bodies of a Konoha patrol team, being silently devoured by his insects. Neji had spared his life for just this purpose. A short while later, the first group of Uchiha had slipped through a gap in the barrier, created with a password provided by Shursue, and were gone. The ANBU and route sentries, all stationed on the east side of the compound to prevent an attack on the village, had noticed nothing. They had never imagined that the Uchiha would try to flee. As dawn broke, Fugaku stood before the second group of refugees, the young and able-bodied. Shursue, Hakadai, he said, his expression grim, I'm counting on you. Even if it costs me my life, Fugaku, I will get them out safely, Hakadai declared. Don't speak of death so lightly, Fugaku said with a rare smile. The Uchiha will need your counsel in the hidden cloud. He then turned to Shursue. The future of the clan is a heavy burden, Shursue. I know this is difficult for you. My life belongs to the clan now, Fugaku-sama, Shursue replied, his voice calm. I will do what is necessary. Fugaku watched them disappear into the tunnel, then he turned to the 100 or so ninja who remained. They were all in their 40s, at the peak of their strength. They were the rear guard. Are you ready? He asked. We are, they replied as one. Less than an hour after the second group had left, the ANBU and Root finally noticed that something was wrong. In their inn, Neji and Yujito sat back to back, waiting. Just then, they saw several figures in masks racing across the rooftops, heading for the Hokage's tower. The opportunity has come. They both stood up, put on their own black masks, and leaped out the window. Neji stopped 2 kilometers from the tower, hiding in a nearby residence and observing it with his Byakugan. He had only one chance. He had to wait until Hiruzen had left. A short while later, he saw him, dressed in his black combat suit, leading a group of several dozen elite ANBU toward the Uchiha compound. The Uchiha have been completely exposed, Neji thought. The third Hokage is going himself. I hope Fugaku can hold out for a while. He then slipped out of the window and made his way toward the tower. At the same time, in a nearby inn, Obito's red eye scanned the Hokage's tower, a faint smile on his lips. His right eye swirled, and he was gone. Neji had no idea that he was not the only one fishing in these troubled waters. Chapter 74, The Confrontation. Chapter 74, The Confrontation. With a grim expression, Hiruzen Sarutobi leaped across the rooftops, heading toward the northwest sector of the village. His mind was reeling with uncertainty. Have the Uchiha really prepared for a coup? Or is this all Danzo's scheme, with even the ANBU monitoring the Uchiha being kept in the dark? When the ANBU agents detected a large-scale movement within the Uchiha district, they reflexively jumped to the most obvious conclusion: the Uchiha clan was launching a coup. They didn't have time to investigate the details before reporting the news to Hiruzen. Upon learning of the Uchiha's movements, Hiruzen made the same judgment call as his ANBU. Still, he couldn't shake the suspicion that Danzo's shadow loomed over these events. Mobilize ANBU squads 3, 6, 9, 11, and 13, Hiruzen commanded to a subordinate. Then, relay the intelligence that the Uchiha are staging a coup to the Hyuga, the Inoshikacho clans, the Kurama, the Inosuka, and the others. Tell them to dispatch their elite forces as support. Understood. Whether Danzo was involved or not was now a secondary concern. As long as the Uchiha fired the first shot, creating the objective fact of a rebellion, Hiruzen had no choice but to mobilize his forces and meet them in battle. As he had previously determined, to annihilate the Uchiha clan with minimal cost and maximum effect, he needed the strength of the other ninja clans. The Uchiha did not possess the power to take on the entire Leaf Village. The only real threat to consider was the strange and unpredictable dojutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, it was a threat to be wary of, not one that would paralyze them with fear. The Mangekyo was terrifying, but it wasn't invincible. Otherwise, there was no reason for Fugaku Uchiha to have remained passive for so long. Along the way, Hiruzen rendezvoused with the 2 village elders, Mitokedo Hamura and Udatane Koharu, who had rushed over after hearing the news. Their combined forces swelled to over 200 shinobi. In terms of numbers, they already outnumbered the elite Uchiha who had remained in the clan district by more than double. That wicked Uchiha clan, Hamura declared, looking at the massive contingent behind them and the growing number of reinforcements heading for the Uchiha district. If they truly launch a coup, today will be the end of their line. In his heart, he had already made the decision to eliminate them, root and stem. Upon receiving the news of the Uchiha coup, the Hyuga, Inoshikacho, Inazuka, Aburame, and other prominent clans had no time for shock. They immediately dispatched their elite ninja, who raced toward the Uchiha compound. The Hokage's faction had deliberately downplayed the death of Itachi Uchiha, but the village was only so big. The major clans all had their own intelligence networks and were aware of the conflict brewing between the Uchiha and the village leadership. When faced with a choice of allegiance, the truth of the matter became less important. Although they might have sympathized with the Uchiha's plight, they were unwilling to see the village thrown into chaos by a coup. With little hesitation, they made the choice that best served their own family's interests. Maintaining the stability of the village was the same as maintaining the stability of their clans. This was the undisputed political correctness of their world. What none of them knew, however, was that the Uchiha were not staging a coup, they were defecting from Konoha. If the other clans had known this, those not deeply entangled with the Hokage's faction might not have been so quick to send their forces to surround and destroy the Uchiha. The root headquarters was located very close to the Uchiha district. As a result, Danzo and his elite root operatives arrived on the scene before anyone else. However, when he saw Fugaku Uchiha and over 100 of his clan's finest shinobi standing at the ready, Danzo felt a strange sense of dissonance. This didn't look like a rebellion. Just then, the root agents he had stationed in the Uchiha district figured out the travel direction of the first two waves of Uchiha clansmen and immediately reported their findings to him. Hearing their report, Danzo's heart sank as a startling possibility crossed his mind. He couldn't be certain what the Uchiha were planning, but under the cold, unified glare of over 100 elite Uchiha, he didn't dare make a reckless move. Danzo couldn't resist probing the situation. Fugaku Uchiha, I demand an explanation. What is your clan trying to do? Are you betraying the village? If his suspicion was correct, it would be a far worse outcome for him than a coup. Betrayal. Fugaku's sharp gaze locked onto Danzo. He shook his head slowly. Just wait a moment. Hiruzen will be here soon. It's time to settle the grudges of the past few decades. Meanwhile, after infiltrating the Hokage Tower, Neji found that, just as he had predicted, its defenses were severely depleted. The building was quiet, but the air was thick with tension. Neji descended the stairs into the basement levels, his Byakugan activated to its fullest as he scanned his surroundings. There's a hidden post on the first basement level, just around the corner. 2 guards. Judging by their chakra levels, they're special jonin at best. Standing at the corner, Neji used his Byakugan to observe the 2 shinobi through the wall. He took a slow breath. Chakra gathered in his palm, and electric snakes of storm release shot forth. They moved with a life of their own, slithering through the air and striking the 2 guards from an impossible angle. Thump. Thump. With 2 soft thuds, the guards collapsed. Neji sprang forward, catching their limp bodies before they hit the floor and propping them against the wall. He continued deeper. The hallway is filled with sealing formulas. 1, 2, 3, 15 of them in total. They're invisible to the naked eye. Step on one, and it will activate instantly. With his Byakugan wide, Neji carefully navigated around one sealing trap after another. After descending several more floors, the view opened up. In the next instant, Neji melted back into the shadows. About 20 meters ahead, 2 full squads of 8 heavily armed ANBU stood guard. To have 2 squads on guard at a time like this must be the archive room where the scroll of seals is kept. The ANBU squads were too far away for his storm release secret techniques to guarantee a precise, silent kill. Neji paused, his hand reaching into his ninja tool pouch. Just as he was about to burst from the shadows and strike with lightning speed to eliminate the 8 ANBU, the unexpected happened. What's going on? Intruder. Neji's expression changed slightly. His first thought was that he had been discovered. But then he saw the 8 ANBU operatives in front of the archive room surround a man with a single-eyed mask who was slowly stepping out of a swirling spatial vortex. It's him. Neji's heart skipped a beat. He never imagined he would run into Obito here. Obito, in turn, was just as surprised to see Neji, who, like him, was clad in a black robe and wore a black mask. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second, and an unspoken agreement was instantly reached. With a short blade in hand, Neji launched himself from his hiding place like a pouncing tiger, charging toward 4 of the ANBU. Schlick. With the sickening sound of blades piercing flesh, the 4 ANBU members fell to the ground. At the same moment, Obito absorbed the other 4 into his Kamui dimension. After dealing with the obstacles, the 2 shadowy figures stood facing each other, quietly observing one another. For a moment, the atmosphere froze solid. Chapter 75, A Fierce Battle with Obito. Chapter 75, A Fierce Battle with Obito. Swish. 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 In an instant, hundreds of powerful presences descended upon the Uchiha district. Hiruzen Sarutobi, clad in his black battle attire, stood before Fugaku with a piercing intensity. He was flanked by the two elders, Koharu and Hamura. Fugaku, are you Uchiha really staging a coup? Glancing at the elite Uchiha shinobi already in a standoff with Danzo's root forces, Hiruzen's heart filled with unbridled fury. Right behind them, the heads of the other great clans arrived, Hyuga Genkai, Narashikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi. Seeing the tense, sword-drawn atmosphere, they all tensed up. Before Hiruzen could say another word, Fugaku dropped a bombshell that stunned the Hokage and his advisors, and made Danzo's face turn as dark as water. Hiruzen, you are mistaken, Fugaku began, his eyes sweeping over the shocked expression on the Hokage's face. The Uchiha have never, from beginning to end, taken any concrete action toward a coup. This village was founded jointly by the Uchiha and the Senju. No matter how you try to cover it up, that is an undeniable fact. And yet, to protect the power in your hands, you've ignored this truth, treating the Uchiha like venomous beasts and suppressing our clan day after day for decades. Fugaku, the fact before everyone here is that you Uchiha are the village's greatest affliction. Sensing the tide turning against him, Danzo wasn't about to let Fugaku continue. He cut in harshly, his cold words drawing the hateful gazes of every Uchiha present. Fugaku returned a frigid glare, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly as he stared down Danzo. Everyone could feel his rage, but Fugaku contained it, turning his attention back to Hiruzen. We Uchiha have always loved Konoha, he said, his voice resonating with conviction. But you have covered up our contributions to the village and treated us as a constant threat. Since it has come to this, then we Uchiha will leave Konoha, and grant your wish. The moment those impactful words fell, Danzo's expression became grim. Hiruzen, Koharu, and the others were frozen on the spot. Leaving Konoha. Not a coup. The heads of the clans less entangled with the Hokage's faction, the Hyuga, the Inuzuka, the Kurama, exchanged glances before signaling their clansmen to stand down. If the Uchiha weren't planning a coup, if they weren't going to disrupt the village's stability, then the question of whether to risk devastating losses in a bloody fight against them required careful consideration. Defect from Konoha. Fugaku, what is the meaning of this? Realizing that Fugaku truly had no intention of rebellion, Hiruzen's tense face relaxed slightly. He studied the Uchiha clan head, his tone softening a fraction. Behind him, however, Hamura and Koharu's brows were furrowed into a tight knot. The Uchiha not staging a coup was what the village wanted, but them leaving entirely was hardly a good outcome for Konoha. Hiruzen, I've made myself perfectly clear, Fugaku stated. More than 50 years ago, the Uchiha and the Senju founded Konoha together. The first Hokage himself said that all clans were free to come and go. Our ancestors hoped that founding Konoha would bring true peace and a bright future for our clan. Yet, after all these years, our clan is met with suspicion and isolation. There is no longer a place for the Uchiha in this village. Even under these circumstances, we are still unwilling to launch a coup. We love this village and do not wish to raise our weapons on the land where we have lived for decades. So please, allow the Uchiha to leave Konoha and find a new home elsewhere. Fugaku paused, looking at the incredulous, stone-faced Hiruzen. This is the final act of grace from the Uchiha. If you insist on forcing our hand, we will not stand by and be slaughtered. Hiruzen, I hope you think carefully before you make your decision. Final act of grace. Naturally, it was a bluff. In Fugaku's heart, and indeed in the hearts of all Uchiha, Konoha was already an irreconcilable enemy. Fugaku's speech was a calculated move to stall for as much time as possible and to sow division among the Hyuga, Inuzuka, Kurama, and other clans. Already, more than 300 ninja surrounded the Uchiha district, with more arriving continuously. If a battle broke out, the 100 Uchiha left as the rear guard wouldn't be able to hold out for long, and their mission would fail. That was why Fugaku had immediately emphasized their defection, not a coup. He had made it clear the Uchiha did not want to rebel, they only wanted to leave. The choice of whether to use force was now in Hiruzen's hands. Hokage Tower. Neji stared intently at Obito, his mind racing. Even with only a single Kamui, Obito was incredibly powerful. During the Nine-Tails attack, he had instantly eliminated the ANBU squad guarding Kushina and had controlled the Nine-Tails with a single glance. While the element of surprise and Madara's pre-existing summoning contract played a part, there were no more than 2 people in the entire shinobi world capable of such a feat. Most importantly, Obito's ability to survive was off the charts. With Kamui, hitting him was incredibly difficult. Even if you did land a blow, it might not even injure him. Minato Namikaze's full-power Rasengan had struck him squarely in the back but had caused no significant damage. His physical durability, enhanced by Hashirama cells, was on par with Orochimaru's after his extensive body modifications. Any ordinary attack would be useless. And even if one could wound or kill him, he had a spare Sharingan under his mask, ready to cast his Izanagi and bring him back to life at full strength. If Obito was determined to escape, Neji would be powerless to stop him. Although killing him is unrealistic, achieving a stalemate shouldn't be a problem. Obito's greatest weakness with a single Kamui was his lack of overwhelming offensive power. He lacked a definitive, fight-ending technique. Knowing his abilities, as long as Neji could counter Kamui, there was little to fear. "You little mouse," Obito's voice suddenly rasped. "It's your bad luck to run into me." Clank, clank. With a metallic rattle, Obito produced an iron chain from his waist, slowly and deliberately fastening it to both of his wrists. His movements were unhurried, as if Neji wasn't even worth his full attention. Although Neji's similar attire had startled him at first, Obito paid little mind to anyone in the world besides a handful of truly top-tier shinobi. Seeing Obito secure the chain and tense to lunge, Neji took a deep breath. The chakra receiver rosary emerged from between his eyebrows, floating before him as he prepared to face his opponent. The chain danced through the air with a loud clatter. The rosary beads glowed with an eerie light as they began to spin. Whoosh! They both moved at the same time. Obito whipped the chain towards Neji, who swayed his body, narrowly avoiding it. Simultaneously, Neji sent the chakra receiver rosary flying forward with a thought. As expected, the rosary passed harmlessly through Obito's intangible body. Just then, Obito's hand reached for Neji's shoulder, and the space around it began to distort. Success, Obito sneered inwardly. Once sucked into the Kamui dimension, even a god would be at his mercy. The spatial vortex rapidly expanded, and Neji's body began to twist along with it. In the next instant, however, Obito's body was struck by an invisible repulsive force, sending him flying backward. At the same time, the rosary Neji had thrown was pulled back by an attractive force, slamming toward the recoiling Obito. The entire sequence was as fluid as flowing water, without a hint of hesitation. Neji had not only mentally rehearsed this but was aided by the Tensigen's fine control over attraction and repulsion, which was effortless and even surpassed that of the Rinnegan. Boom. Boom. The walls of the basement rumbled with dull impacts. Neji narrowed his eyes. Obito had vanished. A pity, Neji thought. He knew the chances of killing Obito were slim, but he had held onto a sliver of hope, playing all his cards at once in the hope of catching him off guard and finishing him. A moment later, space warped again, and Obito reappeared. The look he gave Neji was now completely devoid of its earlier disdain. "To be able to injure me, you're quite impressive," Obito said, probing. In that split-second exchange, his opponent had used at least two abilities, both of which were beyond his expectations. First was the repulsive force that had hit him, something he had only ever seen from the Deva path. In all his vast experience, Obito knew of no other bloodline or secret jutsu that could manipulate repulsion in such a way. Then there were the small black spheres. They had seemed unremarkable, but the moment his right shoulder had touched one, an unprecedented feeling of mortal dread had washed over him. He hadn't felt such a sensation since his fight with the fourth Hokage, and this was even more intense. If one were to look at Obito from behind, they would see that a large chunk of flesh from his right shoulder had simply vanished. Even with his keen eye, Obito couldn't discern what kind of ability those strange black spheres possessed. The mysterious masked man before him had sparked both his deep interest and profound vigilance. Mimicking Obito, Neji spoke in a hoarse voice, "To escape my combination attack, you have reason to be proud as well." Kamui was powerful, but against Neji, who could freely manipulate attraction and repulsion, its offensive capabilities were almost null. For Obito to absorb someone, he had to become tangible. The instant he did, the repulsive force, which required no hand seals, could strike and push him away. After studying Neji for a moment, Obito said in a low voice, "Since neither of us can defeat the other, there's no need to continue fighting. I don't know what your purpose here is, but I assume you don't want to see your efforts go to waste, right?" Neji let out a small, silent sigh of relief and nodded imperceptibly. He still had to steal the scroll of seals. He had no desire to get bogged down in a fight with Obito. With an agreement reached, they walked side by side toward the archive room. Obito glanced at the locked door and simply phased through it with Kamui. Neji, however, unleashed his chakra receiver rosary, which obliterated the lock. With a creak, Neji pushed the door open. Obito glanced at the black spheres floating around Neji, his expression under the mask growing even more solemn. Neji paid him no mind and began to survey the archive. In front of him stood rows of bookshelves filled with countless scrolls of high-level ninjutsu and classified documents. To the left was a massive refrigeration unit containing rows of petri dishes with cell tissue cultures. A quick scan revealed many tissues he didn't recognize, as well as a sample of Hashirama's cells. His gaze shifted to the right, where a massive scroll lay on a platform. Seeing it, Neji's breathing grew heavier. This was it, the scroll of seals, which recorded numerous forbidden jutsu. His mission would be complete once he had it. Still, he didn't move recklessly, keeping his attention focused on Obito. After a moment of thought, Neji stated his terms plainly, "The scroll of seals is mine. You can take the rest." Obito's brow furrowed in thought. The scroll contained powerful forbidden jutsu, but they were forbidden for a reason, not just their power, but their extreme difficulty. As far as he knew, no one in Konoha had successfully mastered any of its techniques for a very long time. Besides, Konoha surely had a copy. Stealing the original wouldn't be a crippling blow. Most importantly, this other masked man's techniques were bizarre, and Obito had already suffered for underestimating him. He didn't want to waste time in a pointless conflict. The Uchiha and the Hokage's faction would be clashing soon, and he wanted to be there to observe and fish in the troubled waters. After a brief deliberation, Obito nodded. Fine. The two, each with their own ulterior motives, reached an agreement. Neji breathed a long sigh of relief and flashed over to the platform holding the scroll. He immediately unrolled it, his eyes scanning quickly to verify its authenticity. Meanwhile, Obito went to the refrigeration unit containing Hashirama's cells and absorbed its entire contents into his Kamui dimension. He then proceeded to sweep all the various scrolls from the shelves, packing them away. While most of it was of little use to him personally, taking it all would be a significant loss for Konoha. Throughout the process, the two acted as if the other wasn't there, neither interfering with the other. Uchiha District. After Fugaku's speech, a subtle shift occurred in the mindset of the other clan heads. If the Uchiha were hell-bent on destroying the village's peace, then to protect their own clan's interests, they would have no choice but to help Hiruzen suppress them. There would be no other option. But now, with the Uchiha not intending to launch a coup, the situation had become more complex. After leaving Konoha, the Uchiha's first priority would be survival, becoming Konoha's enemy would come second. Besides, while the Uchiha were strong, they wouldn't dare challenge Konoha now, and they might not have the capacity to do so for a long time. Taking a step back, in the decades since the village system was established, the 5 great ninja villages had fought life-and-death battles, yet they also maintained delicate relationships. For example, Sunagakure had been the first to attack the Land of Fire during the Third Great Ninja War, but was now Konoha's staunchest ally. From that perspective, it was even possible that the Uchiha could become allies with Konoha in the future. Secondly, there was the matter of losses. The Uchiha's combat strength was beyond question. To eliminate these 100-plus elites, their own clans would have to pay a heavy price. At that moment, Kurama Murakumo, the head of the Kurama clan, suddenly spoke up. "Lord Hokage, Uchiha Shisui is not here." As his words fell, a chill went down everyone's spine. The situation was clear, Shisui had already withdrawn from Konoha. Fugaku staying behind meant he was prepared for the worst. Kurama's statement wasn't just for Hiruzen's ears. The minds of all the clan heads not deeply tied to the Hokage's faction, and even those of the Inoshikacho trio, began to race. If Shisui learned that they had assisted the Hokage in wiping out Fugaku and his men, they would undoubtedly be placed on his kill list. His hatred for them might even burn more fiercely than his hatred for the Hokage's faction. Shisui had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at a young age. He was 10 times more terrifying than Fugaku. Offending such a generational Uchiha talent would be an absolute disaster. Chapter 76, All Hell Breaks Loose. Chapter 76, All Hell Breaks Loose. The risks and potential rewards were completely out of balance. The Uchiha weren't staging a coup. Without a direct threat to their own clan's interests, there was no absolute reason to get involved. Glancing at the 100-plus pairs of crimson eyes, especially those of Fugaku Uchiha standing at the forefront, the clan heads made a complete 180-degree turn in their thinking. Almost in unison, they took a step back. The Uchiha were defecting, not rebelling. The future was uncertain, but the present was something they could control. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wanted to start a war with the Uchiha. The clan leaders all had varying degrees of knowledge about the terror of the Mangekyo Sharingan, a power capable of controlling the tailed beasts. They didn't know that different Mangekyo had different abilities, nor that prolonged use without an eternal Mangekyo placed a heavy burden on the user. It was precisely this lack of detailed knowledge that fueled their caution and apprehension. Hiruzen, Danzo, and Hamura keenly sensed the subtle shift in the other clans' attitudes. Even the Inoshikacho trio, whose interests were deeply intertwined with the Sarutobi clan, showed signs of withdrawal. Their hearts sank. Hiruzen, struggling to find the right words, put on an exceptionally stern face. Fugaku, to defect from the village is going too far. Meeting Hiruzen's gaze, Fugaku cut him off directly. The first Hokage established the rule that all clans are free to come and go. Furthermore, the Uchiha are one of Konoha's 2 founding clans. Or are you planning to drag the other clans into a bloody battle with us? As his words fell, the clans that were unwilling to fight the Uchiha took another collective step backward, making their position clear. Hiruzen's expression darkened further. Beside him, Danzo's face was just as grim, a dangerous light glinting in his one exposed eye. Times have changed, Danzo's cold voice cut through the tension, making the atmosphere even thicker. He didn't give anyone time to think, not even Hiruzen. The rules set by the first Hokage only applied to that specific era. The rule now is that anyone who leaves the village, for any reason, is a traitor. And Konoha has zero tolerance for traitors. Root Shinobi, hear my command. Danzo roared, raising his hand. Exterminate the rebels, the Uchiha clan. Danzo, don't be reckless. In an instant, dozens of black-clad figures leaped forward, and the scene descended into chaos. Danzo knew he had to force Hiruzen's hand. First, after dealing with this rearguard of over 100 Uchiha, they still needed to pursue the rest of the clan. Second, if he let Fugaku keep talking, not only would the other clans be swayed, but Hiruzen himself might waver. Based on his understanding of Hiruzen, with the other clans backing down and a path to resolving the conflict without bloodshed presenting itself, Hiruzen would most likely concede and allow a peaceful separation. That was a decision with endless future troubles, one that Danzo could not tolerate. He had always firmly believed that the Uchiha were an inherently evil clan. Their very existence was the greatest hidden danger to Konoha and the entire shinobi world. They had to be eradicated, root and stem. Just as Danzo unilaterally gave the order and ignited the conflict, Yujito finally found Naruto. At that moment, Naruto was still sound asleep, drooling at the corner of his mouth as he dreamed of feasting at Ichiraku ramen. Yujito glanced into the kitchen, where Kakashi was busy preparing a meal. Kakashi had been hailed as a genius since childhood, graduating from the academy at 5, becoming a chunin at 6, and a jonin at 12 before joining the ANBU and disappearing from the public eye for years. Yujito wasn't particularly afraid of him, but if she could take Naruto away quietly without a fight, that would be for the best. Composing herself, she silently opened the window, preparing to sneak into the bedroom and grab Naruto. Knock. 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 A sudden knock on the door startled her, and she froze. Kakashi came out of the kitchen and opened the door to find 4 masked ninja in ANBU attire. He raised an eyebrow. Boom. 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 The ANBU squad leader spoke. Kakashi-senpai, the Uchiha have launched a coup. Lord Hokage is on the scene and requires your immediate support. Understood, Kakashi replied without hesitation, vanishing in a flicker. The 4 ANBU waited at the door for a moment, then exchanged a look and immediately entered the house to search. Report, we found the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Take him, quickly. Crash. In the next instant, Yujito burst through the window and landed in front of Naruto, blocking their path. Chirp. 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 Simultaneously, a sharp screeching sound filled the air, like the cry of 1,000 birds. Kakashi had returned. In a flash, 2 of the intruders were impaled by Yujito's cat-like claws, while Kakashi killed the other 2 with a chidori. After eliminating the enemies, Yujito looked at Kakashi and asked curiously, "You already left? Why did you come back?" Kakashi didn't answer her question, instead asking one of his own. "And who are you?" The moment the ANBU squad leader had said the 3rd Hokage needed his support, Kakashi had grown suspicious. The only mission the 3rd had given him was to protect the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The conflict between the village and the Uchiha had been brewing for ages. Hiruzen could have summoned him in advance, it made no sense to wait until a battle had already erupted to call for him. Furthermore, a simple messenger task didn't require 4 ANBU operatives. As he suspected, there was something wrong with these 4. In the entire Leaf Village, the only one who would dare to make a move on Naruto was Danzo. What Kakashi hadn't anticipated, however, was another shadowy figure who also seemed to be after Naruto. After a brief standoff, Yujito realized words were useless. The chakra within her body began to surge violently. Kakashi's expression turned grave. He pushed up the headband covering his left eye, revealing his Sharingan, and carefully observed the woman opposite him. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The chakra inside Yujito's body was swelling at an incredible rate, and a blue, cat-like pattern began to envelop her. Tailed beast chakra, she's a Jinchuriki. And that pattern, is that her? Hokage Tower. Just after they finished looting the archive room, Neji and Obito felt a faint tremor from the ground, followed by a series of explosions from the northwest. They both realized the Uchiha had clashed with the Hokage's faction. Obito glanced at Neji, and without a word, his form swirled and vanished into the void. Neji stared at the spot where he disappeared, muttering to himself, space-time dojutsu really is a cut above the rest. Powerful techniques like Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, and even Koto Amatsukami, which were so formidable early on, struggled to have any real effect on 6 Paths level opponents later. But Kamui never lost its value. Kakashi, without Uchiha blood, had used a single Kamui to tear through 6 Paths Madara's truth-seeking orb defenses, a testament to its terrifying power. Shaking off his thoughts, Neji pushed off the ground and rushed out of the archive. With the battle underway, he had to go help ease the pressure on the Uchiha. It was unrealistic for all 100 of them to escape, but every single one that made it out counted. After leaving the Hokage Tower and cutting through a few alleys, Neji suddenly stopped. He turned his head, looking towards the southeast corner of the village. A massive, ethereal cat demon had appeared in his line of sight. You've got to be kidding me. She's already in her partial-tailed beast state. After a moment's thought, Neji changed his mind. He wouldn't go to support the Uchiha. Instead, he dashed straight for the Hatake clan grounds. The commotion from Yujito's location would soon alert the entire village. Thinking it over, Yujito being exposed might not be a bad thing. The disaster of the Nine-Tails attack was far more traumatic for Konoha than the current Uchiha incident. To protect the Jinchuriki and prevent a repeat of that tragedy, Hiruzen would be forced to intervene personally. In a way, this was an indirect form of support for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha District. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Earth style, multi-layered mud wall. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. The moment Danzo gave the order, dozens of elite root shinobi unleashed a dazzling array of attacks. The air filled with the sounds of exploding paper bombs, whistling kunai, and roaring jutsu. This is as long as we can stall. Everyone, let them witness the resolve of the Uchiha. The attack was unexpected, but at the same time, completely within the expectations of Fugaku and every other Uchiha present. They had long been utterly disappointed in the village, especially with Danzo on the scene. A vicious battle was inevitable. All their previous words had just been to buy time and encourage the other clans to remain neutral. Now, all that was left was to fight with all their might. Looking at the masked root ninja charging forward wave after wave, a three-bladed pinwheel pattern appeared in Fugaku Uchiha's crimson eyes as a terrifying amount of chakra erupted from his body. He had activated his Susanoo in an instant. A massive, crimson skeleton materialized around him. As he poured more chakra and dojutsu into it, the skeleton rapidly expanded, growing armor. A 5-meter-long Susanoo blade swept horizontally toward the charging root ninja, kicking up a tidal wave of force. Dust billowed and flesh splattered. What is that? Get back. It's too late. Arg. That's the Susanoo. The ultimate power only available to the Mangekyo Sharingan. The instant the attack descended, those unfamiliar with the Mangekyo were horrified, while those who knew of it were filled with shock and rage. Hiruzen, Danzo, and the others who had dodged the attack watched with grim faces as Fugaku's Susanoo, with just a single horizontal slash, enveloped the 6 foremost root ninja with its immense power and ferocious momentum. 5 of them were killed instantly. Only one, a quick-reacting Jonin, barely avoided a fatal blow, but both his legs were sliced off by the blade. He collapsed into a pool of his own blood, screaming in agony. And that was merely one of the Susanoo's most basic attacks. Against any ordinary ninja below the Kage level who lacked a bloodline limit or secret jutsu, a direct hit from the second stage Susanoo was a guaranteed kill. While the Anbu, Root, and the neutral clans watched with shock and apprehension, the Uchiha's morale soared. They charged toward the root ninja with terrifying ferocity. Seeing this, a look of grim determination crossed Hiruzen's eyes. There was no other choice. They had to fight. All shinobi, listen. The Uchiha clan has betrayed the village and the nation. Annihilate them with all your strength. The moment he finished speaking, the Anbu under his command, along with the Kazama, Aburame, and other clans with close ties to the Hokage's faction, charged toward the Uchiha. Hiruzen glanced behind him at the clans that remained motionless, the Hyuga, the Inuzuka, the Kurama, and even the Inoshikacho trio. Although he knew they were unlikely to engage in a bloody battle with the Uchiha, seeing it happen for real made him sigh inwardly. Have I lost their support so completely? But Hiruzen hadn't given up on rallying them. After a moment's pause, he turned to face the leaders of the neutral clans and shouted, Fugaku Uchiha has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. According to intelligence verified by the Anbu, the Nine-Tails attack was orchestrated by Fugaku himself. For the sake of the souls of the departed, I implore you, lend us your strength to destroy the Uchiha. Hiruzen was hesitant before making a decision, but once he made one, he showed no mercy. He knew the Nine-Tails attack was almost certainly not Fugaku's doing. But at this moment, he had to pin the blame on him. It was the only way he might persuade the other clans to join the fight. However, things did not unfold as he had predicted. Hearing his words, Akimichi Choza's eyes instantly turned red with rage. His father, Akimichi Torafu, had been gravely wounded during the Nine-Tails attack and had eventually succumbed to his injuries. Choza took a deep breath, preparing to lead his clansmen into the fray. Swish. A shadow suddenly crept out from beneath Nara Shikaku's feet and firmly bound Choza. Shikaku, what are you doing? Let me go. Yamanaka Inoichi placed a hand on Choza's shoulder. Choza, calm down. Don't be rash. The Nine-Tails incident isn't that simple. With Inoichi's reminder, Choza realized something was off. If Fugaku had been behind the attack, he'd had countless opportunities over the past 5 years to unleash the Nine Tails again. With the fourth Hokage dead, no one could have stopped it. And if the third Hokage had known the truth all this time, why say it now, of all moments? Choso's mind wasn't as sharp as Shikaku's, but he wasn't a fool. He quickly understood Hiruzen's intentions, and his rampaging chakra began to settle. At that moment, Inoichi looked at Shikaku and asked hesitantly, "Shikaku, are we just going to stand here and watch?" Shikaku shook his head, his face impassive. "It's not yet time." The Ino-Shikacho clans did not want to fight the Uchiha to the death, but they were also allies of the Sarutobi clan. To stand by and do nothing would invite criticism. Therefore, Shikaku had decided on a strategy. They would wait until the Hokage's faction had suffered over 50% casualties before intervening. This would, 1. Prevent heavy losses for their own clans. 2. It would preserve their honor. And 3. It would send a signal to the Uchiha that they were forced into the fight under pressure from the Hokage. Chapter 77, A Series of Vicious Battles. Chapter 77, A Series of Vicious Battles. Fugaku Uchiha, were you the one who planned the Nine Tails attack? You inherently evil Uchiha clan, today is your last day. Hamura and Koharu glared at the motionless Hyuga, Ino-Shikacho, and Inazuka clans, seething with anger. First, they firmly pinned the blame for the Nine Tails disaster on the Uchiha, then loudly commanded their own clansmen to join the siege. As former students of the second Hokage, their understanding of the Mangekyo Sharingan far exceeded that of the other clans. They knew that while the second stage Susanoo of a standard Mangekyo was powerful, it was far from being able to sweep away everything in its path. If they dragged the fight out, Fugaku would be the first to falter. Of course, the price would be steep. Casualties could number in the dozens, perhaps even hundreds. But at this point, there was no time for such considerations. Whoosh! Suddenly, an ANBU agent appeared before the grim-faced Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Lord Hokage," he reported, "the Cloud Village's Two-Tails Jinchuriki is attempting to kidnap the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Our forces are engaged in a fierce battle. The situation is critical." "What did you say?" Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then his chest swelled with rage. "The Cloud Ninja, it's the Cloud Ninja again. Kidnapping Kushina, kidnapping Neji and Hinata, and now kidnapping Naruto." After a brief surge of anger, Hiruzen forced himself to calm down. He turned to the leaders of the Hyuga, Ino-Shikacho, and other clans. Everyone, the Cloud Ninja have shown their wolfish ambition, attempting to abduct the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Whether the Nine-Tails falls into their hands or goes on a rampage right here, it would be a catastrophe for our village. I must ask for your assistance. Hearing this, the clan heads recalled the tragedy of the Nine-Tails attack. Their expressions changed dramatically, and they nodded without hesitation. The conflict between the Uchiha and the Hokage's faction didn't directly involve their interests, so they had no absolute reason to intervene. The Nine Tails, however, was another matter entirely. If anything happened to it, the consequences would be unthinkable. This was not a time to stand on the sidelines. Seeing their agreement, Hiruzen let out a long sigh of relief. He turned to Danzo and the others. "Danzo, Hamura, Koharu, I'm leaving the ANBU with you. I'm counting on you to handle the Uchiha." Hamura narrowed his eyes and said gravely, "Hiruzen, no matter what, you must not let anything happen to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Beside him, Koharu's fists were clenched so tightly her knuckles cracked. "Damn those Cloud Ninja. A bunch of shameless bandits." Shimura Danzo remained silent, leaning on his cane, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. According to his plan, root agents disguised as ANBU were supposed to lure Kakashi away while the battle with the Uchiha began, allowing them to snatch Naruto quietly. If exposed, all blame could be shifted to the Uchiha. With the Jinchuriki in his hands, he would be one step closer to the Hokage's seat. He never imagined the Cloud would interfere. No, it wasn't interference, their objectives had simply aligned, and they had coincidentally run into each other. With the Cloud stirring up trouble, his entire plan was ruined. Danzo took a ragged breath, thinking hatefully, "Hiruzen, you must not let the Cloud Ninja get away. The Two Tails has been served up on a platter." But Hiruzen had no intention of listening to Danzo. With a wave of his hand, he launched himself into the air, leaping across the rooftops toward the southeast sector of the village. Hundreds of ninja from the Hyuga, Ino-Shikacho, Inazuka, and other clans followed close behind. Inside his Susanoo, Fugaku saw Hiruzen leave with a large contingent of elite forces. His eyes narrowed slightly as he realized Yujito had made her move. What on earth happened to make Hiruzen lead a team away himself? Could it be related to the Nine Tails? After a moment of thought, Fugaku's expression became dazed. Only something involving the Nine Tails could compel Hiruzen to leave the battlefield personally. Before deciding whether his clan would stage a coup or defect to the Cloud Village, Fugaku had also considered the power of the Nine Tails. But in the end, he had abandoned the idea. It was uncertain if his Mangekyo was even capable of controlling the beast. Furthermore, if he did, he would be confirming the accusation that he was behind the original Ninetales attack, which would surely incite the hatred of the entire village. The resulting battle would be 1,000 times more brutal than the one they were in now. Through his Byakugan, Neji saw from a distance that Yujito, in her cat demon form, was already surrounded by over 100 leaf ninja, with more continuously rushing toward the Hataki clan grounds. Yujito was making too much of a scene. The massive ethereal cat could be seen from halfway across the village. The trauma of the Ninetales attack was deeply ingrained in Konoha's psyche. Even without the Hokage's orders, ninja from all over were converging on the location of their own accord. Boom. 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 The sound of explosions and roaring jutsu reached his ears. Dense smoke and brilliant flashes of light were visible even from several kilometers away. In her cat demon form, Yujito's combat power was greatly enhanced, but even she couldn't withstand a sustained bombardment from over 100 opponents. Just as Neji took a deep breath, preparing to rush over and provide support, two figures suddenly dropped from the sky, blocking his path. Neji skidded to a halt, narrowing his eyes to assess them. They were two women, Kurenai Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi. Kurenai stood on the edge of a roof, one hand on her hip as she scanned Neji's black-robed, black-masked figure. "You sneaky little rat," she said coldly. "Surrender now. There's no escape." Beside her, Anko shouted, "You village-destroying bastard. I won't let you get away with this." Being stopped by these two left Neji feeling rather speechless. Do I look like an easy target? A black robe and a black mask, how does this outfit scream, weakling? Clearly, these two had never been humbled by a truly powerful opponent. Their confidence was misplaced. Demonic illusion, tree-binding death. Kurenai struck first, using her specialty genjutsu, a secret technique of the Yuhi clan. Neji blinked once, his expression remaining calm, as if completely unaffected. How is that possible? Kurenai was stunned. While confident in her skills as a genjutsu prodigy, she wasn't so arrogant as to believe no one could break her illusions. But this was completely unexpected. Logically, even breaking the simplest genjutsu required a process, either disrupting one's chakra flow or inflicting self-harm to use pain as a trigger. Yet this masked man had dispelled her technique just by standing there, without any movement at all. It shattered her understanding. Opposite her, Neji had gained a new appreciation for his Tensigen. It was common knowledge that users of dojutsu possessed a certain degree of resistance to genjutsu. Even a standard Byakugan or a 3-tomo Sharingan could grant some immunity. From Kurenai's attack, it was clear the Tensigen's resistance surpassed even that of a Mangekyo Sharingan. Most importantly, this was a passive ability. He didn't have to do anything, the Tensigen automatically nullified the genjutsu's effects in the blink of an eye. Suppressing his delight, Neji looked at Kurenai and said in a hoarse voice, "Little girl, none of your illusions will work on me." Kurenai didn't believe it. With a cold snort, she formed another hand seal. Genjutsu, cherry blossom illusion. A faint breeze seemed to pass between them. "He's caught," Kurenai said with a confident smile. The moment she spoke, Anko, who had been waiting, lunged forward with a kunai in hand, moving like a swift cheetah toward the motionless Neji. He seemed to be trapped in the illusion, completely unaware of the world around him. Just as Anko was about to strike, Neji suddenly raised his arm, perfectly blocking her attack path. "You." Anko froze, her would-be killing blow stopped without any warning. Hidden shadow. Neji gave her no chance to perform a jutsu, closing the distance between them. Thump. With a dull thud, Neji struck Anko in the chest, sending her flying. After dealing with Anko, Neji extended his palm toward Kurenai, manipulating the attractive force. An invisible hand seemed to grab her, pulling her through the air toward him. What is this? Kurenai, who had never encountered such a technique, was terrified. She held several shuriken between her fingers, about to throw them. Neji pushed off the ground, appearing before her in an instant. With a swift kick, he sent the defenseless Kurenai flying, and she collapsed to the ground. Without a moment's pause, Neji dashed toward the Hataki grounds at an even greater speed. Clutching her stomach, Kurenai struggled to her feet, staring at his retreating back in a daze. Why did this happen? The Yuhi clan was second only to the Uchiha in genjutsu prowess, and she had always been proud of her family's name. But today, that pride had been mercilessly shattered by a harsh reality. Beside her, Anko was also in a trance. She was Orochimaru's student. Although she hadn't learned many of his techniques, he had taken her on for her exceptional talent. And yet, against that mysterious masked man, she had been utterly powerless. After dispatching Kurenai and Anko, Neji ran at full speed, finally arriving at the Hataki grounds after a few more leaps. The delay had allowed dozens more ninja to join the siege on Yujito. Neji's Tensigen swept the area, taking in the entire battle. There were 132 opponents in total, the weakest being Chunin, with 18 Jonin among them. There was Kakashi, wielding lightning in his hand. Might Guy, with the 8 gates open. And, a simple-looking old man carrying an iron pot on his back, the Eternal Genin, Kosuke Mariboshi. Neji's gaze finally settled on Naruto Uzumaki, who was fast asleep and guarded by a dozen ninja. If he could just grab Naruto, Yujito could retreat at any time. Having made up his mind, Neji formed the hand seals and shouted, "Storm release, laser circus." Over a dozen laser beams shot from his palms, flying toward the leaf ninja guarding Naruto in a massive volley. Look out. Dodge. Earth Sty. Most of the leaf shinobi were focused on Yujito in the distance and never expected an attack from behind. They were hit before they could react. A few of the quicker ones barely managed to evade the initial blast, but before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the lasers changed direction without warning. Some even curved back, striking them from behind. In terms of raw destructive power, Storm Release was slightly weaker than the Chidori-style jutsu, but when it came to flexibility, nothing else, not Chidori, not any other elemental jutsu, could compare. After taking out most of the guards in one go, Neji kicked off the roof, descending like a great bird toward Naruto. Earth Style, multiple mud wall, a cold voice rang out. In the next instant, 4 tall, thick earthen walls erupted from the ground around Neji, trapping him. The walls were carved with lifelike dog heads, making the identity of the caster obvious. Having cast the jutsu, Kakashi didn't have a moment to relax. His hands flew through seals as he shouted, "Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu." A massive orb of orange-red flame shot from his mouth, aimed directly at the opening at the top of the mud-walled prison. Kakashi's seal speed was astounding, less than a second had passed between the two jutsu. Trapped on all 4 sides, any normal person's first instinct would be to escape through the top, right into the path of the fireball. But Neji had the Tensigen. The moment Kakashi began the fire-style seals, Neji had predicted his intent and chose not to break out from above. He clapped his hands together, black lightning crackling between his palms. "Lightning style, Black Panther," he roared. Boom. A majestic panther made of black lightning shot from his hands, tearing a huge hole through the thick earthen wall with unstoppable force. Through the opening, Neji saw Naruto, still sleeping soundly on his bed. The corner of his mouth twitched. That kid, he can really sleep through anything. Whoosh. A fierce whistling sound cut through the air. It was Guy, charging toward him with the 8 gates open. Startled, Neji aborted his charge out of the mud prison, dropping and rolling to dodge Guy's ferocious kick. Crash. Guy's kick landed on Kakashi's mud wall, shattering the massive structure into dust as if it were glass. Amidst the flying debris, Neji flickered out of the ruined prison. He looked at Guy, who was now wreathed in a swirling aura of green energy, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. Even with all the trump cards he now possessed, he had no desire to fight Guy. Guy had an uncanny sensitivity to taijutsu, with perception and reaction speeds that could rival a Sharingan. Neji couldn't help but wonder if he possessed some kind of special constitution. Judging by the color and volume of the steam radiating from his body, Guy had only opened the 5th gate, the gate of closing. If he opened the 6th gate, the gate of joy, Neji could still put up a fight. If he opened the 7th gate, the gate of shock, Neji would have to retreat. If he opened the 8th gate, the gate of death. As for how many gates Guy could open at this point in time, it was impossible to know. But it certainly wasn't the 8th gate. Mastering the 8 gates required not only talent but also time. Opening each new gate took years of grueling training. With 2 masters like Kakashi and Guy now focused on him, the pressure on Yujito lessened dramatically. Her attacks grew fiercer, and she began to overwhelm the 100+ ninja opposing her. But Neji was growing anxious. The 3rd Hokage would be arriving soon. He had to deal with Kakashi and Guy and grab Naruto as quickly as possible. Chapter 78, Neji, Ninetales, didn't we have a deal? Chapter 78, Neji, Ninetales, didn't we have a deal? Standing on a rooftop, Obito watched the terrifying ethereal cat demon in the southeast corner of the village, a hint of amusement in his eye. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Things are certainly getting lively. Black and White Zetsu emerged from the roof. White Zetsu chuckled. Obito, it looks like the Cloud Village's real reason for attending the Chunin exams was the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Obito sneered. Isn't that just their usual style? Should we go take a look? White Zetsu asked. The 3rd Hokage will definitely go to stop the Cloud Ninja himself. We can't expose ourselves at this time, Obito shook his head, then glanced toward the Crimson Giant in the northwest. Let's go. We'll see what the Uchiha's Mangekyo is all about. Black Zetsu said in his raspy voice, without the 3rd Hokage, Danzo alone will have a hard time stopping a Mangekyo user. Space began to warp around Obito. It doesn't matter, he said faintly. I'll intervene if necessary. Lightning release, chakra mode. White lightning enveloped Neji's body. Stimulated by the electricity, his physical abilities instantly increased several times over. He then bypassed Guy and charged straight for Kakashi. Seeing Neji enter lightning release chakra mode, both Kakashi and Guy were startled. The technique was famous throughout the shinobi world, so of course they recognized it. However, very few ninja could actually master it. They both became extremely vigilant, their faces filled with caution and apprehension. This was where the benefit of the mask became apparent. People fear the unknown. The mask not only gave Neji an air of mystery, but it also made those who couldn't gauge his true strength instinctively assume the worst. If Neji had revealed his true face, a 6-year-old child, it would have had no intimidating effect whatsoever. Seeing Neji charge at him, Kakashi, though surprised, did not panic. A dazzling light erupted from his right hand. Chirp! 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 The sharp cry of 1,000 birds suddenly rang out. Swoosh! Amidst the crackle of lightning and the sound of rushing air, two figures, moving too fast for the naked eye to follow, instantly crossed paths. Neji's brow furrowed. Kakashi's Chidori had struck his shoulder, tearing his clothes. A trickle of blood flowed down his sleeve and dripped onto the ground. The lightning release chakra mode greatly enhanced his speed, strength, and defense. In this state, Neji could ignore most conventional ninjutsu, yet he had still been wounded by Kakashi. Kakashi wasn't much better off. He staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Guy, who was about to charge Neji, rushed to help him up. Are you okay? He asked with concern. Kakashi waved his right hand dismissively, but his left hand pressed against his abdomen. Guy glanced down and saw beads of blood seeping through his fingers. Guy, don't worry about me, Kakashi gasped. You must not let him get Naruto. By now, his chakra was nearly depleted, he was running on pure willpower. All right, I'll handle him. Guy took a deep breath. A terrifying amount of steam erupted from his body, and his aura swelled dramatically. Green steam, the 6th gate of the 8 gates. Neji's eyelids twitched. He had no intention of fighting Guy to the death. He quickly extended his palm, and an invisible repulsive force shot out. The beauty of the Tenseigans' repulsive force was that it required no hand seals and could be used at will. Even if an enemy blocked the attack, their body would inevitably be pushed back. Bang! The repulsive force washed over Guy like a tidal wave, sending him flying back 7 or 8 meters. For Guy, covering that distance was the work of a single blink. However, he didn't immediately charge forward again. Instead, he stood his ground, clenching his fists. After opening the 6th gate, he could use the long-range taijutsu known as Morning Peacock, a wide-area attack that even Neji in his lightning release chakra mode would struggle to block. But when Neji realized Guy's intention, a slight smile played on his lips. With his other hand, he aimed at Naruto and used the attractive force to pull the boy into his arms, holding him up as a shield. You. Guy was dumbfounded, his rampaging aura freezing in place. Fighting you would be endless, Neji laughed, so I'll be taking the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Farewell, everyone. Wreathed in lightning, Neji shot into the air, moving with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the encirclement and raced toward the village outskirts, looking like a streak of white light from a distance. Boom. On the other side of the battlefield, Yujito saw that Neji had successfully captured Naruto. She didn't linger, quickly deactivating her cat demon state and leaping away in the direction Neji had gone. After them. The Eternal Genin, Kosuka Mariboshi, was the first to react, using a body flicker technique to give chase. Having the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki snatched from under their noses filled every leaf ninja with a burning frustration. They followed Kosuka, their faces grim, in hot pursuit. Neji noticed the pursuers but wasn't too concerned. Lightning release chakra mode excelled in speed. After Minato Namake's death, the 4th Raikage was the fastest ninja in the world. While Neji wasn't as fast as him yet, he was still far beyond any ordinary shinobi. But in the next instant, the expression under Neji's mask turned grave. Through his Byakugan, he saw another group of ninja rushing toward them. The chakra of their leader, in both quality and quantity, surpassed that of any ninja he had ever encountered, even the 4th Raikage. Such a terrifying chakra signature, the 3rd Hokage is pursuing me himself. Neji came to a conclusion in a split second. In the current shinobi world, the only one who could definitively defeat the 3rd Hokage was Nagato with his Rinnegan. Unless absolutely necessary, Neji didn't want to clash with him. If the 3rd Hokage managed to delay him and he became surrounded, the consequences would be dire. There was another serious problem. By now, Neji only had about 30% of his chakra left. Forgetting the 3rd Hokage, he wasn't even sure if he could shake off Kosuka and the others. Thinking of this, Neji shouted at the boy in his arms, Nine-Tails, I need your help now. In Naruto's spiritual world, the Nine-Tails heard Neji's voice and slowly opened its eyes. but it only let out an arrogant snort before closing them again. Seeing no response, Neji's heart sank. Ninetales, didn't we have a deal? Uchiha District. The Susanoo was terrifyingly powerful. In just a few short minutes, dozens of ninja had fallen to Fugaku's massive blade. Jonin could barely put up a fight, anyone else was killed on contact. Even the iron-willed ANBU and the Inhuman Root operatives couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines at the sight. The Uchiha rearguard had all activated their Sharingan. They were older, experienced veterans, and the elites with 3 Tomo Sharingan could easily hold their own against 2 opponents at once. For a short time, these 100 or so ninja actually managed to hold back the combined forces of the ANBU, Root, the Sarutobi, Shimura, Mitokado, Udatane, Kazama, and ISE clans, who outnumbered them several times over. However, Fugaku Uchiha was not as decisive as his Susanoo's blade. He was growing anxious. They had reached their limit. The Hokage's faction, however, had a continuous stream of reinforcements arriving. The Uchiha couldn't hold out for much longer. If Hiruzen dealt with the Cloud Ninja quickly and returned, they would be instantly crushed. The situation was not optimistic. A grim look appeared on Fugaku's face. He clapped his hands together. The 3-bladed pinwheel in his eyes glowed an even deeper crimson, and a vast, tumultuous aura burst forth. The crimson Susanoo suddenly began to crackle with brilliant lightning. Lightning. That's not a transformation of the Susanoo. Hidden within the circle of Root Ninja, Danzo's single eye narrowed as a possibility occurred to him. When a Mangekyo Sharingan awakens, it grants the user exclusive dojutsu. The lightning erupting from the Susanoo had to be Fugaku's unique technique. Unlike ordinary ninjutsu, this one required the Susanoo to be active. Takamikazuchi. Fugaku's left eye began to bleed, and his chakra was instantly depleted by more than half. As the whispered words fell, a terrifying azure lightning covered half of the Susanoo's body, forming a suit of Karasatengu armor. What is this ability? Hand seal-less lightning release. Is it a forbidden jutsu? As the crowd watched in horror, the lightning spread to the Susanoo's arms, crackling violently. With a downward swing, over a dozen thick pillars of lightning shot toward the crowd. Danzo, who had sensed the danger in advance, was about to leap back, but several of the lightning pillars seemed to have a mind of their own, cutting off his escape route. In the next instant, the pillars of light began to spin rapidly before exploding. Any ninja caught in the blast let out blood-curdling screams. The dojutsu known as Takamikazuchi was like a divine punishment from the god of thunder. Within the area covered by the lightning, only Danzo remained standing, leaning on his cane. Everyone else had been turned into charred corpses in an instant. Fugaku leaped into the air, rushing toward Danzo, his crimson eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. In this battle, anyone could live, but Danzo had to die. This was not just for Itachi's revenge, but for the anger and hatred of the entire Uchiha clan. The third Hokage had his own indelible stains, but the Uchiha's current predicament was almost entirely Danzo's doing. From the moment he decided to stay behind as the rear guard, Fugaku had resolved to kill Danzo, no matter the cost, if the opportunity arose. Hey, you evil little Uchiha brat. You want to kill me? Despite the terrifying wave of power washing over him from the Susanoo, Danzo's face remained calm. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. With quick hand seals, several spheres of green wind appeared out of nowhere and shot toward Fugaku's Susanoo. Boom. 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 The wind spheres exploded against the Susanoo's armor but failed to do any damage. Using this opening, Danzo's eye narrowed. He bit his finger and slammed his hand on the ground. Poof. With a cloud of white smoke, a massive, orange, rhinoceros-like beast appeared. Danzo leaped up and landed on its head. Baku. Danzo's unique summoning beast, a master of wind release. A cold light flashed in Fugaku's eyes. He stomped his foot, launching himself into the air. High above, his figure was like a hawk, all of his chakra focused in an instant. 2 massive chakra blades, wreathed in azure lightning, formed on the Susanoo's arms. The violent energy caused the temperature in the area to skyrocket. As the lightning glowed brighter, Fugaku's sharp gaze locked onto Danzo's position. Ha! With a low roar, he swung the 2 chakra blades down. Where the blades passed, a storm of wind erupted, descending like a divine punishment with overwhelming force. Stop him. Danzo's voice, though still calm, was now sharp. Earth style, mud wall. Water style, water formation wall. Over a dozen root ninja appeared around Danzo, simultaneously forming hand seals and unleashing defensive jutsu of earth and water. High walls rose from the ground, layer after layer, forming a solid composite defense. The greatsword slammed into the defensive walls. Crack. Rumble. Amidst the continuous roar, the earth walls crumbled and the water walls exploded. A violent shockwave shot out in all directions. The ground shook, and dust and debris filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision. But just as his sight was blocked, an intense chill came from his left. Fugaku's brow furrowed. Wind style, vacuum serial waves. It was Danzo and Baku, unleashing a combination wind release technique. The vacuum waves combined with Baku's powerful suction to form a raging tide that rushed toward him, layer upon layer. Bang. The wind storm slammed into the Susanoo's outer wall, and Fugaku's figure trembled. Crack. A faint but clear cracking sound reached his ears. The wind release had torn a fissure in the Susanoo's outer layer. The power of Danzo's combination jutsu far surpassed that of an ordinary A-rank wind release, approaching that of an S-rank technique. Fugaku's current Susanoo was not an absolute defense. Against a high-intensity, high-density, focused attack, even an A-rank jutsu could break through. Almost simultaneously, Danzo noticed his attack had been effective, and a hint of a smile crossed his face. But in the next second, the pinwheel in Fugaku's left eye began to spin rapidly. A bone-chilling sensation washed over Danzo, and a cluster of black flames appeared on his chest without any warning. Amaterasu. The other dojutsu of Fugaku's Mangekyo. Aarg. A sharp scream escaped Danzo's lips. His chest was instantly consumed by the black flames, and his body went limp, falling to the ground. Phew. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Fugaku's face. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, Danzo's cold voice suddenly rang out. For violet flames formation. Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief. He should be dead. At the same time, 4 purple barrier walls appeared, instantly trapping both Fugaku and Danzo inside. Fugaku stared at Danzo, who had reappeared on Baku's head, completely unharmed. His brow furrowed. No, not completely unharmed. The 3-tomo Sharingan transplanted into his right eye was now a dull gray, blind. Fugaku suddenly recalled a lost forbidden jutsu of the Uchiha clan. Izanagi, he asked in a low voice. That's right. It is Izanagi, Danzo said coldly. Such an evil forbidden jutsu can only be used for a just cause when in my hands. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Another raspy voice interjected. Space warped, and Obito stepped out, standing between Baku and the Susanoo. Fugaku looked at the suddenly appearing, mysterious, single-eyed masked man. His gaze fell on the crimson right eye, and he had a sudden realization.